And again, Abbeville 76. Lafayette 71. We have never reported a gust higher than 77 at the Lafayette Airport. We'll see if that record holds true once again. It might. We'll see. We might not break that, so that would be good. But nonetheless, you get into 60, 70 mile an hour winds. That is going to bring trees down. It's going to bring power lines down, and it's going to cause power outages. And you can see strong winds. Eyewall, Jennings, still an area of hurricane force winds at 11 o'clock on that western, northwestern side. The center of circulation up by Ville Platte by midnight tonight, and then the storm continues to move on and the winds begin to abate across the board. So when I get a break, I'll start posting some of this stuff on social media, but it's hard to do this and keep my Facebook updated at the same time. Now, I'm going into the graph model. Good. I actually just whizzed by the graph model forecast gusts, but I'm using this graph model to highlight where the power outages are going to be. And you can see 4 o'clock this afternoon, the risk of power outages will start down in the coastal parishes, which hopefully are completely evacuated because of the storm surge. And then we're going to watch those power outages gradually work their way north and northeastward with those highest winds. So as we get to 6 o'clock, Lafayette, the over-under, probably right around 6 or 7 o'clock. That's when we're going to see the power starting to flicker and maybe having some outages. Again, this model having, the graph model having the storm pretty much centered over eastern Jeff Davis, Acadia Parish. Also power outages on the backside with those strong winds as well. And then finally moving on out. But there will be power outages all through all portions of Acadiana, especially in the more rural areas where you have more trees going down onto power lines versus city. Where you have a lot of power lines buried, say, in Lafayette. But nonetheless, expect those power outages anywhere between 5 and about 8 o'clock this evening. So make sure your phones are charged up at 100%. You can follow us on the KETC app, also on KETC.com, also on Facebook. Everywhere you go, we hope to be everywhere for you, and so you can follow along with us. Now, here's the high-resolution rapid refresh model rainfall over the next 15 hours, and you can see where there's going to be flooding issues, especially western areas, but one model is not an accurate forecast. Notice it only has about 2 inches in Lafayette, and we've probably gotten to that point already. And then back to the west, you can see some of that heavier rainfall. And Bradley, maybe you could call up in just a little bit. We'll take a look at some of the rainfall that's already fallen. Here's the graph model showing pretty much the same story. Lafayette, about 2 inches of rain, but off to the north and west, you see that hot spot on the northern and northwestern portion of the hurricane that's producing 8 inches of rain or better in spots. But this is where we're going to have flooding as we head into the overnight hours. And we're fortunate that this hurricane is moving along, so we're not going to see 20-inch rainfalls, but certainly 4 to 8, isolated up to 10 to 12 will be possible. RPM model, our old trusty friend here, also showing us the rainfall, giving us a little bit more in Lafayette, but also really highlighting a hot spot. And we'll see how consistent the RPM model is, because we have a good reputation with this. We've used it for years and years, and when it starts to show 15-inch rainfalls or near that, that is going to be problematic, so keep that in mind. We are going to have flooding. It's going to be most likely western sections of Acadiana and perhaps northern portions of Acadiana. Lesser flood threat, Lafayette on southeastward, so that is the good news. Storm surge, this is the horrible part with this storm. Again, this is the latest data from the National Hurricane Center, still maintaining a 5 to 8 foot surge across Cameron Parish, and then you get into eastern Cameron and into Vermilion Parish, still calling for 7 to 11 feet. And again, these are the inundation areas. Red corresponds to 9 feet of water inland. So you get to North Island, you get to Creole, you get to Grand Chenier. In fact, let me zoom in even more so here. You get to the Grand Chenier area, for example. You can see where Highway 82 is. That's that elevated roadway. Highway 82 is about 2 to 3 feet above sea level here. So you can see that's in orange. So there's still going to be 3, maybe 6 feet of water over the roadway, and then the low-lying areas and the marshy areas outside of Highway 82 are going to have 9 feet of water. And notice that surge is going to work its way all the way up, perhaps just to the south of Thornwell, get into Grand Lake, and try to come up through the Mermentau River Basin area, showing some flooding by Lake Arthur on the other side of the flood wall. So keep that in mind, and you can see the flooding that works its way up all of the local rivers, the Mermentau and other tributaries there as as well. So let's come on over farther to the east. We see those inundation levels along and south of Highway 14. I don't think this is going to be a Hurricane Rita situation, but we're going to see more water in Vermilion, Iberia, and St. Mary parishes than what we saw with Hurricane Laura, probably several feet more. So keep that in mind, and hopefully everybody out of these orange areas and yellow areas for sure. If you are in these areas, you're going to wind up being in an island area. And again, here we get down to Boston, Delcombe forecasting 3 to 6. So that means there's going to be a few feet of water, perhaps in downtown Delcombe, right by the pier. So we'll be watching that. This is Lake Penior right here. So water kind of flooding around Lake Penior in the low-lying areas just southeast of, here's the bottom of Lafayette Parish. You see this right here? This is Avery Island. Okay, so you want to know why it gets the name Avery Island? This is the reason right here. When you have a hurricane or any kind of surge come in, so there's going to be water surrounding the Avery Island area as well. Sippermore Point, going to see about 6 feet of water. Hopefully we'll have not too much water there. And by the way, let me just work our way back to the west here if I can grab the map. There we go. And let's just give you a locator, because what we're going to do is we're going to look over by Pecan Island, right here. Okay, and you remember we have the Superior Bridge right by Pecan Island. In fact, if we go to my Doppler computer, I have a live picture coming in from Mark Sudduth. This is the Delta Superior Canal, the Pecan Island Superior Canal Bridge, and you can see the water here coming up. So we'll be watching this. This is Mark Sudduth with Hurricane Track. He has given me access to all his cameras because I've hooked him up where to set his cameras up. So it's kind of worked out pretty well for us. And we also have Sippermore Point. We'll take a look at Sippermore Point coming up in the next weathercast, and we'll be watching these cameras throughout the evening. And while we have daylight, I can't make any promises after it gets dark, but you can see sheets of rain coming through here, and you can see the water coming up now, and it looks like can't see the roadway. Here we go. That's the roadway, I believe. So we are going to be watching that very closely. So let's get back to the graphics and show you what's going on. We'll finish off with the highlights, and I haven't changed anything from here. Again, at storm surge, hopefully everybody's out. The water's going to stay for days wherever we get storm surge. It usually takes anywhere between 5 and 10 days for once that water that gets in the marsh to drain back out into the Gulf of Mexico. So be patient after this storm if you have a camp or home that you're going to try to get to. And the street flooding is going to be likely. Remember, water on the roadway even now is going to hide debris, but more so ditches during the day, and then at night there's going to be debris, so you got to get off the roads. Flood risk is going to be greatest to homes and businesses to the west of Lafayette, as we indicated, western sections of Acadiana. What can we expect in the hours moving ahead? Well, with 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds, maybe a few gusts to 90, you're going to see shingles, some shingles off your roof for sure. Corners, cornices, wherever you have peaks on your roof and the corners of where the roof comes off, that's where you have your highest wind dynamics. So that's where you see winds do their damage on the edges of your roof, and then some chimneys getting knocked over as well. That is always a common thing across Acadiana. Metal buildings, awnings, porch coverings could be heavily damaged, destroyed, pulled off, or your neighbors could wind up in your yard. So keep that in mind. Look around you, take a survey, what's going to be an issue. Maybe you want to help that neighbor out and help tie that down because you don't want it in your front yard. Again, mostly we'll talk about the wind directions, mostly going to be out of the east-southeast tonight for most of us, then gradually turning around out of the southwest and west. So everything's going to be falling and heading in a northerly direction for the most part when we have our highest winds. So keep that in mind. Large trees are probably going to go down. Some big branches come down as well. Survey the trees around your home. Where is a tree leaning over your house? That's the part of the house you don't want to be watching our coverage in for the rest of the evening and into the nighttime hours. You want to be on the other side of the house. And again, pick an interior safe room, a closet, a bathroom, put as many walls around you and no windows. That's the safest thing. Look out for power lines when they go down, because when trees and branches go down, so do power lines, and they're going to be live, many of them. So you want to to avoid that at all costs. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Do not ride this out in a mobile home. It is not worth your life to ride this out, because 60, 70 mile an hour winds, even if you have tie down straps, I've seen it time and time again after hurricanes, only 70 or 80 mile an hour winds rolling mobile homes 360 degrees over. So you don't want to be in a mobile home. Just get to a house, seek substantial shelter. You may not even have to sleep there tonight. But with that being said, and I've told people here at the station that even though it's all going to be over with about 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm not recommending that we drive home, because there's going to be power outages, it's going to be dark, there's going to be debris on the road, and it could be very, very dangerous. So just kind of hang out, wait for the sunrise tomorrow morning, and then you can go home when you can see the roadways. But that's what we have going right now. Some locally heavy rain. Bradley, you got some rain estimates, and we'll throw it back to news in just a bit.
Pull up Max 2 once again, and like Rob said, we are liking the trends with this storm, as it is going to be weakening on approach. And if you remember with Hurricane Laura, we kind of talked about this the last couple of days, it was actually strengthening or intensifying really right up until the point of landfall as a powerful Category 4 storm here in Cameron Parish. Now the big difference again with this storm, with Delta coming in, it is going to be on a weakening trend, so that certainly is the good news. But nonetheless, coming on shore in a very similar location where we had the landfall of Hurricane Laura really only just 6 weeks ago. So that is just something we don't want to see. These people in southwest Louisiana certainly don't need to be dealing with this. But nonetheless, here's the Eyewall just offshore here. Going to be coming on shore in the next several hours, a little bit later on into this afternoon. But the heavy-duty rainfall really into portions of southwest Louisiana here into Cameron, Calcasieu parishes. Also Jeff Davis getting in on some heavy rainfall into Vermilion Parish as well. Liking what we're seeing out here towards St. Mary Parish. Not a whole lot of rainfall. Let's hope that stays this way. But again, showers and storms will be moving inland as we head to the next several hours. And as we take a look here at the rainfall totals so far, and keep in mind, these rainfall estimates are usually underestimating the actual totals in tropical systems. So just something to keep in mind here. But let's see if we can zoom in and get some of these rainfall estimates into Cameron Parish, just north of Grand Chenier, approaching Jeff Davis Parish as we put the Q on it here. Some rainfall estimates. Here we go, 3.4 into Calcasieu Parish. If we move over into southern Jeff Davis Parish, we are seeing 4.5 right here coming in. If I can just move these over a little bit. But bottom line, rainfall totals, like we said, 4 to 8 inches, very likely across all of Acadiana, with localized heavier amounts from 8 to really over a foot of rainfall here into southwestern Louisiana. This is where the bullseye is going to be. The models have really been zoning in on the northwestern side of this storm, really producing the heaviest amount of rainfall. So we do believe at this point areas just off to the west of Lafayette will be getting the heaviest of the rainfall totals. Those are going to be the areas that see closer to a foot. But bottom line, all areas across Acadiana will be at risk here for at least 4 to 8 inches of rainfall with this storm. And just real quick, if I can get to one other graphic, I just wanted to point this out real quick, Rob.
Yeah,
because this is pretty important. So like we said, we are continuing to expect this system to weaken on approach to the coast, and reason being, look at these water temperatures. We're sitting in the mid 70s, still enough to sustain significant strength, but it's not going to be rapidly intensifying on approach to the coast. So that's certainly good news. And another thing to keep in mind, we have an upper level trough. Looks like we went over to max 1 maybe.
Well, that's me, sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
I did it.
It's all good. But again, in addition to these cooler temperatures along the coast, we are going to have an upper level trough that's moving in from Texas. That's going to eventually accelerate the storm to the north and east once it gets into landfall, but that's also going to provide some amounts of shear as well. So that 1-2 combination there with the cooler temperatures sitting off the coastline and some amounts of shear will provide weakening of this storm, or support the weakening of this storm, and also it will be encountering land, obviously, when it moves inland. So once this thing continues to move towards central and northern parts of Acadiana, we will be seeing a rapidly collapsing storm, but nonetheless still a storm we have to take seriously over the next several hours. Rob?
Yeah, and you know, with that point, let's bring it over to Max 1 once again. If you look at the satellite imagery, you can see a much more intense storm. Now it's kind of looks like it's coring out right on that western part of the storm here. Again, well, we'll get to the latest position. Still a Cat 2, but we think it's weakening. But look where we're seeing that enhancement on the satellite imagery on the northern and northwestern side. So that's going to be where it's going to be the worst with respect to rainfall and perhaps strongest winds. We'll see how it plays out. But that's it from the Weather Lab, from both Bradley and I. Back to you guys with some news information.
All righty, thank you, Robin. Just to quickly recap, we know that Delta is now on a weakening trend, as you heard Robin Bradley just mention. It's going to come inland. The eye is going to cross pretty close to where Laura's Eyewall made landfall in Cameron Parish. High winds and heavy rains into the evening and nighttime hours tonight, so be on the lookout for that. As we mentioned earlier, we came on the air, we told you our crews are everywhere. We head now to our Jordan Lippincott, who is in Rain. Jordan, how are things there?
I'm on the corner of 8th and West Bernard Street in Rain. And since we've been here, it's been steadily raining with really heavy patches, and right now the rain has subsided a little, but constant rain. And being from Louisiana, and I think those at home would agree, when the rain is coming sideways in the wind, you know something is in the Gulf. And we know Hurricane Delta is in the Gulf, headed toward coastal Louisiana, expected landfall later tonight after the sun goes down southwestern Louisiana. So in Acadia Parish, there is some localized flooding. Over here or over there, you can see some coulees that are now full of water, and the heaviest of the rain hasn't even started yet. So you can already see that this area will probably receive some flooding. And earlier, a man on a bicycle told me that this area is prone to flooding, so he was going to a friend's house where he knew he could be able to get out safely or stay in. And so look what's here, this coulee is already full. So we can probably predict that later this water will end up on the roadways. A voluntary evacuation has been ordered for Acadia Parish, and I'll tell you why. Western parts of Acadiana, specifically western Vermilion Parish, Acadia, Jeff Davis, winds may reach up to 80 to 100 miles per hour. So that's why officials were saying they could go. But if you are here, stay inside. And as I can see, people are doing just that. A parish-wide curfew has been set. It's in effect right now, and it will be in effect until tomorrow morning. And the sheriff's office will let people know when they are lifting that curfew. Once again, I am in Rain. It's been steadily raining with patches of heavy rain, winds pretty strong, and we are already seeing some water in areas like the coulees. So stay up to date with us. If you're not watching TV, you can get the KTC weather app, KTC News app, social media, and we'll keep you updated about things in Acadia Parish throughout the day. Back to you all in the studio.
All right, Jordan Lippincott there in Rain, the city living up to its name in Acadia Parish. And from Acadia Parish, let's head out to St. Mary Parish. Gas stations and convenience stores that we visited this morning say they will stay open as long as they can. Those and other businesses in the Morgan City area, they're operating despite being boarded up for the storm. They say the only way they'll close is if the power goes out or if police tell them it's in the best interest to shut down. And one of the businesses we visited, it's really iconic there in St. Mary Parish, the donut shop. You see it says on the sign, open 24 hours, and guess what? They're trying to stay open as well. They've had steady traffic all day. An employee there says it is their mission to continue serving no matter what.
Because everything else decides to shut down and people still need to eat, so we just stay open, and we're usually pretty busy when the hurricane comes.
Really?
So yeah, we've actually been busy all day.
Sounds good. Some donuts right about now. With the threat of widespread power outages throughout Acadiana, crews from Edmond, Oklahoma are on their way to Lafayette to assist with power restoration. Those trucks will be staged here until the storm clears. That's when they'll assist local power crews across Acadiana to restore power to homes and businesses. Speaking of Lafayette, Sheriff Mark Garber is warning residents that emergency services will become limited when the worst of the storm reaches Lafayette. Still, Garber says he and his deputies are committed to protecting and serving the parish.
There is a point where law enforcement does cease operations. We do that for a couple of reasons. We do that to preserve our vehicles because we need to have vehicles to get to you. And we also do that to keep our deputies and our police officers safe. But if there is a true priority emergency, we have some creative ways and we will do our best to get to you even during the height of the storm.
Well, if you need help after Hurricane Delta, you can reach out to the Red Cross, the Acadiana chapter. 500 disaster workers are standing by to support relief efforts all along the Gulf Coast. You can call 1-800-RED-CROSS or 211 if you need a shelter near you. The shelters on their list are all currently open and registered through FEMA and the National Shelter System. Well, as we mentioned, more than 500 Red Cross volunteers are ready to help during and after Delta. Just over a month ago, at the peak of Laura, more than 2,000 volunteers were activated. The Red Cross is a 90% volunteer-run organization. If you'd like to help, if you're thinking about it as you're sitting at home now, what can I do after this is done? You can register to be a volunteer. We have a link on our website, katc.com. There are several positions available, including some of them you don't even have to leave your house. They're virtual jobs that you can do right there at home. There's also a quiz you can take so you can find out where you'd best be suited if you do want to volunteer. Power outages can cause lots of problems, but there are ways to protect yourself and minimize impacts. Disaster responders say keep your refrigerator and freezers closed and have a backup plan to keep any refrigerated medications cold. If you decide to cool your food in an ice chest, check the temperature with a thermometer to make sure that food does not spoil. And don't forget your appliances, unplugging all electronics to avoid any damage from any power surges. Throughout our full hurricane coverage, you can listen to KATC on the radio. We are simulcasting now on Talk Radio 960 AM and One Classic Rock on 105.1 FM, thanks to our partners over at Town Square Media.
And let's get a check of the conditions out there. Again, our crews are everywhere ahead of Hurricane Delta's landfall. We want to provide you with all the information you need to know as the storm gets closer to the coast. And let's take you now to Berwick, where Abby Breidenbach joins us live with a look at the conditions. She's actually moved on to Morgan City. Abby, how is it out there?
Hey, Jim. That's right. We just moved on to Morgan City. We're over here at Lake End Park. And if you take a look behind me, you can check out the insane waves. Like I said, this is Lake End Park. This is not the ocean. These waves are not supposed to be here. Normally it's a very still lake. That's what we're told from people in the area. Now earlier there were a bunch of people out here just coming to take a look at the waves. They've all gone home now. I would say that's definitely a smart decision. If you take a look at this tree behind me, this wind is crazy. The gusts are so strong, you could actually lean into them and they would sort of push you back up here. Now in town a little bit further in, we saw a lot of businesses closed. There are just a handful that still stayed open. My photographer right now is actually having to lean into the wind to sort of stay up. But really we haven't seen a ton of rain here yet. As you can tell, I'm not totally soaked, still don't have a rain jacket on, but obviously this wind is really powerful. Doesn't feel like a really safe time for anyone to be out and driving around. Opening the car door was definitely a struggle. I actually had to climb out of the other side of the car, so I would stay home if you're in this area. We'll continue to keep you updated on current conditions. Live in Morgan City, Abby Breidenbach, KATC TV3.
By the mantra that KATC is everywhere, and at a time like this, that couldn't be even more true. We are riding out the storm literally everywhere with you.
Yeah, Marcel, I hope Abby holds on to her hat there
Yes.
in Morgan City. But again, our crews are everywhere. Let's check in now with Scott Brazda. He is live continuing our team coverage in Lafayette with a look at the conditions. Scott.
Hey, Jim, if Abby needs rain, we can certainly help her out right here in Lafayette. We're at the Doubletree by Hilton, Pinhook Road, right along the Vermilion River. Justin Terrell, our erstwhile chief videographer, was with me early this morning. And what we've seen in the Vermilion River in 8 hours, a big difference. I know they're expecting it to crest around 11, 12 feet. So we'll be watching that. A number of homes. You've got Oakbourne subdivision in that direction. You've got River Ranch and of course Milton and Abbeville in that direction. So we're watching it. Also the uncertainty of storms. I mean, we've been here 45 minutes. We've had winds and rains coming east-west, north-south, Now it's back east-west. So let's just say it's making us think of some choice words on occasion as we're out. So we are watching it. Don't forget there's a curfew. We were at the LCG meeting about 1 o'clock. There's a curfew from 4 p.m. to 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. That's just here in Lafayette. Of course, we have all of that information on our website, and we'll be running that throughout the day. But once you get someplace, hunker down, stay put, be careful. As Mark Garber told us during the briefing, you know, they're out there, they're going to be trying to help, but at some point the conditions will be so they can't go out. So make sure you're in a good, safe place where you can be for 8 hours or so, at least until sunrise or just after that. Along the Vermilion River in Lafayette, Pinhook Road, and the Doubletree. Guys, back to you.
All right, Scott Braslett there. We see the rain picking up in Lafayette. We had Abby Breidenbach in St. Mary Parish where the winds were picking up. Let's tick another box here and head to Vermilion Parish where we find Travis Guillory with a look at the current conditions as we track Hurricane Delta. Hey, Travis.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, good to see you again. Sorry it's under these circumstances. Here in Vermilion Parish, you know, we're seeing things pick up a little bit, kind of coming and going, rain on and off. Literally, as I started talking, wind started picking up again, rain started picking up. We had some folks from the Abbeville Police Department out here placing markers along the Vermilion River to see how high the water is. I can't even see the bricks that they put along now, so that water now probably rising, I'd say, a little over a foot at this point here on the Vermilion River. And, you know, the good news is that the water's still flowing down. It's not flowing up yet. That's when we really got to start to worry about stuff because we're not really seeing that storm surge quite yet. But, you know, that just kind of goes to show you whenever there's, you know, wind and rain during the hurricane, that's only a portion of the consequences of what a hurricane like Hurricane Delta, like Hurricane Laura, is going to do to some of these areas around Vermilion Parish, Delcombe, Abbeville, as that water, even after the storm technically, it starts pushing, that water pushing through all these channels. And I mean, the Vermilion River, from where it starts, it's a 70-mile stretch of river. So, I mean, all that goes through Lafayette. That's where, you know, Scott just was, you know, in Lafayette, up to St. Landry. So that water just really starts to rise. And so not only storm surge, but like we've been talking about with this wind, folks really concerned about the wind with this. And all these mandatory evacuations, voluntary evacuations, you know, Abbeville under a curfew starting at 4, ending at 6 tomorrow morning. Spoke to one guy who said, you know, he was over here in our live shot, kind of chastised us for talking about the mandatory evacuations and voluntary evacuations. And he was like, you know, I can't evacuate. You know, I have family to look out for, I have business to look out for, and just kind of went off on us a little bit about that. So 2 things. A, we don't make the rules. We're just kind of relaying the message. Don't shoot the messenger. And 2, that's totally fine. There's a lot of folks out here, they have their homes raised, they have their businesses raised. They're totally fine. They've seen storms like this before, even if they are under a mandatory evacuation. You know, they've dealt with this, they think they can weather it out, and that's totally cool. They just have to understand, if you are one of those people, you have to understand no one is coming to get you until after the storm. If you're going to ride it out, you're packed up with supplies, you're doing all the things you need to do, that's cool. Coast Guard, National Guard isn't going to get out here until probably, you know, tomorrow afternoon at the earliest, once they can start getting to you. So heed these warnings from these officials and the things that we're relaying out to you. If you think you're going to brave it out and you think that, you know, kind of pertains to you, that's totally fine. That is up to you. But once again, these local officials are not going to come out and get you until it is safe for them to do so, and that might not be for at least another day. Once again, in Vermilion Parish, things looking pretty good right now. Wind on and off, rain on and off. That Vermilion River, though, starting to rise, water still flowing the correct way, but with more rain and more storm surge, that water could push a lot further inland, and we'll stay here in Vermilion Parish and watch the water rise. I'm live in Vermilion Parish. Travis Guillory, back to you guys.
All righty, thank you, Travis. Well, in the past few minutes, we started in St. Mary Parish to Lafayette. You just saw Travis in Vermilion, and now to St. Martin Parish, where our Brianna Aldridge is standing by live with details on what conditions look like there. Brianna.
Hey guys, well, we're still hanging out in Brobridge where winds are picking up and it's starting to get a little bit more empty. And keep in mind that curfew went into effect at noon. We started to see people still coming in and trying to get some gas. If you look behind me at I-10, the intersection, you see cars passing every once in a while. Some semi-trucks have been coming in to rest up and try to wait this thing out. But like I said, going inside, any of these gas stations around here are now closed. But if you need to fuel up, that's still an option on this side of town compared to where we were before when we saw everything wrapped up. Sending it back to you guys for now.
All right, Brianna Aldridge there as we continue our team coverage of Hurricane Delta. Marcel, I want to pull you in here real quick. Here we are about an hour or so into our coverage, and what we've heard so far is from our meteorologists that there is some good news so far, that so far Hurricane Delta appears to be a bit of a messy storm, maybe collapsing a little bit.
Yeah, when we heard Rob right before we came on, and he gave out a woohoo, and we all looked at him and heard him say that the hurricane was collapsing as it is approaching inland. That was absolutely good news. And then they showed us the graphics with the weakening trends that they are seeing as well. So there are some good things that are happening. We're still dealing with a serious storm. Let's not negate that fact. We're not going to stand here and say good news and there's still going to be high winds and rains.
Yeah,
and
the caveat, it's still a Category 2 storm.
That's right. We are absolutely dealing with. We also want to remind you, if you're at home, you lose power, don't fret. You can still be with us every step of the way. We're on 960 AM. That's where we are on radio. And also 105.1. That's the FM station we're broadcasting on throughout the evening into the night. Streaming KATC.com, our social media pages. We're all over the apps. We're all over the place. So you can go ahead and stick with us. Don't worry. We'll be here.
And our crews are out there too. I was really struck by Abby's live shot within the past hour, Marcel, down there in Morgan City, right on the water, those waves picking up, the wind picking up. She was about to lose her hat. And then in Lafayette too, it is very rainy. We can hear the rain here on the roof at the KATC studios. So really this is a widespread storm having an effect all across Acadiana.
Yeah, and then you look at Brianna, who was in St. Martin and not as active as we have seen in other places we've been. So it goes to show you that this storm is just getting to some places and hasn't reached full potential in others, but we do know that it is on its way. And to tell us more about where Delta is now and conditions at this point throughout Acadiana and along the Louisiana coast, Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo standing by on the weather wall, Bradley in the weather lab. We're going to go ahead and toss it to Rob right now. Rob.
Thanks. I'm a little out of breath. I was actually under the weather lab rewiring things while eating a candy bar at the same time. You got to do whatever you can now. But this is what is starting to look awfully nasty. You know, we have these tropical rain bands working their way across the area. The center of the storm right now is lopsided, but look at this squall right here. This is where we're going to see damaging winds, and it's just poised to move onshore in Cameron and Vermilion Parish. And this area, if we can just flip over the teleprompter, I'd be able to see a little bit more easily exactly where we're pointing. But nonetheless, you can see this squall right here. This is going to be a wind damaging squall. So this is what we're going to continue to watch over the next few hours. It's going to be working its way northward, probably at about 15 miles an hour or so. It looks like it's been moving even a little bit more so faster. And that's when you're showing lightning, that's not a good sign. And again, a very intense storm here that's showing up on the Doppler radar. And again, we can see elsewhere lots of heavy rainfall where we have flash flood warnings going right now across the area. Let's go ahead and let me go ahead and do this so I can get, hopefully the hand tracking is working, but maybe it's not. Are we on camera 3? Yeah, we'll have to go ahead and check to see if we can change that. But nonetheless, this is what we're looking at with respect to the storm. The storm is kind of falling apart. Your center of circulation is right about here. So you're seeing where the heaviest convection is, and you see right at the end of the loop, you see that appendage right there? That's that big tropical rain band that we just showed you that's generally off to the south. And I'll go ahead and do this. I should have some hand controls here, and I'm not getting hand controls. So we'll see if we can get that ironed out. We got plenty of hours ahead to cover this storm, so we'll be doing that as well. Again, 3 o'clock position just coming in. The National Hurricane Center still maintaining this as a Category 2 storm with 105-mile-an-hour winds, but we see it weakening. That is the good news. Pressure hasn't changed. We haven't gotten an update on the pressure, but this is also based on radar, which this is just putting it just offshore the Cameron coastline. I think the eye and the center of the storm may be going a little bit farther to the east based on what we just saw on the radar. And I think we're going to lower this 7 o'clock wind at probably closer to 100. And then the storm is certainly going to weaken quickly as it moves in. Looking at the latest high-resolution rapid refresh model, you can see it's kind of picking out that squall that we just saw offshore and should be getting to Lafayette within 2 hours based on what we're seeing on the radar. So right around 5 o'clock, that's when the winds are going to pick up in Lafayette. and certainly be quite strong as you go farther to the west into Acadia, also Evangeline, Allen, Jeff Davis, Calcasieu, Cameron, Beauregard, all the western parishes of Acadiana, and of course that's where we've been bird dogging to see the heaviest rainfall along and north of the storms, displaced from the storm. But again, we'll be watching this area. This is where there's going to be strong winds, squalls or not. That'll be pushing on through as we head into the latter part of the evening. So prime time for the worst winds for most of Acadiana is going to be between about 4 and 5 o'clock this afternoon and roughly about 10 o'clock this evening, maybe as late as 11 or midnight based on the northern parishes of Acadiana. And then that storm continues to push off to the northeast. And as we indicated, we think we're going to see sunshine for tomorrow. Graph model showing much the same, not picking up on some of the features. So we're going to kind of throw this guy out just because it only updates once every 6 hours. And we want hour by hour information now, which we're going to do. So here come the big winds as we head into the evening hours, the winds that will produce damaging winds and winds that will knock out power. That'll be coming in between 5 and about 7 o'clock this evening, moving into northern portions of Acadiana between 7 and midnight, and then finally moving out of the area. And here are the latest estimates on the high-resolution rapid refresh model. Again, areas of purple where you're going to see hurricane. These are gusts. This is not sustained winds, but these are gusts. And what does the damage? Not the sustained wind. Sometimes, yeah, when they're high enough, but the gusts actually are what knock the trees down and the power is out. So as we get to 4 o'clock, you can see, again, those areas of purple gradually increasing. So over the next few hours, we're at 3 o'clock right now. In the next 3 hours, it's really going to start feeling like a hurricane. Right now, it feels like a tropical storm out there, which it is. Then it's going to turn into a hurricane situation. And anywhere that we're seeing the purple on the western side and on the eastern side of the center of circulation, again, the high-resolution rapid refresh bringing this in through central and eastern Cameron Parish, and then up into eastern Jeff Davis Parish and also western Acadia Parish. And you can see the gusts even back to the west could be in the 80s. In fact, we're seeing the highest gusts on this on the western northwestern side where the convection is going to be heaviest. So that may flesh out, but I think we're going to see 70, 80 mile an hour winds, and we're going to go based on what we're seeing on the radar as we go into the evening hours versus what the short-term models are indicating. And again, those strong gusts, even up to hurricane force, will continue up until about midnight and then gradually improve as the storm advances off to the northeast. Power outages, you can see. This is why I like the graph model. It's picking up on that squall that's moving in, so we're going to see those power outages coming up through Vermilion Parish as we head into the 5, 6 o'clock time frame in Lafayette, right around 6 to 7. So that's when I would expect power outages to occur in the area. So as I mentioned earlier, charge up your phones. Get everything charged up right now. You only have a few more hours before the lights go out. Then you're going to want to have your phone charged up so you can watch us on the KTC app. You can watch us on Facebook Live, a number of different ways, and we're also broadcasting, as we mentioned, on radio as well, so you'll be able to hear us as well if you just have a radio and don't have a smartphone. So smartphone, the best way to do it, so you can see the video as well. And then by 10, 11 o'clock tonight, the threat of those power outages will slowly diminish, but power outages still possible in northern portions of Acadiana up until about 11 o'clock or so. Rainfall, and this has been it. Rainfall 8 to 10, maybe up to 12 inches on the northwestern side of this system. We'll see what these rain bands coming in do. Again, these are just models and model estimates, and this is the graph model doing much the same, but it has a little bit more of the heavier precip, just shifted light more to the east, but certainly giving us a bath of water here that's going to cause localized flooding and some flooding of homes because a lot of this rain is coming down at 2 to 3 inches per hour. You have that for 3 hours. Instantaneously, you have somewhere between 7 and 9 inches of rain, and that will flood any subdivision no matter how good your drainage is. It's just too much, too fast. And the RPM model showing much the same and going for even higher totals. We'll see how this updates. This is going to be updating in roughly about an hour. This is, I believe, the 12 Zulu Mala run. The 7 a.m. run will have the midday run coming in shortly thereafter. And then along the coast, we're going to have the big surge. In fact, Sippermore Point, I have a Sippermore Point camera pulled up on the Doppler computer. So we go to the Doppler computer. Mark Sudduth with Hurricane Track. Bradley, can you see if that is up and running, if that video is up and running there? Okay, let's take the Doppler computer if we can, Director. And, okay, can you just pull up Sycamore Point again and maximize that? There we go. This is Mark Sutter's hurricane track. This is at Don Moe's back porch. You always hear us talk about Don Moe. He's got the, I call it the surgeometer in his front yard, but this is on his back porch looking right to the point, and you can see it's wet out here, and you can see the water starting to come up in the marsh, so we'll be watching this as we go into the evening hours, but there's a live picture coming out of Sycamore Point here where you can see the winds are blowing pretty good. Got some rain coming down, and it'll be interesting to see once we see that swell coming in. I have a camera also at Grand Chenier. Bradley, would you be able to call that one up, escape out of that, and see if we can call up the Grand Chenier one? I think it's a little bit to the right of Esther. Or no, that's Brent. He's on the road. There's Grand Chenier. Let's maximize that. And this is the issue that we're going to have with this hurricane. We have all this debris here, and we have a storm surge that's coming in very soon. And we might even see this before it gets dark, but debris that's been cleaned up, brought to the road, but then is just going to get scattered back with the water coming back in. Notice Highway 82 here, still travelable in the Grand Chenier area, but I would probably guess there's nobody down here right now. Grand Chenier had about a 15 to 18 foot surge. When I went down and surveyed, you could see the thatch and debris from the storm surge from Laura up at this point. So it was about above the ground level was about 15 feet, and you're about 3 feet above sea level here. So it was an 18-foot surge that went through here, and everything was completely destroyed. So I don't even know what Mark has his camera on. Looks like we're up a fair bit, so hopefully he's got it up more than 15 feet. This is Mark Sutton with HurricaneTrack.com. Great guy, and please be a patron for his work. He does this on his own and has done it as his lifetime mission. What he does is he takes these cameras, and these cameras are recording, and then he can do a time lapse to graphically show the storm surge rise and diminish, and he's shot some great stuff during Hurricane Michael, every hurricane going back over the last 20-25 years. So thanks, Mark, for that. So let's get back to the graphics, and we'll show you again what we're going to have along the coastal areas. And again, the maximum, this is just hours away from occurring, that maximum surge coming in and inundating all of Highway 82 through North Island, through Pecan Island, through Grand Chenier, and then some pretty big inundations, but I'm not seeing as much red with this map. So we'll see if the Hurricane Center brings down those big levels. The surge may be only closer to 5 to 10 feet versus 7 to 11, but you're going to see any of the areas shaded in red, 9 feet of water, any shaded areas in the orange here, 6 feet of water. And again, you can see Avery Island here, you can see Weeks Island here clearly. Those are the salt domes. Yeah, most people don't realize these salt domes go down below the earth some 20-25,000 feet. So we do have mountains here in Louisiana, but most of them are down below the surface, these big salt domes here. And again, one of these is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I can't remember. I think it's the one here by Weeks Island. But nonetheless, that's where the big water is going to be. So once again, street flooding likely. Greatest threat of flooding risk will be western areas. And again, stay off the roads. Debris and ditches are hidden by water on the roadway. Even if it looks like it's not passable, you don't want to turn around. You don't want to drown. And if you wind up in some of the ditches here in Acadiana, you're going headfirst in, and you're going to be planted in mud and may not be able to get out. So keep that in mind. Roof damage with the squalls that are coming in, shingles, cornices of your home, chimneys, metal buildings, that sort of thing, awnings, porch coverings, they could get ripped off in 80, 90 mile an hour winds, which we think we're going to see those 80 mile per hour, 70, 80 mile per hour gusts. So let's get back to the Doppler here, and let me get back to the beginning of the show so we can show you what's going on. And again, this is Grand Chenier, and let me go back and just restart. Is my show restarted there? It should be. I don't know. I kicked out of it. And while we're doing that, oh, yeah, Bradley, go ahead. Give us some Max 2 action.
Continues to load.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, so here we are just offshore. This is that,
That's with that squall.
Yep, northeastern Eyewall, like Rob was saying. You're seeing velocities here, 115 miles per hour. Now, this is not at the surface.
Right.
This is further up in the atmosphere, so you can probably take, Rob, you were saying 20 to 30% off of that.
Right.
But nonetheless, this squall is going to be moving into Vermilion Parish here really through the next hour or so, and that's going to, again, gusts up to 80, 90, even 100 miles per hour will be likely in portions of Vermilion Parish. But this is the that northeastern Eyewall, very intense, heavy-duty storm activity going to be moving onshore again within the next hour or so. So be on the lookout for that. And if we can go ahead, let's see if we can pull up some rain totals here just real quick. And like we were saying earlier, these are estimates. These are radar estimates. Yep. So yeah, offshore, you can notice here we were just dialing in. This was close to 8-9 inches of rainfall. Now, as that moves onshore, we'll have to see how that verifies. But nonetheless, you can see the heaviest of the rainfall totals, at least at this point, setting up into portions of southwestern Louisiana here into Cameron Parish, sneaking into southern Jeff Davis Parish as of this time. And keep in mind, a lot of these areas still picking up the pieces from Hurricane Laura. We saw the aerial coverage of Lake Charles the last couple of days with a lot of blue tarps on a lot of these houses out here. So of course, when you have the rain coming down sideways, water likely to seep through homes as well. So just a very unfortunate situation that's going to be taking place here across southwest Louisiana. Of course, our hearts and prayers go out to all of these folks as they deal with another hurricane here. But this is where we're going to see the heaviest of the rainfall totals, that 8 to upwards of a foot of rainfall. At this point, not looking like that's going to set up over Lafayette or even our eastern parishes here, you know, towards St. Mary Parish, Iberia Parish. Signs looking good, at least at this point. And again, the models have been really consistent. Rob and I were kind of almost scratching our heads the last couple of days as the models were coming in, pinpointing this northwestern section of the storm producing the heaviest rainfall, because usually in a tropical system, you know, you see a lot of the heaviest of the action on the eastern side.
Right.
But as this storm's coming in, it will be producing the heaviest of the rainfall totals on the northwestern side of the storm. But again, as this pushes inland, it's going to be bending toward the northeast as that trough picks it up. So impacts going to be felt across central and northern Acadiana as we head to the rest of this evening and overnight tonight.
And notice on this map here, this is from last night. There were some storms that developed last night over by the Baton Rouge area, north of Baton Rouge up through Jackson, that produced very heavy rainfall. That blue translating to 10 inches of rain. So there was flooding in homes. So you can always have these hazards well away from the main core of the storm. So let's get back to Max 1 because this squall is the one that is concerning me the most at this point. And now it's beginning to work its way inland. Now, we showed you where the heaviest rains have been. This particular squall is going to produce probably 3 to 4 inches of rain in a very short time frame. So that's just going to add to the numbers that we've been showing you, 4 to 8 inches of rain. But some spots are already up to 4 to 6, and then you're going to add another 4 solid. So that gets you to a foot already. But this is the one that's going to produce damaging winds. I'm seeing some lightning strokes, and usually when you see positive strokes, that means the winds are also working their way down to the ground. So here we go, Vermilion Parish. I will be on the lookout for some very intense squally activity coming in. This one may have some tornadoes with it, and you know, a number of folks ask me, well, are we going to have tornadoes? And the answer is absolutely. Usually in a hurricane, or even a weak tropical storm, but given a hurricane, a decaying hurricane that's making landfall, and your winds are slowing down at the surface, but the winds aloft are still cooking, you wind up getting the shear develops, a tumbling action that winds up developing these tornadoes, and we do have them, and they do cause damage, but this is going to cause damage over a much wider swath. So if you look at the long-term statistics, tornadoes maybe account for 1 or 2% of the wind damage in a hurricane. Although they're there, the main damage is done by squalls. Sometimes you also, coming out of these squalls, have what I call gustnadoes, where you'll get a swirl of wind just briefly as the squall moves in. The winds will die down just before the winds will die down a little bit before the squall gets there. Then all of a sudden the rain comes in, the wind picks up, and the rain is going sideways. And within that zone, you'll sometimes have these swirls that can produce even higher winds, and we saw that with Hurricane Lily. Many gustnadoes, although Lily may have only had 15 documented tornadoes, but I guarantee you there were 100 or 150 micro swirls, or what we call gustnadoes or mesovortices, that have come off of these squalls as they are moving inland. So this is a bad one right here. We're going to be watching this very closely. Oh, good. I have hand tracking capability once again, so that is good news. So let's go ahead and take a look again at that velocity right there, and again showing that enhancement right there. And I can go ahead and do this and then just kind of point to an area right here and see if we get a reading off of that. And no, it just gave me a deal, but right about there. So 124, 120, depends. It's going to kind of go up and down with the data as it moves on through. But again, we're shooting this because we lost Lake Charles Doppler in Hurricane Laura. We're counting on Fort Polk. We could also use Slidell, but Fort Polk's a little bit closer for this velocity data. So, but when you're pulling this, we're shooting this probably, I would have to guess, somewhere close to 8,000 to 10,000 feet up. So we're picking up the top of the tropical squall. But nonetheless, you could have roughly 30 to 20%, maybe 40% take off of that 120, and you could certainly have 80, 90 mile an hour winds. So that's why we're going to go with gusts in the 80 to 90 mile an hour range with this system as it moves on through. Again, back to the Doppler, you can see the progress of this squall line is now beginning to progress northward nicely out of the Gulf of Mexico, edging to the Highway 82 area, and we have let's see if we can go back to that camera. Do we have Grand Chenier still up? Let's see if the rain is showing up at the Grand Chenier spot, because Grand Chenier is roughly right about here. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that down along the coast, and we'll get even closer here. Here's Grand Chenier. So the rain just about to pick up. Is it picking up there? Okay, let's take a look at the camera here, right here at Grand Chenier. If we go back over to the Doppler computer, we'll show you that camera from Grand Chenier. If we go over to the Doppler source here, Mr. or Mrs. Director, please. I think, is Brandy directing? Thank you, Brandy. Okay, this is what we have, and notice, we're seeing more water here. We're starting to see the sheets of water coming on through, and I look at this, I'm going, okay, we're seeing the sheets of water going this way from the foreground to the background. Well, that makes sense because we have easterly wind right now out ahead of that squall, and then it's going to turn southerly. So we're going to watch this camera very closely. You can see in the background here, it's really obscured. So there's the tropical squall. See how it's getting more and more obscured here. So this is kind of moving in right now. And the great thing about what Mark Sudduth does with these hurricanetrack.com storms, he keeps this information so you can see, if you do a time lapse, you'll see how the rain bands are working their way in. But again, you see how the wind is picking up. That is in concert with that squall that we're just showing you that's working its way in. So this is just going to get worse and worse. We should be able to get some music to what kind of music would we want to put to this? Kind of eerie music just to watch it right now. But nonetheless, this is a very intense cell that's pushing on through. Bradley.
Ask you, I'm seeing some debris there in the background, and just for our friends out in southwest Louisiana, even though we are on a weakening trend here, it really doesn't matter the category that this is coming in as. You're going to have weakened tree branches and debris that's laying around, so it really won't take much to get fallen trees to kind of just loft that debris around. So again, even though we are saying this is on a weakening trend, and better news for parts of our eastern parishes here, if you are in southwest Louisiana, this is still a very serious situation, right, Rob?
Yeah, absolutely. And you see the debris, and you got to think about the folks that have blue tarps, and the wind is going to be picking up, and it's going to be gusty for the next 4 to 6 hours. So it's going to be a rough evening for many of us, but fortunately, we're not looking at a multi-day event or a slow-moving storm like Barry. It was just like we had our arms crossed and waited for 6 to 8 hours before the winds ever came up. This one is going to deliver, and it's going to deliver a punch not only to Cameron, Vermilion, Vermilion parishes, but the rest of Acadiana as well. So let's go take a quick look back at the Doppler radar. We may come right back to this camera, but going back to Max 1 here, and we'll kind of zoom out a little bit and show you this squall area that's working its way inland. And it looks like that worst of that squall is just missing Grand Chenier off to the east. So that is good news for at least Grand Chenier, but certainly damaging winds with this system right now. So let me get this back on and we'll get back in closer to here. Let's see where we are with respect to Rob and hitting all his multiple buttons here. Let's get back to the radar. So I can show you what's going on. But again, we can see where we are sitting with that, and you have Pecan Island right here. So it's going to be coming in shortly onto Pecan Island right about, wrong button again, Rob. This is part of the user experience where you have lots of errors going on with this storm. But nonetheless, we can see how things have been rolling, and then I just kind of messed things up there. So we'll move on and take a look again at that camera over at Grand Chenier. Let's take a look at that, and you can see the sheets of rain moving in as we speak. The other thing that we'll be watching for is watching the water that's coming in from the marsh, see if it starts crossing over the roadway. So that's what we have right now here from the Weather Lab. We have that one squall moving in. We're going to have an update on that and bring you a full update on that coming up in just a bit. Guys?
Alrighty, thank you, Rob. Well, as Delta continues to move inland, we're beginning to see some power outages across South Louisiana. Let's take a look at the power outage map at poweroutage.us. Right now, Calcasieu, Beauregard, Allen, Jeff Davis, and St. Mary parishes are the hardest hit areas. About 13% of Beauregard Parish is without power right now. Others are reporting about 7% of residents are without power. Joining us by phone right now is Ted Johnson. He's the Entergy Customer Service Manager. Thank you so much for being with us. Tell us about the outages. Are you guys experiencing widespread outages at this point?
In Acadiana, currently right now, we have 11 cases and 70 customers out of power. And that would include Lafayette Parish, St. Martin Parish, St. Landry Parish, Iberia, and Vermilion Parish.
Well, good news at this just after 20 minutes after 3 o'clock hour. How have you all prepared for Delta and the outages that are still to come this evening?
Well, we start doing storm drills early in the year, usually around April, preparing. And currently we have a little over, well over 6,000 utility workers, and that includes Entergy employees and contractors staged up all around the state, ready to respond to the outages that we expect to happen over the next couple of hours. And we are still currently responding to outages in Acadiana, and we'll continue to do so until it becomes unsafe for our guys to be in the field.
And then, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and then we'll dispatch the rest of the crews after the storm as soon as it's safe to do so.
So if your customers are experiencing outages, is there anything that they need to do if their power has gone out? Do they need to contact you, or do they just need to understand that you guys know and you'll get on it as soon as you can?
You can still call 1-800-ENTERGY, or you can create an outage online today.
Okay, 1-800-ENTERGY, or go ahead and report that outage online. Thank you so much, Ted Johnson with Entergy, the customer service manager with that company. Very few power outages with Entergy at this point, but they are expecting more outages as we continue to get through the next few hours as Delta continues to move inland.
And we want to say good afternoon once again to all of our viewers out there. Here we are, 3:23 on Friday afternoon. We continue our coverage here as we track Hurricane Delta.
Yeah, Delta is continuing to push towards southwestern Louisiana, the coastline. Let's take a look at the big 3 bullet points at this hour. Right now, Delta is holding as a Category 2 storm with 105-mile-an-hour winds, moving north-northeastward at 14 miles per hour. Landfall is projected to happen in a few hours in Cameron Parish, not far from where Hurricane Laura made landfall not very long ago. And our crews are everywhere from Morgan City to Lake Charles and every parish in between. Our reporters, they are safe. They are hunkered down with us through all of this, watching and waiting like the rest of us. Reports will be coming from cities throughout Acadiana.
We've been checking in with our weather team throughout the day. We'll continue to do that throughout the night, but let's get a check of the conditions out there right now. We want to start with our Abby Breidenbach. She is in St. Mary Parish, where she's been all day, with a look at the conditions this afternoon. Abby.
Hey, Jim. That's right. We're live here in Morgan City. I know it looks like we're on the ocean, maybe like it's a beach day in winter, but this is actually normally a very still body of water, believe it or not. We are at Lake End Park here in Morgan City, and you can see the wind is really intense here. If you take a look at that tree, that's pretty indicative of it. Aside from the fact that, once again, this is normally a still body of water, and we're seeing very choppy waves crashing against the rocks here. Now, sort of on and off, we have been seeing a lot of visitors to the park. Up on this hill over here, sort of this beachy hill, there were a lot of people coming out to watch the weather, watch the waves come in, and we spoke with one family who brought a 5-year-old boy out here for the first time to see weather like this. They said people might think they're crazy, but they wouldn't miss this view for anything.
We've been through this before many times, so just out here observing and seeing what's going on, just kind of watching the weather. Looks like we're kind of getting lucky again over here. So.
Now, just because we said people are out here doesn't mean it's encouraged or recommended at all that anyone come out here. We haven't seen anyone in probably a few minutes as the wind and the rain has begun to intensify out here. Actually getting out of the car, it's pretty hard to open the door and kind of scary. You're not sure if it's going to close. And we've also seen some birds flying around that really look like plastic bags flying in the wind. So again, maybe not the best idea to get outside out here in Morgan City or in St. Mary Parish. I know there is no curfew here right now, but over in Franklin, also in St. Mary Parish, there is a curfew tonight to be in early, so keep that in mind and stay inside if you're out here because it could be continuing to get worse. We are still feeling this wind intensify. We're going to stay out here to continue to monitor current conditions. Live in Morgan City, Abby Breidenbach, KATC TV3.
No, I can't get over those waves and the trees out there, Marcel. You know, during times like this, when we're covering hurricanes, we rely on our viewers sometimes, when it's safe to do so, to send us videos and pictures as Delta, any storm, makes its way toward land.
Absolutely. Safety, of course, the priority here. But throughout the day today, many of you have already been sending us videos here to KATC. Andrew Clay joining us just outside of the TV3 studio with a look at some of those images. Andrew.
Hey guys, as you can see behind us here at the studio, the rain's very light, but as you guys just mentioned, everyone out there is experiencing different conditions at very different times. So we would love you to send us some videos. Here's some stuff we've already gotten from you guys earlier today. This first video comes in Jennings. These are some birds, and hey, what do you do during a storm? You just hang out. The birds flock there together on the ground. Some other video, we got some winds here in Sweet Lake. Now, Sweet Lake is out in Cameron Parish. You can see the winds here through what appears to be a GoPro with a very wide angle lens there, but you can see the winds blowing the trees there outside that Florida room. That's at least what we'd call it back up in Pennsylvania. And then in Abbeville, you can see the rain coming down pretty hard. Now, if you have video that you can share with us, we appreciate you submitting that. You can submit it on KATC.com. You can send it to news@KATCTV.com, or you can put it on our Facebook page or send it to us Twitter, tag it. There's about 100 different ways you can send us videos, but if you do send it, you might just see it here as we'll continue trying to show you how Hurricane Delta, that's an early slip of the tongue, Hurricane Delta is affecting you where you are. So again, please send us your video and we'll try to show everyone out there how you're seeing the storm through your eyes. For KATC, I'm Andrew Clay.
Well, you know, Jim, when I first started covering hurricanes, about to age myself here, we didn't have this video that people could send in. It wasn't as readily available, and it is such a valued part of covering a storm, like Andrew said, from different perspectives, people seeing so many different things.
Yeah, we really rely on our viewers to be our eyes and our ears, and in some cases we're able to do that remotely. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo. Rob, I know you've been looking at all these cameras that you have access to. We have a look at Pecan Island now.
Yeah, Pecan Island, we're going to get to that camera in just a bit. You can see this big squall moving onshore. It was just east of the Grand Chenier area over here, but let's take the camera that we have on our old Doppler computer now, and we kind of missed some of the big squalls pushing on through, but boy, we saw it, and it kind of got kind of whitish here, and we had a squall pushing on through. We're looking, generally, it looks like if we see the wind direction and the way the water's blowing right now, we are looking off to the east for the most part, because you see the water moving this way. So this is again the Superior Bridge at Pecan Island, and you can see the water here, water coming up in this area. So this is going to be a rough go of it So let's get back to the Doppler radar, just kind of bring you back up to speed on where the most intense cells are. And we're moving back up open, and what we've seen is something doing something a little funky going on with the remnant eyewall here. Now, what we've been tracking is right here, but this has been the strongest squall that has kind of taken over, that's moving into Cameron and Vermilion parishes. And there's always a surprise in these tropical systems and hurricanes. So we got this big squall here. This is going to be the one that's going to be producing damaging winds and knocking power out from Grand Lake to Forked Island over the next several hours as it works its way slowly to the north. But right now, North Island area, Pecan Island area, this is a lot of marsh. This is just affecting a lot of alligators. But eventually our friends in Forked Island are going to see some rough weather, Intracoastal City as well. And then this is going to be working its way to Gaydon, Kaplan, possibly the Thornwell area as we go over the next hour. Again, moving at about 15 miles an hour. And this is why things are looking a little weird here with the storm, okay? So we go back in the center of the storm right about here. But look at this here. It almost looked like there was a secondary eye, but we don't think that's an eye. I think it's just a little bit of what we call descending action in the wake of that strong squall that is moving inland right now. And where we're seeing these white cloud tops, that's that squall that I just showed you on the radar right here. These are topping out at about 50 to 60,000 feet. We had some lightning with them. So this is the damaging part of the hurricane. This is the part of the hurricane you don't want to get hit with. You want to get hit by the outer rain bands that are several what we call wavelengths away from the main core of the storm. And this is going to be a sloppy, lopsided storm, as the models have been telling us. Most of the heavy rain on the northern part of the eyewall, not so much on the eastern side, but we're seeing there's always something different that happens compared to what the models may be telling us. So this is the squall that we're going to be watching. This is going to be moving northward, and you can see that extends back down through Cameron as well. Seeing wind gusts in the 50, 60 mile an hour range with most of these tropical squalls as you get, especially into Jeff Davis, also into Calcasieu Parish, and even along Highway 190 here as we get up into Allen and western St. Landry and portions of Evangeline Parish. So already seeing these gusty winds, and markedly better Lafayette on southeastward. It's just another rainy, miserable southern Louisiana day. But winds are going to be picking up everywhere with time, and as we indicated, we're hearing the rain coming down a little bit heavier here at the station. So it is 3:30. We don't have the 4 o'clock bulletin should be just coming in the next 10 minutes. We'll catch that in our next weathercast. It's a Cat 2, but I think we're going to see less than 100 mile an hour winds, or at 100 mile an hour winds coming up on the next update, or maybe 95. Here's the center of the circulation. So this is not the eye, although it looks like a secondary eye there. So we'll see how that plays out. Latest high resolution rapid refresh model. Let me go back one graphic so we can get on the first frame. And you can see it picks up that tropical squall working its way to I-10 in the next hour, half hour, 45 minutes. So this is what's going to be doing damaging winds. And then back through Lake Charles into Calcasieu Parish. This is what's going to be doing damaging winds. As you get further away, stronger, not quite as strong, less strong, less strong. And as you get closer to the core of the center of the storm, anything that's rooted near the core. So we're going to have rough weather in Lafayette between 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, and that's when we're going to see those power outages coming in. So just wanted to update you on that, and we'll be looking at our cameras and watching where those tropical squalls go and try to give you more visualizations of, you know, this is just a lot of pretty graphics and reds and all sorts of fancy colors, but when you actually see the video, it really translates to something so much more. Guys?
Thank you, Rob. The 4 o'clock update coming in just a bit. We'll see you again as that happens. And as we keep telling you, we are all over Acadiana checking perspectives. You heard Rob say it, you know, the videos tell the story, and we're out there getting those videos for you.
Yeah, and Rob will tell you as well. He sneaks a peek out the side door as
he
well.
Does.
You know, the radar and everything is one thing, but that's coming a little bit.
You know, multi-million-dollar worth of equipment over there in the weather lab, and nothing like opening the door to see what is happening outside.
Well, let's open the door for our viewers right now outside in Lafayette. Scott Brazda standing by with a look at conditions. Here we are, 3:34. Scott.
Here we are at 3:34, Jim. So essentially what you're saying is Rob has millions of dollars of equipment, but he just looks out the door to see that it's raining and gusts. All right, so we're talking about wind and rain. We've been here at the Vermilion River right next to the Doubletree Hotel, and we've seen the river come up a good bit. You know, Justin and I were out here earlier. Latest numbers Rob sent me actually just a couple minutes ago, about 7.5 feet is where the river is. They expect it to crest around 12 feet sometime tomorrow morning. They don't expect a major flooding event, maybe minor flooding. Wind is the big deal, and you see it over the trees over this shoulder. I mean, that's what you're looking at. So that's why you want folks to batten down the hatches and be careful out there. Make sure everything is tied down. Make sure you're being safe. You know, being smart out there. That's what they're asking you. That's what the authorities, you know, Mark Garber said, you know, we're there for you, but, you know, these winds come strolling around in 35, 40 mile an hour winds. We're going to have to think about it. Now, here at the Doubletree, we've had utility crews out. Well, actually, you know, Entergy has been here for 6 weeks. They have used the Doubletree as sort of a place to put their personnel because there's no place to stay in the Cameron Parish area. Now, there are work crews every row of the Doubletree parking lot. The big trucks with the lift, the buckets, all set, ready to go, but after those winds die down. So we're watching the water, more so we're watching the wind, and we are definitely feeling the wind. Guys, back to you.
Alrighty, thank you, Scott. We're happy to have those workers and their bucket trucks on standby for when this all clears, because their services are going to be so vital to so many thousands across Southwest Louisiana. Let's head now to St. Martin Parish, Brobridge specifically. Brianna Aldridge joining us live from there with a look at conditions at this point. Brianna.
Hey Marcel, we're standing near I-10, the roundabout, which typically is a bit busy intersection in Brobridge, but if you kind of look around, there's not much going on besides people trying to fill up, get that last minute fuel across the street at Exxon. And I was talking to a Brobridge police officer who stopped by and said that that's pretty much the only option people have in town right now. Ironically, in the same lot is a Waffle House, and they look like they're still having customers come in and out of there. So not sure how long that's going to keep going since that curfew did go into effect at noon. But everything around here is pretty much ghost besides that section. Water you can see slowly rising, but not too much. Nothing that's going to affect you driving yet, but as we know, that's going to change here very quickly. And of course, we're going to keep making our way through St. Martin Parish, keeping you guys updated and letting you know what we see that's going on out here. Sending it back to you, Marcel.
All right, Brianna Aldridge reporting there in St. Martin Parish, and just the conditions in St. Martin Parish have really changed since we last checked in with Brianna about an hour ago. Well, parts of Acadiana, as you see from that video out there, already seeing some flooding because of Delta. Here's a look at the intersection of West Bernard Street and 8th Street in Rain in Acadia Parish. Neighbors tell us the area is prone to flooding and the ditches are almost nearly full of water. The rain there has been consistent with patches of heavy rain coming down at points. The wind isn't as strong as what's predicted for later. And in Pecan Island, water is already approaching the highway that runs through the community. You can also see that strong winds have pushed down and blowing trees and blowing rain across the highway there. Again, that's a live look at Pecan Island.
Across Acadiana continuing to update their curfews ahead of Delta making landfall. Abbeville has implemented a citywide curfew that starts in just a few minutes at 4 o'clock and then ending tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. The curfew will continue from dusk till dawn until further notice. Also, there are other curfews throughout Acadiana. For that information, you can go to katc.com/curfews.
The time to prepare is really just about over as these conditions are coming through, but throughout the day we've been checking in on gas stations and convenience stores that we've visited across Acadiana. And in St. Mary Parish, we were really struck by what they were saying there along the coast. The workers saying they'll be there as long as they can. Those and other businesses in the Morgan City area, they were operating. I'm not sure that they are still operating, but as you see in that video, the windows are boarded up. They are ready for this storm. They say the only way they will close is if the power goes out or if police actually come in and tell them that it is time to shut down those businesses. And also in St. Mary Parish, a bit of an iconic stop there, the donut shop. As you see on the sign, it says it's open 24 hours, and the folks at that business, well, they're doing their best. At last check, there were still employees there. They say it is their mission to continue serving residents no matter what.
Because everything else decides to shut down and people still need to eat, so we just stay open, and we're usually pretty busy when the hurricane comes.
Really?
So yeah, we've actually been busy all day.
Earlier that those donuts sounded good, and I got a text from my trainer who said don't even think about donuts, so I had to reassure her that we didn't have any here in the studio, but they do sound good despite all that. We're going to go ahead and check in with Rob again, who is gearing up with more on the latest update. He says he's ready to rock and roll, so let's go ahead and check in with Rob on the latest about Delta. Rob.
Yeah, we've been ready to rock and roll all summer long, knowing when we had this hurricane forecast going back to April where Phil Klotzbaugh was saying it's going to be off the metrics type of hurricane season. And you guys probably remember a couple of times me coming in the newsroom. I think we're going to see 2 or 3 big ones in the Gulf of Mexico this year. But so far, the season is over-delivered. Of course, a lot of 2020 involved with that as well. But here we go. And this is it. This is the bewitching hour where the outer eyewall is starting to make landfall in Cameron Parish. And we're seeing some very intense tropical circulations and tropical squalls that are working their way into Cameron Parish, also into Vermilion Parish with stronger winds off to the north. But what we've been watching, what's been going on down by the not only Pecan Island area, but Grand Chenier. In fact, I have another camera here at Pecan Island at the grocery store at Pecan Island. If we can go to that, we can show you, if we can, the camera on the Doppler computer here. We'll be able to show you that, and hopefully we can. But maybe not. We'll just have to wait. There we go. You forgot it. We got it. There we go. And the rain, they got it. They got it right now, but nobody's coming to get it. And that's because it's awfully rough. And you can see we're facing off to the east here because the rain is coming right at us. And this is how I like to work a hurricane versus Scott Brasley. He wants to go out in the storm. I'd rather work here in the dry studio and stand in front of what looks to be a wet screen, but we are high and dry here. So we'll watch these cameras throughout the afternoon, but let's get back to the Doppler radar. Again, we'll show you what's going, rather Max 1, and we'll show you the Doppler here. That's why I'm confusing the director. Let's go to the Doppler radar. Well, this is the Doppler radar. And we have an old Doppler computer that we call it that. That's where we have our cameras up and running. But look at this coming through the North Island area. Some very intense gusts here. This is probably 80 to 90 mile an hour winds with this cell. And again, it's very intense. Let me just back it up to show you the big picture on Acadiana. Bradley, you want to give us an update? We have some flood warnings going right now. Bradley, what you got?
Yes, let me pull that up here, Rob.
Okay.
On the Max 2, I think we're set to go. Yes. Okay, pull up the warnings real quick. We do have 2 current warnings that are in effect. These are flash flood.
Let's go to Max 2.
Warnings. Yes, we can get to Max 2. That would be great here. And I'm just going to pull these up real quick, move them over accordingly. And you can see, here we go, flash flood warnings. Both of these are in effect until 7 p.m. this evening, including the parishes of Acadia, Iberia, Lafayette, parts of St. Martin, and Vermilion parishes as well. That does include the city of Lafayette and Creole as well. And then further again into southwestern Louisiana, another flash flood warning includes Lake Charles as well. So just something to keep in mind as these tropical showers continue. And we've been talking the last couple of days that the flooding rain was going to be the least of our concerns as far as the other impacts from this storm. But again, you pick up 4 to 8 inches of rainfall in a very short period of time. Obviously, that's going to lead to some localized flash flooding, and then again into portions of southwestern Louisiana where we're really seeing those heavy-duty tropical showers moving in and kind of training over the same areas. That's where you're going to see the rainfall accumulating to 8 inches or even up to a foot. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully you did evacuate the low-lying areas, especially if you are prone to flooding. Obviously this is now not the time to be on the roadways or anything like that, as we'll see water again creeping up on some of those areas as well. But again, flash flood warning in effect until 7 p.m. tonight for the following parishes here we see on the map. That does include, as of now, the city of Lafayette. You got Creole into that as well, southern Acadia Parish, and then, of course, portions of southwestern Louisiana. Of course, Rob, I know we'll be getting the latest updated information on Hurricane Delta here very shortly, including an updated track forecast.
Yeah, and on this map you can also see all the proactive river flood warnings for the water that's going to be coming up because of the rainfall. And again, we'll be watching the Mermentau, Bayou Nepake, all the rivers back to the west, the Calcasieu as well as we go with time. So let's flip it back over to Max 1 and bring you up to date on the radar. And we have some pretty strong rain bands moving through much of Acadiana now, and the winds are gusting 30, 35, 40. I haven't heard many gusts here at the station more than that, but they are more intense as you get over toward Jennings and you get even into the northern parishes of Acadiana from Evangeline Parish on through Allen Parish. But this right here, coming down along the coast, this is the bad stuff right here. It's edging onto Cameron Parish coastline between the Creole area, Grand Chenier. Bradley, why don't we call up that Grand Chenier camera again, and we'll take a look at that coming up in just a bit while Bradley's pulling that up. We know we're going to see some pretty good rains and some strong winds going on there. Just give me a thumbs up when that's ready. And then we kind of move over back. This is all along Highway 82 here, and Forked Island winds are about to come back. So let's go to the old Doppler computer and show you Grand Chenier on the video if we can. And this is what it's looking like. And of course it's getting dark, and maybe because of the rainfall we're kind of losing the signal here as well. But this is a live shot, or just recently live, but you can see it's darker on this shot. We're also getting later in the afternoon, but we're at 3:45, so we are still seeing some pretty intense weather going on. And ooh, what's this one looking like? Let's go to Sippermore Point.
Yeah, that's what I was going to be looking to pull
Let's go to
here.
Sippermore Point here.
There we go.
And it is looking awfully, well, this looks like it stopped as well, but you got a squall that's coming on through here. Oh, here we go. This is the updated shot. We have some raindrops, but again, you can see the water's coming up a little bit more so in the marsh area behind Don Moe's place down at Sippermore Point. So again, thank you, Don, for everything you do. We can't thank you enough. I know you want a KATC hat. I'm working on that. I'm working on that. You know, it got to go up the corporate ladder for that one, but we're gonna hook you up with that at the very least, and we've already had private conversations about that. So let's get back to the radar and show you again where those most intense squalls are that are moving through Vermilion Parish right now, and they are starting to make some headway. Forked Island, Intracoastal City, your weather is about to go downhill with that intense squall that's pushing on through. Let's see, we got 3:45. Over under, do we have the 4 o'clock bulletin in? And the survey says not yet, not yet. Okay, but I think we're going to be down to about 100 or 95, and that's going to come in the next 10 or 15 minutes. So we'll have an update on that maybe while I go through my briefing. Did I just hear something coming in?
Not quite.
I'm hearing something. We'll take a look at the printer. That could be something else. But that's the current forecast track. I think we're going to go down a little bit, down to very close to a strong Cat 1. Storm surge, I'm just kind of reading off some of the stuff that's come in on the wire. And yes, I like things printing out. I like a hard copy. Just to give you an idea, storm surge reported at Freshwater Cities at 4 feet. I checked that earlier. It's on the rise. We'll check that for the next weathercast. Flash flood warning. Reports of street flooding in the Lake Arthur area. That came in at 1:46 this afternoon. We have a couple of updates, including those warnings. Flash flood in 4 miles west of Hayes and Calcasieu Parish. Water level gauges indicating there is flash flooding going on there. Storm surge measured at 4.5 feet at 3:12 p.m. 3 miles southwest of Cameron. That is not good because it's only going to be twice that. Got a storm surge now at Freshwater City. This came in at 3:20, so about 20 minutes ago, at water level up to 5.3 feet. And again, we have these flash flood warnings until 7 o'clock that Bradley just went through. Okay, yeah, the mesoscale precipitation discussion came out. Areas affected eastern Texas to southwestern and northeastern Louisiana. Heavy rainfall, flash flooding likely. They're talking about 2 to 3 inches of rain per hour, 1 to 2 hour just to the west. Rainfall region of 4 to 6 fell over the past 24 hours. That's where we've had that heavy rain. And farther east, Baton Rouge, 5 to 10 inches of rain reported this morning. Less of a threat there, but again, we read everything that comes comes in not only from the National Weather Service, but also it comes in from the Weather Prediction Center, the National Hurricane Center, that sort of thing. And I'm hearing more printing going on, and I'm just hoping against hope that we're going to get an update on our coordinates. It should be coming in shortly. But we're going to go, oh, there's another flash flood warning. That's probably a reader, I'm going to guess, Bradley, it's for the coastal area, so we'll get Bradley to pull that up and show us where that flash flood warning is. Again, Cat 2, but weakening. That is the good news, and we'll see this continue to weaken. As Bradley showed you earlier, those water temperatures by the coast making an impact, the upper level wind shear making an impact, but that's not going to candy coat that we're going to have a rough hurricane moving on through. And here's the high resolution rapid refresh picking up on that squall that's pushing on through. And that's going to reach Lafayette probably in the 5 time frame. I would say right around 4:30 or so. And look at the intense rainfall. This one's still weighted on the northern and northwestern side. Yeah, we're going to have some tropical rain bands, and the areas where the pressure lines are packed close together, this is where you're going to have strongest sustained winds with or without the tropical squalls. But then you add a tropical squall to these strong winds, especially by Lake Charles. That's where you're going to see the highest winds as this continues to work its way northward through the evening and overnight hours. So let's take a look at that wind forecast. This is updated in the last hour or so. And again, you can see those gusts already on the coast reaching 70 to 80 with that squall that we see moving on in. Areas of white could see gusts to 100 miles an hour. Now, this is not a tropical specific model, but as long as it keeps on giving us consistent data, and we think it is, the graph model going too hot on the gusts, but this one showing plenty of 50, 60, 70 mile an hour gusts. That means there's going to be a few gusts that get up to 80 as well. And Bradley, we got a new what you got?
Just the new flash flood warning that's in effect. They have extended that on Max 2 here, if we can just pull it up real quick. They have extended it into northern parishes here, into northern Jeff Davis Parish, into southern Allen Parish, and also extreme southern St. Landry Parish as well. No surprise here, and again, that flash flood warning actually goes into effect until 8:45 p.m. But if we pull up the sweeps here real quick, you can see why, as this is some heavy, again, tropical showers starting to move into northern portions of Acadiana, and this is where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall at this time, again, moving through Jeff Davis Parish, making its way into Allen Parish as well, and then right around Crowley as well here in Acadia Parish, and then here at the station also in Lafayette, we are hearing the rain coming down
outside right now.
Pretty good as well as those wind gusts. So no surprise there. The flash flood warning just extended a little bit further to the north, and that goes until 8:45 p.m. this evening. And of course, we are still awaiting the new track forecast here coming out very shortly.
Okay, yeah, let's bring it back over to Max 1, and we'll show you those wind forecast gusts as we get closer to 6 o'clock. Again, we are talking about, and it's been consistent. You know, going back to yesterday, we said late afternoon, early evening, that's when it's going to be prime time for this storm. So got to give hats off to all the computer modelers, everybody that works at the Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center. Again, moving inshore, and we're going to start to see the gusts picking up and peaking up to 70, and there's going to be some 80 showing up, especially across the coastal parishes along and south of I-10. Now, for every 5 miles a storm moves, for every 10 miles a storm moves inland, it usually decreases 5% in intensity. So as we move this forward, and notice 80s, gusts to 80s, Lake Charles and Hackberry, as we move forward, these areas should begin to shrink down, but it is awfully concerning that this model, which is a relatively conservative model, is going for an 88 mile an hour gust in around the Lake Charles area, somewhere between 7 or 8 o'clock this evening. And I'm getting an audible here from Bradley that we do have the latest update, and still Hurricane Center maintaining this as a Category 2 storm. That is a bit surprising, but don't want to underplay. And you see how the convection has kind of been still bursting out on the northern part of this storm, so it's a lopsided hurricane. The main action is on the northern quadrant and the northwestern quadrant with this storm. So you can see those enhanced cloud tops as you get down into Cameron and the coastal parishes up through Calcasieu and Jeff Davis Parish. So here's the latest Cat 2, 105 mile per hour winds. Pressure, what was it last update? I want to say it was 966, correct? Yeah, so the pressure hasn't dropped off on this. So this is coming in as a strong Category 2 hurricane, and there is nothing to sneeze at with a strong Cat 2. It's only going to get worse in the hours as we move ahead, and we're going to see plenty of wind damage and power outages. And again, with the high-resolution rapid refresh model, we think it's doing an excellent job modeling where the heavy rains are, where the strongest winds are going to be in this core right here, this roughly 60-mile donut that you see the pressure lines closer together between Lafayette and Lake Charles. So that's going to be moving on through the evening hours. So we're going to have those high winds picking up right around 6 o'clock, give or take an hour, and then they're going to last till about 10 o'clock. I'm just talking about Lafayette and the western portions of Acadiana. Farther east, it's just going to be a wet, raw, windy day. And again, that will continue to move off to the north. So let's pick up those gusts once again. So we were showing you where we had the gusts starting to get into the 80-mile-per-hour range, anywhere from Lake Charles on the northern and western side with that strong squall. And then on the quote-unquote dirty side, which is a little bit cleaner, but we do have that squall that's going to be pushing on through. So we are going to see 70, 80-mile-an-hour gusts across a good part of Acadiana. Less so as you get farther south and east, but we still have 50s and 60s going all the way down to St. Mary Parish, but you can see western Iberia, upper St. Martin, getting into St. Landry Parish. You can see those gusts really in the 70-plus mile-an-hour range. And again, anything in the magenta color is basically where you're going to see those hurricane-force gusts. And notice, still have those gusts in the 80-mile-per-hour range in southwest Louisiana, at least through 9 or 10 o'clock tonight. And then things still gusty up toward Opelousas, Washington, 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Northern portions of Acadiana, that's when you're going to be getting hit. Lafayette, still seeing some pretty healthy gusts, but then those gusts begin to decrease as we get past midnight and 1 a.m. So we'll be watching this model very closely and getting back to the rainfall. We'll get to that in just a bit, but these power outages on the way as we get deeper into the afternoon and evening hours. We'll get an update on this graph model coming up between 5 and 6 o'clock, so we'll have a new model to show you there as well coming up in our next portion of our weathercast. But rainfall, additional rainfall from what we're seeing right now. This is just from here on out through tomorrow morning at 6:45, and look at this rainfall and the areas that we have flood warnings going right now. You can easily bet on at least 2 to 4, maybe even up to 4 to 8, and you can see that hot spot, that stripe of some pink showing up here. That's 10 inches of rain, so there is going to be more flash flooding as we move forward. And look at the rain totals as you go farther to the east. You can probably double or triple these numbers, so an inch or two perhaps, but most of us seeing the worst of it across the western portions of Acadiana, and the latest RPM model showing much the same. An additional, this is not storm total, but additional 3 inches in Lafayette. But you're going to see an area just north and west of Lafayette and western portions of Acadiana that's going to have some very heavy rainfall in the RPM model a little bit farther to the east than that high-resolution rapid refresh, which updates once an hour, this RPM model once every 3 hours. And the big storm surge along the coast, that is well documented. It looks to be highest water, Cameron and Vermilion Parishes, areas that got slammed with Hurricane Laura. So that's what I have here for right now. We're going to keep an eye on that radar and give you updates and cut in whenever needed. Back to you guys.
All right, Rob, thanks. And we will be checking in with Rob and Bradley in the weather lab as we continue to track Hurricane Delta. And we have our crews everywhere across Acadiana as the conditions, as long as they're safe, Marcel, we're going to continue to check in with those crews.
Absolutely. And let's talk about some big bullet points here. We just heard Rob mention at the 4 o'clock update that Delta is still coming in as a Category 2 storm, moving north-northeast at 14 miles an hour, and landfall still projected in just a few hours in Cameron Parish. So those are the big updates right there. Our crews, as Jim mentioned, are everywhere, Morgan City to Lake Charles and everywhere in between. Reporters are hunkered down. They are staying safe. We do have a safe zone for them to be out, and then when we will pull them back in when it's time to go inside. As we've been telling you to stay safe, we have to make sure they are safe as well. But they are all over Acadiana on standby, waiting to bring you what they see.
And here we are, almost 4 o'clock, as Hurricane Delta gets closer to Acadiana, to the Louisiana coast. We are going to start to check in with some of those crews throughout the night. And again, we have Rob and we have Bradley Benoit standing by in the weather lab with the latest on the track. They're going to kind of take a break here and there to kind of reassess and take a look at the situation. So we will be checking in with them very shortly. But I believe up next we have Jordan Lippincott. She's joining us live in Acadia Parish with a look at at the conditions there. I guess we're having some issues getting in touch with Jordan, but perhaps in the meantime, everybody, let's pull up the Louisiana power outage map if we can. That's coming up. It's a pretty good resource. It's called poweroutage.us, and it's a good look at the power outages across the state. And there you see in blue. So those yellow areas are the ones that you really want to look at. That's where the power outages are being reported at this point right now. State outages, just more than 19,000 state outages are being reported out of about 2.1 million customers that are being tracked. This is not a complete picture. There are a number of power companies that aren't being reported in this particular product, but again, we are starting to see some of the power outages being reported there in yellow. If I'm just hovering over, St. Landry Parish and Acadiana looks to be affected, Iberia Parish as well. We're going to check in now with our crews. I believe we have Levi Ismail reporting live for us near Avery Island tonight. Let's head out to him as he starts our team coverage. Levi.
You know, I don't know if you can hear that howling from the wind. It's picking up quite a bit. And so from what we've seen is that the wind has been pretty consistent, the wind and the rain. Every once in a while, you'll get a strong gust of wind, and what comes with it is all of that rain. You can see right behind me here, that boat has been swaying back and forth. It's tied down, but from what we can see is that we don't know just how long it can actually stay put. I'm standing right now on what's supposed to be a boat dock, but as you can see, it's completely covered in water. Now, the people who told us to come here, they said this is supposed to be what we can expect. The water itself is supposed to go over this road, and so you can see the bridge is already starting to get some water on top of it. And from what I've been told, that little guard enclosure, that will actually get flooded as well. So you can imagine this water will rise that high in just about the next hour. And so we're being told, you know what, we can sit around here just for a little bit, but soon we're going to have to take off. You can see another just strong gust of wind, and with it comes some of that rain. Of course, we'll keep you updated into this area. Once this completely floods over, we're told the only way you can get in is with a boat. And so you need to be mindful of that for the folks who've already gone in. We've seen quite a few in there right now, and I can imagine that some of them are being asked to leave. For now, reporting, Levi Ismail, back to you.
All right, Levi, thank you. And while we're on the topic of Iberia Parish, let's bring in Parish President Larry Richard. He joins us on the phone. Sir, if you can tell us about the latest conditions right there, right now, what are you seeing out there?
Well, things are starting to pick up a little bit in Iberia Parish. In fact, I just got hit from, I guess about an hour ago, I got hit from riding as much as I could in Iberia Parish. I was in Delcom. And I was there probably, I don't know, 3 hours before, and we probably had about a good 2.5 feet or so before the water, before it would crest, maybe 2 feet before it would actually get to where the water would start to come onto the street near the boat dock. Well, when I went back, we may have had 8 inches or whatever the case is. Things are definitely starting to pick up. The wind is starting to blow a lot more. But again, we're prepared for that. The thing that concerns me most here in Iberia Parish, of course, is the storm surge that we're looking to get here. We're prepared as much as we possibly can be prepared. We have met. Our last meeting was at 1 o'clock, but we've been meeting with the sheriff, Homeland Security. We got the Department of Health and Hospital. We got our whole team. I guess you know that we have what we call a H-120 hour preparedness program that we deal with for the last 5 years or so. And that, what that means is 120 hours before a hurricane is going to make landfall, we have certain things that we do. And we constantly, you know, as we do these things, we find gaps and we try to fix them and tweak them, whatever the case is.
I understand that. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say I understand that there's a phone bank actually set up. Is that something that is typical, or is that something you've kind of learned along the way that, hey, this is a helpful resource for people?
That's exactly correct. We learn along the way that it's a helpful resource for people. We actually learned that last year. So we started it last year, and we did it for Laura, and of course we're doing it right here for Hurricane Delta. We had, you know, school. We had the school buses. We have the charter buses. We have everything squared away to try to evacuate people. Currently, we have a mandatory evacuation south of Highway 90, you know, down Highway 14 to Delcom, all the way down Highway toward St. Mary Parish. That whole grid
is a mandatory evacuation. We have a voluntary evacuation throughout all of Iberia Parish, but that particular area where we know is a low-lying area, prone to flooding, we're trying to get the people to get out.
Sure.
I tell you what, riding around Delcom and Lydia and Ranella and Patouville, back close into the General area, a lot of these people are already evacuated. In fact, when we were doing the evacuation yesterday, we did not have a lot of people, coming to get on the bus to go to the mega shelter.
People were heeding the advice, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Well,
which
that's
is
good.
An awesome deal, So the same thing happened for Hurricane Laura. So I think that the people of Iberia Parish understand, when we're giving them information, we're giving them the best information we can get. We're giving them information that comes from you, from the National Weather Service, and we make decisions here based on what's best for Iberia Parish. We have in our incident command group team that we have all of the mayors, we have the fire chief, the sheriff, like I said, we have this whole team, including legal, and we sit down and try to make the best decisions for the constituents of Iberia Parish and Iberia Parish as a whole.
All right.
So something that we've been dealing with for a while. I feel very confident that what's going to happen. The problem is, as you know, you never know what's going to happen. But we have to prepare for that. We have to prepare for the unexpected. We're just going to go with the information that we get, and we try to make the best decisions collectively between all of us. That's going to try to, protect the people of this parish, and that's what we've been doing.
Very good. All right, Parish President Larry Richard there in Iberia Parish, and we're seeing that number 492-5451. If anybody out there has any questions, give them a call.
Yes. And one other thing is that we have a curfew that's starting in a little bit at 6 o'clock. We're going to have a curfew going from 6 till 6 in the morning. And tentatively, we're going to have a curfew tomorrow from 10 p.m. to 6 in the morning on Sunday. So everything is on our website, Iberia Parish Government website, Iberia Parish Government Facebook. And just if anyone need anything, call that number you just called out.
All right, 492-5451. All right, Parish President Larry Richard there in Iberia Parish. Sir, thank you so much for your time. Good luck today.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
All right, now let's head to Vermilion Parish. Already seeing high winds and heavy rains from Hurricane Delta, and that's where we find Travis Guillory standing by with the latest conditions here after 4 o'clock tonight. Travis.
That's right, yeah. If I see anybody on the road right here, they really need to get home, because we are now under curfew here in Abbeville until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Iberia Parish President Larry Richard mentioning low-lying areas, Lydia, all of that area that I'm from, honestly. Also, low-lying areas here in Vermilion Parish, south of Highway 14, which is where I am right now. We know all of these folks flood constantly. That's why a lot of their homes are already raised. And some things that we're also paying attention to here, these trees that are behind me, I'm watching these trees closely. I don't know why this truck's on the road. There's a curfew. Got to get home, buddy. But I'm really watching this sign right here. I don't know if Ethan Broussard from Key Real Estate is watching right now. I'm sorry, man. Your sign is about to be floating down the Vermilion River because those wind gusts are really kicking right now. We almost got knocked over a couple of times. Me and my photographer, Kyle, watching this sign right here. I don't think Ethan Broussard is going to be there for too much longer. So that sign maybe should have been bolted down a little bit better. But I mean, it's just things like that. Folks trying to make last minute things. Curfew. I hope you're heading home. Really just trying to get things done as much as they can. Abbeville police kind of out and about, getting the area really secure here. They're circling right here. There's a car wash that we're kind of hunkering down at right now. But that wind really coming down. That wind really pushing. Those wind gusts really kicking up. Like I said, me and my photographer Kyle almost got knocked down a couple of times. The water, of course, Vermilion River, not too far from where we are, slowly coming up. I believe Scott Brazda is along the Vermilion River, a little further north in Lafayette. But I mean, with that water rising, with these winds, I mean, we're really going to see a real hurricane. For Hurricane Laura, folks, didn't really think it'd be bad, and it really wasn't bad for this area. But I think seeing what happened in Lake Charles really kicked people into gear, and they kind of woke up and said, "Oh wow, if another hurricane comes through here, it could potentially be pretty bad and look more like a hurricane." And that's what we're seeing. I mean, we have kind of the perfect formula, the perfect storm here, for lack of better terms, not to be too tongue-in-cheek, but for what a real hurricane's supposed to look like. We could see these down power lines, we could see down trees, all of that coming in the next couple hours. So if there are evacuations. I mean, it's kind of late now, but hopefully people heeded those warnings. Curfews, like right here in Abbeville, started at 4 p.m. a couple minutes ago, all the way to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. These folks right here, those are some power crews that are probably going to be helping out with some down power lines, but hopefully people heeded these warnings. If there is a curfew where you are, by all means, take cover when they say to take cover. Be home. That's the safest spot. And, of course, keep it right here in KTC, as we're also working for you to give you the latest information, give you the latest from officials, and working to keep you safe. I'm in Vermilion Parish. I'm Travis Guillory, and I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
Thank you, Travis. You know, so many people, Laura, just not that long ago, and Travis is right, heeding the warnings from Laura this time around, helping people to make a decision. However, some folks in Southwest Louisiana, the hardest hit area from Hurricane Laura, still making the decision with Hurricane Delta to ride out the storm at home.
And while one couple stayed behind, they made one final difficult decision before landfall. Chris Welty continues our team coverage.
Hey, Jim, Marcel, right now we're in Sulfur. We're at our hotel. We're staying at the Comfort Suites right off of I-10 at exit 23. And here, within the last 5-10 minutes, the wind and rain is really starting to whip a little bit harder. We heard that wind howling, and before the weather started to deteriorate here in this area, we did hit the road about 10 minutes up the road. We went to the Gilmore Acres neighborhood, and we checked in with a family that we've been following since Hurricane Laura, who's deciding to ride out Hurricane Delta.
Just pray that it's not as bad as Laura.
Lauren and Jonathan DePriest are riding out Hurricane Delta. On Wednesday, they evacuated their kids to stay with family in Shreveport.
Now I'm thinking I should have gone with them, but here I am. We're going to ride it out, and as long as we have power, then the kids will get to come home after all this is said and done.
The couple was fortunate following Hurricane Laura. 6 big trees came down, all missed their home. Some of their neighbors not so lucky. Tarps covering their roof, other homes are a total loss. Nearly 6 weeks after Hurricane Laura, piles of debris remain through many neighborhoods here in Southwest Louisiana. Residents we talked to say they're concerned these piles will become projectiles during Hurricane Delta.
Worried about flying tin or flying sticks that haven't been picked up yet.
The couple is also concerned about debris blocking storm drains. Their neighborhood is working together to hopefully prevent flooding.
The neighborhood did a big sweep yesterday and made sure we cleaned all the ones that were there. And each person that's in each corner of the neighborhood is checking the drains they have in their area.
A lot of people are staying despite the mandatory evacuation orders in Calcasieu Parish. The DePriest say their neighbors are all ready to pitch in when the storm passes.
It's really good to see, and it's nice to have neighbors that we have that are here for us, and we're able to be there for them as well.
And though Delta is another blow to this region's recovery, there is a glimmer of hope where the neighborhood came together to paint this mural on a home decimated by Laura. And that home where you saw that mural painted, that's the home of Robin Baudouin. We've been following her as well. You may remember during Hurricane Laura, her son actually surprised her. He flew in immediately following the storm from Wisconsin to help his mom and sister with that recovery efforts. Now, although Miss Baudouin's home is a total loss, it's more than likely going to be demolished. I was told that she is here in Sulfur with family and friends right now. She is also riding out Hurricane Delta here. And before we left, the DePriest home, who you met in my story, they were watching the trees, the surrounding trees around their home. They do have a few more that are really tall, and you can see that following Hurricane Laura, there's a lot of dead growth on there. There's a lot of brown limbs left, and they're afraid that those trees might snap and fall during Hurricane Delta. So they're going to be watching this very, very closely and praying that everything will remain okay at their home, just like so many other people here in Southwest Louisiana. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KTC TV3.
Well, you might remember Chris Welty was our eyes and ears in Lake Charles during Hurricane Laura, back here in Southwest Louisiana for Hurricane Delta, getting very familiar with that area of the state. He's been spending a lot of time there over the past 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, shout out to him and photojournalist Blake Blanchard doing a great job out there. They've sort of been our team for this hurricane season that's really been unlike any other, but they're doing a great job out there and staying safe, of course, as well. Let's get another check of the conditions outside right now in Lafayette. Here we are about 4:15 in the afternoon as we await Hurricane Delta. Scott Brazda joins us live with a look at the conditions in Lafayette. Hey, Scott.
Jim, the conditions aren't a whole lot of fun. The sideways rain Yeah, we've had it north-south, we've had it east-west. You know, we're here in the parking lot at the DoubleTree, and as we've alluded to a couple times, and now we're going to show you, the utility crews, the repair folks are here. They've been out here actually for a couple days. We did a round of the parking lot. I counted about 35 different vehicles saying disaster response. So we've got the trucks, we've got the lift buckets. They're ready to roll. I talked to a gentleman from Entergy just a couple days ago over here at DoubleTree when we were doing a story on hotel evacuations. He said, you know, we're glad to be here because it's, you know, it's part of a service. It's what we have to do. It's all about our customers and keeping them going. Now, as Josh Guillory said during our 1 o'clock briefing over at LCG, we do have crews coming in or already here from Tallahassee, Florida, another batch of guys in from North Carolina. They're all part of a group that when there's a disaster, excuse me, when there's a disaster, say in Tallahassee, Lafayette will send people over there. So it's all about the team and helping everybody out. So we've got the rain, we've got the wind. These crews won't go back out there until things calm down a little bit. In the meantime, though, they're ready to go. Guys, oh, by the way, my friend Johnny Carrier from Opelousas appreciated the fact that I was out here. My friend Gerald Brewster said, Scott, comb your hair. You know, it's kind of wet out here, guys. Back to you.
Don't worry, I snapped a picture of your hair a little earlier, Scott, so I'll be sending that over to you just a bit. You know, those trucks, a good sign for everyone here in Southwest Louisiana as we are anticipating what Delta will bring in. We know that our crews do the same for other parts of the country as well, a give and take when you're doing emergency response. So thank you in advance to those people who left their families to come here and help us out. As Delta continues to move inland, we've been talking about it, power outages. We're starting to see them in South Louisiana. This is a look at poweroutage.us. Right now, there are outages in Calcasieu, Beauregard, Allen, Jeff Davis, and St. Mary parishes. Those are the hardest hit areas with power outages right now. Now, we know that will change as the hours continue to roll by. About 13% of Beauregard Parish without power. The others reporting about 7% of residents without power. We've seen Rob's graphics that he's built about power outages, so we know we're seeing those little nuggets of yellow right now, but know that will be changing in the next few hours as we continue through Hurricane Delta. Power outages can cause lots of problems, but there are ways to protect yourself and minimize the impact. Disaster responders say keep your refrigerator and freezers closed and have a backup plan to keep any refrigerated medications cold. We know that that is something we have to consider when preparing those emergency kits. What are you going to do with your medicines? If you decide to cool food in an ice chest, before you start to cook that food, check the temperature with a thermometer. The last thing you need is someone in the house getting sick from spoiled food. And don't forget your appliances. Unplug all electronics to avoid any damage in case you should get any power surges that come in once the power goes off and then comes back on throughout this storm. Now, throughout our full hurricane coverage, you can listen to KATC on the radio. We're simulcasting. We're all over the place. We're simulcasting radio right now at 960 AM. That's the AM station that we're broadcasting on. And also 1051 FM. That's where we are, 1051 FM. You can find us there as well. Thanks to our partners at Town Square Media in Lafayette for helping us out and making sure that you can not only see us over the air, also hear us on the radio should the time come. We should also let you know that we are streaming at KATC.com. You can find us on our social media pages as usual. KATC is doing our best to be everywhere for you, whether you have power or not. We advise you to go ahead. We know we said unplug the non-essentials, but if you do need to do some charging, go ahead and do that now. Again, 960 AM and 105.1 FM is where you can find us over on the radio. If we could bring up a split shot between Jim and I just so we could kind of talk for a bit. We're waiting on an update from Rob, who's getting some new information. Here we are again. You know, so many people kind of took a deep breath after Laura, and as we approach the month of October, thinking, okay, it's behind us, but yet here we are again in South Louisiana with a major storm knocking at our door at 4:17 on October 9th. In 2020.
Yeah, hard to believe. I think there was a sigh of relief once October came around, but what we hear in the weather world all the time is no. Hurricane season continues. Definitely have several more weeks to go before we're in the clear here. But yeah, talking about Hurricane Laura and just the impacts that have been seen there, and we saw in Chris's story just all that debris that is probably projectiles
Yeah.
right now. Just a really scary situation. The mayor in Lake Charles saying Calcasieu Parish is nowhere to be this weekend. It's just going to be a very dangerous place. The conditions out there are getting more dangerous. We're going to bring in Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo now with a look at the latest conditions. And Rob, you've been watching this squall line move through. Where is it now? How are things out there?
Okay, yeah, it is moving onshore across portions of Cameron Parish, western Vermilion Parish. Heavier rain bands also moving northward as well. So this is where we're seeing the damaging winds. As we get in a little bit closer, we can see some very heavy squalls on the I-10 corridor and then down along the coastal parish as well. And want to kind of zoom in here and get into the Lake Arthur area where you can see it's not raining too hard. But if we go over to the old Doppler computer, I want to show you a camera. And again, this is right from the Lake Arthur area. And this is Mark Suddeth that is driving. This is the gentleman that has put up the cameras from hurricanetrack.com. And Mark is actually joining us right now. We're going to talk to him on the phone here. We see where you're heading. Where are you heading, Mark?
Hey, good to talk with you, Rob. We're heading west on 14 to try to get out in the open and launch a weather balloon in the eye, what's left of the eye, of Hurricane Delta.
So, and what's the idea of launching the balloon in the eye of the hurricane?
Yeah, so this particular payload will have 2 GoPro cameras, so we'll be able to see what happens from the surface of the Earth all the way to the stratosphere if all goes as planned, 100,000 feet plus. So we'll get far above the hurricane as the sun sets. That could be spectacular video, and we will collect data. Every 5 seconds we will have weather data on a little computer inside the payload. We will be able to track it using amateur radio and satellite as well.
Oh, that sounds like a weather nerd dream right there. Now you got these you got these cameras. You know, we go back a long time. I know what you do, but for our audience sake, you got cameras all around Acadiana. What was the impetus for starting that and doing that? I know you're a big weather lover. How did this all come about?
I've always had an interest in weather, as you alluded to. Hurricanes, for whatever reason, is that's my forte. I grew up in North Carolina, and this project is crowdfunded. It's an amazing cooperation between people that have an interest in what we're doing, and it's all crowdfunded now. It's had an interesting evolution over the years. We work with different media outlets nationally. It's the Weather Channel, of course. I grew up with them as a kid. I mean, who didn't?
Right.
But we get to work with people like you. We get to go to the conferences like the National Tropical Weather Conference and share what we learned. Because, you know, Rob, video, as exciting as it is and important as it is to watch, it also becomes data later on. We analyze it, see what we captured, see what the impacts were, and try to extract the science from it.
And, you know, it is historical information as well. When you go back, I remember seeing some of the loops from Hurricane Michael and what you've had with Harvey. And I know you've danced around in this area in the past. You came down for Barry. You were down toward Morgan City, and I know you worked Laura as well. But thank you so much for allowing us to use your cameras. And I guess you're betting that the eye is going to go over Lake Arthur.
Somewhere near there, we got Greg Nordstrom here from Mississippi State University helping out, navigating the radar scope, trying to figure this out. It really hurts that Lake Charles radar is out because of Laura. So we feel like we're kind of limping into this, but we got a great team and a great bunch of people behind us. And hopefully we can make history here launching a payload of GoPro cameras and weather sensors into the eye of this. Stay tuned.
Okay, will do, Mark, and you stay safe on the roadways. I see we have your camera up here right now that you're driving in wet weather, but it's not too terribly bad. You're on Highway 14, I'm assuming, right now, correct?
That's right, Highway 14 West. I've done this for 25 years. That doesn't mean that I'm invincible. We try not to ever let hubris get the best of us to think that nothing's going to happen. But we take it easy. We know the risks. And, you know, at the end of the day, we're trying to contribute something to the science, but it is an exciting job. There's no doubt about it. But I appreciate it. We do try to stay as safe as possible. And so far, knock on wood, and all the hurricanes we've been in, we've never had a major incident.
Well, we'll hope that string continues. And thanks again, Mark Sudduth with HurricaneTrack.com. Mark, you take care, and we hope to see you at the next tropical conference in a post-COVID world, hopefully.
Yeah, let's get that out of the way first. Exactly, Rob. That's our sentiment from everybody.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. Thanks again, Mark Sudduth with HurricaneTrack.com. Let's get back to the radar. So we'll go ahead and hang this up and get back to the radar, kind of show you where Mark is. He's on Highway 14. Notice the weather wasn't too bad there, but as we open it on out, it's making landfall. Hurricane Center is saying, well, Hurricane Delta is about to make landfall in the next few hours, but my mark is if the outer eye, the northern eyewall is hitting the coast, it's making landfall. So here we go. We got landfall for the most part over the next few hours as the center of the storm moves on in. And notice this is a lopsided storm. You don't see a concentric circle of convection going around this, and this is what the models were predicting. This is just going to be a messy, disorganized Category 2. But the bottom line, it's a Category 2 storm. So this is going to be producing Category 2 winds. That means sustained winds 50, 60, 70 miles an hour, gusts 80 to 90, might see a few 100s gust. And this has been the most interesting feature this afternoon. We saw it on satellite imagery as well. It's almost like there's another vortex that is spinning off the main eye right here, and that's producing even more intense rain. Now, the rain bands that just moved through Lafayette, I heard a gust here probably in the 55-mile-an-hour range, so things are picking up. So we have gusts in the 50 range in Lafayette. You go 50 to 60, 60 perhaps up to 70 as you get into Jeff Davis Parish, and equally as much into Lake Charles and Calcasieu Parish. Then you get into this band. This is where we're likely seeing sustained winds getting up closer to 80 or 90. I know it's a 105-mile-an-hour storm, but rarely do you see those sustained winds for more than several minutes, but you do get peak gusts well close to that point, and that's probably what is happening right north and east of the Grand Chenier area, as right by North Island has been really getting hit. There's not a whole lot out here, and this is all marsh in here, but nonetheless, that's working its way northward to more populated areas with time. And again, we're seeing this, a couple of these tropical rain bands. These are going to be problematic as they push on through. So we see one that's gone through the Sippermore Point area, another one that's working its way in. And Bradley, call up that Sippermore Point camera. Maybe we could take a look at Mark's camera there, and we'll take a look at that coming up in just a little bit. But you can see as we come into Lafayette Parish, we see some of those heavier rain bands there pushing on through across the area. So let's get to the home button here. Let's do a little storm tracking as well, so we can see if we got anything that's showing up with respect to any kind of circulation. Again, these blue things, this is telling us, well, maybe hail, but this is not hail. This is just heavy driving rain that the algorithm on the Doppler thinks is hail. Got a little bit of a circulation showing up here north of the Melville area, so anywhere in Acadiana. And by the way, the further you get away from the storm in those tropical rain bands, the better chance you might have of a couple of tornado spin-ups. But as I mentioned earlier, again, most of the damage in these storms are done with the squalls, not so much with tornadoes. Isolated tornadoes may account for 1-2% of the damage, but it's the squalls. So let's go ahead and take a look at Sippermore Point. This is at Don Moe's camp. Now, if you watched this earlier, we saw lots of patches of grass. Now we're seeing less patches of grass and more water, so the water's coming up along the coast, and I'll check some of the coastal gauges coming up, but already 5.5 feet at Freshwater City, the freshwater outlet, roughly about an hour ago, so it's coming up, and now the water's starting to push into Vermilion Bay, and that's going to be a slow process as the eye moves in. Again, this is Don Moe's camp from his deck, and in the front, of course, we have the Don Moe surge meter that he has in the front that has been so famous. I saw there was a package with him on the Weather Channel the other day as well. So again, thanks, Don, for allowing your place. And again, Mark Sudduth for putting these cameras out there. They really help us out until it gets dark. And we'll see what kind of light we have to work with later on this evening. So let's kick it back to the Doppler radar as we look at the big picture. And again, the strongest storms that we're seeing right now are working their way inland across the coastal parishes where we're seeing the strongest winds across the region. Again, you can see as we put things in motion, the storm tracker picking up not a whole lot with respect to any tornado vortex signatures. A little bit earlier, we had a couple of that looked like they were showing more than just that, but nonetheless, very intense storms moving in. And here's the latest, in case you missed the 4 o'clock bulletin that came in at 4 o'clock this evening. Hurricane Delta, still a Category 2 storm, so this is going to make landfall pretty much, we're going to think, as a Cat 2, because the next update, although we'll get hourly position updates, I don't know if they're going to weaken it much from the 105-mile-per-hour wind. Still moving along. We want this to move along at a good clip. It'll limit some of the flooding, but not all of it, as we've been indicated. By 1 o'clock in the morning, this should be down to a tropical storm somewhere over by Alexandria. So this is running generally from the south to the north-northeast. We don't think it's going to change much of a direction there. We thought it might bend a little bit more, so that could spare the southeastern parishes of Acadiana from high winds. So that is good news for portions of Acadiana, bad news for western and central Louisiana that got rocked. Remember, Laura came in and did all the damage with the track coming in through the Cameron area up through Lake Charles, and essentially just to the west of where this track was. Hard to believe, 2 major hurricanes coming on through within a matter of just 6 weeks. So here's the latest high-resolution rapid refresh model, not showing us a whole lot different, with those tropical squalls and the highest winds picking up in the Lafayette area probably in the next 90 minutes to 2 hours, and then we're going to see strong winds. Even though we might not see many squalls, we'll have to look for squalls that could pop up in this part of the storm. So 8, 9 o'clock, we're not out of the woods. Again, the model showing all the heavier squalls and the heavy rainfall to the north, but again, some of these eastern areas, we might see some squalls pop up that can tap into those stronger winds aloft as this storm weakens at the surface, but it weakens a lot less aloft. And then by tomorrow morning, I think we're going to see sunshine returning to the area. So latest on the winds, we'll see if this is updated. If not, we'll just kind of push on through. We haven't seen much in an update. Oh yeah, this is the latest version, because I didn't see any 88s coming up in Lake Charles. But you can see these wind gusts in the 60, 70, 80 mile per hour range from time to time. As we get past 1 a.m., 2 a.m., things will begin to calm down. You see the northwest and then the west, and then eventually those winds turn a little bit more southwesterly as the storm moves away from us. And then by tomorrow morning, things are certainly calming down. So again, the power outage meter here showing that those power outages will be most likely over the next several hours, or at least power hits, and we'll see it on the western fringe of the storm as well. And again, that will, again, this storm track a little bit east of where the National Hurricane Center forecast track, so this model is going to be updating shortly, and maybe we'll be able to cull a little bit more data out of that. And again, the threat of heaviest rainfall, the high-resolution rapid refresh just updating. It had 2 inches for Lafayette, now less than that, but I would still double these numbers in a tropical system. They could certainly be higher. And then farther north and west, we see that stripe of 4 to 8 inches of rain. Maybe some hot spots here pushing 10, maybe up to 15. We hope that's not the case, but there is going to be some very intense rainfall, and a lot of this rain is going to fall in 3 or 4 hours. It's not so much the amount. You can get 10 inches in 24 hours and not flood, but if you get 10 inches in 3 hours, you're going to flood. So that is going to be an issue as well. Again, looking at the RPM model, as some of the heavier rains off to the east, we'll pull this model out for now and wait for it to update coming up in the next model sweep. But nonetheless, we have the idea of where the heaviest rainfall is going to be: Lafayette on north and westward. And again, the big surge along the coast, most pronounced Cameron, Vermilion Parish, but we'll be watching Vermilion Bay. Maybe the water doesn't come up 7 to 11. Maybe it's closer to 6 to 9. We'll keep our fingers crossed, because the lower, every foot you go down lower, the more structures are going to survive down in the Zippermore Point area. So the bottom line, that surge coming in, the water is going to stay for days, maybe weeks in some spots. Street flooding likely across the area. Remember, do not get on the roadways now and from here on out for the rest of the night until daylight tomorrow, when you can see where debris may be in the roadways and ditches might be, because you travel over high water. You don't know where the ditches are. You don't know where the edge of the road is. You could do some serious damage to your car and put your life at risk as well. And as we indicated, that flood risk greatest to the west. I made this graphic yesterday, and we're sticking with it because the models have been that good. Why change what's a good graphic right here? And roof damage, shingles coming off. You know, you get 70, 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts. Oh, I just heard about, that was about 60 right here at the station. That's my auditory anemometer right here, showing those gusts are going to do damage to your roof. Maybe not tear off your roof, but certainly do some damage. Metal buildings, awnings, porches, those could be damaged or destroyed or pulled out. And again, get out of a mobile home right now. If you're still sitting in watching our show on a mobile home, please go to a neighbor's home. Just ask to stay for a few hours because the winds are coming up right now. As predicted, we said it was going to come up between 4 and 6, and it's only going to get worse and worse over the next 90 minutes to 2 hours and stay that way for another 2 hours more before things begin to calm down. And Bradley, you got something over there?
Yeah, I know we just heard a big wind gust here at the station. And if we pull it over here to max 2 real quick, I just wanted to update everyone kind of what I'm finding here with the velocity data. As we're looking at the radar here, you can see these squalls that just now moving through Lafayette into portions of Acadia, Jeff Davis Parish here. This big squall moving through. I just saw some velocity values coming in 90, 95, close to 100 miles per hour. Now that's not at the surface, but again, you can take 20 to 30% off of that. So of course, like Rob said, more than likely seeing gusts in the 60 to 70 miles per hour range here with these squalls again moving through right now Lafayette into northern Lafayette Parish here, extending into southern St. Landry Parish. Units getting in on some of this as well. Crowley probably not too long ago as well. Then the rest of Acadia Parish, and then continuing into Jeff Davis and even Allen Parish as well. And then also seeing some pretty impressive wind gusts moving through with this squall into Vermilion Parish here, Abbeville at this time. And as we zoom out just a little bit, just want to take a look at the rest of Acadiana here. And again, it is looking much better if you are in southeastern Acadiana, so right around the Morgan City area, also the rest of St. Mary Parish here, and even portions of Iberia Parish still not getting in on some of the heaviest of the activity. That should be the case as we head through the rest of this evening and overnight tonight as the center of circulation continues to move onshore into Cameron Parish. And again, it's these squalls right here on the northern Eyewall where you're really seeing the heavy duty action here coming into Cameron and also extreme southern Vermilion Parish at this time. And we can quickly take a look at some of the rainfall totals, what we're dealing with right now. And again, this is radar estimate, so sometimes they tend to underestimate some of these rainfall totals. So all likelihood is that we are seeing rainfall totals a little bit higher than what the radar is picking up on. But if we go here into southwestern Louisiana here, as I can try to move the map here and zoom into some of these areas and bring up the radar estimates here into Cameron Parish, just north of Grand Chenier. Again, we're seeing radar estimate of close to 7 inches of rainfall, and then into Jeff Davis Parish, 6 inches of rainfall. So this is your right now verifying your 6 to 8 inches of rainfall, and as these tropical showers continue to move in, really those totals are only going to go up from there. So again, most of Acadiana, we are expecting 4 to 8 inches of rainfall. But again, in these pockets where we've already seen the 6, 7, 8 inches of rainfall as this northern eyewall continues to move onshore, that's where your over a foot of rainfall totals are going to be located. At this point, like we've been saying, it does appear that will stay off to the west of Lafayette and portions of central Acadiana. But nonetheless, center of circulation will be moving farther inland as we head through the rest of the evening and overnight tonight. So our northern parishes, again, the rest of St. Landry, Evangeline Parish, near Ville Platte, again, once the sun goes down, that's when the weather will be going downhill and will be worse for you all. But nonetheless, as we continue to examine the radar here, the eye of the storm continues to move onshore. Again, unfortunately, very, very close to the same area that we saw Hurricane Laura come onshore and make landfall only 6 short weeks ago. So really just an unfortunate situation here as Delta continues to make landfall as a Category 2 storm. So that is at least the good news. It's not coming in like Laura as a powerful Category 4 or a Category 3, but nonetheless still a very significant Category 2 storm and delivering a punch for most of us here in Acadiana. And again, just taking a look at some of these velocities here across the area just real quick. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on some of this as we look at some of the velocity data. Yep,
Just to
Lafayette
give us a
again.
verify.
Here we go. Yep, and that was
100
actually,
above, yeah.
Yep.
So that's 60, 65
Yep.
down at the surface.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's starting to verify here. And again, as we head to the rest of this evening, gusts and some of these squalls will be, 60 to even upwards to 100 miles per hour, especially along the coast as this Eyewall comes in. But nonetheless, still will be enough to knock out the power in certain areas and, provide a significant punch here as we head to the rest of this evening. Rob?
Right down here has got me pretty nervous. This is going to be doing some big damage. So if we're getting 60 here with this one down here is, you got 102, but you're further away from the Doppler as well. But I would guess this is going to be producing 80, 85 per what our models have been saying. By the way, Bradley, I just checked if we can go back to the graphics so I can kind of the max one. I just checked the water level here at for the freshwater canal locks. It's up to 9 feet above mean low water, about 8 feet above what we would normally expect given normal astronomical tides. So that 8 feet of water is going higher and is pushing into Vermilion Bay. So the water is going to be coming up shortly, and we're probably going to see that over at Sippermore Point coming up shortly. And again, we still have a Cat 2. It's not organized, and notice we're seeing this northeastern part of the Eyewall. We're seeing some very intense squalls coming out. When we see lightning, we know these are producing damaging winds. So this squall right here is going to be producing damaging winds more than likely as it comes in. It's riding right along the coast, and if we're going to forecast and do an upstream forecast on this, is likely going to get into Vermilion Bay, could impact Sippermore Point as well. And again, you can see some of the very intense cells that are moving through mainly marsh area in Vermilion and Cameron Parish right now, but they're going to be going up farther to the north. So Bradley's pointing to, let's take a look at the camera. I don't know what camera we got up.
More point here.
Okay, let's take a look at the Sippermore Point camera right here. And this is what it looks like. And look, we're seeing more and more water, less and less grass. So we'll be watching this as the afternoon wears on. Well, it's getting into late afternoon. As long as we have daylight, and I bet you the next time we look at this, we're going to see virtually no marsh grass and the water continuing to come up. If it's 8 feet at Freshwater City, it's going to be coming up that far here in Sippermore Point as well. So keep that in mind. You can see the winds gusting, but let's go back to the radar. You know, we don't see strong reflectivities at Sippermore Point, but that'll be changing in the next half hour or so, or maybe less. So we'll continue to watch that. But again, serious storm. It's not organized. It's a disorganized storm. Again, we can see some of those stronger rain bands. Let me just pull this out here by Pecan Island. But the one cell that I'm really concerned with is by Chenier Antigua, and then that is going to be heading into Vermilion Bay shortly. And again, here in Lafayette, right at KTC, we just heard the wind gust in the wake. Typically what you have in these squalls, you have your winds increasing here at the beginning of the squall, maximizing generally in the center of the squall, but then you kind of have an entrance region that goes into the backside of the squall where you see a gust as well, and then winds calm down and you get a bit of a break. And then the next squall moves in, and then you hear the winds pick back up, and that's what we're hearing here at the station. So with any luck at any time, I'm going to go after this weather hit, we'll poke our head out the door just to take a look. Remember, when you go up and look at the clouds, they are hauling at 105 or better. You know, those clouds at 2,000 or 3,000 feet, that's where you're having those strong, intense winds, or at least they're pushing 90 to 100. So those clouds are moving and hauling fast. So still a Category 2 storm as of the 4 p.m. update, although pressures come up a bit, winds have come down a bit, but still, as this gets inland, we do think it's going to weaken more rapidly, but not before doing plenty of damage between Lafayette, Lake Charles on southward, with the worst of the conditions working their way up through northern portions of Acadiana. Guys?
Rob, before we let you go, we got to have you meet one of your newest fans.
Okay. What's this?
We have some viewer-submitted photos. If you want to take a look, Amy Menard sent in this photo of her daughter, who happens to be a big fan of yours. Amy says her daughter had to check in with Rob once the wind started picking up. And who knows, Rob, future meteorology, what do you think?
Absolutely. Tell Amy to send our resume our way. We're always looking for young
hiring,
talent.
right?
That's it. Start them early.
Bradley
though.
just cringed over here like, no.
You're good, Bradley,
Like,
okay? You're already on the payroll.
Yeah,
No
so
worries.
thanks so much for that. We really appreciate the viewer feedback and questions as well, because that helps shape our coverage as we cover this storm, not only from what questions you may have, but what do you have to report? And send us a picture. Let us know what you're seeing. Are you seeing that roadway fill up with water? Are you seeing the coulee overflowing? That sort of thing. Trees going down. We're going to have that. But with that being said, I don't want you going out and playing Jim Cantori out there.
Right.
You have to do this from the safety of your home. So please share that with us. That helps shape our coverage and really helps us help you understand what's going on at the time.
Absolutely.
Sure does.
Thank
okay.
you, Rob.
Rob, Bradley, we'll check in with you guys coming up in just a bit. Meanwhile, we want to cover some of the news that's going on with this storm, and starting with the curfews. Several parishes across Acadiana have curfews in effect. In Acadia Parish, the curfew will last from dusk until dawn until further notice. Same goes for Calcasieu Parish. Parish leaders say if you have to be on the road for work between 7 p.m. and 6 a.m., you should keep your work ID with you. Here in Lafayette, we are under a curfew starting at 4. It started at 4 o'clock, so that curfew is now in effect and will last until tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And a similar curfew is in effect in St. Landry and St. Martin parishes, where people are being told to stay inside from noon today until tomorrow at 8 a.m. In Iberia Parish, the city of New Iberia issued a curfew that went into effect at 10 o'clock. It goes until 6 tomorrow morning. And checking in with Vermilion Parish, Maurice has a curfew that is in effect right now until 6 a.m. And to see a list of where you can find all these curfews, we have those posted at katc.com/curfews.
St. Mary Parish on the eastern fringe of the storm, but they're still seeing high winds and rains in that area as well before the worst of the storm hit there. What they're seeing at this hour. Many families, as we heard Abby mention earlier, some families took the opportunity to enjoy a day on the coast. Residents say they're praying for nothing more than a strong breeze and some heavy rain.
We've been through this before many times, so just out here observing and seeing what's going on, just kind of watching the weather. Looks like we're kind of getting lucky again over here. So
we know St. Mary Parish, one of those areas that's typically pretty hard hit. The gates in Morgan City were closed a couple days ago, trying to keep that area as safe as possible.
That's right. Now let's check in with our coverage in Lafayette. Scott Brazda joining us live with a look at the conditions tonight here at 4:45. Hey, Scott.
Well, Jim, I'll tell you, the gusts have picked up. Now, let me preface this by saying I love doing Spirit of Acadia. I love my job, but this is miserable. I mean, the gusts are getting really tough. We're on Bertrand Drive. I mean, my hair, well, that's my hat, okay, taking off in one direction. We're here in front of Oyes Flooring America. They did a great job of boarding up. They started yesterday, got ready to go. We've seen a number of businesses around town that, they had a plan. Albertson's up here on South College and Johnston. Super One on Ambassador, Caffrey, and Robley. These guys got their plan together, and they will more than likely weather the storm a whole lot better than those of us that maybe did it last minute. We talked about the Vermilion River, the river up to 7.5 feet or so now. It's expected to crest right around 12 feet sometimes in the morning. We talked to Don Baque. We're over there along the Vermilion River in River Ranch. Don comes walking by with his wife, and Don had some excellent thoughts about the river. It's a blessing, and sometimes, boy, it's a cause for concern.
My brother lives on Coulee Mean, and he's had problems with flooding in the past, and so that's what I really pray for, is that the storm surge isn't as significant and that this river doesn't become a problem. It remains a blessing.
Mr. Baque, we couldn't agree more. One other thought that makes this all worth it, you get texts from friends. My good friend Lou Miners. Lou took care of me for many, many years at the Sulfur Foundation. She texted me and told me she loved me. That makes it all worth it. So we are here on Bertrand Drive across from the medical center, right next to Oyes Flooring. Guys, back to you.
The Vermilion River for most of the morning, moving around Lafayette while it's still safe. Our crews have been moving throughout Acadiana. We go now to St. Martin Parish, where Brianna Aldridge is standing by live with more on conditions there. Brianna.
Hey Marcel, well the winds and the rain, it just seems pretty constant. It's just whipping us in the face. I think I had to chase down my hat there for a second because the wind was coming so fast, but we're still hanging out on some of the only gas stations here in St. Martin Parish that are still open, and the sheriff actually stopped by and said it's been pretty quiet thus far. Power's not an issue here, no power lines, but of course that's something that they are expecting and on standby for at this moment. And we actually talked to one of the owners at this current gas station that is the only one actually allowing people to come in and purchase anything right now.
Stay here and help our community, our local people of Henderson, whoever needs to get whatever. So we're trying to just fight the storm, stay till as long as we could, but we should be leaving in a few minutes. We've been fighting the storm so far, but I don't think any more longer. In a few minutes, we should be leaving.
And Marcel, I talked to a few other local gas stations in town, and they say that fuel is running low here in town. They do expect to open back up at 8 a.m. when that curfew is lifted in St. Martin Parish. Sending it back to you guys.
That's a similar message, Marcel, that we've been hearing from people who are really on the front lines when the storms come in, grocery store workers and convenience store workers who kind of have to do their preparations a bit earlier than everybody else because they've got to get ready for the storm as well.
Absolutely, they do. And we have learned through the pandemic and quarantine that those workers are vital to what happens when people are in need. So we appreciate everyone who's been out there helping the rest of us prepare so that we can ride out this storm and be as safe as possible and as ready and have all the supplies that we need.
Sure thing. And Delta is really salt and a fresh wound from Hurricane Laura for the second time in just 6 weeks. Acadiana and Louisiana tracking this storm, this Category 2 storm, as it gets closer to landfall.
So many people in southwest Louisiana at risk again, as we have seen the track of Delta right there where the track of Laura went just 6 weeks ago. Connor Powell is in Lake Charles with more.
The sights and sounds of Hurricane Delta, now all too familiar for those along the southwestern coast of Louisiana.
With what we have been through with Laura, looking at Hurricane Delta really is a scary proposition for Lake Charles.
Still close to 10,000 people in hotels and shelters, not even back home or to their home parish yet. This is just another blow.
Delta is expected to bring hurricane conditions and life-threatening storm surge to portions of the northern Gulf. While the storm is moving more quickly than Hurricane Laura did in August, 5 million people are still at risk of flash flooding.
It just seems like this storm is different. And I started saying that 3 or 4 days ago when I saw the track and thinking to myself, this could be a problem.
While evacuations and curfews were ordered in some areas of Louisiana, homeowners who stayed in places like Louisiana's Vermilion Parish now keeping a close eye on the water that surrounds them.
That's what I really pray for, is that the storm surge isn't as significant and that this river doesn't become a problem.
After passing northward through Louisiana, Hurricane Delta will move northeast up the eastern coast, bringing up to 6 inches of rain as far north as New Jersey. From Lake Charles, Louisiana, I'm Connor Powell reporting.
Alrighty, thank you, Connor, from Lake Charles. Again, an area that, like we heard Mayor Nick Hunter say, this is not a dream. We are really having to deal with this again when, so many people in that area thinking not again, but yet here they are. Let's head to Iberia Parish now. Our Lee Ismail is at the scene near some flooding that's starting to cover the boat docks there. Levi.
In just the past 2 hours here, the rain has picked up quite a bit. You can feel some of those gusts just hitting us every once in a while. It's pretty sporadic. We've been relatively dry for the past couple hours here, but as you can see, it just comes and goes. This right here was not here just 2 hours ago, and you can already tell the water is rising fast. This entire area we expect to be flooded, and especially that over there across the bridge, we expect to see that gate, all of that area flooded. The wind, as I just said, it keeps coming and going, and it pushes us in one direction or another, the same as what you're seeing over there by that boat over there. The entire dock is swaying back and forth. And so this is something that people have been telling us about that we need to be aware of and conscious of, because the water is going to rise fast and it's going to push us back and forth, and it's going to do the same with the rain. And so we need to be aware of that. And the folks who are driving in, they need to be aware as well, because once this area floods, the only way to get in will be by boat. And so just keep that in mind. For anyone who's on their way into the Avery Island area or on their way out, that's something they need to keep in mind. For now, reporting, Levi Ismail. Back to you.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Levi. Well, some people in Sulfur are making the decision to ride out the storm again at home.
They've been hit hard already by Hurricane Laura, and while the couple stayed behind, they did have to make a pretty difficult decision before Delta came in. Chris Welty has their story. He continues our team coverage.
Hey guys, we're here at the Comfort Inn and Suites right off of I-10 here in Sulfur, and within the last 5 minutes, power did flicker here at our hotel, and the building next door, it sounds like the backup generator has kicked on. And I want you to take a look at this. You might notice that this big 18-wheeler is parked right here on the side. They're trying to use the building as a shield so that truck doesn't blow over, but there is still a lot of loose debris here in the area, and that's a major concern for so many people here in Southwest Louisiana. If we can, we'll zoom in right over that way, and you can see that old gas sign, and the numbers are already starting to peel off. That was damage left behind from Hurricane Laura, but it's surely taking another beating right now with Hurricane Delta. Now, our hotel, it did not get a lot of damage during Hurricane Laura, which is definitely some good news. The hotel staff, they said that really they're one of the only hotels open in this area, so there's a lot of power crews and utility crews here that are riding this storm out right now, because as soon as Delta passes, those crews are going to be out to work restoring power, restoring telephone service, and restoring internet service out here in Lake Charles. There are a lot of also different TV crews from across the state and across the country that are staying right here at our hotel as well. But once again, so many people here in Southwest Louisiana did make that difficult decision to decide whether or not to leave or stay. And earlier I did catch up with the DePriest family from Sulfur. We've been following their story after Hurricane Laura, and they took their 4 kids, they moved them to Shreveport, so that way they're staying with family. They didn't want the kids at the house during the storm in case they do lose power. But the Gilmore Acres neighborhood, which is where they live, it was hit so hard during Hurricane Laura. A lot of homes had roof damage, a lot of fences down, a lot of trees down. And the DePriest, they were so lucky because they had 6 trees fall down, but none of them hit their house during Hurricane Laura, but they still have some other trees around their property, and they're worried that those trees could snap at any moment. There's a lot of dead growth on those trees, and while we were shooting the story earlier with them, we actually heard the tree crack. And they said, hey, look, we think it's best that y'all get back on the road, get back to your hotel. So that's what we did. We're back at our safe spot, riding out Hurricane Laura right now. But so many people there, or I'm sorry, riding out Hurricane Delta right now. A lot of people, they're doing the same thing. They're just hunkering down, waiting for this storm to pass. But Lake Charles Mayor Nick Hunter, he said that on yesterday, he said that, look, this may sound like a bad dream with Hurricane Delta, but this is the cards that we've been dealt. We just have to deal with it. And he keeps mentioning that Louisiana and Southwest Louisiana is resilient, they're strong, and that they're going to get through this. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
All right, Chris, thanks. And now a live look out at Sippermore Point. You know, one of the few spots in Acadiana where you can actually see a beach on a good day. I think the beach is underwater there, right there. You can see those waves whipping up the trees. Just look at those trees right now, really being affected by the winds being brought in from Hurricane Delta. Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo over in the Weather Lab right now. And Rob, I think you can tell us a little bit more about the conditions that we're seeing there out at the point.
Yeah, they are coming and getting worse. We have this big squall that's been working its way on the coast. And that's
Rob,
hey, Rob, I don't think we hear you. You might want to check your microphone.
Excuse me, you know why I turned off my mic?
Because
I went outside to take
a look at the weather.
a little while
observation,
ago. So
yeah.
that, my bad right there. Sorry about that, guys. Here's that storm that is pushing on through the squall that's associated with the outer edge of the eyewall. Now, the eye officially is somewhere over here, but we're seeing this very intense squall that has really blossomed out and pushing on through. And you can see as we get down towards Sippermore Point, I want to show you a couple of other areas. First off, that the rain is heavy. I want to take that camera again, Director, so we'll do that. But gusty winds already pushing 60 across much of Acadiana from Lafayette on westward. We have this intense squall that right now, this is producing wind damage as we get into the Gaydon area. So Gaydon, be ready. It's picking up and it's going to be strong winds. There may be even a tornadic circulation right here. So this is making me a little bit nervous. In fact, let me just take a look at the velocity real quick on this cell and see if we see an enhancement. We should see an enhancement here. I want to say the computer is just a little slow responding to what I'm showing here, but nonetheless, some very intense winds more than likely working their way through. I'll go ahead and do a query right here and just take a look at the winds just south of the Gaydon area and getting 102 aloft. So let's come in maybe even a little bit closer, see if we pick up anything more. So yeah, 102 right about here. If we get into the darker shades of blue right about there, we'll probably pick up 103. So pretty strong winds. This is aloft. It may not be working down to the ground, but this is what we're seeing with respect to the heavy, intense rainfall that is pushing through the Gaydon area, Forked Island as well, Kaplan. These are all going to be damaging winds. And then we get over toward Sippermore Point here, and let's take that camera again and let's look if we can from that vantage point. And this is this is Grand Chenier. Let's do we have that other camera from that we showed earlier, that webcam that we had looking at Sippermore Point? But nonetheless, this is Grand Chenier as well. Oh, that's the one I'm looking for. And again, as you're looking out into Vermilion Bay, you just have gray lining up. This is the beginning of a squall that's going to be coming on in. It'll be really wild to watch this. You can see even some birds still flying around, and this is awfully rough. We'll see if this is going to make it through the storm, but I doubt it because I just checked at the freshwater, those birds again, at the freshwater canal locks. That water was up to about 8 to 9 feet above mean low water. So the water here looks to be up several feet, probably in the 3 to 4 foot range, but that bulge of water will gradually be working its way into Vermilion Bay as well. So we're thinking about you guys down to the south. We can go back to Grand Chenier. You can see I did put that camera up as well as we go to the old Doppler computer. And oh, this is Sippermore Point as well, Don Moe's place. You can see the water coming up even more so there. So go ahead, back out of that, and let's take a look at Grand Chenier. Was also getting some water getting close to the roadway as well, and that's what I thought was kind of interesting. You see the rain piling up, so it's flooding water right here. This will start to run after a while. It may not be while we're on the air, but what I want to see is if we start to see water coming over the roadway here at 182. That'll give us a gauge. But again, we got that surge that's pumping up along the coast. It's got to go through a lot of marsh, and that marsh helps beat down some of the water, but eventually it rises and will be coming over the roadway here. I all but guarantee you that's what's going to happen. So let's go back to Max 1 on the graphics and go through what we're seeing with that intense squall that's pushing on through, that one that's coming right through Southwest Pass. Hopefully the core of this one misses Sippermore Point, but I doubt it. Winds are going to be coming up here, gusting more than likely to 80 to 90 mile per hour winds. So here's the big picture on our tropical system. It's not looking like much of a hurricane, but still considered a Category 2 storm. You can see those cold cloud tops. Now, because I'm tilted on an angle and I enhance the satellite imagery, these cold cloud tops are actually a little bit farther to the south, but we have the circulation right here, just in that part right near the coast. So making landfall delta. Look at this. Winds down to 100. This is the 5 o'clock update, so that is good news. Still a Category 2. We got to go down another 10 miles an hour, and then we'll be in Cat 1 category. Moving to the north-northeast, pressure up 2 millibars since the last one. So it's a weakening storm, and we can be thankful for that. It's not a Cat 4, but a Cat 2 is very messy, and it's going to knock a lot of power out, and we're going to have a fair bit of damage across the area. By a little bit past midnight tonight, we think it's going to be downgraded to a tropical storm. So weakening rapidly. rapidly as it makes its way inland. So here's the latest high-resolution rapid refresh model, again showing those strong tropical squalls pushing on through the area, but not a whole lot after that. But what the models say and what we see on the radar are two different things. So we'll be less and less reliant on model data and more reliant on radar data, velocity data, actual wind observation data, which will give us a much better idea on what winds that we're looking at as this pushes on through. And then by midnight tonight, I think things quiet down, and tomorrow it looks like we'll see a partly sunny day with temperatures in the upper 70s to lower 80s. So that'll be the payback after a rough night tonight. So here we go with the latest wind gusts reaching in the 80s wherever we have those tropical squalls. Now, it's not going to be 78 gusts exactly at 7 p.m., but it's going to be close to that within an hour or two. And we see a lot of high 70s, low 80s across the area. Even Lafayette still gusting to perhaps hurricane intensity through 7, 8, 9 o'clock tonight. And then as the storm works its way further inland, the winds gradually let up, but still a lot of 60s showing up here. And then back to the west, still even some 70s. I don't know. It seems like Mother Nature just has it out for Lake Charles. Some of the highest gusts still hanging out on the western and southwestern flank of this storm through Iowa as well, and then pushing off to the northeast with time. And again, by 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, the winds calming down. There'll still be gusty winds. There'll still be some sporadic showers, but things should be much quieter by that time frame. Let's see if the graph model is updated. Yes, it has. This is where the power outages are going to be based on what the model thinks where the strongest squalls are going to be, and also based on the robustness of the electrical grid. And we're going to see a fair bit of power outages, but notice a lot less red showing up compared to the last model run, so that is certainly good news. But we're going to see power outages, you're going to see power hits, you're going to see flickering lines, that type of thing. And we're going to see trees going down in some of these winds because we should see stronger winds here than what we saw in most of Acadiana than what we saw with Laura. Exception being, once you get into Jeff Davis, Calcasieu Parish, Allen Parish, this area hit hardest by Laura. This is going to be a little bit farther to the east with respect to its most damaging winds and not on par with Hurricane Laura. So that's the big story. And the rainfall, again, the model's really weighing heavily on the northwestern side of this storm, just about all the way up through northeastern Louisiana, with the heaviest rains near the core and northwest of the storm system. So that's what we're going to be watching as well. So a wind situation over the next several hours. I notice here at the station it's calmed down a little bit, but the next round of storms are going to be coming on back, and that's when the winds are going to be picking back up. A hurricane is such an emotional thing. You think you're kind of in the clear. That's it. It's over. And then the next squall comes in. The next one comes in even stronger than the last one. And that's what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 hours. Lafayette as an example, but just about anywhere in Acadiana, winds will gradually ramp up in the next few hours ahead. And this is when we're going to see the wind damage and the power outages on the way. And that's going to be in the next, anywhere between the next 90 minutes and 3 hours, guys.
Okay, Rob, here we are a little after 5 o'clock as the storm gets closer and closer to Acadiana, and we're feeling the effects. But Marcel, I'm struck by just listening right now, and Rob kind of hinted as well, we can't hear anything.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago, it wasn't the same. Rob was, you know, out calling out numbers as to how hard the wind was blowing outside, and now it's just a very subtle rain falling on the roof. And as he mentioned, that's one of the things about hurricanes. You know, 1 minute things are really intense, and then there's some calm, and then some intensity comes right behind that. So here we are, one of those calm points here at the KATC studio in Lafayette.
Yeah, a little after 5 o'clock, about 5:06. We will be checking back in with Rob and Bradley throughout the night as Hurricane Delta continues to bring us all this severe weather, the strong winds and the heavy rain across Acadiana. But we do have crews spread out across Acadiana, team coverage as we continue to track Hurricane Delta. The big bullet points that we want to tell you: Delta is holding as a Category 2 storm. The latest 5 o'clock update had the winds, I believe, Rob, at 100 miles per hour. Is that what you said? 100 miles per hour, so it did drop just a little bit. It is continuing its trek northeast. Rob telling us that this is a very disorganized system, but landfall again expected in a few hours in Cameron Parish.
And that's good that it's disorganized, but we still have to prepare and brace for some of those strong squall lines that we're seeing that Rob has shown us on the graphics and radar there. Our crews are all over Acadiana. We say we're everywhere, and we are. We are from Morgan City to Lake Charles and every parish in between. Our reporters, they're out there listening and taking note and bringing us live images of what's happening all across Acadiana, watching and waiting to report from cities all throughout our area. We continue our team coverage now with Katie Easter. She's on the road right now. Katie, fill us in. Where are you at this point?
Hey guys, so we're still on the road. We just actually got. Hey guys, so we're still on the road. We just actually got into Jennings on I-10. All right, so trying to put this camera now. All right, so here's feeling this gust of wind. Just so we're clear, it's not me driving. And just so we're clear, it's not me driving. So these are the roads right now. Actually, a lot of people have been staying out. Actually, a lot of people have been staying out, which is good because we're going 60 right now. You know, we're going 60 right now. We are. Just like I said, we're coming into Jennings. So far, I've seen a couple trees down. I haven't seen any power lines down yet, but I've definitely seen some trees down along I-10. And again, we're about to get off here into Jennings. I think the rain was a lot stronger, but it's starting to definitely pick up. But live here in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All righty, Katie, thank you so much. Joining us now by phone is Mike Steele. He's the communications director with the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness, a familiar name here in Acadiana. Hello, Mike. How are you this evening?
Hey, good evening.
Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about some of the things that you all are hearing at the office there. What are you hearing about Hurricane Delta at this point?
Sure. So, so far, so good. Everything that we're hearing from our people out in the field and from a lot of friends and family across the region, it's not the best of conditions, obviously, when you have this type of storm coming in, but we haven't really heard of any major problems so far. We're dealing with a situation where the recovery for Lake Charles had really just started to get some steam rolling, and it's unfortunate to see all of that activity kind of come to a stop while we wait to see what's going to happen with this system. But right now we're still kind of waiting to see where those impacted areas are going to be and what state resources are needed to help get everyone through this event.
And Mike, speaking of Hurricane Laura, we know that there were several deaths here in Louisiana, 9 I believe, after the storm, many of them caused by generators. What are you all sending and telling people to remember during Hurricane Delta so that hopefully we don't see the same aftermath as we saw from Laura?
Well, that's a great point. With a storm like this, you expect a lot of power outages. The numbers are starting to climb already. So we're asking everyone to really pay attention if they use an item like generators, if they aren't familiar with them. A lot of times people rush out to buy a generator, which can be a great asset to have, with mass power outages and all. But if you don't know how to use them properly, they really can be dangerous. We're posting a lot of information on GOSEP social media, on our Facebook and Twitter account. The governor's office is sharing a lot of information. FEMA sharing a lot of information. And then the state fire marshal's office has some videos online that people can go and look at. Again, if you're not familiar with that equipment, make sure you know what you're doing. There's a lot of issues that could come up if it's not in an area that's well ventilated. If you're trying to refuel a generator, it can be very dangerous. Even other power tools, like some people may not be really familiar with chainsaws or other items you may need for cleanup. So be careful with that. Maybe get with someone who uses those types of tools on a regular basis and know what you're doing.
Mike, here we are 6 weeks after Hurricane Laura. Are you guys finding that people were better prepared for Delta, even though we thought maybe we were out of the woods with hurricane season because we are in the month of October? Are you finding that people were still ready and still on guard, so to speak, with dealing with what we deal with here in South Louisiana?
When we talked to a lot of the parish, emergency directors, it seemed like a lot of people were heeding the warnings. The evacuations look like they went off without too many problems. Of course, we're still sheltering, somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 or 7,000 people in New Orleans, because of Laura. So we're going to have to continue, that work to make sure we help them recover, as soon as possible. And then, we want people to understand that the hurricane season goes through November. That there's no guarantee really that this will be the last threat. So it's always important in Louisiana to stay prepared. You could have a lot of things happen, like a hazmat incident. A lot of different emergencies could pop up with very short notice. So it's always good for the public to be ready for any event, especially one like this when you have, several days to get ready for it.
All righty, Mike Steele with the Governor's Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness. Thank you so much for joining us. We look for updated information from you in the aftermath of Delta and continued information in the aftermath of Laura to come. Thank you so much, Mike. You guys stay safe and take care.
You bet. Thank you.
And Marcella, as these squalls and strong lines from Hurricane Delta continue to move inland, the areas that are going to see them first are along the coast. Let's check in with Travis Guillory. He joins us live from Vermilion Parish with a look at the conditions tonight. Travis.
Hey, Jim. Yeah, I'm not quite as good as Rob. I can't just hear some wind and say, oh, that was 60 miles an hour. So not quite as weather skilled, if you will, as Rob, but I will say it's windy and it's raining. Needless to say, there's a hurricane happening right here. So, like you said, Vermilion Parish, one of the first parishes to kind of get the brunt of all of this. The wind really picking up, rain really coming down, and that's been pretty consistent, if not getting a little bit heavier and heavier. But I want to show you, we're actually under the Vermilion River Bridge right now. This is the Vermilion River in Highway 14 pretty much above us. We've been the trolls under the bridge here in Happyville for the better part of the day, kind of hunkering down, keeping this as some protection. But I want to show you where we started our live shots this morning, around 9 o'clock this morning. That first pillar way down there is where we started this morning. There was actually a brick. The Abbeville police came out here and placed some bricks as some markers. We can't even see those anymore because the water probably rose. I would guess, once again, I'm not as smart as Rob Perillo, but I would say maybe 4 to 5 feet that water has come up. And that's going to be a big deal for folks like this over here who live literally on the river. I'd say if the water comes up about another foot, 2 feet, possibly, that home's going to be taken on water. But, these folks made the choice to stay. I spoke with them earlier. They're going to stay. They stay for every hurricane. If they're used to this, cool, that's their jam. That's totally up to them. But, this water's going to keep coming up. And like we've been saying, as this hurricane pushes north, that doesn't mean that the effects here on these bayous and channels and canals and rivers, that doesn't mean that the consequences of a hurricane are over. That storm surge, over the next, more than 12, see that water to push up and move further inland. The Vermilion River, extending 70 miles inland, through Lafayette, through St. Landry. So this water is going to continue to rise up, probably where I'm standing right now. I know we started our live shots over there, but probably right here is going to be, I'd say, in the next hour or so, and that's just going to kind of keep spreading out and keep spreading out as these smaller channels just can't handle that amount of water. So that storm surge is going to be a big deal in the hours to come. Right now, I think the biggest threat to areas like Vermilion Parish, Iberia Parish, Cameron, and these areas is going to be the wind, those wind gusts, that flying debris. Definitely don't want to be out in the open right now. Stay indoors, stay inside, stay safe. Don't get in your car and people you when the sun's shining. We don't have time for that right now. There's a hurricane happening, and it is happening right now in areas just like this. And we're seeing all modes of a hurricane, with the winds, with the rain, with the storm surge. Just the gust, the power of a storm is really happening right now. And like our meteorologists have been saying, just kind of get worse over the next couple of hours. So hunker down, and of course stay right here with Acadiana's News Channel as we're going to keep you updated and keep you safe. Live in Vermilion Parish, I'm Travis Guillory.
All right, Travis, thanks. Hurricane Delta having a broad impact really across Acadiana. Let's head farther west now, if we could, to the central part of Acadiana. Jordan Lippincott joins us live in Acadia Parish in rain with a look at what's going on out there tonight. Jordan.
I'm on West-South 1st Street near the intersection of 10th Street in rain. The rain has not let up, which makes sense because the hurricane is still continuing to work its way to the coast, making landfall sometime this evening. And thanks to viewer Dylan Romero, he reached out to me. He let me know this is a ditch, not a coulee, as I had called it in my previous live shot. As you can see, the ditch is nearly full of water, and if the rain persists, I wouldn't be surprised if an hour or two from now, this water will be where I'm standing. The wind is picking up, and the two main concerns about this hurricane is the wind and the storm surge. And I'm going to point over in this direction. Since we've been out here, this house Pieces of this house near the top of the roof have flown off that house, and now there is a hole inside of that house. But I talked to the woman who lived there, and she said there isn't any water coming into the house yet. So she's hoping that it stays like this, but unfortunately, I think the wind's just going to keep picking up, getting stronger, because according to our weather team, the wind here in Acadia, western part of Vermilion Parish and Jeff Davis Parish, the wind gusts are going to be up to 80, 110 miles per hour. I'm in Acadia Parish where there is a voluntary evacuation, but if you are in a mobile home, you need to get out now while you can. Find substantial shelter. If you are here, there is a parish-wide curfew that is in effect until further notice. I've seen a couple of people out, but mainly people are staying inside. But if you know somebody that's out playing in the water, they should just get inside. And before I throw back to you all in the studio, I have seen some loose chickens in some yards, and I did check, and they did have a chicken coop. But just a reminder, if you have animals, just make sure they're safe. They're in some sort of shelter where the wind and the water will not get them. So I'm going to throw it back to you all now. Live in rain, Jordan Lippincott, KTC TV3.
Jordan did know it, but there are two kids behind her who are coming by to say hi to everyone in Acadiana. Thank you so much, Jordan. Well, as Delta continues to move inland, of course, power outages are a major concern with this storm as high winds are expected throughout Acadiana. There you are. There you're looking at this map, and you can keep up with this power outage map as well. It's poweroutage.us. Right now highlighted Calcasieu, Beauregard, Allen, Jeff Davis, and St. Mary parishes with outages at this point. We heard from someone with Entergy earlier, and he listed some numbers that were very low, but they knew the numbers would increase as they will continue to do so over the next few hours and into early morning hours of tomorrow. And power outages, with them, there come some problems. There are ways to protect yourself to minimize the impact. Now, disaster responders say keep your refrigerator and freezers closed. And have a backup plan if you need to refrigerate any medications. If you decide to cool your food in an ice chest and then you plan to cook it, make sure you check the temperature first to make sure that food did not spoil and won't be any good and not good for your bodies as you go to eat that. And if you don't forget to unplug any electronics that are not essential at this point so you can avoid any issues after the power comes back on and any surges that come through over the next few hours. Throughout our full hurricane coverage, you can listen to KATC on the radio. We are there. We are at 960 AM and 105.1 FM. Those are the two stations we're broadcasting on. Again, 960 AM and 105.1 FM. That's where you can listen to our continual broadcast should you lose power and no longer can
Through these hurricanes to collect data. Nick, I appreciate you coming on with us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Marcel, I had that twister thought as well.
I think we all do, you know, when you hear about them out there in the midst of those storms.
Yeah, maybe a movie in the making for
right.
sure one of these days. Well, so many people across southwest Louisiana. This is just a second blow in about 6 weeks, and one of the hardest hit areas last time from Laura was Sulfur.
Our Chris Welty standing by in Sulfur with the latest on conditions there. Chris, how are things at this point?
Hey, Jim, Marcel, y'all are right. Sulfur was hit extremely hard during Hurricane Laura, and they're bracing as Hurricane Delta comes ashore. Now, we have moved inside our hotel. We are staying at the Comfort Suites just off of I-10. We're at exit 23 here in the Sulfur area. But because we had to move inside, staff, they wanted to close these doors. During Hurricane Laura, the front door, the sliding door, actually was blown off, and we were told that this door almost came off as well. So they're trying to protect everyone here at the hotel. That's why they have these doors locked. But they have had a few guests come in from off the road, so they have been trying to keep paying attention, and they'll open these doors, let the person in, but close them as quickly as possible. And they have other signs on they have signs, I should say, on the other doors as well, asking guests not to open them because they do want to keep everyone safe. They're worried about those doors possibly coming off, but very safe hotel. We're told that they had minimal damage during Hurricane Laura, which is definitely some good news. But once again, people here in southwest Louisiana, they're bracing for Hurricane Delta's impact. And of course, there's so many piles of debris. Crews have been working around the clock trying to remove that debris, but with Hurricane Delta coming ashore, that work had to stop. But those piles, they're still on the side of the road, and a lot of people, they're worried that those piles will become projectiles. Earlier, we went just about 10 minutes up the road into the Gilmore Acres neighborhood, and we caught up with the family that we've been following since Hurricane Laura. And while we were there shooting that story, the wife, Miss Lauren DePriest, she said that she could hear debris hitting her garage. Now, during Hurricane Laura, she had about 6 trees fall in her yard. Fortunately, none of them fell on her house, so that's some good news. But she does have other trees on her property that have some dead growth, and she's worried that those trees might come down. Her kids did evacuate. She brought them to Shreveport on Wednesday. She has 4 kids. She didn't want them inside the house while Hurricane Delta was coming ashore, but she said as soon as power is restored that she will bring them back home. Now, power did flicker here at our hotel, but we still have power right now. Cable service, that has gone in and out a little bit, but there are a lot of utility crews also staying here at the hotel. This is pretty much the only hotel in the area that is still open aside from the Golden Nugget and LaBerge over in the Lake Charles area. So these crews, they're just waiting for Delta to pass so that way they can get back out and start doing the work that they need to. But I do want to show you the conditions outside. I know we can't open any of the doors, so we're going to just show you through this window right here. We're going to peel the curtain back a little bit. It does look like the wind and rain has calm down a little bit here in the Sulfur area, but it is still whipping quite hard, and you can see that there's that 18-wheeler that we showed you during one of our previous live shots. It parked right behind a building, so it's trying to use that building as a barrier to protect from the wind, so that way that truck won't topple over. Of course, that is a real concern. We saw that during Hurricane Laura. We saw from our hotel room when we stayed at the LaBerge during Hurricane Laura, we saw a truck topple over in the parking lot over at the Golden Nugget. So just a lot of people right here in Sulfur. They're bracing, they're hoping for the best, they're praying, they're hoping that the damage isn't much worse than what they've already had to deal with. But of course, we're going to continue monitoring the conditions here in Sulfur and bring you the very latest as it does become available. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KTC TV3. Back to you in the studio.
Alrighty, thank you, Chris. You know, Jim, we talked just a few minutes ago about how we weren't hearing much rain and wind here at the TV3 studio, but now we're starting to hear it pick up again. As Rob mentioned, some heavy squall lines were moving into our area.
Yeah, let's bring in Rob right now. I know
Yeah.
we're not going to be able to see him right now, but he's over in the weather lab. Rob, what do you want to tell us?
Yeah, I just wanted to read off some wind gusts before we can throw the radar up there, and we have that up there. Just some of the gusts that we're seeing being reported so far. Lafayette, highest gust so far about 45 miles an hour. Haven't seen much higher than that officially observed out at the airport. Acadiana Regional, though, gusts in the last few minutes, 62 roughly.
Through these hurricanes to collect data. Nick, I appreciate you coming on with us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Marcel, I had that twister thought as well.
I think we all do, you know, when you hear about them out there in the midst of those storms.
Yeah, maybe a movie in the making for
right.
sure one of these days. Well, so many people across southwest Louisiana. This is just a second blow in about 6 weeks, and one of the hardest hit areas last time from Laura was Sulfur.
Chris Welty standing by in Sulfur with the latest on conditions there. Chris, how are things at this point?
Hey, Jim, Marcel, y'all are right. Sulfur was hit extremely hard during Hurricane Laura, and they're bracing as Hurricane Delta comes ashore. Now, we have moved inside our hotel. We are staying at the Comfort Suites just off of I-10. We're at exit 23 here in the Sulfur area. But because we had to move inside, staff, they wanted to close these doors during Hurricane Laura. The front door, the sliding door, actually was blown off, and we were told that this door almost came off as well. So they're trying to protect everyone here at the hotel. That's why they have these doors locked. But they have had a few guests come in from off the road, so they have been trying to keep paying attention, and they'll open these doors, let the person in, but close them as quickly as possible. And they have other signs on they have signs, I should say, on the other doors as well, asking guests not to open them because they do want to keep everyone safe. They're worried about those doors possibly coming off, but very safe hotel. We're told that they had minimal damage during Hurricane Laura, which is definitely some good news. But once again, people here in southwest Louisiana, they're bracing for Hurricane Delta's impact. And of course, there's so many piles of debris. Crews have been working around the clock trying to remove that debris, but with Hurricane Delta coming ashore, that work had to stop. But those piles, they're still on the side of the road, and a lot of people, they're worried that those piles will become projectiles. Earlier, we went just about 10 minutes up the road into the Gilmore Acres neighborhood, and we caught up with a family that we've been following since Hurricane Laura. And while we were there shooting that story, the wife, Miss Lauren DePriest, she said that she could hear debris hitting her garage. Now, during Hurricane Laura, she had about 6 trees fall in her yard. Fortunately, none of them fell on her house, so that's some good news. But she does have other trees on her property that have some dead growth, and she's worried that those trees might come down. Her kids did evacuate. She brought them to Shreveport on Wednesday. She has 4 kids. She didn't want them inside the house while Hurricane Delta was coming ashore, but she said as soon as power is restored that she will bring them back home. Now, power did flicker here at our hotel, but we still have power right now. Cable service, that has gone in and out a little bit, but there are a lot of utility crews also staying here at the hotel. This is pretty much the only hotel in the area that is still open aside from the Golden Nugget and LaBerge over in the Lake Charles area. So these crews, they're just
probably near the center of the storm, but we've also had this vortex that's kind of slipped out off to the east that has been producing strong squall action. This is what's been producing the wind gusts to 60 in New Iberia. The winds are picking up to about 55 to 60 here at the station. This is pretty much as we predicted. We said it was going to start getting rough right around 6 o'clock, and it's going to stay rough for the next couple of hours. And you see the strong winds even on the backside of this storm as well. So here we have the intense squalls that are pushing into Acadia Parish. Wind gusts here are probably pushing 70 to 80 in a few spots, and of course driving rainfall of several inches over the next hour or so, some localized flooding. Then back to the west, it's hard to believe that on this west side of the storm we're seeing these strong dynamics as well, but again, we're on the northwestern quadrant of the storm. And just wanted to show you the Doppler and give you a little bit of an idea. You know, you see these different colors. Well, red and the oranges are colors that are moving away from the Doppler. We're using the Fort Polk Doppler radar here. Blue, that's moving toward the radar, or winds coming in out of the east-southeast, and we've interrogated a lot of this blue area, and we're measuring winds aloft, and the areas that you see right kind of where my hand is, they're coming in at 110, 120, and then back here to the west, these are coming in at 90s to 100s, but we're shooting these closer to the ground, and that's probably what's getting close to the ground in spots. Out here, it's hard to get 120 down to the ground, but that's why we were going for the potential for gusts up to 100. Might still see that as we move on into the evening hours. So here we go with the heaviest tropical rain bands moving through Lake Charles, again through Jeff Davis Parish, some very intense storms here through the Lake Arthur area, Jennings, blinding sideways rainfall, and that goes for western portions of Acadia Parish from the Mulvey-Crowley area on westward through the Jennings area and then back to the west as well. Let's push it off to the east, and you can see there's the kind of the vestiges of the Eyewall and the rain-free zone that's moving into the coastal areas. So that'll be interesting. I'll let Bradley see if you can find me a camera that's kind of germane to what we're doing right now, and then we'll come back to the Doppler radar. And then Sippermore Point, we're seeing those tropical bands coming on through. So maybe is Sippermore Point still up there? I think I had it up there. Let's go ahead and take the old Doppler computer, and we can show you the Sippermore Point camera here as this tropical rain band moves in. And this is the way it's looking right now. You got the rain going, you got more and more water, less grass showing up. You can kind of see the wind rolling over the water here and gusting up, and you can see, oh, look at that. Look at those little swirls. That's really cool. Now all we need is a windshield wiper on these cameras and we would be even better, but that is pretty cool stuff. So the winds are certainly coming up. You see the palm trees kind of getting pushed in one direction, so we have our winds going this way, feeding toward the core of the storm, which is off in this direction, and the water coming in. This is coming in from the east, moving to the west for the most part, so we're kind of looking off into the direction of the wind, off to the south or southeast or east-southeast here at Don Moe's place, by the way. This is down at Sippermore Point once again. So let's kick it back over to the radar, and again, thanks to Hurricane Track for hooking us up with all these weather cameras this afternoon. And again, you can see those intense storms, that intense cell right by the Sippermore Point area. We come up to New Iberia, some very heavy rainfall. And again, these cells are going to be producing sporadic gusts up to 60 to 70 miles an hour. And we get into Lafayette Parish, much the same. We've got gusts to 60 in some of these cells, but notice what it looks like in Lafayette compared to, as I drag this over, what it looks like down in Gaydon, Morris, and Lake Arthur. This is very intense weather right here. This is where wind damage is likely, very likely occurring. This is very likely where we're seeing 80 or 90 mile an hour wind gusts, maybe some gusts up to 100, as we still officially have 105 mile an hour storm. And as we come in, we again see this looking a lot less like a hurricane and more like just a nasty, disorganized storm. But again, the center of circulation right here, but it's probably in eastern Cameron Parish, and officially we could say this has made landfall, Hurricane Delta, and will continue to weaken. Forecast brings us down to less than a hurricane, a tropical storm, but still could be damaging winds in Rapides Parish shortly after midnight tonight, so we will continue to watch that. Latest high-resolution rapid refresh is doing a great job, really bird-dogging where the worst weather is with this system, just near and north of the core of the storm. But notice, this is the core of the storm. The winds will still be picking up with some tropical rain bands through 8 o'clock tonight for most of Acadiana, and even worse as you get farther to the west and then to the northwest, where the winds will be picking up and the very heavy rainfall. And every hurricane is like a snowflake. Each one is different, manifests differently, and we've been talking about the wind damage and the surge being the number one thing. We still might see flooding be a strong candidate for being a real issue, especially across the northwestern parishes of Acadiana. By midnight tonight, the core of the storm is certainly weak, and notice the pressure lines are not so tightly packed together. Still very strong weather on the northern part of this. We'll see wraparound tropical showers, but the way things are looking, getting to tomorrow morning, partly cloudy skies, and we'll probably see some sunshine by afternoon, and temperatures getting into the upper 70s. It's going to wind up being a nice day, but a lot of us are going to be involved with cleanup and hopefully not too much damage repair. But we are going to see damage, there's no doubt about it, with 70, 80 mile an hour winds and power outages as well. Here's the latest high-resolution rapid refresh going for gusts Abbeville, Kaplan, Intracoastal City, Pecan Island in the 80s, and I would buy this lock, stock, and barrel based on the storm that we have coming on through. Gusts pushing mid to upper 70s to lower 80s across Lafayette, Vermilion, Iberia, and into maybe even northwestern St. Mary Parish. And as we indicated, and this has been indicated all along, strong winds on the backside of the system. And again, we're putting the eye somewhere here along the Cameron, we'll say Jeff Davis and Calcasieu Parish line. And again, seeing some 90s showing up, so that is going to be damaging for sure. And the winds stay close to hurricane force up until about midnight or so, with the worst weather beginning to move away as we get past midnight tonight. So that's what we have for right now. I do believe we have some more breaking information. So back to Jim and Marcel.
Thanks, Rob. Yeah, we'll continue to check in with Rob, and Bradley is also standing by in the weather lab for more updates on Delta as it gets louder.
I'm hearing that's 6570 right here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Rob, we do know we are getting more reports of power outages across Acadiana as well. Oh, hey, look, some more love for you there, too.
Hey, we're in that one.
Oh, we are too on there. Hey, now that's we've made it. Yeah.
That's suitable for framing.
I think so. Yeah, we'll frame that one. Thanks to everybody out there who is watching our coverage as it does continue here as we continue to track Hurricane Delta. And we want to look at the power outage map and how significantly it's changed. This is not the latest one, guys. Maybe hit refresh if you can in the control room. But what I'm seeing right now on the Louisiana power outage map is about 80,000 outages across the state. That's up from just a few thousand a few hours earlier. And we are seeing some more outages in Acadiana. There it is refreshed. You see the blue areas, those are where you're not seeing very many outages at all, but where you have the yellows and the reds and the oranges, you're looking at 10, 30, 60% without power. And I think one of the hardest hit areas from what I'm looking at right now is in Vermilion Parish. About 12,000 people out of the 23,000 or so that this service tracks. This is not a complete picture. There are some power companies that don't report their outages to this company, including LUS in Lafayette. So we don't know exactly how many power outages are out there, but it does give you a sense that power outages is starting to become the story tonight. And we're seeing that online as well. We're hearing reports of the power out or flickering on the south side of Lafayette. Our thanks to Jonathan Monte for calling that in. And also in Youngsville, there are some outages being reported there as well. But power outages, and Rob's been tracking that, and Bradley has been tracking that as well. We're going to be seeing that as we move on throughout the night, Marcel.
All righty, thank you, Jim. Well, continuing our team coverage, our crews out throughout Acadiana. Our Katie Easter, we saw her driving just a little while ago. She has made it to Jennings. Katie, what are the conditions there?
Hey, so out here in Jennings, actually in the last 10 minutes, just right behind us, we've seen a transformer blow maybe 2 times, but we've definitely seen blue lights in here. Dang it, again. We've heard a loud boom and blue lights from over here. So part of Jennings is without power right now. These lights have actually been on the whole time we've been standing here up until now, right after we heard that transformer blow behind us. And these gusts, I know Rob said they're 45 miles per hour, but I'm not questioning you, Rob, but I am wondering, because these are some strong gusts. I've got rain flying in at us just every few seconds. I've got rain and gusts coming at us, but live in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All righty, thank you, Katie. Well, right now, some same conditions happening in St. Martin Parish. We are heading to Henderson now, where Brianna Aldridge, we saw her earlier in Breaux Bridge. She has moved to Henderson, and photojournalist Darius Johnson are there. Brianna, update us from where you are.
Hey Marcel, well, similar to what Katie was saying about those wind gusts, I'm definitely feeling them whipping me in the face and just kind of having to move out of the way because they are a bit painful. But we actually moved away from a little bit of in town. We're in Breaux Bridge, like you said, our Henderson, near a boat launch, just to kind of see what the water was looking like. And if you can kind of take a look behind me, those waves are moving very quickly because of the wind, and we're moving and making our way towards Henderson from Breaux Bridge. The flooding isn't really the problem here. The big story here in St. Martin Parish, after talking to the sheriff, is just the wind and the damage he believes it's going to bring. There were a few trees, branches that were coming down, no power lines. Power isn't an issue at this point, but obviously that is something we're going to be looking to see if that grows to be a problem, and we're going to keep you updated as soon as we continue to make our way through St. Martin Parish. Sending it back to you, Marcel.
All righty, thank you. Well, you know, one of the things we talk about is, you guys, our viewers, and people who are following us through this storm, being our eyes and ears in some areas, and that is happening. You've been sending us pictures and videos, and thank you so much for those. We, of course, want you to stay safe, but we do appreciate what you have sent us so far. For a look at some of that, we're going to head out to Andrew Clay, who is standing by with some viewer-submitted items. Andrew.
Hey guys, well, we are out here outside the KGC studio where the wind is picking up. We've heard Rob and his magic ear, that is, say it's about 65 miles an hour. We're going to get out there in the storm here a little bit later tonight, maybe during the witching hour, we'll call it, as the storm picks up, and try to get you some real wind speeds here at our KTC studio. Now, you guys have been sending in footage all across Acadiana, all across really Louisiana. Let's bring up this first one from Randall Rue from Acadia Parish. This is just some rain, and of course we are seeing rain pick up everywhere as the storm really starts bearing down here on Acadiana. Now this other video here comes from Opelousas, Natasha Pickens with this tree down. And of course, trees being down on power lines will be one of the main reasons we see power going out. And we've heard Brianna just talk about power becoming an issue throughout Acadiana. And then a cat. Let's go to the cat. I mean, this is one of the funnier videos we've seen this whole time in Kaplan, just snoozing through the storm. And we'll get one last one. We talk about stuff here in Louisiana. This comes from Galveston as the wind and rain beat down on Galveston, Texas. Of course, a little further away from this storm, but back here at the KTC studio, the wind, the rain, it's all picking up. We couldn't see any of this during Laura. You'll remember, of course, it was pitch black, and the best thing we could do is look at the rain coming off the roof we have here and kind of judge by what was happening. But now if you look behind me, you got the trees blowing in the wind, you got the rain, and off camera here we have the Doppler radar just hanging up there strong. But the storm really starting to bear down, and we're going to continue with updates, and please continue to send us what you're seeing where you live here throughout the night. For KATC, I'm Andrew Clay.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Andrew. You know, we talked about some of the things that you're seeing out there, and the cat looks very comfortable, not worried about this storm at all. You know, so many people, some people sleep through the storm, others stay awake every minute of it, getting some rest or staying awake, whatever you choose to do. We all get through this together. We've mentioned to you several times that we have our crews all over the place, and we do. Some of them are in motion right now, going from one point to another, so we can bring you other images of what's happening around Acadiana. We should also let you know, as we talk about power outages, Jim, people will be losing power soon, and we are available on radio at 960 AM as well as FM as well. We're at 105.1. That's where you can find us on the FM dial, and streaming, and your Roku, your apps. We're everywhere.
That's why we've been telling you to keep your devices plugged in. Earlier in the day when the weather wasn't so bad, we are starting to hear the wind whipping outside the KATC studios. I was struck, Marcel, by Andrew's live shot. Just outside in the backyard, you can see the trees starting to move around quite a bit as those conditions just get more worse as the night goes on from Hurricane Delta. We want to head out to Iberia Parish now for a look at the conditions there. Levi Ismail is joining us live to continue our coverage. Levi.
You know, right outside the Port of Iberia offices here, and you can see this wind is picking up quite a bit. I mean, this is unlike anything that we've seen in the past few hours. We went here because we were going to talk to them about this aqua dam that they set up in about 3 days to try and protect themselves from any of the inevitable flooding. But you can tell that wind is the biggest issue right now, as it's pushing some of that rain, and it's creating a lot of issues for us. But there's, as you can tell, the buildings themselves, I mean, they're experiencing damage right now. And this area itself, I mean, some of those boats, those guys will be in trouble. You can see the sign itself is moving because of those winds that are pushing everything around right now. And, you know, when I spoke to the guys here over at the offices, they told me Hurricane 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't matter. They know that once you get to hurricane status, you need to be prepared. And that's exactly what they're doing. Tomorrow, they don't expect to be able to make it here with cars. They will take boats to this area because they already know what to expect. We've already seen, as you can tell, those strong wind gusts. As soon as they come back, they blow everything in different directions. But we've already seen some power transformers blow out in the area, and you can tell it's that big blue or, you know, bright red flash, and that's when you know power is going out over there. Thankfully, we have a generator right behind us. We have this area here that's going to give us some shelter, but We will definitely keep you guys updated. As I just mentioned, you know, the wind is coming and going, but it's pretty consistent right now, and it's creating some of the damage that we will keep you updated with. For now, reporting, Levi Ismail. Back to you.
All right, Levi's there in Iberia Parish, and Hurricane Delta is a storm that's really affecting all of Acadiana in some way. I want to head a bit farther north now, up to Evangeline Parish. Joining us on the phone is Ville Platte Mayor Jennifer Vedrine. Mayor, thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us about the conditions that you're seeing in Evangeline Parish right now?
Well, at the moment, thank you all so much. At the moment, we're seeing sweeping rain. Trees are beginning to lean and blow with the wind. Flagpoles are swaying. The rain is just getting ready to be heavy, and right now everybody's just hunkering down and trying to work our 3 Ps, which plan, prepare, and pray. I want to thank all the people of Ville Platte for adhering to all of their precautions, and everyone. We do not have people on the road, so that is good, and we want that to remain throughout the night. But as the elderly people used to say, we can smell it. It's on its way because the weather is getting worse and worse by the minute.
Central Acadiana and you know, Evangeline Parish expected to see some pretty bad conditions from Hurricane Delta. Do you think people have been following the advice that they've been hearing now for a few days? People are staying off the roads?
People are staying off the roads, and we've been preparing since Tuesday, and everyone right now just in a planning and praying stage because we're anticipating power outages. Right now it's just flickering a little on and off, but we have no power outages at the moment, but we are anticipating that we will be without power in about an hour or two. So we are prepared to be without power for at least 3 days or more. But if it happens before then, great. But CLECO is here, they're on the ground, they're ready to work, but they have to wait until the weather allows them to work in a safe environment. So we're also asking people to please be patient.
And Mayor Vedrine, we know that hurricanes are a bit of a process here in Louisiana. There is, of course, the initial event, but just when the storm passes, that's kind of the beginning. What's your advice to people there in Ville Platte and Evangeline Parish in the days ahead? There's going to be work that has to be done.
You're right. There's going to be a lot of work that has to be done. And what we're doing, we're asking people, please, even after the storm passes tonight, to please continue to stay home because we will not know how much damage that we will have to deal with until in the morning because we're expecting power lines may be down, trees may be down, traffic lights will be out, so it will still be a dangerous environment, and we will definitely be in cleanup mode. The city staff, city workers are on standby, ready to go into cleanup mode as soon as daylight hits, and the police department is on standby, fire department, everyone is just ready, but hopefully what we are praying for right now is safety and saving lives. That is the single most thing that we are worried about right now is saving lives. Everything else can be fixed, repaired, and replaced.
And we can't stress it enough that after the storm passes, check on your neighbors, right?
Check on your neighbors and please check on the elderly. We have to always take care of the elderly because we need to take
There in Ville Platte. Mayor, thank you for your time. Stay safe tonight.
All right, prayer changes things, so we still have time for this storm to turn. So we're in a citywide prayer meeting and hoping that this storm will pass, and we're praying without ceasing.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, we have an update for you from St. Martin Parish. This just coming in via email. The St. Martin Parish 911 Center is currently down due to a lack of power, a power outage there. Emergency calls are temporarily being routed through the Iberia Parish 911 Center until that system in St. Martin can be restored. Now, they're still responding to emergency calls at this point, but via the new Iberia 911 Center. Officials say they will update the Facebook page as soon as their system is restored. As a matter of fact, Captain Jenny Higgins with the St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Office is joining us by phone right now. Captain Higgins, you all experiencing a power outage and your 911 center down, correct?
Correct. It happened probably about
30 minutes ago, and our backup generator has not kicked in yet, so they're working to resolve that problem. So what's happening is our calls, anybody who calls 911, it's going to be routed to New Iberia. They don't need to do anything. They can still call 911. It's being routed to the 911 center of New Iberia, and they're notifying us via cell phone of any emergency calls, and our deputies are still responding at this point to emergency calls.
Deputies are responding. What kind of calls are you getting, if any, at this almost 6 o'clock hour as we deal with Hurricane Delta?
Right now, we really haven't had, thankfully, people are staying off the roads. We have a curfew that's in place from 12 noon today until 8 in the morning, so folks are really adhering to that. We appreciate that. So thankfully, they're just stationed throughout our parish, making sure that there aren't any issues, that they're going to be notifying me of any down trees or down power lines, just so we can let folks know in the area so they don't have to go out and sightsee. We'll let them know kind of what's going on around them.
Did you have a lot of people evacuate lower parts of St. Martin Parish?
We have folks who live in the lower end, and it was a voluntary evacuation. That most of the folks down there, they lived through this and had many storms, so they know when they need to leave. So they've been very compliant with that, and I'm not sure of the exact number that evacuated.
All righty, Captain Jenny Higgins with the St. Martin Parish Sheriff's Office informing us that their 911 system is down, but they are still responding to emergency calls. You'll be rolled over to the new Iberia system. You don't have to do anything different. Fortunately, they're not getting lots of calls into 911 right now. People are pretty much staying off of the roadways and that kind of thing. Also of note, the curfew there in St. Martin Parish in effect until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Captain Higgins, thank you so much for being with us. Let us know when your backup generator is back up and your system is back up and running. All righty, take care and stay safe. Thanks so much.
Hi, bye-bye.
And Marcel, we're looking at that live video coming in from Sycamore Point, and we've just been watching the wind whipping there out at the point throughout the day. Those trees really taking the brunt of Hurricane Delta as this storm moves inland and moves to the coast. And Rob, we are hearing some pretty loud noises here in Lafayette right now.
And if we are we ready to do so? Let's do some weather while we're here.
Sure, why not?
Yeah. So we got some big squalls pushing on through the area. Now we're just hearing this one cell that's pushing on through, but the main damaging squall right here, likely producing 80, 90 miles an hour winds, are right there. Let me just back it up here because I had plenty of Doppler here to show, but I just stuck my head outside, of course, to go shoot some video, not one gust. I come back in here, we hear a gust of 70, so that's the way it works sometimes. But here's this strong squall right here. And don't worry, if I'm stepping out, Bradley's still manning the computers. Just don't think I'm stepping out on y'all. Here we go with the strongest winds from just about northern Vermilion, Lafayette Parish on westward over toward Lake Charles. Notice it's rain-free along the coast, but the storm surge is coming up. In fact, if we just take a quick look at the old Doppler computer, I have a shot from Creole, Louisiana that was obliterated by Hurricane Laura. You see the trees that were stripped of their leaves. These are all live oaks that are probably not going to be live much longer. You could see while the camera was updating, water levels already up across the roadways, across the area. So here's the storm surge inundating the coastal parishes. We'll try to show you a few more cameras before we lose our daylight hour. So let's go kick it back to the graphics, the weather graphics, Max 1. And again, we'll show you the most intense part of this storm moving through the portions of northern Cameron Parish into Calcasieu Parish. Anywhere we're seeing these areas enhanced in red, not only are you seeing driving rain of about an inch every 15 minutes, you're seeing probably damaging winds in excess of 80 miles an hour. And that's happening from Jennings along Highway 90 through Esterwood over toward Crowley as well, and then into western Lafayette Parish, northern portions of Vermilion Parish, just by the Maurice area into Milton. We're hearing this gust right here with this storm, this squall that's pushing on through. But we're also seeing some strong squalls. You saw how the winds were whipping up, and the winds are going to even increase. Just got a report down at the freshwater outlet down right about here that the water level is 9 feet above sea level. So that high water is pushing through and into Vermilion Parish as well. I mean, into Vermilion Bay rather as well. And then pushing into the Sycamore Point area. So we're going to watch that water come up over the next several hours. If you could flip off that teleprompter, that would help me out as well, so I can kind of see a little bit better what we're pointing to. Thank you, guys. And again, you can see in Lafayette, that's that one cell that's allowing for gusty winds, but this is the stronger wind producing system right here from Maurice through the Crowley area. We'll get it back. Let me just get it back here, get back into Lafayette Parish. And again, you can see these are the strongest winds right here that are ongoing right now across the northern portions of Cameron Parish into Jeff Davis Parish and into Cameron Parish as well. So Bradley, is my show loaded up on my system? I got a feeling it's not. Yeah, load it up for me, because I was trying to do some hand tracking and it wasn't working. A lot of times this is what happens when we're on the air and things don't go as they are planned because the show is not officially loaded up, and if something would pop up on my Facebook page or something, that would completely mess us up. So that's what happens sometimes on the air, and that's what happened. It just happened just now. I was trying to move things around and it wasn't moving. But again, here's the heaviest weather. Jennings down through Esterwood, along Highway 90, I-10 between Jennings and Crowley. Damaging winds as we get into northern Vermilion Parish. Anything around these squalls are producing 80-mile-an-hour winds in around the periphery of the squall and perhaps right in the center line of the squall as well. So real strong gusty winds, and we've seen gusts officially up to hurricane force over toward Lake Charles. I had a couple of reports here. Let me just read them off. 75, 5 miles south of Lake Charles in Calcasieu Parish. Flash flooding being reported in Calcasieu Parish. And, of course, that Freshwater City storm surge level at 8 feet roughly about 40 minutes ago. So things are really cooking across the area. And again, we saw the water that was coming up by Sycamore Point as well. Again, Lafayette Parish, let's highlight, kind of zoom in the areas that are impacted right now the most. Maurice, we're going over toward Doosan. The winds are likely picking up. Intense weather, Crowley down through Lyons Point, Kaplan to Abbeville. And south of this is where the winds are really picking up. Just as that squall clears you, again, this is part of the Eyewall that's pushing on through, and even though it's not an organized eyewall, it is producing intense winds across the area as we go through all the I-10 parishes and the coastal parishes of Acadiana. And not that we want to leave anybody out in the northern portions of Acadiana. You have these strong rain bands here, so we have this rain band here that's probably producing anywhere between 70 and 90-mile-an-hour winds. Then you'll have this rain band here is probably pushing 60, maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then you'll have this rain band up here that's probably pushing 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds. And what's only going to happen is that these winds, we promised that the winds would be coming up between 5, 6, and 7 o'clock this evening. That is certainly happening. Now, as the storm rolls across the area, and that will be over the next few hours, we'll see those winds gradually on the increase. So this is the current scenario with the hurricane, the high-resolution rapid refresh model, or you can call it the HRRR model, but it goes with a hurricane. Why not? And you can see the heaviest rainfall, and again, your strongest winds are going to be in this little donut right here of equal lines of pressure. And this is the tight pressure gradient. This is where you're seeing those gusty winds out of the south on the eastern side. On the northern side, they're out of the east and northeast. And on the western side, they're out of the northwest or the west-northwest. And then on the southern side, they're out of the west-southwest. So we're going to go through the whole, well, at least a good part of the compass, where we started out on the northeast. Now we're in the east-southeast, and then we'll eventually go to the south as we head into this evening. So we are still going to see strong gusts up to 60 to 70 miles an hour for a while. And let's get into that once again, because this model updates hourly. Again, you can see the gusts coming up. This pretty much verifying we're seeing some gusts in the 70, 80, and 90 mile an hour range. And that will be likely as this eye moves northward, or what's remnants of it, and those outer rain bands surrounding this eye, even on the west side, will be pushing 60, 70 mile an hour winds. And that's going to happen not only across the I-10 corridor through 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, but then later as you get into the northern parishes of Acadiana. But I-10 corridor on southward, winds begin to abate after midnight, but still we'll see gusts up to 40 to 50 up until about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And then finally we gain enough latitude and eastward longitude with this system that winds calm down as we head into tomorrow. And again, those power outages, we're hearing that the lights are flickering on the south side of town. down. Got that firsthand report from my wife as well. Thank you, Naomi. That's happening, and that will continue to happen. And where trees go down, and we're going to have some trees going down in the next couple of hours. This is it. This is prime time, Hurricane Delta time, and it's going to be pretty rough over the next several hours until we get this thing going a little bit further to the north. But power outages likely across many areas, widespread power outages in the mix. As for rainfall, again, at rainfall, really planted on the northwestern side of the storm. Notice the HRRR model just updating right now, but starting to bring the rain totals down here on the southwestern flank, and you can see that heavy rain totals going off to the north. And check this out. The model only going for a ½ inch of Lafayette. I don't know if I quite buy that, but an inch or two more, certainly a possibility. But a lot of us are going to get off scot-free with respect to rainfall and flooding. Not so with respect to the winds, because the winds are going to be rough over the next several hours. Guys, any questions? Bradley, you got something. What you got?
Yes, I was just going to report, Rob, that sale you were talking about near Crowley. Actually, Jim Cantori just tweeted not long ago that using a weather flow anemometer here, they reported a wind of 96 miles per hour associated with that particular sale.
Where was that again?
Moving up through Jennings and soon to be Crowley and Scott. So that sale you were talking about.
Yeah.
If we either go there or max 2 have the velocity up as well.
I got it up here too.
Yeah, and we're seeing velocity here 111, 112 miles per hour.
Oh yeah, go over to max 2. Yeah, now you see it.
Yeah, so that's it right there. Getting ready to move through southern Acadia Parish again in Crowley, Scott. You'll be getting in on some of this heavy or high amounts of wind gusts here. Really the next couple of minutes. So that's the heaviest that we're looking at right now. And of course, all of this starting to spread into our central and northern parishes as well. We can go ahead and take a look at rainfall if we want as well here real quick, just to see what we're looking at rain totals wise.
A lot of blue there.
Yeah, a lot of blue over here, unfortunately, in southwest Louisiana. Again, this is radar estimate, so sometimes it tends to underdo it just a little bit, but let's see what we got here toward Iowa into portions of Jeff Davis Parish. Again, 8.4 inches of rainfall, and just near the Cameron-Calcasieu border here, 8.5 as well. So this is where we've been talking about really the last couple of days. This is where the heaviest of the rainfall totals will set up on the northwestern side of this storm. But if we zoom out here just a little bit, if I can get back to that just a little bit here, you can see though some of those higher rainfall totals starting to spread into Acadia Parish as well. And that cell we've been talking about that's moving through heading towards Crowley and Scott, that's going to produce a good amount of rainfall in a very short period of time. So that's why we're talking about localized flash flooding. Yes, 4 to 8 inches may not seem like a lot, but when you get that in a very short period of time in low-lying areas and areas that are prone to flooding, you are going to see that localized flash flooding. And then heading a little bit further off to the east, again, the good news for our southeastern viewers here in Acadiana, looking much, much better if you're in and around the Morgan City area. In places in St. Mary Parish, conditions much better for you all, but of course the surge is going to be coming up like Rob mentioned, so that's really our biggest concern for you. And then here in Lafayette as well, we're hearing the rain coming down here at the station, some gusty winds here, probably around 40 to 60 miles per hour as well. We can probably switch it over to the velocity real quick, see what we have, tracking it out here in real time. And again, downtown Lafayette here, we're looking at, again, velocity 96 miles per hour. That is not at the surface. That is a little bit further up into the atmosphere. But again, you can take 20% off of that. But we're definitely seeing gusts of around 60 to perhaps 70 miles per hour as well. And like Rob said, this is the heaviest of the action right here, moving through southern and central Acadiana. But keep in mind, as we put the sweeps back up here, and go ahead and loop it as well, this is all beginning to spread inland as well. So our northern parishes here into St. Landry, Evangeline Parish, right around Ville Platte, you're getting in on some of the action as well. And this is going to be quickly moving off to the north and east over the next couple of hours. And that's what we've been talking about the last couple of days. The good news with this storm, it is going to be moving at a pretty good clip. So as fast as it moves in, it will be moving out. But nonetheless, we still have several hours to go here when we're talking about Hurricane Delta. And of course, we are going to continue to track this for you through the rest of this evening and overnight tonight. I'm not sure if Rob has a little bit more to say.
Sure. Go back to the Doppler radar because on Max 1, again, you know, we want to highlight where the worst cells are at this point. And again, you can see a little bit of a balling up factor right here. So this is a very dynamic cell that we see going through Jeff Davis Parish into Acadia Parish. So expect gusts up to 90 miles an hour with this particular cell right here as it continues to roll northward. You have kind of a mini cyclone within a cyclone. So we're seeing some of those wind gusts that we saw on some of the velocity data starting to manifest in some of these cells that we're seeing right now that are moving into Acadiana. And notice we're going to see, you don't see any rain cells here, but the winds are really picking up. And let me see what camera I have up on the weather lab. I had, that was, we showed Creole. Why don't we just take that live shot again from Sycamore Point, because I got a feeling sooner or later we're going to see this little thing that's the dock here. If we can take that, I don't know, I see that on our main. Oh, it's the web computer? I'll ask for the web computer. Got to know. We have so many different names for the computers. There's the web computer there showing the Sycamore Point dock there. And again, I believe this is a private dock, if I remember correctly. But this we'll see how long this lasts. So we'll watch it for now. But the water continues to rise. We've seen up to a 9-foot rise at Freshwater City. That's going to be working its way into Vermilion Bay. Right now, a lot of the winds are kind of fighting that water from coming in. But once the winds come around out of the south and then the southwest, that water is going to be released and is going to come up into the Sycamore Point area even higher than what we're seeing right now on this video camera. So again, we'll continue to keep an eye on this one, Bradley. Just let us know if there's any structural changes that come up. So let's go back to the graphics and show you what's going on with respect to the strongest rain bands go to Max 1, and we'll show you again the most intense cells that are along the I-10 corridor on westward from Lafayette on westward. If we go back to the Max 1 computer, we'll be able to show you that. And again, some pretty intense weather that's pushing on through across the area. But there we go. There's Max 1. And you can see what's been going on with respect to some of the heavy-duty storms that are moving through Lafayette Parish right now. It seems to be a little bit of a lull here at KTC, but I would expect the winds are really going to come up now from the I-10 corridor on westward. This is the strongest part. This is the outer edge of the decaying Eyewall. And this is traditionally where you see your highest winds, your most intense winds when they're attached to these squalls. Maybe not so as you get farther to the south in the rain-free area, but the winds are certainly going to pick up. The sustained winds are certainly going to pick up. The wind gusts may not be quite as gusty, but do expect 80, 90 mile an hour wind gusts, and more than likely we're going to see power outages coming up with this storm. So let's see if we got a 6 o'clock position on this system. The National Hurricane Center usually does give us a 6 o'clock, and yeah, we do. 100 mile an hour winds, pressure now up to 970 millibars. And let me just pull off on the printer what the latest information from the Weather Service and National Weather Service. 5 foot storm surge over at 5.5 reported at the Cameron gauge. Delta officially making landfall near Creole, Louisiana. That's per the National Hurricane Center. Lake Arthur reported a sustained wind of 77 and a gust to 96. And the freshwater canal locks that we've been talking about reported a storm surge inundation of over 8 feet above ground level at this point. Flash flooding also being reported in the Moss Bluff area. Baton Rouge, large trees down on 10th Street on the ramp by I-10 East. So that's what we have right now going damage-wise with respect to the storm. And again, we're going to continue to see these high winds. Now the model, here we are, 6 o'clock. Model's pretty much on. Grand Chenier, Creole's right here. So we're very close to what is going on in reality, and that's what you want in your model. You want your model to reflect what's going on reality-wise. And again, let me just back this up and come back to it. You can see it's modeling those heaviest rain bands that we have right now pretty much over the area and moving off to the north. And that's going to continue to occur as we head into the nighttime hours. And again, this donut right here, this tight pressure gradient right near the center of whatever remnant storm that we have moving inland, that's where you're going to continue to see strong winds. So even between now and 9 o'clock, for Lafayette, you're going to continue to see strong winds. So the winds just about reaching their peak in the next half hour to 45 minutes or an hour, and then they're going to stay maximized for about 3 or 4 hours until we get out of this donut. I'm just using Lafayette as an example. You know where you are on this map. I can't do it for everybody, but that gives us an idea. And by midnight, things really starting to quiet down. So that's what we have on our end. We don't have any tornado warnings, which has actually, Bradley, been pretty shocking so far that we haven't had any reports of tornadoes, but we have these damaging winds, and we're probably going to see a few tornado warnings show up with time, but we haven't had much going on with respect to that. So let's just back it up and give you the big picture on the radar right here. There is the center of your storm. It's making landfall, made landfall at Creole, and again, your most intense weather right now is on this head of the big vortex that is the Eyewall right here, and that's going to make for the worst weather, Calcasieu all the way over through Lafayette Parish. Guys.
Okay, Rob, thank you. Here we are, everybody, 6:15, and our coverage continues as Hurricane Delta has made landfall. You heard Rob mention there over in Creole. The storm still packing winds of about 100 miles per hour. We want to head out live right now to Jennings, where the storm is starting to move more inland. Katie Easter joins us live in Jeff Davis Parish in Jennings with the conditions tonight. Katie.
Here will tell me how bad this audio is. Hopefully you guys can hear me. We've had some technical difficulties with the camera, but you can tell things are definitely getting a lot worse out here. I hope that we're not too overexposed and you can actually see these wind gusts coming through. Of course, I've been knocked around already, and it's not even a dramatic knocked around. I mean, I've been getting knocked around.
Our conditions, as you see, Katie's there in Jennings, and things are getting a little worse there. Hard to hear her out in the rain and the wind, and some issues with her camera there. So we'll get more from Katie if and when we can out there in Jennings. Right now, we head out here at the KATC TV3 studio outside. Our Andrew Clay is standing by with what conditions are like here. Andrew.
Hey, Rob, we were trying to get you some real accurate wind temperatures with the anemometer out here, but unfortunately we're really just too protected here out behind our building, between the building and the trees and some more buildings behind us, the sat dishes and everything. Really unable to get a good accurate reading, but we have seen the wind really pick up. We've got some trash cans behind the building that are starting to relocate themselves, let's just say that. And of course we're seeing the trees sway and some branches falling through. It's been really kind of fun. I've been watching the clouds, and you can see some darker clouds moving against the lighter clouds. You can just see how fast they're moving. We couldn't really see any of this during Hurricane Laura because, quite frankly, it was just too dark. We really couldn't even come out here. It just probably wasn't safe enough to come out in the pitch black and try to get a reading out here because of flying debris and just don't know what else is going on here in the dark. But we are really seeing the wind pick up. We've seen the gusts you're talking about. I know your ear, and I trust your ear 100%. You've been talking about hearing gusts in the 60s and maybe even near 70 miles an hour. And we're definitely feeling that and seeing that. Unfortunately, we're just not able to get a good enough reading here, as again, we're just too protected by all these buildings. I might try to walk around a little bit here later and see if I can get to a spot that we can get a consistent reading. But right now we are, like you said, we're seeing the winds pick up, the rain continues to pound down, and the storm continues to intensify here in this hour. I'm going to call it the witching hour. Feel free to use that. Feel free not to use it. I don't know. It's just a term I'm going to throw out there, but the storm picking up, and again, I'm going to try to get you a good reading here a little bit later, but we'll send it back into the studio, and as I try to just walk around, maybe I'll get a camera to follow me around, see what we can get. Guys?
All righty. Thank you, Andrew. Well, you know, we have crews all over the place and two teams in Lafayette. Our Scott Brasda has been out since this morning. He joins us more with what we're seeing in Lafayette. Scott. Do we not have Scott? We don't have Scott. Let's move on to some power outages. Can we pull up that power outage map? Because that has changed quite a bit in the past hour or so. The power outages, if you will, we once saw it and it was mostly blue, and now it's multicolor, blue, red, yellow, green. There's lots of things happening on that map. We have Scott. Is that what I'm hearing in my ear?
All right, guys, Scott Brasda back here in Lafayette, and of course, for the last 2 days, I mean, you've had Rob and Bradley and Daniel and Dave all tell you that about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, the rough stuff was really going to start to come in, the strong winds. Man, we're getting them right now. They're cutting right across us. This is going from southeast to northwest. You've got this tree behind me that's bending pretty good. And of course, right behind that tree, I mean, that's Prairie Elementary. And I'm thinking about the schools. You know, over the weekend, all of our schools in Acadiana, all of the administrators are going to have to go in there and assess, because these winds, these gusts, 60, 70, 80 miles an hour, they will certainly cause some damage in some of our places. Hopefully none of it's major. Hopefully all of it is quickly patch-upable. And we wish everyone good thoughts. You know, we have just seen things really pick up. The gusts have been strong, the winds have been strong, and there have been a couple times where we have just looked like, oh my gosh, when will this stop? The gusts haven't been little baby gusts either. I mean, they've been sustained gusts of wind. So you wonder about the power of hurricanes. Don't wonder anymore. If this is your first one and you saw it, this one isn't going to be too bad. This one is keeping us all honest. In Lafayette, Scott Brasley, KATC, TV3.
All righty, Scott out there. He combed his hair. Or
He
at least
did.
put a
I think
cap
he can hear us out there, so he was following your advice out there. I think you might have sent him that photo. You said you.
I did. I
earlier.
texted that to him just a little while ago. You know, we're focusing right now on power outages as they are becoming more widespread throughout Acadiana and Southwest Louisiana, causing so much concern for so many. But we knew they were coming, and in so many ways, so many people have prepared for those.
I thought I was really dodging a bullet with it, but I just, within the past 15 minutes, got that alert on my phone. Hey, your Wi-Fi is not working, which is typically the signal that the power is out at my house. But again, if you are out of power, if your power is still on, it's probably gonna go out. So keep your device plugged in as long as you can, and also download the KATC News app if you can. Do we have that power outage map we can bring up again?
Yeah, it has changed so much.
It's changed so significantly in the past few hours. Even since 6 o'clock, I've been kind of refreshing every 15, 20 minutes or so. At 6 o'clock, 106,000 people or customers were reported without power. That number is now up to 137. And earlier in the day, Marcel, it was just a few thousand. And you had to kind of assume that those power outages were the result of Hurricane Laura from the storm 6 weeks ago. So much progress has been made in restoring power, but you have to wonder all that work, and here we are 6 weeks later just to be blown away again.
I know, and we saw the video that was taken by a state trooper with the blue tarps as he just kind of flew around the Lake Charles area, and that was a reality check. You know, you hear about it and you know about it, and Operation Blue Roof and all of that, and then you see it, and it's so impactful to see that house after house after house after house with a blue tarp in their roofs, indicative of what Hurricane Laura did. And here they are again dealing with the same type winds coming in. And like you said, so much work has been done at this point in the past 6 weeks to try and get back to life as normal. That's all everybody wants. We saw a story with Iman did with someone who is evacuated and has not been to Lake Charles yet. His mother was going back. He hadn't been home. And the thing was, we just want to get back. And right now, who knows what Delta is going to do for the progress that has been made in recovery.
And one of the hardest hit areas from Hurricane Laura is Sulfur. Chris Welty, he's back out there covering Hurricane Delta and the impacts. Let's go to him now live. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Jim, Marcel, we're once again over at the Comfort Suites. We did pop over to the side entrance, the hotel. They're telling us that we're going to have to keep this live shot short because we're going to have to keep this door closed for the safety of the rest of the guests that are staying here. But we did want to show you the conditions here in Sulfur at this time. You can see that the wind and rain really is starting to pick up. It's almost getting to that whiteout type conditions here in the Sulfur area. Now we do see, and you won't be able to zoom in because of the wall right here, but I do see that there is a car driving right now on the road. This is definitely conditions that you do not want to be on the road in. At the hotel, we did have a young couple that actually pulled over. They were trying to get to Austin, Texas. They were driving through this. They saw an 18-wheeler flip over in front of them. Now they did stop here. They're seeking shelter at the hotel. No rooms are available, but they are staying in the lobby right now just because this is the safest place for them to be. But as you can see, there's a lot of debris that was left behind from Hurricane Laura. Signs busted out, and you can see those remnants still flapping in the wind. Now, we haven't seen anything really blow around right here by the hotel just yet. As far as debris, we haven't seen anything fall down either. There's a lot of palm trees around this property, a lot of light poles that are still leaning from Hurricane Laura. But I can see in the distance just that. Oh, that was a strong gust right there. We can see those street lights just dancing in the wind. And once again, conditions out here just really starting to deteriorate. Now, residents that we talked with earlier today, they're concerned about the debris that was left behind by Hurricane Laura. They say that they're worried that there could be flooding because so many storm drains are blocked because of that debris from Laura that crews just haven't been able to pick up. But we did drive around to the Green Gilmore Acres neighborhood in Sulfur, and we talked to a resident there, and he said that the neighbors, they've all been pitching in. They've been trying to remove that debris, and the neighbors, they're all doing their part to monitor what's happening with this storm.
And each person that's in each corner of the neighborhood is checking the drains they have in their area.
So that's a major concern for a lot of people here in Southwest Louisiana, flooding, but right now it looks like we're just starting to get into really the thick of it here in the Sulfur area. Here at the hotel, power has flickered on and off, but we have not lost power just yet. So that is definitely some good news, but we do expect to lose power at some point as Hurricane Delta continues to push inward. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
And joining us now on the phone, we have Judd Barris. He's a Calcasieu Parish police juror. Mr. Barris, can you tell us about the conditions that you're seeing? Where are you? What are you seeing out there?
Hi there. I am just south of I-10 in Sulfur, probably about 4 or 5 miles south of I-10 on Begos Parkway. Just a lot of rain, a lot of rain. The whole parish is getting just. I'm surprised. I really am. So yeah, a lot of rain, wind, pretty heavy gusts at times.
I was going to ask you just about what you've seen over the past 6 weeks and now what you're seeing again. You know, you have to wonder, so much work has been done. Are you seeing some of that work being compromised by Hurricane Delta already?
I am. About 2 o'clock this afternoon, there were already downed power lines, just brand new electrical poles, just installed in the previous few weeks, already laid down. The crazy thing about this is, obviously, there's a few factors that go into that. One is that they're brand new, and two, it rained for 5 hours prior to all of the wind. So I have to believe that that had a major that was a major factor in that.
Oh, for sure. And so many families in that position, maybe just seeing signs of progress and now having to deal with this all over again.
100%. There's people all over. This is, Laura wasn't, she wasn't picky, and Delta is not picky on, who they affect or who they're going to affect. I have friends and family that, tarps, brand new roof. I'm sitting here across the street from one of my mom's neighbors. The roof just got put on a week ago, and we're sitting here watching it just get peeled off like, an orange peel,
I can't even imagine. So many people really with the people of Calcasieu Parish and Lake Charles and all areas impacted by Laura now having to deal with Delta in the minds and hearts of so many tonight. Mr. Barris, thank you so much for your time. You and your family stay safe out there, okay?
Thank you.
All right, Marcel?
Yeah, just for an update here as we approach the 6:30 time period. We mentioned earlier that Delta has officially made landfall within the last half hour in Cameron Parish in the community of Creole. We know that's exactly right around just a few miles away from where Hurricane Laura officially made landfall just 6 weeks ago. And this is video from Creole earlier. That's about a couple hours ago, so imagine what it looks like there now. This community decimated by Hurricane Laura, as we mentioned. And as Delta continues to move inland, we're beginning to see more power outages. That's happening. I see people on social media saying lights flickering, some saying lights out, lights flickering here. There's that map. You saw just a few dots of yellow earlier, and things starting to intensify on that power outage map there, spreading into even central and northern parts of the state of Louisiana as the outer rain bands of the storm are reaching those areas as well. If you are losing power or on the verge of losing power, we want to remind you that you can continue to listen to us. We're at 960 AM and 105.1 FM. That's where you will find us on the radio. We're also streaming on your devices on the KATC app. There's the radio stations up for you there. You can continue to stay with us throughout all of this. Thanks to our partners at Town Square Media for allowing us to be able to stay with our viewers as they no longer can watch us on television, but also listen to us and still stay up to date. You know, it's one thing to go through it once, and in some areas of South Louisiana, they're going through it again. Right now, the port of Iberia is getting pelted by heavy rains and wind, Jim.
Yeah, Levi Ismail is at the port with the latest on the conditions tonight. Levi. Okay, I'm not sure if we have Levi just yet. You have to bear with us, everybody, because right now the conditions are sort of so dynamic and are changing every second. And so with our crews, they might be ready 1 second, and then the next, it's like they've got to get back in. And we're really hearing that here at the studio, Marcel, as well, with the wind. That it's crazy. 1 minute, and then the next.
Well, we all just kind of looked at each other, Bradley included, as we just heard this, probably the highest gust we have heard so far since we've been broadcasting, and we all, you know, our eyes got wide and we looked at one another, and now it's quiet. It's calm again overhead, and that's indicative of what we'll be seeing over the next few hours, as the weather team has indicated for us.
And so many people will be seeing these conditions. Hurricane Delta was a huge storm. It's now made landfall and it's moving its way inland, but it's going to have such broad impacts across Acadiana, not just along the coastal areas. They're obviously going to be seeing more of that high water and wind and rain, but also even in points farther north. We were on the phone earlier with the mayor of Ville Platte, Jennifer Vidrine, and Evangeline Parish, talking about how some of the older people there, they say they can smell the storm coming, and they say that they're smelling something coming right now just because the conditions have been changing throughout the afternoon.
There's so many old adages, and that's one of the best parts about living here. You know, you talk to some
coast, but the storm surge is coming up. In fact, if we just take a quick look at the old Doppler computer, I have a shot from Creole, Louisiana, that was obliterated by Hurricane Laura. You see the trees that were stripped of their leaves. These are all live oaks that are probably not going to be live much longer. You could see while the camera was updating, water levels already up across the roadways, across the area. So here's the storm surge inundating the coastal parishes. We'll try to show you a few more cameras before we lose our daylight hour. So let's go kick it back to the graphics, the weather graphics, Max 1. And again, we'll show you the most intense part of this storm moving through the portions of northern Cameron Parish into Calcasieu Parish. Anywhere we're seeing these areas enhanced in red, not only are you seeing driving rain of about an inch every 15 minutes, you're seeing probably damaging winds in excess of 80 miles an hour. And that's happening from Jennings along Highway 90 through Esterwood over toward Creole as well, and then into western Lafayette Parish, northern portions of Vermilion Parish, just by the Maurice area into Milton. We're hearing this gust right here with this storm, this squall that's pushing on through. But we're also seeing some strong squalls. You saw how the winds were whipping up, and the winds are going to even increase. Just got a report down at the freshwater outlet down right about here that the water level is 9 feet above sea level. So that high water is pushing through and into Vermilion Parish as well. Into Vermilion Bay rather as well, and pushing into the Sippermore Point area. So we're going to watch that water come up over the next several hours. If you could flip off that teleprompter, that would help me out as well, so I can kind of see a little bit better what we're pointing to. Thank you, guys. And again, you can see in Lafayette, that's that one cell that's allowing for gusty winds, but this is the stronger wind producing system right here from Maurice through the Crowley area. We'll get it back. Let me just get it back here, get back into Lafayette Parish. And again, you can see these are the strongest winds right here that are ongoing right now across the northern portions of Cameron Parish into Jeff Davis Parish and into Cameron Parish as well. So Bradley, is my show loaded up on my system? I got a feeling it's not. Yeah, load it up for me, because I was trying to do some hand tracking and it wasn't working. A lot of times this is what happens when we're on the air and things don't go as they are planned because the show is not officially loaded up, and if something would pop up on my Facebook page or something, that would completely mess us up. So that's what happens sometimes on the air, and that's what happened. It just happened just now. I was trying to move things around and it wasn't moving. But again, here's the heaviest weather. Jennings down through Esterwood along Highway 90, I-10 between Jennings and Crowley, damaging winds. Damaging winds as we get into northern Vermilion Parish. Anything around these squalls are producing 80-mile-an-hour winds in around the periphery of the squall and perhaps right in the center line of the squall as well. So real strong gusty winds, and we've seen gusts officially up to hurricane force over toward Lake Charles. I had a couple of reports here. Let me just read them off. 75, 5 miles south of Lake Charles in Calcasieu Parish. Flash flooding being reported in Calcasieu Parish. And, of course, that freshwater city storm surge level at 8 feet roughly about 40 minutes ago. So things are really cooking across the area. And again, we saw the water that was coming up by Sycamore Point as well. Again, Lafayette Parish, let's highlight, kind of zoom in the areas that are impacted right now the most. Maurice, we're going over toward Doosan. The winds are likely picking up. Intense weather, Crowley down through Lyons Point, Kaplan to Abbeville. And south of this is where the winds are really picking up. Just as that squall clears you, again, this is part of the Eyewall that's pushing on through, and even though it's not an organized eyewall, it is producing intense winds across the area as we go through all the I-10 parishes and the coastal parishes of Acadiana. And not that we want to leave anybody out in the northern portions of Acadiana. You have these strong rain bands here, so we have this rain band here that's probably producing anywhere between 70 and 90-mile-an-hour winds. Then you'll have this rain band here is probably pushing 60, maybe 70-mile-an-hour winds, and then you'll have this rain band up here that's probably pushing 40 to 50-mile-an-hour winds. And what's only going to happen is that these winds, we promised that the winds would be coming up between 5, 6, and 7 o'clock this evening. That is certainly happening. Now, as the storm rolls across the area, and that will be over the next few hours, we'll see those winds gradually on the increase. So this is the current scenario with the hurricane, the high-resolution rapid refresh model, or you can call it the HRRR model, but it goes with a hurricane. Why not? And you see the heaviest rainfall, and again, your strongest winds are going to be in this little donut right here of equal lines of pressure. And this is the tight pressure gradient. This is where you're seeing those gusty winds out of the south on the eastern side, on the northern side they're out of the east and northeast, and on the western side they're out of the northwest or the west-northwest, and then on the southern side they're out of the west-southwest. So we're going to go through the whole, well, at least a good part of the compass where we started out on the northeast, now we're in the east-southeast, and then we'll eventually go to the south as we head into this evening. So we are still going to see strong gusts up to 60 to 70 miles an hour for a while. And let's get into that once again, because this model updates hourly. Again, you can see the gusts coming up. This pretty much verifying we're seeing some gusts in the 70, 80, and 90 mile an hour range, and that will be likely through portions of Jeff Davis and into Acadia Parish. So that's the worst part of the storm right here that we have going on right now as we see those storms in around the Jennings area. We'll get rid of that. And no, it's not working now, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And again, those strong storms that we're seeing across the area. So the winds continue to gust up with this action. Again, here is the northern part of the Eyewall. So the strongest winds moving through Jeff Davis Parish, moving through Acadia Parish, heading for Allen, heading for Evangeline Parish. We'll give it about another hour or so, and the winds picking up across the board, most locations in Acadiana for the next couple of hours. And then we're going to get to halftime, or a little bit past halftime, right around 8 or 9 o'clock tonight. Notice how I use the basketball term, maybe a football term as well. Oh, by the way, I think the NBA Finals is being played on our sister station, KTC CW. So keep that in mind if you're missing your basketball. So here's the big point, and I don't think you want to watch the radar with us. And by the way, please go to KTC.com. Go to the radar page. You got the radar constantly updating there, so you don't need for me to come on to tell you where the worst cells are. You can look for yourselves as well. I'll be here serving as your interpreter, but nonetheless. Category 2 storm now. We have it down to 100 mile an hour winds. This is the 6 o'clock report. We should be getting the 7 o'clock report in the next 20 minutes or so. But finally, the storm is inland. It's weakening, but it's going to be doing damage over the next several hours as we continue to track what's going on with the radar. Here's the big picture. Again, showing the storm moving in to southwest Louisiana. I think the model, the high-resolution rapid refresh model here, doing an excellent job of showing us where the most intense convection is across the area, and then across the northern part of the Eyewall, and the heaviest rain on the northwestern section of the storm, which the models advertised for the last 2 days, and they have been spot on with this system. It's a new day and age that we live in, the age of meteorological modeling. I've seen it over the last 30+ years. It's really remarkable when you have computer models that do an excellent job of modeling such a chaotic atmosphere, and nothing's more chaotic than a hurricane in October in Louisiana. Again, this is one of the latest storms to strike the Acadiana coastline on record in October. We had Hurricane Lily in 2002, and then back in 1964 we had Hurricane Hilda. That was October 3rd was Hilda. Lily was October 2nd, and if you look back at the records, outside of Hurricane Juan, which was a late October storm, we have never had a storm strike the Acadiana coastline that was more than just a tropical storm. But these are 2 hurricanes, and I guess that fits in with the 2020 mantra that anything is possible this year. Weather's going to improve nicely tomorrow, back to sunshine tomorrow afternoon, so we have that to look forward to, and it's going to be a big day of cleanup. We're just hoping that we don't see too much damage going on over the next several hours. And again, the model's been right on. The model's done an excellent job showing us 70, 80-mile-an-hour gusts. These are gusts, not sustained winds, but a few 90s, and that's what we're seeing right now. Few 90s going on over the next couple of hours, especially Acadia Parish, Lafayette. We should see gusts higher, and strangely enough, I will almost swear that the anemometer out at the Lafayette airport just doesn't work properly. It's not showing, I think the last reading I saw was maybe 40 or 45-mile-an-hour gusts, and we've had continuous gusts here at the station in the 60s. We've had continuous gusts with Laura in the 60s, and it never reported much higher than maybe 56. So folks at the Weather Service, can you check our our anemometer out at the airport? I don't think it's that accurate. I think there's some sort of issue where the anemometer is not spinning as loosely as it should. So you can see those gusts still. Hurricane force back through southwest Louisiana at least over the next 2 hours or so, and then things will begin to wind down, but we still see 70, 80-mile-an-hour gusts across a good part of Acadiana, Lafayette, I-10 parishes, and then working its way into the northern parishes 9, 10 o'clock tonight, and then you'll see the winds begin to gradually abate as we go deeper and deeper into the night, with things quieting down, we think, after midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning, and a little bit longer than that for the northern parishes, probably 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, Ville Platte on northeastward. But rough weather as we go over the next several hours with that storm, with those power outages and your lights flickering through the next hour or two. Notice that red showing up here in Lafayette between 7 and 8 o'clock. And it's starting to pick up out there right now. You can hear it here at the station, and I'm sure you're hearing it at your homes as well. And you get these little lulls, and then all of a sudden it ramps up, or it's coming out of nowhere. That's what happens with these tropical systems and these hurricanes. Again, the hurricane falling apart, but still capable of producing power outages, upper St. Martin Parish to almost the Baton Rouge area, and then back to the north and west. And guess what? Here at KATC, we won't have a power outage. We're on generator. We went over generator to generator power. We've been on it since 1 o'clock this afternoon to prevent those flickers and the computers going on and off. We put UPSs on throughout the building, so we're in good shape there. So we'll be with you throughout the entire night as long as this storm remains a threat. Again, the heaviest rain threat, northwestern sections of Acadiana, the latest RPM model, I-10 on northward. So again, not a big rain event, but it will be for some where you get these 6, 7, 8, 10 inches of rain. We already had 10 inches of rain over in this part of the area, so another 2 to 3 will just exacerbate the flooding going on. But the best news is that this is not going to be a major event for flooding, but certainly it's a hurricane, and that's bad enough as well. Big surge along the coast. That water still not quite working its way into Vermilion Bay, but will be doing so shortly. That water will be coming up another 3 feet on the Vermilion Bay in the next hour to 2 hours as the winds gradually turn around out of the south as that eye begins to move to the north. Jim, Marcel?
Hey, Rob, I have a question for you real quick, if we can. I know, I remember with Hurricane Laura, we had all those warnings, those tornado warnings that were just popping off as the storm was coming over. We're not seeing that right now. Why is that?
Right.
Is that what you expected?
Probably not. It's probably a combination of two things. A lot of times with these storms, you'll see the worst. Let me just bring it back to the model here for an example. You'll see the most tornadic storms well away, especially during daytime hours where there's some heating mixed in as well. You'll see the more than likely the most tornadic storms form well east of the center, sometimes near the core, but not as likely. But the other factor is, so we have a relatively dry hurricane in the southeastern quadrant. So we're not seeing that much in the way of really nasty rain bands moving in on the southeastern quadrant of the storm, which is certainly good because then we would be seeing over 100-mile-an-hour gusts and consistently. But the other factor is the closest Doppler radars are Fort Polk, National Weather Service radars, and the National Weather Service makes the warnings, produces the warnings. Closest radar is up here at Fort Polk or way over here in Slidell, Louisiana. So both radars are shooting so high up that we can't detect any of those low-level circulations. So yes, we're not seeing the tornadoes, and that's a little bit of a surprise, but no, it's not a surprise because of the Doppler coverage that we have going on right now post-Laura, because the Doppler got raked with Hurricane Laura over in Lake Charles, and they are working to fix that. But I'm sure there are a few tornadoes out there, but when you have these wind gusts pushing 80, 90, the tornadoes may have 130, 140. They're so hard to pick out, and most of these swirls stay elevated by just a few hundred feet off the ground. But if they do touch the ground, they do certainly do a lot of damage. But as I said earlier in our coverage, 98% of all the damage you have in a hurricane is from these squally rain bands, not so much from the actual tornadoes themselves. That accounts for a very little percentage of the damage we see. Tornadoes are sexy, it's a tornado warning, but a hurricane is even worse, and that's what we're seeing. And you're going to have tornadic-like winds right now over the next hour. Lafayette Parish, Acadia Parish for sure, Jeff Davis Parish, anywhere along this eyewall here, or remnant eyewall that spans down to eastern Vermilion Parish, and then back to the west as well. So that's probably why we haven't seen, in fact, we haven't seen one tornado warning. We saw a few last night over by Baton Rouge with cells that were hundreds of miles away from the hurricane. But that's sometimes the way it works. And as we say, these hurricanes are like snowflakes. Each and every one is different, and each one always has a little bit of a meteorological surprise in it.
Thank you, Rob. Well, you know, we are continuing our team coverage, heading up north to another part of Acadiana now, to St. Landry Parish.
Iman Boyd is there live. And Iman, what's happening right now?
Hey guys, we're in Opelousas right now, and as you can see, the wind is starting to pick up here. We're on the corner of East Vine Street and Oak Street. We were planning to go into another area of the city, but we noticed that there is flooding here on this main street. There's a couple inches of water, and as we were assessing the damage here on this street, we also noticed that a tree fell down right off of Oak Street. City officials have come and assessed the damage, but of course, we are expecting to see more damage as the night continues to go on, as the eye of the storm continues to persist here in Acadiana. Now, we were set up in another area, but as we were setting up, the roof of this apartment complex actually fell. As you can see, some of the metal has fell down, and we had to relocate back to this area. So that's just an indication of how heavy this storm is continuing to be. We will continue to see the impacts, as of course, as I said, that the eye will continue to come into Acadiana. So this is what we're seeing right now in Opelousas. But we'll continue to move around and see what else is going on. But we can feel the wind. The rain is coming down very hard right now. We've been out here for about 20 minutes. And like I said, it will continue to persist as the night goes on. Well, I'll send it back to you guys in studio. Live in Opelousas, Iman Boyd, KTC, TV3.
All right, Iman, thanks. Very wet there in Opelousas right now. And speaking of St. Landry Parish, take a look. We have some video coming in from Brian Lagrange, I believe. He sent this in from Leonville. Do we have that video? I don't think we have that video. But as always, everybody, as long as it's safe to do so, if you want to send us those photos and those videos, but don't risk yourself.
We'll get back to that video from Leonville and St. Landry Parish in just a bit, as soon as we can pull that up. We're going to go ahead and go now back to the port of Iberia, getting some heavy rains and wind like most of Acadiana right now. Levi Ismail is standing by at the port with more. Levi.
I don't know if you could hear that, but this wind is nothing to play around with. The rain, at first we thought that was going to be our biggest issue, but the wind is making the rain almost feel like pins and needles against your skin. And you can see some of the damage that the rain has, or that the wind, however, has already created. It's blowing away some of the shingles across the building here from what we're seeing. And then you can see from the stop sign that's being bent over because of this strong wind. It's tough to just stand up. You know, we've been in this area for some time now, and you know, while at first we thought there was going to be a lot of flooding concerns, you know, just from what we've seen so far, the wind is causing the biggest issues. I mean, just trying to find shelter. I know that we saw some trees actually fall down in the area that we drove in to try to get to New Iberia. And so, you know, you can see some of these trees over here, the limbs are falling down, and thankfully there are no cars over there. But this is something that people need to be aware of, is that at any moment some of these strong wind gusts can blow some of these limbs off and create havoc. We've been watching this carport here, and it seems to be staying put, but at any moment, I mean, these shingles could come right off. And so this is the stuff that you need to be aware of. Once this stuff comes off the building, it can start flying any direction. And we know from these strong winds that this is stuff that if you're not careful, you could easily be caught up in. So for now, we're reporting from New Iberia. We'll bring you updates as it comes available. For now, reporting, Levi Ismail. Back to you.
Alrighty, thank you, Levi. You know, Levi mentioned the wind, and as we have been hearing throughout this storm, that wind is going to be the biggest issue. The storm officially making landfall in Cameron Parish in the community of Creole. This is video from Creole hours ago. We're hoping to get some, we don't know if that camera is still up at this hour. Just 6 weeks ago, that community completely decimated by Hurricane Laura. So Delta officially making landfall a few hours ago in Cameron Parish. And throughout our full hurricane coverage, you can listen to KATC on the radio. We're simulcasting at 960 AM and 105.1 FM. That's where you can find us with our partners at Town Square Media if you are listening to us on the radio.
And let's take a look at the power outage map again right now. The power outages, we've been watching this throughout the night. There it is. If we can refresh, because earlier in the day, it was mostly blue. There were very few power outages reported. Now, look at all those reds, those oranges, those greens, those yellows. Those are indicating how many power outages there are. And according to this website, in the state, there are 192,000 power outages. At 6 o'clock, that was 106,000. So as Rob and Bradley have been talking about, power outages is becoming a pretty big part of the story here with Hurricane Delta. And really, it's all across the storm's path. You're seeing Vermilion Parish in a dark shade of red, Acadia Parish, and now in yellows are St. Landry, St. Martin, and Lafayette parishes. Those are about 10% of the parishes reporting some power outages. Marcella, I was talking to you earlier. My Wi-Fi at home kept going in and out. I keep getting those alerts. I just had to turn it off because it just must be flickering over at my house.
Yeah, I was talking to my parents earlier in Opelousas, got a text message from my mother who said the lights were flickering there as well. So we know that widespread power outages, if you aren't without power already, 9 times out of 10, you will be very soon. And as things intensify overhead here at TV3, we know that's going on all over Acadiana.
It's starting to get loud. We know that there are thousands of workers who have descended upon Acadiana and Louisiana over the past 6 weeks to work to restore power after Hurricane Laura. Let's take a look inside the Cajun Dome. We know this has been a staging area for all those bucket trucks with LUS and other power companies as well from across the U.S. who have descended on Lafayette and Acadiana again to help out in the days ahead. So the bucket trucks have actually been moved inside the Cajun Dome to protect them, because those services, those workers, those trucks are going to be vital in the days ahead. We saw how much work and how much progress has been made since Hurricane Laura, and it's just so disheartening to just think about all that work that's been done, Marcel, and now, you know, it's been blown away by Delta.
And you know, seeing those trucks inside the Cajun Dome and hearing about the hotels that are filled with workers that have come in from other places, it's comforting. We know we're going to lose power. We know things are going to look entirely different when we wake up in the morning in many areas, but we already know there are people here, literally boots on the ground, ready to get to work as soon as it's safe at sunrise tomorrow morning to assess the damage and to get things back to normal. We know Southwest Louisiana, as you just said, they were working, and here we are again. all of that work may be reversed in some areas, unfortunately. But this is what we do here in South Louisiana. We pick up the pieces and we come together and we get it done. And Delta is going to be another example of us doing what we do best where we live.
And talking to some of those workers who've come into Louisiana from other parts of the country, they don't consider themselves heroes at all. And in fact, they would tell our reporters out in the field, well, you guys came to us for this tornado or that event in the past few months. So it's a community, it's a brotherhood, a sisterhood, where these workers are out there just doing what we would do for them as well.
And we're thankful for both ends, no matter what way it's working, them coming to us or us going to them. We're thankful that that dynamic exists, because when people are at a time of need, you're helpful for help.
And there's going to be a lot of work being done in the next few days. Everybody, we do have our crews all across Acadiana. The weather is really getting bad out there, as it has been progressively throughout the afternoon. So we're going to be checking in with our crews when it is safe to do so. But we do know that this is a very dynamic time in the weather lab, so we want to head over to Chief Meteorologist Rob Perilla with the latest on Delta as this storm continues to move inland. Rob.
Thanks. Yeah, and while you were on air, Jim, I noticed you were looking up at the roof. We had a couple of gusts here, 75. I think there was one very close to 80 based on sound. And I've been at KATC for 17 years now, and I haven't heard the roof move like this before. And we're talking going back to hurricanes Rita, going back to, well, Katrina, we didn't have much wind. We had about 45, but Hurricane Rita, we had about 65. Hurricane Gustav, we had about 70 to 75. We've had gusts here to 60 to 65 with Laura. Tonight, we are beating that by a good stretch, a couple of gusts to 70 to 75. I think we were just pushing 80 with one rumble across the top of the roof here. So it is rocking and rolling, and it is gnarly out there, especially along and near the core of this storm. And again, the worst of it is in Acadia Parish, also Lafayette Parish right now, and spanning into Iberia Parish. So but the winds are just as equally as strong, just about all the way through Lake Charles. But I would say, based on the radar reflectivity data, the velocity data that we've been watching, the worst of it now, with gusts probably 80 to 90, maybe a few gusts pushing 100 in Acadia Parish, and the same into Lafayette Parish. If we're hearing gusts here at the station 70 to 80, that means there's a few spots in the parish that may see a few gusts up to 90. So that is what the models have been telling us all along, and that's where the heaviest rains are at this point and the most dynamic weather. Again, we go over toward Eyewall. We see again Bradley, load up my, oh, it is loaded up. It was just slow to move on my hand motion. But nonetheless, we could see that strong wind and the squalliness around the Eyewall area through Pine Island. Jennings, it's been very, very rough there. Take cover if you're in Acadia Parish. This is the time you kind of want to maybe get close to your interior closet or bathroom just in case. We don't see anything that is overtly tornadic, but certainly you could have something spin up very quickly and be gone before the radar can even see, or the radar operator can even see a spin up. And we don't see anything that shows that where there's that right now, at least at this point, but we'll continue to watch for that. And then you get into Lafayette Parish, northeastern portions of Acadia Parish, in around the Church Point area, very intense weather here, and much of Lafayette Parish seeing the strongest winds so far. As we promised, we thought it would be coming up right around 6, 7, 8 o'clock, and has certainly done that now, and will continue to do so. And the wind's really still blowing out of the Gulf area into the Sycamore Point area. I want to see what camera I left up here just to see what we have. Oh, we have a live shot. Let's take that. That's actually Abbeville, Louisiana. So let's take a look at Abbeville if we take the old Doppler computer there. And just before it gets too dark to see anything, this is the way it looks in Abbeville. The camera was working. I don't see the rain working across here, but it was certainly coming down pretty good here. And Bradley is just refreshing that. And let's just go ahead, hit the, no, that one is gone too. So we have Creole right here. I think that one with the nice sunset is Freeport, Texas. But this is Creole, Louisiana. This is ground zero. This is where the hurricane made landfall. And notice we have the Gulf of Mexico now, water coming across the highway and moving across much of Creole as well. Here's Sycamore Point. Again, that pier still holding up. Fingers crossed it makes it through the next couple of hours, but you can see how the water is pounding right here, and we're at 6:57, 6:58. That is sunset time, so this is the last of what we're going to get to see, unless we get somebody to come out here with the flashlight and shine it for us. I don't think that will happen. I'm not recommending that. Please, nobody go out there. Yeah, so Jim said somebody ran by when we took this shot live last time. Don't be out here during the storm, please. It's too dangerous. The water's coming in. Storm surge comes in quickly. You can get swept away by that water very, very quickly. So let's get back to the MAX system here. And again, we can see where those strongest winds are with the strongest cells back here through Jeff Davis Parish into Acadia Parish. Iota seeing some very intense rain bands moving through right now. And just north of Crowley as we get up toward the Eunice area and Church Point, as we mentioned a little bit earlier, the Arsenault area. And then Opelousas, you're getting in on the strong winds right now as well as we get into the northern portions of Acadiana. Ville Platte, a little bit of a low, but gusty winds occurring here. And back through Allen Parish as well. And then into Upper St. Martin Parish, we're starting to see some of these stronger rain bands now work their way east enough that the winds are coming up in Henderson. So you get on the other side of the Chaffalaya Basin, it's just a rainy, breezy day, but you get onto our side of the Chaffalaya Basin, much different scenario here. So we move it on down to Delcombe, Erath, very intense rain band right here. Very strong winds likely with this. This is probably 90-mile-an-hour winds with this squall that curls back through Lafayette Parish and then manifests into this little bit of a vortex head here on the northern portion of the Eyewall, or the remnant Eyewall associated with that. So let's get to the 7 o'clock bulletin is in, so we'll kind of zip through some of these radars because I know I have up on my show here the latest update on Hurricane Delta. And drum roll, please, are we down to a Category 2? And the answer is yes. We are down to a Cat 2, Cat 1 rather. That's what I was going for. Yes, there's clapping going on in the building. 90-mile-an-hour wind. So we've been very, very fortunate that this storm has been weakening all the way in, not like Hurricane Laura was, where it was strengthening all the way in. Nonetheless, we're not candy coating. It's a hurricane, and there's no such thing as a weak Category 1. Oh, it's only a Category 1 hurricane. That's a weak hurricane. Well, send somebody, whoever sends that, send them outside right now in Lafayette or Acadia Parish and tell me what you think about a weak hurricane. And got a warning I think that's just come in. It's probably another flood warning or something. Flash flood, okay. Flash flood warning, but here's the latest, and the track intensity forecast is not going to change. But the big news of the day, finally down to a Cat 1. That is good news for all of us. Moving to the northeast at about 14. I'm going to go ahead and take a look and see what the latest National Hurricane Center advisory is saying while I'm pulling off some other damage reports as well. And I'll get back to the radar because that is the most germane right now, so you can see the big picture on the radar as we back it on up and show you the big picture here. And even more so, back it up. And there we see our decaying hurricane. Calcasieu, Lake Charles Regional reporting a sustained wind of 62. Get this, a gust of 95. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, I don't know why this says 10/8. They got the date wrong, but I will take that as that's what occurred. The time is wrong on that of the time. And there is an 80 gust right here at the station. So this is where it's getting rough, folks. Getting rough out there. Jeff Davis flash flood. Okay, National Hurricane Center. Let's see if they're culling anything. Their headline is Delta just inland across the southwest Louisiana coast. Hurricane conditions and life-threatening storm surge occurring within the warning area, and we are within the warning area. No important changes outside of this is down to a Cat 1. The flash flood warning is for southwest Evangeline Parish. We'll go additional rainfall of 3 to 5 is going to occur in areas of 4 to 10 inches. And Bradley, you got that flash flood watch up there?
I'm going to go ahead and pull it up. I was just looking at the...
well, I can call it up here, too.
The official...
this is the magic of our... See, it says flash flood watch, and then I could just go to warnings right here. and this is going to populate where the warnings are. Well, I hit the tracking right now, but come in and make sure I hit that warnings button. And there's the new warning area that's flashing in green right here. That's where our newest flash flood warning is. It goes up into Avoyelles Parish and into Acadia Parish once again. But the big story, flooding, yeah, is an issue, but right now we have these winds that are just awfully intense across the area, and that continue as we watch this roll on in. So if you got a gust to 95 in Lake Charles, you're going to have a gust to 95 here and gust to 95 over here. So just about anywhere from St. Martin, Iberia Parish, on through Lafayette Parish, especially Acadia, especially Jeff Davis, and then back through Calcasieu Parish, wind gusts in the 90-mile-per-hour range. And so we've gotten verification mid-90s at Lake Charles. That to the airport is right here. So they got that just on the back end of this storm, and that's what the models have been telling us, that there's going to be a zone on the backside, on the northern part of the system, and then on the eastern side where we're going to see those strong and intense winds, and that's what we're seeing right now as we continue to hear those winds gusting 70 to 80 here at KETC. So if they're gusting 70 to 80 here, they're likely gusting 90 in other spots across the area. So again, this is the time, this is the ground zero time on when the damage is being done, trees are going down. Be close to your interior room or closet just in case you start hearing that wind roaring up. It's like, don't take any time, just make a yell, get everybody ahead in one direction, establish where everybody goes in your home. Go, it's go time, and get into that closet or bathroom again. Put as many walls around you just in case. And what is making me a little bit of concern here is just the shape of this cell that I see in Acadia Parish here, just southwest of Iota. This is very intense right here. Very intense winds, 90, 95 mile an hour gusts, maybe a gust to 100 right here. Certainly a possibility with this cell that's moving through Acadia Parish and then moving northward. This is heading toward Eunice. It's going to be getting to you, Eunice, in about, we'll give it about 30 minutes based on everything's moving to the north at about 15 miles an hour. We're hearing these strong winds in Lafayette as we get on the backside of these squalls right now. We're right here just around the A on Lafayette. That's where KETC is, and you can see how intense those cells are, and not nearly as intense as the ones that are back to the west of us over here in Acadia Parish and back through Jeff Davis Parish as well. Let's just kind of move this down and get into Allen Parish for our friends up in Kinder, Oberlin. Very intense rainfall, very strong winds here, very strong winds in the Fenton area down through Iowa, Reeves, then back through Belfield, and then the Lake Charles area where we just got a report of a gust to 95. So that's heading generally up in your direction. So strongest winds are going to be also manifesting in this particular cell that is just north and east of the Lake Charles area into northwestern Jeff Davis Parish, much of Allen Parish. You're going to get clobbered with this one. You got clobbered pretty good with Hurricane Laura as well. So some very rough weather there. And again, we're hearing the gusts here at the station. I can only imagine what it's doing over in Acadia Parish right now, where there are more than likely gusts going to about 90 miles an hour. And again, some of these tropical showers still pretty active all the way down through St. Mary Parish. But notice, St. Mary Parish has been living the life of hurricane luxury so far, other than the storm surge that's going to be inundating the coastal areas. But we think that water stays south of Highway 90, so that is the good news. But it's going to inundate a lot of the low-lying areas, especially along and south of the Intercoastal Waterway. That goes roughly right where my finger is across the area. So that is certainly going to be an issue. And again, hearing some big gusts here at the station. Let's take a look at some of the velocity data here and see what we can see. Bradley, if you could start working on that, just give me, you do have some velocities? Okay, let's go over to Max 2 since Bradley's working on that. So what you got there for us, Bradley?
Yeah, so here we go into Acadia Parish, like we've been mentioning. This is where the roughest weather is coming through right now. We're seeing velocity here, 112 miles per hour. I saw pretty close to 115 not too long ago. So like Rob said, this is where you're seeing those wind gusts, perhaps 80 and 90 miles per hour. I was just outside. I stepped outside here at the station, and I saw some loose branches, some leaves falling from some of the trees. A tin roof from a shed not too far from the station was kind of flapping up and down. So very intense wind gusts now moving through the heart of Lafayette, and again, into portions of Acadia Parish as well, right around the Crowley area here, also into Iota, and then that is starting to spread into southern St. Landry Parish here. If we can get a little bit closer to that in Eunice, we see some pretty impressive velocity showing up there. I'll go ahead and cue it up here. Looks like we are getting a reading of around 85, closer there. Here we go, 106 miles per hour. Again, not necessarily at the surface, just a little bit farther up into the atmosphere, but nonetheless, some gusts with these squalls moving through, easily getting up 80, 90, and in some cases, perhaps close to 100 miles per hour. So now is definitely not the time to be outside. The sun has already set, so you really can't see any flying debris or really anything like that. So you kind of want to be in your house, in your homes right now, riding out this storm as these tough squalls are moving through the area. And again, as we pull up the Doppler real quick, the radar sweep here, again, you can see some of the heaviest of the action starting to push inland into central and eventually northern Acadiana as well. And here is the roughest of the weather right here into Acadia Parish, moving inland. And again, the storm will be generally moving to the north and the east with time at a quick pace as that upper trough continues to accelerate it toward the north and east. So northern parishes here into Evangeline, around Ville Platte, you're going to be getting in on some of the heavy action here very shortly. Really already have been battered the last couple of hours. That's going to continue through the rest of this evening. And let's see if we can put the radar into motion here, give us an idea. And also into Lafayette. Again, this is the heaviest weather we've seen really throughout this evening, and that's going to continue over the next hour or two as well. And then like Rob was saying, as we zoom out here, taking a look at the entire Acadiana region, the southeastern parts of the region have been faring pretty well here throughout this event, into St. Mary Parish as well, right around Morgan City. Not really seeing a whole lot of action, and then some tropical squalls also making their way into southeastern Louisiana as well. But here comes the storm officially making landfall again in Creole, Louisiana. Very, very close, unfortunately, to the landfall that we saw with Hurricane Laura only 6 weeks ago, and continuing to batter the same areas that were completely really just devastated from Hurricane Laura. But the storm is moving at a pretty good clip. That is the good news. We are down to a Category 1 storm, but like Rob and I have been saying throughout the entirety of the hurricane season, there is no such thing as a weak hurricane. So let's get through the next several hours here. We'll be with you through the rest of the evening and overnight tonight to get you through this storm. And then as we head into the weekend, we're looking at much better weather as the storm continues to push out to the north and east. So that's the latest what we have here in the weather lab. I'm not sure if Rob wanted to add anything else real quick.
Well, just took a peek outside, Bradley, while you're on, and man, the winds are gusting out there. Still gusting in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range. Maybe not as strong, but here comes the second band coming through Lafayette Parish shortly. So I think we're going to continue to see some pretty intense weather going on. I think we're still on your computer right now. Are we on Max 2 or Max 1? Yeah, there we go. I know that. Let's see, if I hit the button and it moves, then it's my computer. Okay, so here we go. And again, you can see some of those intense cells that are pushing across the area, and another one that's fixing to come through Lafayette in just a little bit, but very intense cells moving through northern portions of Acadia Parish. But anywhere along Highway 90, I-10 on northward, that's where we're seeing the super high winds, seeing some clearing here. That usually means there's some wind dynamic. There's all sorts of stuff going on where you can have winds peaking up, dropping down, peaking up, going down, and then peaking up back over here as you go farther to the west into northwestern Jeff Davis Parish. But hurricanes are kind of surprising, where you don't think you're going to see super high winds, you're actually going to see them. And with a report coming out of Lake Charles about an hour or so ago of 195 mile an hour winds, that is certainly possible as we get into northwestern Jeff Davis Parish, as we mentioned, and up through Allen Parish as well. And again, across eastern portions of Acadia Parish. By far, as Bradley was just showing you, this strong cell showing some pretty strong winds aloft, and some of those winds now are working their way down to the ground. And anytime you see these little suckers that are kind of in the inner core of the storm, that there was nothing, and then all of a sudden there's something popping up, that's usually when you're having very intense winds. Experience dictates you see the winds really gusting up, and this is heading for Lafayette Parish. So we'll see if this comes on through in the next 10 minutes or so, whether we see those winds increasing once again. I did post when I poked my head out about an hour ago, I picked up about 60 or 65 mile-an-hour winds, and the loudest noise was not the trees, it was actually the acorns coming off the oak in front of the station, coming down on top of the metal roof. But again, as we've been telling you, these are the type of winds that are going to take off shingles off your roof, cornices, the corners of roofs are going to take on some damage, some chimneys are going to go down. I've gotten a few pictures in. I haven't been able to look at all of my email and certainly not gotten to all my Facebook messages, but we are getting reports of at least some damage before the sun went down, and now we're seeing that the winds are only getting worse, and that was kind of our kind of what we were a little bit worried about, is that we'd see the highest winds once we were pretty much after dark. And let's see if that is still that's probably not live anymore. I was just looking to see if we had any more live cameras, but we're pretty much done. Sippermore Point, you know, you're only as good as the cell service, and Sippermore Point is just a blur. There's a light out there. There's still some lights at Sippermore Point. We can take that off the old Doppler computer if you want. Yeah, and they better not be flashlights. But if we drop that other box down right here, you'll be able to see there are still lights at Sippermore Point. So that is good news. And I don't know if you can hear that on our mic. Can you hear that in your earpieces? Yeah. No? Wow, it sounds pretty wild here at the station when that wind comes on through. So let's get back to the Doppler. And you guys have any questions specifically? Are you seeing any questions that are coming in on social media? Jim, Marcel, any questions that you would have yourselves about the storm?
You know, Rob, I'm just looking through on social media on our Facebook page, looking at some of the messages, and I'm seeing just damage being reported just about everywhere. It's just sort of just such a broad system. You had mentioned how disorganized it was. Is this a system that, when it made landfall, is it powerful on each side? Is there one side that's being affected more than the other?
No, it becomes awfully lopsided. Mm-hmm. But and when you look at a hurricane like Laura, that was a finely tuned hurricane machine when it came in, where you had all the convection going around the entire center of the storm, whereas this one's been lopsided. And what happens, I mean, just think of a frisbee. When you throw a frisbee and it goes nice and smooth, that's your category 4. But you can throw a frisbee pretty hard and it does one of these wobble things, and that's kind of what you have with this hurricane. You have a kind of a wobbling top right here, and on the wobbles, that's where you get your huge wind gusts, and that's what we saw with Lake Charles. That's what we're seeing with some of the gusts moving across portions of Jeff Davis and Acadia and Lafayette Parish, for that matter. So it's kind of a wobbly thing, and then you have all your heavy convection on the northern side of the system. So if you have some wobbling going this way, it's even worse where your convection is. So typical of what we call an asymmetric hurricane, and this one's certainly asymmetric. It's not symmetrical. It's not circular in the truest sense of how we're seeing the rain wrap around it. The pressure field, though, is still pretty symmetric, and that's why we're going to continue to see these strong gusts probably through 10 o'clock. And again, here's the core of the storm that moves out of the way with time. By midnight, things will certainly be settling down as we get well past the midnight hour. But we have another 4 or 5 hours ahead of some pretty rough weather. I-10 corridor, I would say another 2 hours. Northern portions of Acadiana, another 2 to 3 hours after that as well.
I was going to ask you about timing, and you just answered that, because you look at the model as it was before you moved it through the state onto Mississippi, and it looked like the worst of the storm was done. It was north of us, but those are just the rain bands. But we know that south of those rain bands are where the heaviest winds are, which is why you say for the next 2, 3, 4 hours we'll still be in the intensity of Delta.
Yeah, that's 100% correct because, you know, even though you have these big heavy-duty rain bands, I'll just kind of back this up so we have the broad picture here. Once again, the big picture, and even though we have the worst rain bands are on the northern part of the storm, still going through Lafayette, but in about an hour or less, the worst rains are going to be over with, but the wind gusts are going to continue. And then what you have to be on the lookout for is the possibility of another squall that's developing. You see how this one is already up through St. Martin Parish, but watch how it forms, zoom, and that's moving at about 75 miles an hour or more the way we're moving with the upper parts of the wind, or it's what we call a phase speed type of situation. So as long as we get the convection off farther to the north, the risk of super damaging winds will be over with, but there will still be strong and gusty winds because guess what? This is a hurricane, and it's got to feed mama, and mama's north of the I-10 corridor right now, so it's got to feed those cells in there, and you're going to have a reaction for the dynamics that you're seeing up here. There's an equal and opposite reaction where you're going to have those south winds coming in the wake of this, well, we'll call it a decaying eye wall, but we can kind of see it here pretty much over Cameron and into Vermilion parishes. So that's what we have going on right now with that storm. So, Jim?
Rob, I think Bradley needed to chime in.
Okay, go ahead.
I was monitoring the feed here, and someone was reporting some pretty nasty conditions just really right around the Crowley area. I don't know if we can pull up the Max 2 just real quick. I wanted to show. We are seeing a little bit of rotation here, moving into Acadia Parish, a little bit of curvature here just south of the Arsenault area. But again, like we've been saying, this is where you're going to see your most intense squalls moving through, again, Acadia Parish at this time. So may not necessarily be a tornado, but like Rob said, we do see these gust tornadoes, kind of quick spin up tornadoes in tropical systems. So very well could have been that here, again, just north of I-10, just south and west of Arsenault here in Acadia Parish, and also the Dopplers picking up on some rotation right around the Iota area as well. So again, this is where we are seeing the most intense rain bands moving through the area. And so like I said, you know, you just want to be in your home right now in a steady and sturdy structure, riding this storm out. We got another couple hours at least for us here in South Central Acadiana, and then this is all again moving off to the north into you know, our northern parishes here through the rest of this night. And of course, we'll be keeping all of you updated, not just us here in South Central Acadiana, but for all of our parishes as we head through the next several hours. So I think that should be it for us here in the Weather Lab, at least for right now. I know, guys, maybe you have some news to cover, so we're going to send it back to you all.
Bradley and Rob, thank you so much. So here we are, 7:19 coming on 7:20 here on this Friday night. Hurricane Delta has made landfall, and we thank everybody who's watching at home for our continuing coverage of the storm.
That's right. Delta made landfall as a Category 2, now downgraded, as we heard just a few minutes ago, to a Category 1 storm. Winds about 90 miles an hour. Our teams are all over Acadiana, from Morgan City to Sulfur, in every parish in between as well. Continuing our team coverage, we're going to go out live now to Katie Easter. She is in Jennings, where sustained winds are now at Category 1 strength. Katie.
How long have you been with them?
Oh, a little over here. I am ready. We're here in Jennings right now, where the wind has just started to pick back up. Of course, the rain actually started to die down over here. You can tell behind me that it's finally not blasting the rain right into my face, but there for a while, we definitely were feeling that gust as Delta made landfall, and we're still feeling those gusts, but like I said, we're not seeing that rain like we were. Now, of course, they do have power lines down across the town. Part of the town is without power completely, and of course we're at the fire station right now, and unfortunately they do actually have numerous calls to go to, but they're unable to go to it until the winds die down below 45 miles per hour. Live in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All right, from Jennings to Sulfur, we're going to join our Chris Welty, who's standing by live from there with an update. Chris.
Just don't get my socks.
Hey Marcel, conditions really are deteriorating here in Sulfur. Within the last half hour, the winds and rain have really picked up even more. Now the hotel, we could see that these doors were sort of swaying in and out a little bit. During Hurricane Laura, the front doors actually blew off, but so far so good here at the hotel. We still have power. Power was flickering on and off, but this couple, y'all actually just got here to the hotel. Y'all were asking if they had any availability here, but unfortunately the hotel is booked, but y'all are hanging out here in the lobby. What was it like out there on the road?
It was hard to see. We were basically getting blown all over the road. We were watching transformers blow left and right, trees falling down. It was real scary.
All the interstate signs are cracked, blown over. All the advertisement signs are all over the road. It's crazy.
Yeah, and we were helping y'all get some of your luggage in. I see that y'all are in the military. Where were y'all traveling from, and where are y'all going?
We're coming from Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and we're going to Fort Benning, Georgia.
Wow. Did y'all imagine that the conditions would be this bad?
No idea at all.
We didn't even check the weather and saw that there was a storm coming. So. Yeah.
Well, and I know that y'all go through extensive training in the military, but it doesn't really prepare you for being on the road like this, huh?
Definitely not. No.
Yeah, well, look, thank y'all so much. I'm glad that y'all are safe. Thank y'all for joining us. And so many people have actually been stopping in here at the hotel asking if they have any availability, and the answer is no, they don't. But instead of turning people away because the conditions are just so rough on the road, they are saying, look, come on in, hang out in the lobby. We have a lot of space. You can sit here until it is safe to get back on the road. And here at the hotel, there's so many people that are also working with utility crews. We have linemen, we have people with AT&T here, Dish, we have Sudden Link out here as well. So the crews, they're ready, they're staging, they're ready for once the conditions do get better that they can get out there and restore services. But once again, people here at the hotel, they're really surprised that we haven't lost power just yet. But just a few exits up the road, you heard from that couple, they were saying that they were seeing transformers blow. One of the hotel managers, she was telling us that her home is now without power, and we were listening to some of the other conversations out here, and they were saying that they're experiencing flooding in other areas, and that is a major concern following Hurricane Laura because a lot of that debris hasn't been picked up yet. So that debris is blocking those storm drains, so that water is just pooling in the roads. So, but once again, people here in Sulfur, they're going to continue watching the conditions and just hunkering down as Hurricane Delta continues to push inland. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KATC TV3, back to you in the studio.
Alrighty, you know, power outages, one of those great concerns, and here we are, we're seeing more power outages spread over into other parts of the state near the Baton Rouge area, and the Florida parishes there now in some green, and we see more red in the western part of the state. That's the power outage map at poweroutage.us. Jim, I know right now we're at over 217,000. I don't know if you made your last note, how many?
Yeah, I just refreshed it. It's showing 217,000 power outages across the state. Last I checked, I guess we could use about an hour ago at around 6:30, it was 169,000.
Wow.
So just what our weather team has been telling us, that power outages are really going to be one of the big impacts that people at home will experience from this, in addition to, you know, the tree limbs down, but that's probably what's causing the power outages to begin with. LUS, they've been active on Twitter, as we showed you that video earlier of all the bucket trucks inside the Cajun Dome. LUS a short time ago had said that they pulled in all their crews until the winds were below 39 miles per hour. So you have to assume that they've had crews out there, even as the conditions were getting progressively worse throughout the night, but just it got to a boiling point where it was just not safe for the workers to be out and about. So
we reached that point. We know that that happens during storms when it gets to that point where emergency responders and crews, work crews, have to be called in, and LUS already, as Jim just said, pulling their crews in. So that's a sign of the intensity and what hours we have reached in this storm. We're going to show you some video to take a look at conditions here at TV3. Our marketing director, Artie Richard, shot this video behind the station a little earlier tonight. That's water rushing into the coulee that's right next to TV3, and that was a couple hours ago as the sun was getting ready to set. Winds showing the trees blowing there. There's the Doppler, and I think we have video of the tower. Those are the anchors for our tower that's above the TV station, the wind blowing those as well. So that's just a look of what was going on here at TV3 just a few hours ago. And we know that now that it's dark, we can't see what's happening, but we can hear it. We're definitely hearing it overhead.
You got to wonder if what we're hearing is the tower overhead. You know, during Laura, I mean, look at KPLC in Lake Charles.
Right.
That tower came down. It is pretty dangerous. We are always trying to keep ourselves safe as well. We have our engineers who've kind of, you know, made sure everything is secured. And if it were to ever, God forbid, get to a point, we would, of course, take the necessary precautions. But yeah, it's just a big tower right above our heads. That's going to make a lot of noise with those winds out there.
Yeah, we have a plan. We know that people are probably thinking, well, why stay? We have a plan. There's so many protocols that go through, and so many things that are tested before we even enter hurricane season, because this is home base for us. However, we know that if it gets too intense and something does happen and we experience some damage here at TV3, there is a plan in place like everyone else. We plan just like you plan at home, and for your family members, we in our own family make our plans.
We get our game plan early, and we know how to execute
we
it.
do.
Right?
You know, tonight most of Acadiana under curfew at this time. So many different curfews throughout our parishes and cities. There are some parish-wide curfews. There are some city curfews specifically in certain areas of Acadiana. You'll see them there. We have a complete list, and we'll run through those. If you see your city or miss it, don't worry. You can find it at katc.com/curfews. katc.com/curfews. Many curfews starting earlier this afternoon and evening in parts of Acadiana, and we'll be lifting at different times tomorrow morning. Of course, safest is after sunrise, and as you see there, most of the areas in around Acadiana are waiting until after the sun comes up to lift those curfews. If your power is out, you can listen to KATC on our app, or you can find us on the radio as well. We're simulcasting at 960 AM and 105.1 FM, our Town Square media partners there. Also KATC.com, where streaming information is being updated on our website and our social media pages. Minute by minute, hour by hour. You probably hear some people talking back here. They're taking care of all of that as the information is coming in.
All right, Rob, I think, has just indicated he needs to get on the air with some breaking weather news. Hey, Rob.
Hey, guys, let's get back over to the weather computer here and go over to Max 1. This is Max 2 that's up right now. Let's go to Max 1. And, oh, this is Max 1? Yes, it is. Okay, good. This is the cell that we're watching that's in northeastern Acadia Parish going through Church Point right now. We've seen evidence on the Doppler radar and also a little bit of a tornado vortex signature that showed up with the cell that is just northeast of the rain area. Now it's a mesocirculation, but this one is very intense, more than likely producing pretty high winds up across the Church Point area right now into southwestern portions of Jeff Davis Parish and the northern portion of Lafayette Parish. So very intense cell right there that we're bird dogging at this point. I don't think my show's loaded up, so Bradley, if you could just load that back up. Yeah, because I'm trying to manipulate stuff, and oh no, you don't want to do that. You just want to load the show. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, so the big picture going on here, we still have, this is the worst part of the storm, and this is moving now into the northern parishes of Acadiana. It's just about clearing I-10, but we still have strong winds along the I-10 corridor. It's going to stay that way for another hour or so, and then we're gradually going to see less and less in the way of these super high winds. But across portions of Acadia Parish, this is the cell that concerns me the most, that spans back all the way back through Lake Charles. Damaging winds now, northern portions of Jeff Davis Parish into Allen Parish, Evangeline Parish, and certainly Acadia Parish, and that's going to be moving into St. Landry. But this cell right here has been showing us the potential for some rotation. We saw that showing up on the Doppler a little bit earlier by the Desertel area over toward Church Point. And mind you, these cells are moving so fast, and it's faster than the last sweep that we showed you on the radar. And if you look closely, we're going to see blue here, but right there, you saw that right there. There was a little bit of a change in the color as we went through the line right there. That's what the Doppler was picking up on, potential rotation. So we watch that system, and again, based on what the Doppler is going to tell us, but I wouldn't trust this so much in a hurricane. It's better for when we do severe weather and give you a track on this. We're not actually getting a track. There we go. We do get a track. It's moving to the northeast of mesocyclone. It's moving at about 18, which is pretty much in concert with how the hurricane is moving. But nonetheless, this is showing some rotation. and you can hear, boy, you can hear that wind here. It's just, if you're a weather nerd, this is a little bit of a party for Perillo, but nonetheless, we don't want to take away from the seriousness of these storms, and this is what we're here for. This is what we're here to serve you and let you know what's going on with these storms as they continue to roll on through. Much better as you go farther to the east. We do have a strong tropical rain band, but boy, we have a wind gust that was sustained right now. That was sustained at about 65 for more than just a few seconds. That was about close to 8 or 9 seconds, so pretty wild stuff that's going on. Fortunately, we are good. We're better, but we have these strong winds onshore. What we can't show you on the Doppler is that high water that's now building into. More than likely, the water is coming up at Sippermore Point, so another several feet from what we were showing you just before the sunset a little bit earlier. And again, that one cell that is near the Church Point area, north of Rain. Oh, I don't want to do that either. Let's get this and get my hand tracking back going here so I can just move the map around as I please. And again, we'll see that in the northern portions of Acadia Parish as it continues to push generally off to the north and east. And you got that action working its way through Sunset as well, Opelousas. And now it's amazing. We're just about out of the heavy-duty rains here at the station, and the winds are as strong or stronger than what we've heard all night long. So that is proof in the pudding that this storm is, even though it's lopsided and has most of the heavy rain north and west of it, as we kind of back it on up, we're seeing these strong winds on the southern part of the storm. We still have some convection in Lafayette, so this is probably the last super high gust, and we'll see how strong the winds are once that last convection moves out of the area. But it's blowing so good, we have a door that keeps on banging over toward Studio B on the other side. So we got some pressure changes going on here in the building as well with those high winds for sure. And again, this is the entire system. Now it's moving to the north. Fortunately, along and south of I-10, there are absolutely zero rain flooding concerns. There's obviously a coastal flooding concern with the storm surge. All these areas that are in green, they're pretty much in water already, but the storm surge is pushing up into these areas now, and that water will continue to rise, especially as the winds come around out of the south and push whatever water was bucking up against the coast inland. So tomorrow we'll see a different story on how far inland that storm surge has made it. And we never want to underestimate or underplay this, but certainly this is quite an intense system, even though it's a Category 2, now just a Category 1 storm. But every Category 1 storm is a messy storm, it's a damaging storm, and can be a threat not only to property but lives as well. So stay indoors. Don't go outside to get that beauty Jim Cantori style weather shot. Those guys are the professionals. You at home are not the professional, and I am not even a professional when it comes to doing that. You always have to be very careful going outdoors. But that's what we have right now. This cell in northeastern Acadia Parish moving into St. Landry Parish. That's the nasty one right now, and that's the one that's probably not only producing the heaviest rains for sure, but the strongest winds likely with this that are moving into northern Lafayette Parish as well, and southern St. Landry Parish. Those where the highest winds are at this point.
Yeah, Rob, we're getting reports, Morse, Esterwood, hearing that roofs are off, homes, patios being blown away, that sort of thing. So those are areas that we'll be checking out. We're also being asked about gusts in St. Landry Parish and Opelousas. How's it doing out there? Perhaps Bradley can chime in
it's
too.
looking like we're pushing 80 to 90 again. We don't have many observations in the region. We'll check the Opelousas airport coming up shortly to see if they're still online. But wind gusts here are probably in the 80 to 90 mile per hour range based on what we've seen on the Doppler velocities, and 80 to 90. That's why I put up that graphic. That's going to do damage to your roof. Some roofs will come off. Anything that's metal that's not secured to the ground becomes a flying fortress. And we just peeked out across the street a little bit earlier, Bradley and I, and across the street there is a sign that's kind of shredded over at the Chevron. I think it's Chevron, or is it Citgo? Whatever. Chevron station that's across the street from KATC. So we're not minimizing it. There is certainly damage going on, and it will continue now into Acadia Parish. It's moving into St. Landry Parish. It's moving into Evangeline Parish. The strongest winds right now. This is where the winds are going to be coming up and going to continue to come up. Bradley, you had something, sir.
Yes, back to Jim's point here in southern St. Landry Parish. We can pull up the max 2 just real quick. Hey, Bradley, I don't think your mic's on. No, it's not on yet.
Ha! See, that's what happens when we go outside and we
I didn't want it to blow away, so I took it off, but here we go. We should be back on now. And just wanted to go ahead, and I know Jim mentioned some viewers in St. Landry Parish getting reports on my feed that the winds are picking up in Eunice here, and also just north of the 190 area as well. Are we on the max 2 here? No, okay. Yeah, if we can get max, here we go, real quick. And again, winds picking up in the Eunice area, and also I just saw, I don't know if it went down a little bit, but I was getting a velocity of around 111, 112, just around the US 190 area here, again in southern St. Landry Parish. So these are going to be the areas we're going to be focusing in on as we head through the rest of this evening and overnight tonight, as the squalls continue to push northward, and again eventually getting into Evangeline Parish as well. But again, with the velocities coming in 100 plus here, those are going to be gusts getting up to around 60, 70, perhaps 80 miles per hour as well. So that is going to be something that we're going to be tracking really closely. And as we turn it over to the tracking here on the radar, we can see if we can find any rotation on here real quick, and it doesn't look like it. The only one we've been tracking again was right around the rain area, continuing to push towards Church Point. That's the cell that's producing the highest wind gusts at this point. These cells right here moving in to the Church Point area, and then also into St. Landry Parish. Opelousas taking a pretty good whack from this as well. And again, these heavy cells and these tropical squalls will continue to push into our northern parishes as we head through the rest of this evening. So that'll do it for us here in the Weather Lab, at least for now. We'll have updates coming up in just a little bit, but guys, I know y'all have news to get out there as well. So.
As you're talking about those squalls that are moving through St. Landry Parish, we have a crew there that's on standby to bring us the latest from what they're seeing.
Yeah, Amon Boyd joining us live in Opelousas with a look at the conditions. Amon.
Hey guys, we made it to our safe location. We're at the Holiday Inn off of the service road in Opelousas, and I want to give you a look at what we're seeing out here right now. So if you look here, the wind is getting extremely high, and as Rob mentioned, we're seeing about 80 to 90 mile an hour winds here, and we definitely feel those impacts. Luckily, nobody is on the road, which is a good thing. Nobody should be out on the road right now. The wind is extremely high, like I mentioned, and further down, Seth, if you move the camera a little this way, we actually saw a transmitter go out as we were preparing for this live shot. And as we were coming to our location here at the Holiday Inn, we saw the lights go out, a transmitter near the McDonald's on Cresswell Lane earlier. Now, city officials also told us that a shelter is set up at the Opelousas Civic Center. The Red Cross is taking care of that shelter. We were told at around 6 o'clock there were about 20 people staying there, and that was about an hour ago. So we really don't know if those numbers have increased, but there is a shelter here in Opelousas. We've also gotten reports of trees falling down. We've gotten a report of a tree falling down near Victoria Loop, as well as near Old Spanish Road. And where we were for our previous live shot, near Oak Street, that tree also fell down. So just keep us updated. We'll have to stay here for our safe location, but the wind is starting to intensify. I don't know if you can hear it. Let's turn it around and see. The wind is starting to pick up a little bit more out here outside of the Holiday Inn. It's going to continue to get heavier and heavier, and the wind was actually whistling earlier. But we'll continue our coverage live in Opelousas. Iman Boyd, KPLC, TV3.
Alrighty, thank you, Iman. Iman there with Seth Lewis. They're our Opelousas crew who are continuing to cover St. Landry Parish for us as we are tracking Delta. Well, Andrew Clay joining us outside the KATC studio. Andrew, tell us more about what you're seeing outside our front door.
Yeah, hey guys, I don't know how much you can see behind me, but the wind is at its peak so far here today. We had a gust just a couple moments ago. I got a near 30 reading on the anemometer, and I'm underneath this awning. Like it's really hard to get a good reading, and the wind is now really whipping us around. And again, I've talked about how protected we are from here. I mean, I've got a concrete wall that's 10 feet away from me that extends behind me, and yet we're getting pushed. Our lights are swaying back and forth here, and we're very well protected. So That just tells you how much the wind is blowing right now. Now, I don't think there's lightning with this storm or much lightning, but what we are seeing in the sky is the sky lighting up blue every now and then, and my best guess on that part is that's transformers blowing. And folks, we have officially lost power to the left of me right here. Now, I've been watching all around and I have not seen lights go out. We just heard a giant bang. I don't know if you could just hear that a second ago. It sounded like a firework going off behind me, and I can see to the left of me, there are no lights on anymore. There were just lights over there. I believe there's a substation just up the street. There are no lights around that substation, and again, to the left of our building, there is no power. Now, our parking lights are still on, which leads me to believe we still have power here at KATC. Now, we are on generator power for the building, but we have lights on in the parking lot, so I think we have power. But to the left of me, and I'm trying to look around the building, there is no lights on over there. So we're really seeing the wind pick up here in Lafayette. And again, everything here is swaying, everything is moving. I'm being moved, and again, the gauge here not real accurate because we are protected, but the wind continues to blow, and as it continues to intensify, we'll send it back into the studio. Jim?
All right, Andrew Clay out here in Lafayette. Now, earlier in the show, earlier in the day, we've been telling you about those curfews really all across Acadiana, and we're getting a sense of why you need to stay off the roads right now on Moss Street. A pine tree has come down. Travis Guillory is there live, continuing our team coverage. Travis.
Yeah, one of the first big pieces of damage that we've been seeing. Let's go a little bit over here so you can get a close look. It's getting a little dark out here, so hopefully you can get a good look at this tree down coming over the golf course here, right off of Moss, near Moss and Tissington. The major streets would be Moss and Mud. But I mean, this tree on the golf course completely uprooted, busting through the fence, busting through power lines, bringing those power lines down and completely blocking the street here on Moss. We have Lafayette police blocking both sides. No one can get through. And then we also heard, it kind of sounded like fireworks, honestly, which I'm assuming is just power being busted out all in this area, most likely because of this tree. I mean, that tree just brought those power lines down, brought those poles down, busted through the fence once again, right off of Moss Street here. Golf course tree just coming down, slamming down, blocking the road here. Won't be able to get through this area. I don't imagine why you would need to be out right now getting through this area, but just to let you know, crews are out here. Saw some Lafayette City crews probably going to be chopping this thing down to at least clear a lane or two. But for now, in Lafayette Parish, I'm Travis Guillory.
And Marcel, take a look at this, a herd of cattle that was caught in the winds as Hurricane Delta approached the Louisiana coast. We know we have so many agricultural interests all around Acadiana, and cattle one of them.
That's absolutely true, Jim. You know, we see those cattle moving together to higher ground, safer ground more than likely. And that reminds me of one of the images we saw after Hurricane Rita. It looked entirely different because the cattle were literally covered with water, but caught in the winds there. They're moving right along, trying to get to safer ground. And that's nature knows best. The animals know best as well. So we're going to move on now to damage reports from Acadia Parish. Our Jordan Lippincott is standing by in Rain with the latest. Jordan.
Hey guys, I'm at the Rain Volunteer Fire Department where first responders, firefighters, and police officers are hunkering down right now. And just moments ago, a piece of a big chunk of the roof right next door came flying off and then is over here, and we've actually have the fire chief and some other people helping out there because that roof was just hanging on someone's truck, getting stuck. We're under the overhang right now, taking shelter just because the wind, like I was telling you all earlier, it was going to pick up. The wind was strong. It's getting stronger. According to our weather team, wind gust about 80, maybe even 100 miles per hour. And if you all can hear it right now, that's the sound of the wind. That's the sound of the roof next door just coming off. I'm also talking with the Rain mayor as well. He's telling me trees are down. A water oak tree came down on someone's house, and we all know how big a water oak tree is. That just goes to show you how strong this wind is. And behind me, this piece of roof is just, they're trying to drag it out of the way so it won't damage the vehicles that are all parked right here. Now their hats are blowing, of course, because that wind gust is coming. Once again, I'm in rain. I'm at the volunteer fire department where a big, if you just heard that right now, it was a large portion of the roof that's right next door to the volunteer fire department that came off and now is hitting the vehicles that are parked right in front of the volunteer fire department. But we've got the fire chief out here, we've got police officers out here, and they're trying to get that chunk of roof under control so it doesn't fly anywhere else and damage, and now they're gonna go help them. But it just goes to show you why there is a mandatory curfew for the whole parish. You shouldn't be out here. Things are flying, trees are coming down, people are losing power. We actually don't have power right now, and they're trying to get that generator up. So we will keep bringing you live reports from Acadia Parish. Right now, I'm going to throw it back to you all at the station.
Alrighty, thank you, Jordan. That shows you right there, Jim, you know, as Jordan's talking and the winds are blowing, there's damage that's happening in the midst of that live shot.
And just hearing that roof, I think we were all very startled when we heard it, but I think they were trying to get that under control. The portion of the roof, what it sounds like, had blown off an adjacent building to the Rain Volunteer Fire Department, and the firefighters were actually trying to move that roof away from their vehicles and just prevent it from blowing around. And just that noise, Marcel, we both looked at each other
You
like,
just never know. You know, to hear it is a reality check. We hear about it happening, but to actually hear it as it's happening is indeed a reality check of what those winds are doing out all across Acadiana.
Those damage reports are continuing to come in. Here we are, 7:48 tonight. This video obviously coming from a bit earlier. Look at that tree come falling down as Delta was just beginning to make landfall, or this presumably before it made landfall, and the strong winds were just starting to hit the Louisiana coast. This video is from Abbeville, where this tree came down. So that there in Abbeville and Vermilion Parish. Jordan Lippincott was reporting from Rain. Katie Easter has been on the road. We've spoken to her as she made her way out to Jeff Davis Parish, and she is seeing similar damage out there in Jennings tonight, I believe. Katie, let's go out to her live. Katie. Oh, and
well,
with the storm,
wind has blown.
The wind has blown her live shot and her signal away, but we are getting damage reports all across Acadiana. We've seen that video coming in from Abbeville and Vermilion Parish. We have damage reports in Acadia Parish. We're hearing about roofs being blown off, and just right there, right near the Rainfall Volunteer Fire Department.
And that's one of the things we'll see as our coverage continues for the next into the night and into tomorrow, that, you know, before we were prepping for the storm to come inland, and the storm came inland, and the conditions of what was happening in the moment. And now we kind of have split coverage. We have what damages are being done, the storm moving northward, and we're hearing about those squall lines in the northern parts of Acadiana, Evangeline Parish, St. Landry, other areas in northern Acadiana, but we're getting damage reports from areas south of I-10, and as the winds now, as Rob has mentioned, you know, the rain is moving through, and now those strong winds with those high gusts are actually moving in after the storm made landfall.
The storm. Yeah, Hurricane Delta making landfall tonight at around 6 o'clock in Creole, a community there in Cameron Parish, and it was weakening as it prepared to make landfall, and thank goodness for that, because if this were like a Laura, where it was only getting stronger and stronger, you can only imagine what we would be dealing with as that system made landfall. So this was a Category 2. Again, the weather department not downplaying that by any means, that, oh, thank goodness it's weakening, but still a very serious situation even with this Cat 2.
And you know, when Bradley pulled up the water temperature graphic that he showed earlier, when it showed, you know, the red for the warmer parts of the Gulf, and then right along the coast we saw that line of blue where the temperatures were lower, and Rob and Bradley both talked about how, and it was interesting to see, you know, that warm water makes the storm stronger, and it was expected that the storm would weaken. There it is right there. The storm would weaken as it came inland, and to see that graphic was like, oh, you know, we see it. Rob talked about it being a collapsing hurricane as early as 2:15 today. And to see that helped us to better understand it really is the water. There is a difference from just that close to shore. And thank goodness for that, because we could have been dealing with an entirely different situation had those 80s been pushing right into the Louisiana coastline. Those 70s there that we see are absolute grace as we're dealing with Hurricane Delta.
Yeah, certainly insulating Louisiana from the full wrath of Hurricane Delta, again making landfall as a Category 2. And here we are, we've seen the worst of the rain. If you're looking live at the Doppler radar, we've seen the worst of the rain bands is what we've been hearing in Lafayette where we are, but you might be able to pick this up on our microphones. We are hearing a constant rattling coming from up above, presumably the TV tower up above. And again, these damage reports are coming in all across Acadiana. Let's check in now. Katie Easter joining us live, continuing our team coverage from Jennings tonight. Katie.
Well, here in Jennings, the wind has actually started to die down, and the rain is a little bit lighter at this point. But right behind me, you can see in the Jennings police parking lot where they keep their cruisers, a tree has completely snapped over them. And I know this is not the only tree that's down here in the town. And I know across town, even they have reports of power lines down, they have other trees down. I know they've had several other calls, including a car flipped over. I know they've had other calls about people stuck in their homes, but unfortunately the fire department and all of them cannot come out until the winds die underneath 45 miles per hour. Now, of course, like I said, winds have started to die down, so hopefully the fire department will be able to start responding to calls. Live in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
And Katie, touching on a point that we always talk about before storms make landfall, if you're asked to get out, because emergency responders may not be able to get to you right away.
That's right. Like we heard the mayor of Delcombe yesterday as we talked to her, Mayor Blakely there in Delcombe, who said, you know, if you're staying, mandatory evacuation in Delcombe, that's what they stuck with. And if you're staying, call City Hall, because we need to at least keep a roster. So when crews are able to go out, because they will not go out at the height of the storm, you're just kind of stuck. And she said it clearly. She's like, you're just stuck here until things get safe again. And that is the way things work in a time of emergency like this. We have to make sure that emergency responders are protected and safe so that after this is done, they can get out and do the work that they do day in and day out.
And some comfort really yesterday with all that traffic out there that we saw on I-10, all those hundreds of people, thousands of people getting out of harm's way, headed west to Texas. Comfort knowing that people were at least following the advice to get out, but what a long wait they had getting into Texas. We had heard reports that just what would be a 3 or 4 hour drive over toward the Houston area was taking upwards of 7 to 9 hours. So just a mess. But
it is. It's a mess. It's a headache. But people, yes, that's people are doing what they need to do to stay safe, and that's really all we want. You know, saving lives, and of course you protect your property, but lives at the end of the day are what's most important. And people, yes, the drive was crazy, and who wants to be stuck on I-10 for that long? But now hopefully those same people who dealt with the headache are now able to breathe a little easier tonight and just know that they are safe and deal with what happens in the aftermath when they are able to come back home.
Absolutely. Here we are, everybody, approaching 8 o'clock. Hurricane Delta again has made landfall. What's left of the storm, at least at last check, was a Category 1 moving forward into the state of Louisiana. Throughout the night, we're going to be bringing you live team coverage. Our crews are everywhere. We're going to go to them as long as it's safe to do so. But in the meantime, this is still a very dynamic system. Let's head over to the Weather Lab.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Marcel. We continue to have very strong gusts here at the station. Bradley just stuck his head out, and you should see his hair. It's done a little bit different. It got did out there by the wind, that's for sure. Now the winds have turned out of the west because we're starting to see the center of the storm now is starting to move northward, so the winds are beginning to shift around. Still out of the southeast here, but coming out of the southwest across at least KATC. And again, very intense rain bands here, and this is working its way up into the northern parishes of Acadiana. So we're seeing the threat of flooding ending along the I-10 corridor. That's certainly good news. Maybe not so as you get a little bit west of Lake Charles over toward Vinton, Vidor, Texas. Maybe some more rain there, but the threat of the heaviest rains now shifting along and north of Highway 90. And as promised, this was not going to be a major flood maker, but it's certainly going to be a major storm surge maker. And just backing it up, a couple of questions questions that we had coming into the newsroom from our news director, Letitia Walker, asking about what we had. How's the storm surge work? Does the storm surge come in and then it goes down? Well, the storm surge comes in with the Eyewall here as it moves in. There's a bulge of water. Say this is still over water. It's going to be over this part of the storm, and this bulge of water is going to come in with the storm. But what happens is that bulge of water comes in, but it doesn't want to go back out, especially if the winds are out of the south. So that pile drives the water inland and keeps the water in and from going back out into the ocean. What we saw earlier is that we had a strong east wind at Sycamore Point. We didn't see the water coming up, but more than 2 or 3 feet, maybe 4 feet. But over here by Freshwater City, we had a 9-foot surge. And I haven't been able to check the gauge recently, but that 9 feet has got to go somewhere. So it's eventually going to spread eastward, but it was waiting for the winds to come around out of the south and southwest. So that water that we saw here is being pushed into Vermilion Bay. So the water is still maximizing out, and that water is going to stay there, may get pushed up even farther, even though the hurricane is inland now. These strong southerly winds that follow this storm will keep that water into the coastal marshes for a while. Then as the storm moves away, as it gets up into Mississippi later on tonight, that will release the water. Water finds gravity and will begin to flow back into the Gulf of Mexico, because we have water levels higher inland that are out in the Gulf of Mexico. But it's going to take a while, because you had 30, 40-foot seas out here in the Gulf of Mexico associated with the hurricane. Think about wave heights. There was a buoy that reported over a 30-foot, I think it was a 35-foot wave height. So think about a building 3 stories high. That's how high the waves were out in the Gulf of Mexico. So some pretty impressive waves, but we've seen higher. We've seen 60, 70 feet out in the Gulf, and it's actually possible to generate an 80 or 90-foot wave out there in a perfect storm, in a perhaps a Hurricane Katrina situation, even Hurricane Rita. We had readings in the 55 to 60-foot range, never 90 feet, but that is certainly possible in the right scenario if you have a slow enough moving storm. But you see that generally mostly out in the Atlantic, in the open Atlantic versus the Gulf of Mexico. But here we have strongest winds now along and north of the I-10 corridor. Somebody also asked, what are the difference between sustained winds and wind gusts? Well, wind gusts are those short 3, 4, 5-second peak gusts that just come up and do the damaging winds. Sometimes they last for 10 seconds, sometimes they last for 15 seconds, but usually when we're measuring sustained winds, what are the winds sustained over a minute time frame? And that usually gives us, or a 3-minute time frame. It depends on what meteorologist you talk to on what's a sustained wind. But generally, we've had sustained winds of 30 to 40 miles an hour, 30, 40, 50 miles an hour, but gusts up to 75, up to 90. So the gusts, they don't last for more than 10 or 15 seconds at a time, but that's what does the damage. That's why I show wind gusts rather than just what the sustained winds are. And a lot of times, the Hurricane Center, they'll have a storm that's a 105 or 100 mile an hour storm, and they'll say gusts up to 140, but typically you don't see that. It is theoretically possible, but all in all, you generally look for winds to be less than that 100, and then see those gusts maybe to 140 if you have that eye wall and manifested with a strong squall in that eye wall. You might see that, but generally you don't. So the wind gusts are important, and that's what does the damage. That's what we try to report on, and that's what we have been seeing tonight, those 90-mile-an-hour winds. Again, strongest winds along the Highway 190 corridor. I just got a message from somebody in Eunice. Is it over with yet? No, you still have the worst winds to come yet. Same goes for Opelousas. It's going to be very rough here for the next hour or so, and then winds are going to gradually abate. And even though it's been rocking here at the station, we may have noticed that the winds are not nearly as violently gusty as they were just about an hour ago, and that is certainly good news for Lafayette. Still probably gusting stronger in Carencro versus, say, down toward the Broussard or the Maurice area as we go farther south. Still some strong rain bands, though, in St. Martin Parish, into Iberia Parish, and into St. Mary Parish, but the strongest cell in Iberia now is moving into the Atchafalaya Swamp. Good place for it to go. But this one here, just to the east of Delcombe, through the New Iberia area, up through St. Martinville, this is a pretty strong squall right here. This is where you're seeing gusty winds. And then back to the west, we saw those very intense winds back to the west as well. Once again, Bradley, load up my show. I am so bad at doing that because I kick it out to look at some other sources on the internet, and then I go to want to manipulate everything on the map, and it's not working, and you see me doing funny hand movements and things aren't moving. So if I click up here, I bring up my tracking. This is how this works. The computer that's connected through this camera right here is following my finger, so I can hit the velocity right here, and we program this ahead of time. We can use it also in the weather lab, but this is showing velocities and how that works. And again, your velocities, your reds and your oranges, that's going away from the Doppler radar. We're pulling from the Fort Polk Doppler radar, and the blues, that's generally going towards the Doppler radar. So that's where you see your strongest winds right now. We still have very strong winds showing up across Calcasieu and into Beauregard Parish, and then very strong winds into St. Landry. And the strongest winds we see are pretty much close to where we've been indicating where those strongest winds are associated with those intense cells. Now, I don't know why. Let's get out of this, and here we go. We got the Doppler radar right back, but you can see those strong intense cells that are moving through southern portions of Evangeline Parish and into St. Landry Parish at this hour. So that's what we're seeing. We'll get this out of the way so we can see it a little bit better here, and then move it down a little bit if we can, and you can see those intense winds. Wow, that was another gust to about 80, huh? That was a strong gust in Lafayette, and it doesn't look like there's much going on in Lafayette, but we just had a relatively clear air gust of about 80, so still blowing. I-10 corridor. So all we can say is that the threat of flooding rains is over with, but the threat of damaging winds continues. Here we are at the 8 o'clock hour. We were pretty much saying it was going to be up until about 10 o'clock, so we still got another 2 hours of this roller coaster up and down gusty winds. And even though you don't see the squalls, basically you have your wind gusts, and they are kind of lining up like waves, and they're kind of like rows of waves coming in, even though you can't see them manifest in the Doppler imagery or in any rain shower activity. But nonetheless, we still have those strong winds going on, and they are strongest as we get up toward the Eunice area, and then farther off to the east over toward the Prairie Rhone area as well. And then as we see, not a whole lot going on in Lafayette, and then we go to the southeast. It's relatively quiet, a couple of squally showers by Franklin. Winds are gusting here though, but the further away, this is your 50, 60 mile an hour gust. Here's your 70, 80 mile an hour gust. You might see 70 or 80 with this part of that cell right there. And then we move it off to the north again, and then we're seeing our potential gusts to 90 here as we get into St. Landry Parish, into Evangeline Parish, Eunice, all the areas along Highway 190, still going to see some very rough weather. And again, this is what a strong Category 1 hurricane feels like and sounds like, and is doing plenty of damage. So we've had plenty of reports of damage, as Jim reported earlier, in around the Esterwood area, roofs off, and that is going to certainly be the case. And this is why we didn't want you to ride this one out in any mobile home, because in 80 mile an hour winds, all of a sudden it's your home becomes a projectile. No matter how well it's tied down, it's still kind of like a lightweight brick that wants to be thrown over. So here we have what's going on with the storm. You can see the center of the storm is inland now. This is the official 8 o'clock update. 85 mile per hour winds. It's moving a little bit faster, but not much. North-northeast at about 15, and it continues to move to the north-northeast, and we'll be out of our hair as we get into late tonight. After about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we're going to see an improvement. So here's the latest high-resolution rapid refresh model, pretty much doing right on with the storm. You can see where the heaviest rains are, but again, here's the donut. These, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines of pressure right here, of equal pressure. This is where the donut of damaging winds are right now, and we can see that. That's why we're still having the gusts. We might not see the rain, but we're still having the gusts in Lafayette till 9 o'clock. You're going to see still strong winds on the I-10 corridor up until about 10 o'clock or so, and then things will gradually improve. I-10 corridor on southward, and then as we move farther to the north. I want to just get to some of the wind gusts. I want to just show you some of the wind gusts that the model is telling us right now. Still gusts 70 to 80, a very good bet over the next hour or two. Still gusting hurricane force winds. I-10 corridor still at 10 o'clock, so we got to count that in. Notice the winds begin to lighten up farther to the south, but notice they're still out of the southwest, so that's going to keep the water piled up in Vermilion Bay, and then the center of the storm over Allen Parish, say it at 10 o'clock, and notice still strong winds on the backside of this system as well. It's saying a flash flood warning. You notice how the computer says Rob? It's just letting me know that there's a flash flood warning but going on right now, and again, we can see those flash. I'm sure that flash flood warning is off to the north for northern portions of Acadiana. Okay, extending all the way up through Alexandria. But this is the most important thing that we're dealing with right now. Again, yeah, the flooding is an issue, especially for our friends in northwestern sections of Acadiana. But what's doing the most damage right now are these winds, and they gradually abate at midnight. We're down to the gusts in the 40s, and then gusts into the 30s and 40s as we get into the wee morning hours. Still some strong winds up through Avoyles Parish and Rapides Parish as we get toward tomorrow morning, but then things really settling down as we get into tomorrow afternoon. Guys?
All right, Rob, thanks. I think the big question that I'm just seeing from the comments, people watching online, is when is it going to be over? And we don't quite have an accurate answer for that, but this is a very dynamic situation still. We've got the flood threat out the way, but still a big wind threat, Rob.
Yeah, and that's going to continue. And it's, as I was just saying, it's going to end gradually over the next several hours. But here we are at 8 o'clock. I give it another 4 hours, and then things will be calming down. I think we'll all get a good night's rest, but it is a Friday night. We're allowed to stay up late tonight, and we're going to be here with you through that time frame, but it's going to be several more hours of these strong, intense winds. Hurricanes, even though it's weakening, they just don't go away. They just don't fall apart and say, okay, I'm done. It's going to tell you there's a lot of momentum. There's a lot of things going in place and a lot of dynamics in place. So it's going to be several hours more, at least 3 or 4.
I was telling someone earlier, Rob, thank goodness we won't continue to be talking about this storm into tomorrow. We're talking about midnight tonight. Good thing it's not noon tomorrow, so we'll take what we can get at this point. Thank you, Rob. We're going to go ahead now back to our crews who are all over Acadiana. Jim, we're going to Katie Easter and Jennings, right?
That's right. She continues our team coverage. Here we are, another hour, everybody. Just past 8 o'clock, we'll have continuing coverage throughout the night right here on KATC. Let's start it off with Katie Easter in Jennings. Katie.
Well, things seem to definitely have calmed down here in Jennings, but earlier it was very hairy for us. You can actually see right behind me in the Jennings police parking lot, a tree where their cruisers are parked just snapped in half, and now someone just told me actually the transformer right above it had blown, and then minutes later the tree actually snapped right next to it, and of course luckily nobody has been injured, but unfortunately I know the fire department has multiple calls to go out to. They were unable to go out because of how strong the winds are, but hopefully they're going to start getting to those calls very soon. Live in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All right, yeah, Katie Easter, yeah, they're in Jennings. The crews are doing what they can at this point. We saw most of them move to their safe spaces, but they are trying to report and get information to us from what they are seeing.
And let's head out now to Iberia Parish. Levi Ismail joining us to continue our team coverage. Levi getting his microphone set up, and he is ready to go. Hey, Levi.
All righty, our Levi Ishmael there in Iberia Parish. As soon as we get his mic issue checked, we will get back to him because it looks like he's in a safe space now, different from where we saw him earlier, but you can definitely see there's some wind still blowing in that area.
Yeah, Levi's been over in Iberia Parish throughout much of the day today. At last check, he had moved over to Acadiana Regional Airport, I believe. So we'll check back in with him in just a bit when he is ready. But again, our reporters out there with these high winds, they're moving into safe spaces, and sometimes the signal might not be so well. We just ask you to bear with us as we try to bring you the most comprehensive coverage here.
As you all have been reporting to us about flickering lights that now in most places have already gone out. Same thing with what happens. Our equipment flickers here and there as this storm is moving through. It's what we got to deal with, so we're making the best of it. But we are going to be here with you throughout all of this, flickering or no flickering.
And we are getting damage reports all across Acadiana. We've heard from folks over in Jeff Davis Parish, down in Vermilion Parish, and also in Acadia Parish as well. I believe we have Jordan Lippincott. She's standing by live. Do we have Jordan's signal ready to go yet? I think if
Jordan's equipment is down too, I believe. Right, Hannah? Yes.
Okay.
So,
All
there
right,
she
Jordan.
is.
Jordan is back. Let's head out live. Hey, Jordan.
At the Rain Volunteer Fire Department, where crews are hunkered down as the storm passes through. Just a few moments ago, and it's actually still happening. On the ground, that wind is picking up, and that's what we had told you all earlier.
All right, Jordan Lippincott. She's out there at the the Rain Volunteer Fire Department. She's been there throughout much of the night. We're having some issues with her signal as well. We'll try to get that sorted. But Marcel, just in the past hour, we were out there. Jordan was live on TV, and we heard that rattling noise. There was a roof that was blown off one of the adjacent buildings.
Yeah,
of the
it was
fire
coming from
department.
next door, a metal roof that literally came off and into the parking lot of that fire department, where all the vehicles for the firemen were staged to be able to go out once conditions are improving. And we saw it. We couldn't, I mean, we heard it. We couldn't really see it. And then we saw the firemen rush to get out there to try and remove it from that property. But Jordan showed us one of the things that we talk about. We tell you, you know, it can happen in just a moment's time. That roof was probably okay minutes before, then maybe rattled a little, and then the next gust, it was across the parking lot and a driveway into the volunteer fire department, hitting their vehicles. And that's the reality of probably what's happening all across Acadiana at this point. As these strong winds continue to move in, we're still hearing them overhead
Right here, yeah.
at TV3. And as Rob said, it's going to be another several hours before all of this starts to calm down.
And just looking on social media, one of the big things people are saying is the power outages. Their lights are flickering, and that is really widespread all across Acadiana. The damage reports coming in as well with those power outage reports. Let's head out to Iberia Parish. I believe we have Levi Ismail live over at Acadiana Regional Airport tonight. Levi.
You know, right here by the regional airport where we finally got some shelter, but the biggest concern that we're dealing with right now is that wind. And I just want to give you guys an idea as to what that wind kind of looks like. Once you get past some of the barriers, this is the stuff that you're dealing with. I got to hold my hat because I know that we've done this before and I know what to expect. The wind has been kicking up tremendously, and so we don't see as much rain as we saw earlier in the day, but the wind right now is one of the biggest problems. So, you know, as with any airport, you're not going to see too much in the way of any type of buildings really to block some of that wind. We're just fortunate that we have one right next to us, and so when I step out on the other side of this, that's when you start to realize the extent of this wind. I mean, this is something that we really didn't expect to see earlier. Just from our experience, we saw much more rain, and you know, we were concerned with some of that flooding, but this wind, this is something that everyone needs to be concerned about, especially if you're still trying to find shelter. Make sure you get to some shelter as soon as possible, because just from what we were talking to some of the guys earlier, they said, you know, no matter what category this storm ends up being by the time it makes landfall, this will be an issue for people as soon as they start traveling around. Even on our way in here, we saw some of the debris. We saw some of the buildings that had some of the siding ripped off of it, and of course the trees that were knocked down. And so we're going to step back in here because this wind, at any moment, the wind gusts, they tend to push you from one side to the other. And of course, right now you can see this is no joke, folks. This is something that you need to be cautious about, especially when you're talking about being in an area that's as exposed as this is. So just make sure you find some shelter. For now, reporting, Levi Ismail, back to you.
All righty, thank you, Levi. Levi there in Acadia Parish. Our Jordan Lippincott is where we're going now in Acadia Parish. Levi in Iberia. Jordan standing by in rain with more. Jordan.
We're at the Rain Volunteer volunteer fire department where the wind is picking up right on the side of the fire station. The roof is just coming undone, pieces blowing one after another. And at one point, we're hitting some of the vehicles over here, some of the first responders' vehicles. But those first responders came out and drove them as quickly as they could, because you never know when chunks of this roof are going to fly. Needless to say, the power is out, which is why it's so dark around where we are right now. These guys are trying to get their generator working, but we're having some difficulties over here. And the noise you can hear in the background is that roof that I'm talking about. And according to the Rain mayor, trees are falling down in the city. A large water oak has fallen on a house. That goes to show you how powerful this wind is. And if you can see the damage done by this wind, this is debris laying on the ground right here. And we've got debris that have flown into houses across the street. Let's take a closer look at this roof. It's just completely deteriorating. Wind is just pulling it apart, Right now, we're at the Rain Volunteer Fire Department. Power is out. The wind is picking up as that storm is passing through. And now it is a Category 1 storm, but as you all can see, a Category 1, it can be just as powerful with winds coming up to 80, 110 miles per hour. So we're going to stay here throughout the night to make sure we're safe and we're not going to hit the roads. And this damage, that's just the noise from the debris that's just blowing against this fire hydrant over here. Once again, power is out and it's not safe to be out here. Yes, I am out here, but I am at the Volunteer Fire Department. I'm with crews. We are safe, but don't be out there. It's dangerous. There is a parish-wide curfew, and that will stay in effect until further notice. Live in Rain, Jordan Lippincott, back to you all.
Okay, Jordan reporting there in Acadia Parish. Joining us on the phone now is the St. Mary Parish President, David Hannegriff. Sir, good evening. Thanks for making time with us. Tell us, where are you? What are you seeing right now?
I'm currently at the courthouse in Franklin, here at the county, the parish seat. And we're basically, encountering, large gusts going on right now. Not a tremendous amount of rain, but just a lot of strong wind right now.
Have you heard any reports of any damage, or have authorities been called out to maybe help some people out? Have you heard anything to that nature so far?
As of right now, no. Most of the people around in the areas that need to be evacuated, get out. They've been through this many times. So far, nothing like that. Of course, we have widespread power outage going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, no reports of any injuries or anything major like that as of yet.
And we know typically, with hurricanes, this is a process we see, as the storm is rolling in, but then there's a process that happens when the storm moves out. Can you tell us about some of the work that's going to be underway once it's dawn, once the sun comes up and we can actually survey the damage out there? What's going to be going on across St. Mary Parish first thing in the morning?
Well, first thing in the morning, of course, and again, we still have a little ways to go because our biggest issue on the west end of the parish, of course, is the tidal surge. Mm-hmm. Especially in communities, the areas of Burns Point and Sycamore Point, which always get 5 to 6 foot, maybe possibly more water over the ground out there. So first phase, of course, is that the emergency crews get out and start fixing the power, and then of course we're going to send crews out to Sycamore Point and investigate and make sure and do a damage assessment before we start letting camp owners and people go down there, because that was a mandatory evacuation in those areas.
Okay. All right. David Hannegriff, St. Mary Parish President, thank you so much for your time there tonight, sir. We appreciate it. Stay safe.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All righty. Well, let's talk about power outages. We keep hearing so many people talk about it at poweroutage.us. At 7:23, I marked down that there were 217,000 people without power. Now at 262,
yeah, it's up to 262 now as of their latest report around 8:09, so about 10 minutes ago. We've just seen this number go up throughout the night. And one thing I forgot to mention earlier, but do want to clarify that this is not an overall picture. It's giving us a really good sense of the power outages, but there are a number of companies that are not tracked by this service, including LUS, one of the big ones, a few smaller ones across the state. But this is really our best sort of sense of how the power grid is being affected by Hurricane Delta.
And even just to see in this, past almost hour or so, 45,000 additional outages from those that are reporting with this map that we're using just for an estimate. It's quite a difference in less than an hour's time as the clock continues to roll through. And as we're scrolling through on social media, we are seeing people post now that, this is out, my power's out, seeing they're starting to see some damages. I saw someone who said they had a leaky roof, someone with a tree on their home. So damages starting to be reported even in the nighttime hours when there's no sunlight. So we can only imagine what things will be like tomorrow.
And we're looking at that video, those crews there that were presumably going to stage somewhere for safety until the storm passes. They're going to have a heck of a job ahead of them the next few days, few weeks really, across southwest Louisiana. And this is on top of that work that they've been doing over the past 6 weeks.
That's right. In southwest Louisiana, Lake Charles, Cameron Parish, all along there, work being done to get things back to normal. And now that work could pretty much be reversed in a lot of areas. We keep talking about the blue tarp video that we saw the other day, which was a reality check in how many homes were without roofs at this point. And here we are in the midst of Delta, a hurricane that's coming inland and typically probably going to go ahead and undo so much work that's been done. So hard to say for those who live there and are just trying to rebuild, and yet they have to start all over again.
Yeah, that's where this stings. I think that's what the big sting with Delta is going to be, just coming so shortly after Hurricane Laura really devastated southwest Louisiana. We want to show you now the conditions that we were seeing here in Lafayette just before sun went down here at the station. The trees just really moving, water in the coulee right behind the station rushing by. No doubt about it, there was a storm coming, a powerful storm that we're hearing right now as this storm growls over Lafayette.
And we want to remind you, as your power is out, we're on the radio, 960 AM, 105.1 FM. You can find us there. We're streaming on our website as well, katc.com. Updates on social media. We are everywhere. We will be with you throughout this storm. We also want to remind you, for anyone who needs a break, every now and then it's good to take a break from all of this, and we'll be here when you need us. We've said it before. If you need a break and you're interested in the NBA Finals that were supposed to air right here on KATC tonight, clearly not happening. They're on KATC CW. If you do need to take a break from our coverage, watch the game, just, change what's happening in your mind for a little bit, take a mental break from it. KATC CW is where you will find the NBA Finals tonight. On that note, let's head over to Rob, who's standing by with the latest here at 8:23 on this Friday night with what's going on with Delta. Rob.
Right. Yeah, and just kind of talking about what you guys were just talking about.
Hey, Rob, I don't think your microphone is on. I think you were out doing another field surveillance outside. We didn't want those microphones.
I'm back.
There you are.
I'm back, yeah. Well, I step off the camera. I call my wife. I don't want all of Acadiana to hear the conversation, right? So I have to check on the home, the dog, the cat, everybody, the kids, and everybody that's home. So thinking about that, but I was kind of thinking, what this storm reminds me in the wake of Hurricane Laura is what happened after Hurricane Katrina when 3 weeks later, after Katrina, Rita came in and the surge inundated some more areas over southeastern Louisiana, and there was a major setback on the water that they were trying to get out of the New Orleans area. So this has kind of been misery loves company, and we've had plenty of company with misery. And not only talking about those utility crews that have been working Laura, then they were working Sally just a few weeks ago. Now they're going to be working back here, and you got to thank all the utility people, everybody in public safety that have had more than their hands full with the whole COVID situation during this year. Now we have this on top of that, and again, Mother Nature giving us another reset on who's in charge here for sure. So here we have the center of the storm is moving through. We're still hearing pretty good gusts here at the KATC. We're still up until about 10 or 15 minutes ago heard a couple of 80-mile-an-hour gusts. So and that one's about 70. So we're still hearing some very strong gusts here at the station. And notice there's not a whole lot of precip going on in the area. So this is in the wake of the storm. We're still in that eastern part of the remnant eyewall, and it's going to stay windy and gusty. We're going to continue to see storm damage and more storm damage occurring, even though we don't have a lot of the big rains going on right now. They're centered now, pardon me, along and north of the Highway 190 corridor in the northern parishes of Acadiana, and that's where we're seeing the heaviest rainfall. Just north of the Eunice area, Ville Platte, we have flood warnings going on up here. Back through Kinder, the rain's about to let up, but these are right along here. You're going to have your strongest wind gusts feeding into that tropical rain band. So this is where the wind gusts are continuing right now in the 80 to 90 mile per hour range, because that's what we've seen so far historically. And even though this is a weakening system, you're going to have pockets, and you can kind of see it in the convection where you have these pits in the imagery. That's where you're having these little swirl gusts, these gustnados or damaging gusts. So you see that all over the place, and we see this quite often in hurricanes. Now, not a whole lot going on back in Lafayette Parish, but again, as I indicated, we're still getting those strong gusts. As you go farther to the east, this rain band is probably producing wind gusts in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range. Much of St. Mary Parish getting away from the big rain, but the surge coming in, and this surge is only going to continue to pile in overnight tonight with those southerly winds coming in. So that water is going to be up big time tomorrow. Nobody's going to their camp at Sycamore Point tomorrow, I can tell you that. It's going to be sometime mid next week before the water comes down, or at least Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe Monday if we're lucky, but that water certainly coming up. And here we are at KATC, and we just had another gust to about 70. So it doesn't take the rain bands to be producing those damaging gusts. But here, up here in Allen Parish, up toward Rapides, and we get into Vernon and Beauregard, still flooding rainfall. Bradley, how high was the rain, did you say, was the highest totals in this area? They were in the 10 to 14 inch range? Actually, hold on, I can do that myself here. So yeah, we can look at that right there. How about that? And that's going to populate. Ooh, yeah, you do see we got the areas of blue here. That's in the 10-inch range, so 10 to 12 to 14 inches of rain here, right along the I-10 corridor between Jennings and Lake Charles, and then on up through Kinder. So this is where we've had the flooding rainfall. Hopefully not too many homes flooded. I haven't seen any reports out of the National Weather Service on homes being flooded, but as I say that, the printer goes off, so I'll just take a look to see what's been coming out down through the weather wire here, just to give you an update while we look at this imagery. We'll get back to the Doppler imagery, the satellite imagery, and get to the storm. Where is it at? It's inland right now. Let's see. Gusts to 86 reported in New Iberia within the last 90 minutes, so that's a big gust, 86. So that pretty much has been in line with the models, what the model's been telling us overall. Not as much as the graph model was going for. The graph was going for some 100-mile-an-hour gusts, but 86 is pretty darn close to 100 nonetheless. So that's where the storm is right now. It's over Jeff Davis Parish, the center of the storm, but as we all know, you don't need to be right here to have all the weather going on. The weather is dominating all the way back through Texas, eastern Texas, and through all of Acadiana. Should be down to a tropical storm, we think, by 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. We'll see how that goes. 85-mile-an-hour winds right now. And again, as long as you're in this donut right here of the lines of equal pressure around the center of the storm, we're going to have those strong and gusty winds. Lafayette, the winds are going to begin to abate right around 10 o'clock tonight. We're going to see less and less damaging winds. The same that goes for the I-10 corridor. Winds will begin to come down and begin to decrease as we get closer to midnight tonight, and that is the great news. Unfortunately, bad news is still going to be rough for our friends in the northern parishes, but finally moving out after midnight, and hopefully we'll all get a break and get some time to rest as we get a few hours past midnight tonight. As for those wind gusts, again, latest high-resolution rapid refresh model right on where we should be right now. You see the center of the storm pretty much right here. Let's get rid of that and just show you some of these wind gusts. Still showing 90 gusts in Opelousas at this hour. That's exactly in sync with what we're seeing right now with where those rain bands are and getting north of Highway 190, but this is where the strongest wind corridor corridor is right now. St. Landry Parish down through St. Martin Parish, and also Iberia Parish, still seeing gusts there in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range, abating somewhat off to our west, but still cooking here at least through about 10 o'clock tonight. Gusts to hurricane force on the I-10 corridor, and then we see things gradually improving as we get past 11 o'clock and past the midnight hour, but still gusts over toward Baton Rouge in the 60 mile an hour range. And look, even on the backside of this system, still showing gusts in the 60 range, Lake Charles, Hackberry area, at least until midnight or 1 a.m. And again, the backside of that storm will still produce strong and gusty winds for the northern parishes 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, but again, not as intense as what we're seeing right now. The next 3 to 4 hours will be the worst part of the storm, just no matter where you are, for the most part, inland and in a populated area across Acadiana. As for our wind gusts and our power outage threats, if you still have power, you may not have it in these areas of orange over the next hour or two. Again, showing the possibility of these damaging winds that will produce power outages in around St. Landry Parish and around Jeff Davis Parish. I'm sure there's a lot of power out here. Sorry, Jim, I wasn't paying attention when you were doing the power outages earlier, but you've been doing a great job with it, by the way, as you always do, Mr. Hummel. And we'll see that moving off to the north and east with time. So finally getting through this, kind of we're in the second half of this game, of this hurricane game for the most part, and then we'll be advancing to the fourth quarter as we get closer to midnight tonight, and then after midnight things quieting down for just about everybody. Still the threat of some damaging winds in Simsport on northward, but out of the Acadiana area. As for additional rainfall, this is what the latest high-resolution rapid refresh is showing, and these numbers look good. There's just going to be some light rains across the area. Just the winds are the primary protagonators here, producing the damage across the area. So that's going to continue. And again, the RPM model showing us the same rain threat now has shifted north of I-10, so we can breathe easier on all the flooding situation. We knew that was going to happen with an October storm, but unfortunately, this storm surge, and again, this map is updated since earlier to a degree, indicating what additional storm surge may occur, but you can see the areas in yellow and orange from coastal St. Mary Parish all the way back through Cameron Parish, areas that got inundated with Laura. Somebody asked me how high was the water over toward Pecan Island, and I would let a Pecan Island resident ask that, but I had most of the estimates I saw were in the 8 to 10 foot range, and this is probably going to be very similar to what we saw with Hurricane Laura, Hurricane Delta producing pretty much the same. We had 9 feet over here at Freshwater City, but we lost power to the darn observing site down here, so we don't know how high, much higher here. Amaretta Pass came up about 8 feet, so we know 8 to 9 feet is coming into Vermilion Bay, Chaffalaya Bay, and that's going to inundate Sippermore Point, being 1 to 2 feet, maybe 3 feet above sea level in a few spots. So that means there's going to be 6 or 7 feet of water at the Sippermore Point area, and Don Moe is going to get another line on his surge meter coming up. So again, just kind of summing it all up, this is the graphic I made yesterday, but it's really, I want to hit on this, especially for the street flooding, and it's dark, and we have power out, and we don't have street lights on, so don't drive on the roadways. Do not go outside and get in the car to check out the damage, or go get that, I'm not going to make it unless I get another 6-pack or something, you know. Nobody's open right now anyway, so the water on the roadway is going to hide debris that'll damage your car, that could cause an accident, and it also hides the ditches. So again, gotta worry about that. And so far, we've been spot on with that forecast. And again, the damage that we will continue to see just for a few more hours, mainly roof damage, shingles, cornices of your home, corners, chimneys perhaps, and we've had a lot of this going on. Those metal buildings, metal awnings, porches, any kind of portable carport support coverings. Those have been torn off and restrewn across the area. That will continue. And again, hopefully you did not ride this out in a mobile home. Trees down, we're getting reports of that as well. Some large branches as well. And a lot we're not going to know until daylight tomorrow when people start going outside, start taking pictures and sending us that information. I want to thank everybody for sending all that information to us over the last several hours. It helps. I'm still not even barely getting through a third of my messages, but we try to do that every time Jim and Marcel is talking and I'm off the camera. That's why I'm not watching you, Jim, when you're doing some of the power outages. Sorry about that. But still, rough weather right now. I-10 corridor on northward. Still gusty winds, though, until we get the center of this storm north of us. This is going to continue for several hours more, even though the threat of driving, flooding rains has diminished. The storm surge will continue, and these strong and gusty winds will continue for several hours more. So a little overtime here being earned at KETC, and for a lot of folks that are out there working out in the field as well.
Thanks, Rob. We will be checking back in with you in just a little bit. But first, we want to talk about some of the damage that we are seeing out there across Acadiana, including in Lafayette. It really goes to show you why you should not be out on the roads. A rather large tree came down on Moss Street, and now the cleanup effort is underway. Travis Guillory shows us what's going on out there tonight. Travis.
Yeah, one of the first big pieces of damage that we've been seeing. Let's go a little bit over here so you can get a close look. It's getting a little dark out here, so hopefully you can get a good look at this tree down coming over the golf course here, right off of Moss, near Moss and Tissington. The major streets would be Moss and Mud, but I mean, this tree on the golf course completely uprooted, busting through the fence, busting through power lines, bringing those power lines down and completely blocking the street here on Moss. We have Lafayette police blocking both sides. No one can get through. And then we also heard, it kind of sounded like fireworks, honestly, which I'm assuming is just power being busted out all in this area, most likely because of this tree. I mean, that tree just brought those power lines down, brought those poles down, busted through the fence once again, right off of Moss Street here. Golf course tree just coming down, slamming down, blocking the road here. Won't be able to get through this area. I don't imagine why you would need to be out right now getting through this area, but just to let you know, crews are out here. Saw some Lafayette City crews probably going to be chopping this thing down to at least clear a lane or two. But for now, in Lafayette Parish, I'm Travis Guillory.
And Mark, all those curfews across Acadiana that are in effect, and really that tree down is a pretty big reason why you just don't want to be out there on the roads right now. Let emergency crews get out there and do
what they do. That's right. We're going to join Andrew Clay, who's come inside from outside, and he has a phone call, I believe, with the mayor of Lake Charles. Right, Andrew?
Yeah, that's right, Marcel. We do have Mayor Nick Hunter from Lake Charles. Mayor, we appreciate you giving us just a minute. How is your city holding up tonight?
I could probably answer that question better in about 8 to 10 hours, but I mean, we're in the middle of a hurricane right now. There's no doubt about it. And to have us go through what we went through 6 weeks ago with Laura and this, it's quite a blow for the city.
How is the devastation left over by Laura and the cleanup? How is that going to complex this cleanup here over the next 24 to 48 hours?
Well, it's just going to make it even more of a Herculean task than it already was. Laura was the 5th strongest hurricane to hit the United States of America in modern history, the strongest hurricane to hit Louisiana in the last 150 years. And now to have another major hurricane right after it is just a real punch to the gut. So we already had an enormous amount of debris, the likes of which our cleanup crews said they have not seen since Katrina with Laura, and now we are just adding to it with Delta. So it's just kind of a double whammy. I don't know. I'm kind of losing the words to describe it.
What were the residents' biggest concerns coming into this storm when you talked to them?
Well, I think everyone is concerned about the safety of their families and their property. What we have tried to stress is always consider the safety of yourself and your family above the safety of your property. a home is a cherished asset, but it can be replaced. A life cannot be replaced. And likewise with local government here. I mean, we are concerned about the safety of our citizens and the preservation of human life here, and that's really the task at hand and the job at hand right now.
We are on the phone with Nick Hunter, the mayor of Lake Charles. Mayor, you guys have been through so much in such a little time. How many people are still away from their homes and still not back after Laura?
We have between 6,000 and 8,000 that are still displaced from Laura. And for a city the size of 80,000, that is a substantial number. And then we had even more that evacuated for Delta. I actually believe more people evacuated for this storm than did for Laura 6 weeks ago.
Do you believe that's because of what happened 6 weeks ago?
I do. I think that the emotional toll and the raw nature of what people went through 6 weeks ago is very much on everyone's mind. And there's a lot of people that stayed 6 weeks ago who now have homes that are not in any shape prepared for a storm. I mean, there are thousands of tarps on roofs. There are thousands of holes in homes. Some people don't even have homes right now. So I think it was a combination of many things, but I am glad that people did evacuate.
Are you still in the city tonight?
I am.
What kind of conditions are you seeing at this moment?
Well, oddly enough, I think that this event, Delta, may actually be more of a water and flooding event than even Laura was. And that's why it's so important people remember that every storm has a different DNA. Laura was catastrophic. The winds were catastrophic. But I think we may actually have more flooding from this storm, Delta, than we had from Laura, even though Delta's winds were not as strong as Laura's.
Do you think that flooding is caused by the debris that are left in the ditches and the drains being clogged still?
I think it's a combination of many things, but I'm sure that has a part to play in it.
We have the mayor, Nick Hunter from Lake Charles, on with us. Mayor, we appreciate you coming on and giving us a few minutes tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Jim, Marcel, back to you guys.
All righty, thank you, Andrew. You know, the mayor's talking about all the people, some 6,000 to 8,000 who still have not returned to Lake Charles, and he mentioned the emotional toll that dealing with Laura and now Delta took on the people who are there, from there, maybe not back home tonight, and that's a reality for so many in Southwest Louisiana.
Yeah, and he just talked about the differences as well between Hurricane Laura and now Hurricane Delta. And, you know, I did have a friend reach out and show me some pictures of her mother's house, which is near downtown Lake Charles, and water just getting so close to the houses. That's something that I think so many were afraid of with Hurricane Laura, but never really amounted to anything in terms of water damage. Wasn't a big issue from Hurricane Laura, but with Delta this time around, flooding, it seems like street level flooding is just going to be more of an issue.
Yeah, he
there.
talked about it being of a different DNA, and that's such a great way to put it. You know, hurricanes are hurricanes, but they're all so different, and we know what Laura did as far as devastation is concerned, but yet a different type of devastation that's going to come to that area with Hurricane Delta. So our thoughts and prayers with them, not only in Lake Charles, but all of Southwest Louisiana and here in Acadiana as well, as we're seeing reports of damage coming in, trees down, you know, buildings starting to lose roofs and that kind of thing. We know that it's happening. We'll just have to wait till tomorrow to get a clear picture of what it's going to look like.
And it's still a dynamic situation out there. Meteorologist Bradley Benoit is standing by. I believe he's got something he needs to get on the air real quick. So Bradley, do you want us to go over to you?
Yeah, we can go over to me. Just a quick update we'll run through here as far as what's going on as we get the graphics up here. There we go. We're going to be on max 1 here. And again, the storm continues to move inland here as we head through the night. Also, Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo will be back through this night, but he has taken a little bit of a break. So we'll go ahead and take a look at what we have going on here across Acadiana. And again, most of the heavy showers, at least the tropical showers at this point, continuing to push inland toward the central and northern Acadiana here. But again, the wind's still picking up and howling even here in Lafayette as the center of circulation continues to move through the I-10 corridor. So again, that is what we're looking at this point. And let's see if I get on the wall. Here we go here. And these are where you're seeing your heavy tropical showers here moving through the northern portions of Acadiana. Most of the rain starting to clear out again along the coast here in Lafayette as well. So that's certainly the good news. But again, with the center of circulation passing right around the I-10 corridor, winds are going to stay howling at least through the next couple of hours, at least here again in Lafayette and central portions of Acadiana as well. And again, this is where the heaviest of the rainfall totals have set up into southwestern Louisiana. It's really remarkable. Rob and I were kind of talking about this earlier, that the models were really on point with where the heaviest of the rainfall totals were going to set up. They really were pinpointing that northwestern side of the storm, and that's where we're seeing in some spots over a foot of rainfall, again, closer to the Lake Charles area into Cameron, Calcasieu parishes, and also into Jeff Davis Parish as well. But here we go. Here's where we have the heaviest of the squalls moving through at this point now, making their way through Evangeline Parish here into Allen Parish as well, right around the Oakdale area here on US 165, also just north of Ville Platte on US 167 as well. And these are moving at a pretty good clip. That is the good news with this storm. It's not stalling or anything like that, but still producing an amount of rainfall in a very short period of time for these areas. But again, this will continue to move off to the north and east over the next couple of hours. And again, also some pretty heavy showers ongoing in the Ville Platte area as well. And again, most of the activity starting to clear out here in Lafayette and across portions of southern Acadiana and really into southeastern Acadiana, really right around the Morgan City area, St. Mary Parish, also into Iberia parishes. They really have missed out on the brunt of the activity, but still getting reports of some tropical squalls moving through their areas as well. But again, all of the rainfall coming to an end, still dealing with some windy conditions out there. And then again, our southern parishes, I was looking on my Facebook feed, we were seeing some reports of windy conditions, and you've all sent me some videos as well, right around the Delcombe area, Erath, Kaplan area as well. And then again, those windy conditions will be ongoing as we head to the rest of this evening. As long as that center of circulation continues to be in our general area, those windy conditions are going to continue. And as I stepped outside over the last couple of weather hits, I got to experience that firsthand here. Actually looking across the street, the power was going out, but we did see the Chevron right across the KTC studios here was experiencing some damage here with some of the sidings, kind of the flaps were going in and out, and then some roof damage as well. So we'll have to see once the sun comes up exactly what's the extent of the damage, but definitely some branches down and some sidings and roof damage as well in certain areas, but we'll evaluate that as we wake up tomorrow morning. But again, here's the heaviest of the activity, mainly into northern portions of Acadiana right now, moving at a pretty good clip, and we'll continue to keep an eye on it as we head to the next couple of hours. Now here's the enhanced satellite imagery of the storm, and obviously with land interaction and shears starting to take a toll on the storm, not looking overly impressive on the satellite here, but still a Category 1 storm. And I think a lot of people, if you haven't figured it out already, you're probably finding it out with this storm that really there's no such thing as a weak hurricane. A lot of you, again, sending messages saying just how intense the winds are, the rain coming down sideways, and of course just goes to show you the power of a hurricane. But thankfully we didn't see a major hurricane or anything worse upon landfall. So again, that is something we can be thankful for. But again, noticing most of the deep convection starting to make its way into the northern portions of Acadiana. And this is the 8 o'clock advisory. What are we? 8:48, so we'll be getting a 9 o'clock advisory pretty soon. More than likely, winds hopefully should be coming down, but they were at 85 miles per hour as of 8 o'clock. Those gusts to 125, and still moving at a pretty good clip to the north-northeast at 15. And the track forecast continues to take it through the center parts of the state overnight tonight into very early portions of tomorrow morning, dropping it back down to a tropical storm, and then continuing to race off toward Mississippi and portions of the Mississippi River Valley as we head to the rest of this weekend. So that certainly is the good news. Once we get through tonight Wake up tomorrow morning, yes, we'll have to inspect the damage, but at least we'll have a nice weekend ahead and the weather will start to clear out. So here's the high resolution rapid refresh model. Really has done a good job over the last couple of hours kind of highlighting where these rain bands were going to set up. But nonetheless, here's the center of circulation pretty close to where the National Hurricane Center has it here, right along the I-10 corridor. And again, if we put it into motion, continuing to take it off toward Alexandria later on this evening. And then once we get into the 10, 11 o'clock hour, closer to midnight, once again the center of circulation starts to push north and east of our area, that is when the winds are going to start to die down. So I know we have a lot of questions. You know, it's still windy at your home. When can we expect things to start quieting down? And this is going to be the time frame. Well, again, once we get that center of circulation away from the area, and then continuing through the night, things really only start to improve for most of us here in Acadiana. And then waking up tomorrow morning, could see some clearing skies. May have to deal at least with some amounts of cloud cover out there, especially for our northern parishes. But otherwise, heading into tomorrow afternoon, weather clears out, and if we're lucky enough, we will start to see the sun return to the area as well. So let's see if we, the next graphic here, just our wind gusts. Again, I think the HER here has done a pretty good job. Maybe the graph a little bit too aggressive, but nonetheless, it was something we were just going to want to prepare all of you for in the event that we did see a little bit higher wind gusts play out. But nonetheless, here we go, still seeing gusts in the 70, 80, 90 miles per hour range. And in fact, when I was looking at the velocity data right before I came on here, for portions of Evangeline and St. Landry parishes, I was seeing velocity values still close to around 100 miles per hour. So wind gusts, 70 to 89, 90 miles per hour, very much not out of the question, even for some of our northern parishes and for folks in the northern viewing area as well. And then again, her model continues to take that center toward the center parts of the state around midnight, and notice that's when our winds start to come down a little bit. Still going to be breezy. It's still going to be a little windy out there, but at least not as intense as what we're seeing out there right now. And then really conditions just continue to improve as we head through the rest of the night here at 2 a.m. and then continuing into 3 a.m. as well. We start to see the winds gradually die down as the system continues to push off into Mississippi. And then through the day tomorrow, still some gusty winds at times out there tomorrow, but all in all, things are going to be looking much better. And then power outages, I'm sure we'll have an update on that here coming up in just a little bit when we toss it back to you guys. But I know just looking outside from not too long ago, we were seeing the power out, at least here in northern Lafayette, and I'm sure that is the case for at least a good portion of Acadiana as well. And as this storm continues to push out, I'm sure power will be going out in portions of northern Acadiana as well. So you want to be tuning in or live streaming us or on the radio if you do lose power as well. And then most of that looks to improve as we head into tomorrow as well. And again, like we've been talking about, the rainfall totals, not a lot really more to mention here. Heaviest has stayed off into southwestern Louisiana. Models did a good job of picking up on that. But again, most of us here across Acadiana still picking up about 4 to 8 inches of rainfall with this storm. And just a comparison here, RPM model basically showing the same thing. So no real changes there. Surge we've kind of been talking about really the last couple of days. And then a quick look again at our local impacts. Most of this really, I would have to get with Rob on this, but I'm pretty sure most of this has come to fruition, at least to some degree, especially with the surge and that street flooding as well. We're already seeing flash flood warnings that have been in effect for a good portion of the night. And then again, just with the Chevron across the street, and I know some others have been out and about or sending pictures or videos to us, but damages to a roof, like shingles coming off, the corners coming off, trees down, branches down, things like that certainly has happened as well. And then, of course, power outages also have happened tonight as well. So again, that's pretty much the update here from the Weather Lab. Again, the good news here, the rain bands, at least for central and southern Acadiana, starting to wind down, but we still have some pretty intense tropical squalls moving into northern portions of Acadiana that we are going to continue to keep a very close eye on as we head through the rest of the night. Of course, we're going to continue to be with you as the storm continues to push through Acadiana. But then again, the good news is heading into the weekend, the storm pushes out and we're talking about much sunnier weather in the forecast. So guys, back over to you. I'm sure y'all have some very important information that y'all need to get out as well.
And we do. It's good to hear that tomorrow will be a sunny day across Acadiana as folks are out there repairing and assessing damages to their homes and property.
Yeah, so much work that's going to have to be done across southwest Louisiana, and that includes out in Sulfur, which is still working to get back on its feet after Hurricane Laura. Our Chris Welty, he's been out there. We're going to check in with him momentarily. Chris is joining us now live. They've been set up at a hotel there in Sulfur. And Chris, what are you seeing out there? I know you're probably peering out through the windows a lot of the night tonight.
He was just there a second ago, and then within that toss to him, we lost him. Yeah, we had him and lost him, and that's just the way it's working at this hour. Here we are approaching 9 o'clock, Jim, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone, I've been looking at social media and so many people without power, but the big question right now is when will this be over? And we've heard Rob say things will start to calm down. Rob and Bradley as well. Things will start to calm down within the next few hours. All we just got to hold on a little while longer, and then here 1 minute, gone the next.
Yeah, exactly. With Hurricane Delta, it's really becoming more of a wind event right now. The flooding threat and the rain threat has moved on, but we're hearing that storm just howling here at the KATC studios, and the damage reports coming in from across Acadiana. Let's check in with Katie Easter. She joins us live from Jeff Davis Parish tonight. Katie.
Well, like I said earlier, things are definitely way more calm out here in Jennings. You know, there's not rain anymore. The only moisture you're seeing is coming down from trees, and I'm still feeling a little bit of rain. Now, it's going to be very hard for you guys to see, but this is why it's so important for nobody to start coming out and trying to assess the damage on their own. You can see right here, this tree snapped in somebody's yard coming into the road, and then actually to the left of that, there are some power lines down over here. So, of course, that's why we're not going to continue driving around. We're not going to continue doing this, and we're definitely asking you not to. If you're out here, this is not the time. I have seen multiple people now starting to come out of their houses with their flashlights, and I mean, that's fine, but try not to go on too many adventures, because these power lines, you don't know if they're still active. I mean, you're not going to be able to see them from right here, but I know there is a power line down over there. You're not going to be able to see them. They could be active. You never know if they're actually active. You want to stay away from them. And so, I mean, and this is also why the tree, so now is not the time to be back out. So live in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
All righty, thank you, Katie. That information coming from Jennings. We're going to go now to the phone. Lafayette Mayor President Josh Guillory joining us by phone. Thank you so much for being here with us this evening. Mr. Guillory, update us on what you're hearing about conditions right now in Lafayette.
Hey, Marcel, again, we appreciate all that you're doing. Without you guys, we couldn't get vital information to the people that we're blessed to serve. So right now, our city is looking about 50% out of power. That's the report that LUS is getting to the administration. From a parish standpoint, I've been talking to all the mayors on an hourly basis. We're looking at about over 60%, looking at 70% out of power. All of our public works crews with all the 6 municipalities, we're working hard. As soon as it is safe, we will get those guys out there to clean debris. Our firefighters are standing by, and really big testament to our first responders having a plan, and now we're just executing that plan. And Marcel, you've been around for a while covering these storms, and in 2020 we seem to whoever was a rookie before 2020, you're a veteran now, right?
Absolutely.
But we know what to do here. We as a community, we know to hunker down, we know to take care of each other, and let our first responders do their job, but still experiencing a lot of power outages out there in our parish.
Mr. Mayor President, are we getting any calls for emergencies, any responses? I know right now the winds are heightened, so emergency responders aren't going out, but earlier this evening, were there any responses to calls for emergency in the parish?
There were a lot of it's with trees falling down on power lines, trees falling down on roads. We were able to clear those. Our firefighters have responded to several calls here recently, and our police department is communicating directly with our fire department, our sheriff, to make sure that we're getting out there and responding in a safe manner. During these things, it's such a juggle, it's such a balance to make sure that we take care of the people that are taking care of us, but at the same time fulfilling those duties. But very proud of our guys out there.
What's the message you're sending to residents of the city of Lafayette and Lafayette Parish as a whole? Here we are at 9 o'clock. We know we have a few more hours of these high winds and hurricane conditions. What's the message you're sending to residents tonight?
Have faith. have faith in God, have faith in our community, stay safe, make sure you're hunkering down. Again, I always throw a plug out for our pets, but if you have pets outside, make sure you bring those guys and gals in there. They're part of our family, part of our community, but we know what to do. We've been here before. Stay calm, and we will get through this. And also, in the morning, I know it may be tempting to go out and about and drive on our roadways. Please make sure, even after the curfew is lifted at 8 a.m., please make sure our roadways are clear for our first responders. A lot of our residents are going to be experiencing power outages. Let's make sure that we help them get their power up as soon as possible. And to do that, we need our LUS crews, we need Slimco Energy, all of our guys, all of our partners out there in the parish to get out there on those roadways to get power up and running in Lafayette Parish. All
righty, thank you, Mr. Mayor President. Lafayette Mayor President Josh Guillory joining us by phone. Sir, you stay safe. We'll be checking in with you throughout the night and into tomorrow for updates about the city and parish of Lafayette. We appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Always, Marcel. Thank you for what you do.
Lafayette Mayor President Josh Guillory joining us by phone. The priority tomorrow will be for crews to get out to assess the damages. You heard him say it. We know it's tempting. We know you will want to get out and see what's going on. But it's important that these crews, emergency responders, as well as power crews, will be able to get out so they can get the process going. We all want our power back, right? And we want it as soon as possible. And in order for that to happen, we need to allow crews to be out on the roadways, clearing debris, so that these bucket trucks that we have shown you throughout the evening this evening can get out and get to work tomorrow morning so that life can start to get back to normal, whatever that will look like after Delta.
Yeah, and I don't want to throw the folks in the control room through a hassle right now, but if they can pull up a web computer and go to Lafayette911.org just to follow up on what the mayor president was saying there right now. 60% of the parish is without power. Now, Lafayette911.org is a great resource, especially in the newsroom when you hear sirens, you see a police car going one way. You go to this website, you might see 3 or 4 calls, maybe 5 calls on there. Our producer in the control room right now is scrolling through. I've never seen Lafayette911.org this full.
No.
So many different calls, and I'm zooming in on my own computer, and I can read, it's dozens of wire hazards, explosion reports, road hazard reports, just all across the parish, and this is what first responders are going to have to deal with and get out there, and that's why you want to stay off the roads right now, because wire hazards, you don't want to encounter a live wire out there.
And you may not see it, you may not know that there's a wire hazard, depending on what the debris field looks like and what's out in different areas throughout the parish. And like you said, we normally check Lafayette911.org, and you're right, there might be a few things, fewer than 10 on a typical day, but to look at that going, the scrolling of that page, I don't know if, since I've been covering news here, if I've ever seen it look like that on that resource. So there it is. That's what folks will be getting out. The mayor president saying, stay put if you can, have faith, let people get to work and do what they do here in Lafayette Parish and all throughout Acadiana. The same message. We know you want to get out and we want to see and we want to know what's happening in our communities because they are our communities. It's our safe places. It's where we live, where we work. And those we care for. We want to check on our neighbors and all and do that, but just do what you can to stay out of the way so that those who have to get down to the business of recovery from this hurricane can do so.
Yeah, definitely not the time for sightseeing, and Acadiana is going to want to help one another out. The way you can help out initially is just by staying put.
Absolutely.
I think. So here we are, Marcel, a little after 9 o'clock, a Friday night, Hurricane Delta continuing to move inland. The storm threat in terms of rain kind of over right now, but the wind threat continues. We have Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo here in the Weather Lab along with Bradley Benoit, who've been taking a little bit of a breather real quick, refreshing on everything that's going on, analyzing the latest data because, this is a storm that we've been following and talking about for over a week now. I think even like Rob sometimes has those quiet conversations in the newsroom where he says, I see something, I see something. And at first we're like, we got time.
And to let you in on a little secret, Rob, I'm about to tell on you here. Rob said a couple weeks ago that, we may see something around October 10th. Here we are, it's October 9th. So spot on, Perillo, and the data that you were seeing a couple weeks ago. And it's true, you hear about it, you think about it, but that's why they do what they do over there. And we do what we do over here. We let them handle it. And here we are at this hour with Delta, things changing. Not as much rain in Acadiana anymore, but the winds are here and they are prominent. They are definitely pronounced even at this 9 o'clock hour.
And here we are, as you mentioned, October 9th as well. Hurricane season is still very much underway. I know when I get to October, I'm always like, okay, we're good, we're good. It's been a few years.
Look, I've grown up here and lived here most of my life, and you think August, September, right? And then you get to October and it's like, whew, everybody does it. It's what we do, it's what we've been trained to do. But 2020 is teaching us all a lesson about lots of things in life, including hurricane season.
And we can hear the winds here at the KATC studios still just growling as it passes over our roof. Let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo. He's over there. He's got some paperwork in his hand.
Yeah.
I think he's got the latest on Delta and what we need to know right now here after 9 o'clock tonight. Hey, Rob.
Hey guys, again, just looking at some of the wind gusts just recently. Highest gusts I've seen just reported a little while ago, about 10 minutes ago at the Lafayette Airport, 75-mile-an-hour gusts. That's too shy of what's ever the highest recorded out at the airport. So we're seeing our highest winds right now. Acadiana Regional, gust to 83. Doosan, this is a home weather station, 61, so it's probably closer to 80 there. Lake Charles, most recent gust at 85. Lacassine, 75, and that's a short tower there. Calcasieu Pass, 89. Opelousas, the most recent at the at OPL at the airport there at 64. So we've had some pretty strong gusts across the area that are well away from the convection, and this is the question I'm getting. When is it going to end? Well, we still have this large eye or remnant of the eye. We only see half of it or even a third of it, but it's still, if you can kind of see a little bit, that we're still involved with that, and that's why I was showing you on the model. That's why we're going to continue to see these gusts in the hurricane force range for several hours more, and we're going to continue to incur more and more damage. And while Bradley was on, I did take a step outside, and it is blowing still very strong, and just hearing the sounds, you know, I took some video. I don't think you'll be able to hear the sound. You hear a whistling sound. We have a tower over us, so that's whistling. You see the guy wires moving. You see the trees bending, and it's pretty dark around the station, so I'm assuming that power outages are out in the KATC area at least. And again, we continue to see maybe on some of the local Doppler radars, we're picking up maybe a little precip showing up here and there. That is kind of attached to the eye. Again, fairly large. It's probably about 25, 30 miles wide, or the remnants thereof. If we had daylight imagery, we'd be able to see the cumulus clouds rolling around Central Point here. But very intense weather continues across the northern parishes. This is where damaging winds are likely occurring as we get into Vermilion Parish between Basile and Eunice. This almost looks like a tornado here. I'm wondering what this looks like, and let's see if I can call this up. And did I just forget to load my show once again? I might have done that once again, so we'll just keep that on there and take a look at that. But very intense for sure. No, the show is loaded up, so that is the good news. It's not Perillo error, it's computer error, so sometimes that happens as well. So let's see if we can get this to work. Okay, and look at the velocity data. Let's go right here, and it'll show us, hopefully the velocity will show up here showing what we have going on, and perhaps it won't work. It's getting a little balky, and sometimes the computer does that, but we do see some pretty strong winds showing up, especially between Eunice and the Ville Platte area, and then perhaps in the wake down towards Basile as well. So very intense cell here that we're watching that's in the southwestern portion of moving into Vermilion Parish, just between Oberlin, Basile, near the Eunice area. Strong winds right here up through Ville Platte, and I just got a report there's power outages up here as well. So some very rough weather for our friends now in the northern parishes, but still we're seeing those gusts to 75 in Lafayette. So that is bodes well that we're going to see this for several hours more, or bodes poorly if you don't want to hear those kind of winds, but we're still hearing it here at the station, just a gust to about 70 just right now here at KATC. And again, Lafayette in the clear on the rain, but not in the clear on the wind. That wind is continuing to howl and gust frequently to the 75 to 85 mile per hour range. And then you're going to get into the 85 to 95 mile per hour range in these tropical rain bands, especially as we get into Vermilion Parish and Allen Parish. So damaging winds continuing here and will continue for several hours more. We'll get into the latest model run of the HER model coming up in just a bit. But bottom line, we're starting to see this thing fall apart, at least from a classical point of a hurricane, but still it's a powerful Category 1 hurricane. And Bradley said it, I say it all the time, there's no such thing as a weak hurricane, but now we're just 5 miles an hour over a hurricane at 80 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts to 125. We haven't seen anything gusting close to 100 at this point, but that is certainly a possibility. 125, probably not. Moving along, pressure is beginning to rise slowly, moving along to the north-northeast at 15, so it's still going to take at 15 miles an hour. Here we are an hour from now, then 2 hours from now. It's going to be at least 4 hours before things really begin to quiet down. So it's going to be after midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then we're all going to get to take a little bit of a break from this weather. And again, it is going to be rough for several more hours. Hurricane Center has this still at a 70 mile an hour storm. We'll see. They'll come in with a full update coming at 10, but let me just back it up here and start with this model once again. This is where we're seeing the strongest winds, right around within 10 miles of the center of the storm. That's over right now. It's pushing into the Quad Parish area of Acadia, Jeff Davis, Allen, and Vermilion Parish. So around that, you see these three lines that come out. That's where the core of the remnant Eyewall, where the strongest winds are. Again, a hurricane is low pressure at the surface. Winds are racing in faster and faster, and like that old ice skater routine, you have your conservation of angular momentum, and then they get in here, and then these strong winds feed into the storms, and they start rising up through the tops of the storms, and then they fan out in an anticyclonic motion. That's why you get that pinwheely looking high clouds coming out of a hurricane. And what do we have going on now right here? Well, we have the inflow going, the outflow going, but it's really manifesting on the northern part of this storm. But nonetheless, we still have this strong inflow on this part of the storm that's still feeding the updrafts in this part of the storm. So as long as this has a very intense convection, very intense squalls, showers, driving rain associated with it, even though we don't see a whole lot of rain on the rest of this ring, you're still going to see those strong and gusty and potentially damaging winds. And they're more than potentially, they are damaging winds, and they continue to be. But notice, pardon me, been talking a lot over the last 2 days. Notice that the pressure lines get fewer. You can see the pressure gradient relaxing as we get closer to midnight. So the models are forecasting this to kind of fall apart pretty quickly in the hours ahead. But still, we have 3 to 4 more hours where we're going to see the possibility of these damaging winds. And then going into Saturday, this is the great news: sunshine returning, and we can be the happy weatherman again and happy residents of Acadiana. But we're going to have all this damage and all this destruction that is ongoing right now that will continue for several hours more. We were fortunate this storm did weaken as expected coming in. Fortunate we didn't get to a Category 4 in the western Gulf of Mexico. We are fortunate it didn't become a big storm before it hit the Yucatan, because the Yucatan took a lot out of it. So we were fortunate on many, many different fronts. Unfortunate, though, that it hit within 12 miles on landfall with this storm, just to the east of where Laura made landfall. Laura making landfall over by Cameron, and this one right over Creole, just about 12 to 15 miles to the east. So incredible that we had 2 hurricanes and 2 larger than just Category 1 storm, a Category 2 and a Category 4 striking generally the same area, moving through and doing the same amount of damage. So here are the wind gusts per the high resolution rapid refresh model. And again, the model is still showing us gusts in the 70s, 80s, and a few 90s through 9 o'clock tonight. And we are at that 9 o'clock time frame. We take it to 10. And notice things should begin to abate to a degree. But we're still going to have some gusty winds in the 60, 70 mile per hour range for sure. We see that even on the backside of the system. So this will continue to be a gusty storm system. We get closer to midnight. Notice we get some relief a little bit where the eye is just about up here, up by Alexandria by this time, but still strong and gusty winds, and even some 70 showing up for our friends up in Leesville, DeRidder, Fort Polk on the western flank of this system at 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to stay on as long as we see these type of damaging wind threats going, but then by 2 o'clock in the morning, things will begin to calm down. Still some strong winds, northern parishes of Acadiana through 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. They're turning westerly, and then will continue to turn west-southwest, and will gradually diminish. And it'll still be breezy early tomorrow, but the threat of damaging winds pretty much over with shortly after midnight. As for those power outages, well, we're seeing it right now. St. Landry, Vermilion Parish. Now the graph model has the center of storm a little bit farther to the east, so this orange that you see right here should be back to the west. So those power outages will continue, and again, it'll be a while. You got to be patient with the utility crews. In some areas, it's going to take minimally hours, and in some areas, it's going to take a day or 2 or 3. What we have fortunate with us and going for us tomorrow, it's not going to be stinking hot like it is after most hurricanes are here in the summertime. 78 degrees is much more tolerable and much more nappable after you're going to be up all night long to get some decent rest. And the rainfall threat, the greatest risk of flooding rainfall now moving out of Acadiana. We do have a lot of high water in the western portions of Acadiana, northwestern portions of Acadiana after about 10 to 14 inches of rain fell here. But we are fortunate that the threat of additional heavy rainfall is pushing off to the north, and we see that backed up by the RPM model as well. Not much rain left, but plenty of wind left. And unfortunately, the storm surge and the high water marks are going to continue along the coast. This water is going to be up for days. It'll take another solid 3 or 4 days for the water to come down in most spots, and hurricane experience and surveying these storms afterwards. I've surveyed both Rita and Laura, and still a week, 10 days after the storm, water still coming out of the wetlands and moving back into the Gulf of Mexico, and that will continue for this storm as well. Again, looking at the tide gauge here at Freshwater City, it was up to 9 feet before the gauge failed, roughly around 7 o'clock this evening. Amaretta Pass over farther to the east is up to about 7 to 8 feet. So that all but guarantees that we saw this 7 to 11 foot forecast surge really come to fruition. And the water still hasn't completely come up, I think, yet across Vermilion Bay and into Atchafalaya Bay as well. Again, a lot of inundation. I just retweeted a picture I saw at Creole before it got dark. Water was completely over the road at Creole, and we were showing you that a little bit earlier on our Nest Cams, courtesy of Hurricane Track and Mark Sudduth down here tracking the storm as well. So again, we still have these two things to worry about. One, be out of the roadways. We'll forget about the impacts on the surge for now. And again, still be careful. You can't go out on the roads tonight. It's too darn dangerous, as we were just showing you. I was paying attention, Jim, when you were talking about those 911 calls. There's a lot going on there. Roof damage still a distinct possibility as we continue to see gusts in the 70 to 80 mile per hour range. But we've had a little bit of a lull here at the station during the course of this one weathercast. I noticed it's actually come down a little bit. We're going to have more gusts coming up, but that is going to be the MO of what you're going to experience over the next couple of hours. You're still going to have those strong gusty winds, but then you're going to have a longer lull. And then you're going to have strong and gusty winds, but maybe not as bad as they were a half hour earlier. And that's going to be the trend as the evening wears on. So that is the fortunate part with this storm as it gradually gains latitude and continues to move to the north. But we're still going to have to deal with the remnant eyewall circulation here for several hours more before those winds really die down and you can start resting easier that you're not going to see any additional damage to your home or any additional threats of wind damage to your home. And just as I say that, we just got a gust of about 60, but that gust was about 60 to 65. It wasn't quite up there, so that's the good news.
Hearing you talk about the water, we heard Lake Charles Mayor Nick Hunter talking about the comparison of Delta to Laura, and he's like, as you know, Laura was clearly devastating to their area. He's like, but so is Delta, just different. Now they're seeing flooding, whereas with Laura, they might not have seen as much flooding as they are seeing with this storm.
Right, and you know that's every storm is so different. The way it plays out is so different, and that's what keeps it so meteorologically and professionally interesting to me, because you know, these storms are kind of like the Super Bowl of weather for us meteorologists, and every Super Bowl is different because your opponent is completely different. You don't have a game plan. You kind of know the plays of a hurricane is going to have, but you don't know what's going to rear its ugly head when all is said and done. Now, I did get a couple of reports, by the way, of a tornado around the Mere area. Remember, we were talking about that cell. I think we're going to see a little bit more in the way of where we had reports of wind damage, and maybe wind gusts with those tornadoes in the 120, 130 range. That's so we might see that down the line. But a storm that the biggest surprise, and you mentioned it earlier, not one tornado warning, but I know there have been tornadoes in the area and gustnadoes that would have shown up like tornadoes on the Doppler radar, but because of our hamstrung situation with the Doppler being out of Lake Charles, that has kind of held us back on being able to say for certain that there's a tornado here or there. And for me, when we see these tornado warnings, they're almost kind of like, yeah, well, that's not a surprise, because we go to air. By the time we go to air, that tornado that we showed you is already 10 miles away, and the tornado's back up in the clouds, so it's already over with. But at least we get a report that we've had one on the ground. So I did get that from somebody on Facebook. Thank you for sending that on, and that's what I'm doing in my off time. I'm trying to go through my messages and see what people are reporting. In the old days, I was just limited to the phone call on we're having bad weather here. Fortunately, the internet and with the advent of social media, we get to leverage that information and give us more information, because you're only as good a forecaster as you are about the observations that you are getting around you, and that is very important to us. So thank you, folks, for passing that information on. And if I don't respond tonight, it's only because I've gotten more than just 2 or 3 messages.
Yeah, to say
Quite
the
a
very
few.
least.
I counted it. I just looked, and there was like 20 inside of a 10-minute window. So I don't know how many I have.
All right. Thanks, Rob. We'll let you take a look at that inbox
Okay.
at least.
Okay.
See what you have to deal with in the next few days for sure. Here we are, everybody, 9:20 on a Friday night. Hurricane Delta continues to move inland across the state. And we're going to head out to some of our reporters who are out there surveying the damage from this storm, Marcel.
That's right. Levi Ismail is standing by in Iberia Parish with the latest from there. Levi.
Hey guys, so I am right next to our, well, it's going to be the emergency center here by the airport, the regional airport in New Iberia. And so I just want to give you guys an idea as to what these strong winds are doing here. You can see right across from this fence, you can see that it's tearing off the siding to this building. This building, from earlier today, we saw some of this stuff just starting to peel off, and we weren't quite sure how much damage we could see, but now we can tell this thing is flapping back and forth, and it's because of the wind. You can see down here, it's already starting to come off the building. Now this wind is I mean, we have a little bit of space here from the building, and so we can actually protect ourselves from the wind. But I would just want to give you guys an idea as to what this wind looks like. As soon as you step out and you're a little more exposed, the wind starts to kick back and forth. And we can do this because we have an easy exit over to the door and get right back into shelter. And so the only reason we're showing you this is because we want people who might think that, you know what, this is the time to try and go out because you can see from the radar that the storm is starting to pass, but you can still feel the effects out here. And that's the problem, especially when people are starting to drive. They might think that, you know, the roads are clear, but you're going to run into some of that debris that's on the ground right now on those roads, and you might not see it in time before it's too late. And so that's something to keep in mind. The wind is kicking up all of this debris in different directions. It will land on the street, and you have to be aware that at any moment the wind gusts may push your car in one direction or another. So that's something to keep in mind. And of course, we will keep you updated as soon as, you know, we see any more debris. If there's any more issues very close to what we just saw here, we'll bring you the latest. For now, reporting, Levi Ismail. Back to you.
And Levi highlighting what the issue really will be throughout the night, the wind with this system. It is going to be a wind system in the hours ahead, not out of the woods just yet, and it's going to be a few hours, again, until tomorrow morning, really, when we can get a better sense and survey the damage from all that wind, Marcel.
Yeah, you know, all of us, our crews and those of us who are here at the studio, we know that the storm will weaken and conditions will improve as we approach midnight and into early parts of tomorrow morning. However, we're all planning, we're here for the night because we won't know what, just like everyone else, we can't see, we don't know where damages are, we don't know where they're down power lines and trees and that kind of thing. So for safety's sake, we will be here at TV3 overnight until sunrise tomorrow until we can get a better assessment of what's going on. And then if it's safe to leave, then we will. If not, we'll just stay here a few more hours after all.
Hey, at least there's power here.
Right, we do have power here.
We
do have power.
We want to move on now and show you some of the video we saw earlier today. So many interests across Louisiana being affected by Hurricane Delta. This video is from Chad Casey in Lake Charles. This was initially as Hurricane Delta was moving through, and it's just a sheet of water passing by the camera there.
Yeah, look at it. I mean, there's nothing more to say about it than there's the intensity of what Delta did in Lake Charles. I believe this is
from the Lake Charles Civic Center. Yeah,
it's near the Civic Center. One of those, the sign back there, those winds. You know, the Civic Center took a heck of a hit, just like all of Lake Charles after Laura. And here we are again with that image of what Delta brought to that area again today. Some intense winds and rain happening there in Lake Charles earlier this afternoon.
Yeah, Chad Casey taking that video at around 6:30 today. The storm, Hurricane Delta, made landfall at around 6 o'clock, so that was really in the thick of it, that video coming in from Lake Charles. Then meanwhile, just before the storm passed, this was some of the electrical boxes. You can see them flaring up. So many power outages being reported across the state, and there's why. Something coming down or a transformer perhaps blowing right there is what we're seeing in that video.
Yeah, there are a lot of people on social media posting their own videos of this is near Marshall and Ashland in Lafayette. Images that look like that as I scroll through Facebook of people saying, oh, there goes the power in our neighborhood. There it goes. And you could see it happening widespread. That same type situation happening in so many different areas as the winds picked up and power outages. Of course, as we knew it was going to happen, we knew with the intensity of the winds that the power would go out, and there's a visual demonstration of what it looks like.
Yeah, what we're not getting from that video is the sound, because if you've ever been near a transformer when it blows like that, it makes a pretty loud sound too. But again, at last check, more than 338,000 people across the state without power, and there's some of the reason why. And then this video came into us a little earlier before the storm came on from Gaydon. Again, so many interests across the state being impacted by the storm, oil and gas, but also agriculture. Look at these cattle, they know it's instinct to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, the animals know. We talked about, some of the old adages about hurricanes, as older people say they could smell the storm. Well, animals have their own sense of what's to come with intense weather. We're seeing right there that herd moving along, looking for safety, doing their thing, doing what they do. One of the agriculture images of what life is like here in South Louisiana, the animals doing what they can to take care of themselves. We're going to move on now to some other video that we saw earlier today. As the winds picked up, this tree went down. This coming from Camille LeBlanc in Abbeville earlier this evening. And we know what we're seeing there is happening times God knows how many in other parts of Acadiana. This from Vermilion Parish, but you can multiply that times whatever the number may be all across Acadiana, as unfortunately Delta's winds strong enough to take down trees. Another
good piece of video. All this viewer submitted video coming in. Stick with this video for a few moments. About 10 seconds in, we're going to see what happens here. Coming in, this video from Samantha Crockett on St. Patrick Street in Lafayette, I believe, and there it is. Pretty large tree, also taking down some wires in that video. That's responsible for a number of power outages, I'd imagine, over there in the St. Streets section of Lafayette. That tree just taking down a power line. This is just what crews are going to be up against in the days ahead. It almost looks, there it is, the tree coming down. I was looking at the glow in the background. I believe that must have been a street light or something before the tree came down. And then moving on, this is from Broadmoor Boulevard. You could see residents really stepping in. The conditions not too bad, so they lend a hand. They were there on hand. They had some power saws, some chainsaws, and were able to help out, try to clear the roadway. But it looked like, one of the trees on Broadmoor Boulevard in Lafayette fallen into the roadway. Our thanks to Connor Branson for that video.
And you know, a lot of these trees were weakened. We know we didn't see the strongest effects of Laura, but a lot of these trees weakened from the winds of Laura and now add in the winds of Delta, and they are coming down. This is a look from Jennings this evening of conditions there a little earlier as rain and winds are whipping in Jeff Davis Parish, just like lots of Acadiana. Most of the area, all of the area at this hour under curfew, whether it's parish-wide or city-wide, doesn't matter. The curfews, there they are. But again, Lafayette Mayor President Josh Guillory saying, even though the curfew will be lifted here in Lafayette Parish tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, do your best to stay inside and let the crews get to work as the sun comes up and those hours start to roll by in the morning so that they can do what they do to take care of all of us who are having loss of power and seeing damage in our areas.
Yeah, just not the time to be out sightseeing tomorrow. But yeah, just mind these curfews, really widespread all across Acadiana, and they're in effect for a reason. Now, power outages, if your power is out, like so many across Acadiana and Louisiana, if you're perhaps listening to us on the radio or streaming us on your smart device, your smartphone or your tablet, be sure you have the KETC News app. You can watch our live stream there. You can watch some of your favorite coverage from past events across Acadiana, but then also when breaking news is happening, that's really where it's going to be shining on that KETC app, because that's where we're broadcasting as if we were on TV. And here are some of the crews who are going to have their hands full over the next days and weeks all across the state.
They surely will. Let's pull up that power outage map, because it has changed in color and is far more widespread. We've been watching it since we came on wall-to-wall coverage at 2 o'clock, and it started with just a couple parishes. And now look at that. There's most of Louisiana, of the 64 parishes in this state. There they are.
Being
and this
impacted
is not,
somehow. Yeah.
It really is. And this is not all utility companies. These are just those that are a part of this poweroutage.us system. So there are more power outages, but this map is what we're using for an indicator as to power outages throughout the state. In more parishes, they were once all blue, not anymore. You see some deep red there, orange, greens, farther north into central and creeping into northern parts of the state, as well as over into the Florida parishes and the Baton Rouge area as well.
And that latest number is about 338,000, at least 338,000 customers across Louisiana without power. That has more than doubled since 6 o'clock,
wow.
The numbers that we had earlier today. LUS crews doing their part to protect crews who are going to have their work cut out for them in the days ahead. LUS trucks have the bucket trucks. That's inside the Cajun Dome, getting quite cozy in there, where the bucket trucks are just staging, but it's also for their protection with the conditions out there in Lafayette. They didn't want those trucks and those crews exposed to the conditions, so that's where they're being housed. And it's not just LUS crews. There are crews in town from across the country here to lend a helping hand and help out in the days and weeks ahead.
Yeah, speaking of LUS, Mayor President Josh Guillory told us just before 9 o'clock that about 50% of LUS customers were without power. There was about a 70% power outage around Lafayette Parish. So we know that as the hours continue and the winds are still blowing out there, those numbers have more than likely increased, but those crews on standby. And we're bracing for Delta, causing some street flooding. This is out of Baton Rouge, and I was talking to some of my friends who live there, and they were seeing weather as of last night. There was flooding happening in Baton Rouge last night. Things cleared up today, and then conditions moving in from the outer bands of Delta. So not a direct impact there near the capital city here in Louisiana, but still feeling the effects of that storm. Some street flooding there as you see that firefighter trying to help that person get out of the weather. And you just never know. We think, oh, I'm out of the cone, but the effects of these kinds of storms are as far-reaching as we see there in Baton Rouge.
I was a bit surprised when I woke up this morning and saw all those pictures out of Baton Rouge from that band or that system that moved through last night. But yeah, we focus on the cone a lot of times, but it's just there's a lot of areas and a lot of different factors at play with these storms. But again, this system causing so much flooding there in Baton Rouge. Reminder, don't drive through flooded streets like that. If you see them in any parts of Acadiana tonight, don't be out in the first place, but yeah, if you do.
And when it comes to evacuating, you know, we often hear people say travel north, not east or west, because you just never know where those rain bands and those outer bands and those that pop up, you know, as the system is moving through, that could affect east or westward travel. We know that going north is the thing to do, and you think you're out of the storm. If you travel to Baton Rouge to evacuate, if you live here in Acadiana, you may be dealing with some of that weather now, you know, safer than what we may be here in Acadiana, but still dealing with the effects of Hurricane Delta.
That's right. And with so many people without power tonight, a reminder, everybody, that we are streaming our newscasts and our coverage over on the radio as well. You can tune in to 960 AM Talk Radio and 105.1 FM Classic Rock 105.1, where we're streaming our breaking news coverage and our continuing coverage throughout the night as we track Hurricane Delta through Louisiana and the ongoing impacts that we'll be feeling here over the next couple hours. This is really kind of the go time for us, where we're still in it. I know that we're going through these lulls here in Lafayette. Like right now, we're not really hearing so much. But maybe
it's pretty
by the
quiet.
time
by the time he starts talking, it'll be a
Rob
different
starts
story.
going, it's a different thing. Yeah.
Rob's
going
standing
on there,
by
Rob?
on the wall, ready to update us. Like we said, Rob, we're quiet right now, but we know that's subject to change at any moment.
That is correct, and you know, the whole process is going to gradually and slowly improve, and it looks like Lafayette is just about getting out of that center of the circulation. If we could draw a line, you see it's still into western Lafayette Parish. I still think we have a few gusts going, and you know, I'm the guy that's known for the extra long weathercasts. So this is the signal I get every day, 3 times a day, and if I go long enough, I think we'll hear a gust here anyway. But still, not to make light of it, this is still very intense as we get up into St. Landry Parish, Evangeline Parish. The winds are still howling at 75, 80, few gusts to 85, but the storm is beginning to collapse. But still, on the backside of this system, it's just been unbelievable. The video you guys were just showing earlier for what was going on in Lake Charles, it is just incredible and very hard to fathom, even as a meteorologist, knowing the random statistics and knowing active or not active hurricane season, that you're going to see the same conditions or nearly the same conditions. This one wasn't as bad, but it probably is as bad to the people that are here because they're still recovering. And instead of 130 mile an hour wind gusts, they had 85 mile an hour wind gusts, which is worse when you have a blue tarp on your roof and no more shingles up there. So there's probably going to be a lot of untold damage and heartache that will continue for our friends, not only in the Lake Charles area, but surrounding areas of southwest Louisiana. But right now we have the worst winds ongoing across the northern parishes of Acadiana. Again, if you want to imagine my hand right here as being the remnant circulation of this system, that's where the winds are still cooking. And again, they're really cooking and really raining hard. But fortunately, you know, we cover here in Lafayette, all of Acadiana. We care about Rapides Parish as well, but it's moving out most of the Acadiana area up through Turkey Creek, Chico, with strong winds right now north of Ville Platte, and that continues back through the Oakdale area and across portions of Allen Parish. Again, we're seeing some strong and intense winds. And then we pull it on over and take a look at what we have going on here across western Beauregard Parish. Still very intense winds. And one thing I see on the Doppler radar, you see the delineation between the deep, heavy rainfall convection and no rainfall. You are likely seeing some strong winds here coming in and feeding into the backside of Hurricane Delta, which sounds much better now than if it were a guy or a girl's name. We're just talking about a Greek letter, so that is certainly good news when we talk about a backside of a storm. So as we go down into St. Mary Parish, looking good here, and there we go. What was that gust, Jim? What do you think that gust was? I'm just,
40.
What?
40.
40? Yeah, I'll give you 40. I was going to go 45, but you know us weather guys, we like to stretch it as far as we think we can scientifically. No, not really. That sounded like about 40 or 45. And again, there's nothing going on in Lafayette Parish, but we're still getting those gusts. If we're getting 40 here, you kind of look around the area, you're probably still getting gusts to 50 or 55 in a few spots. So still some strong and gusty winds, still the threat Now, the trees have been battered by strong and gusty winds all night long. It may just take one more gust to 50 to knock them down. So we're not done yet with the power outages, even in Lafayette Parish. We're not done yet with the damage, but we can kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. And that is the good news. Here we are at 9:38, and we're winding down, we hope, with respect to this storm. As we look at the satellite imagery, this does not look too terribly organized at all. That is the good news. The convection, the center of the storm is inland, so we're not going to have any further strengthening. We're having weakening. We're seeing shear taking its toll, especially on the southwestern side. But notice we still have this little core area. We see that enhancement with those strong winds that we continue to see across Calcasieu and Beauregard Parish. Now that's pushing off to the east, northeast, and finally this storm system is working its way on out. And I hear the printer going, would we have a 10 o'clock update? Yes, we do. And now down to 75 miles an hour, so a category 1, and as we say, a weak hurricane, but you're in it, you know there's nothing weak about this hurricane and about the winds that are going on right now. Gusts to 100, we probably won't see that manifested. We probably won't see much sustained winds, much more than 60 to 75, but still gusts 80 to 85, especially in the northern parishes of Acadiana over the next several hours. And you can see some of those rain bands going all the way over off to the east. So even eastern Louisiana going to see some weather, and this weather is going to be moving into Mississippi as well. So by tomorrow morning, down to a 40-mile-an-hour storm. So that is the good news. We'll take a quick look here at the hurricane model, the HUR model here. And again, you can see this storm continues to weaken. So the wind gusts will be lesser and lesser with time, and sunshine expected as we go into tomorrow. Next weathercast, we'll talk a little bit more about the gusts, but I need to go back to you guys.
All right, Rob, we'll let you do that. And on the phone with us now, we have Guy Nairn. He's the police chief in the village of Maurice. Chief, thanks for making time for us tonight. I understand that you guys are having some issues there in the village.
Well, they have people that want to ride around and go check on their properties and stuff, and I'm wanting to let y'all know to urge the people to stay put till the proper personnel can get out and assess all the situations. There's several power lines hanging over 167 Johnson Street, whichever way I want to call it, both north and southbound. So it's a very hazardous situation right now for people to be riding around.
And you are seeing people actively out there violating the curfew. They're out there trying to see what's going on?
Yeah, the winds have finally started to slow down, and people are starting to want to start venturing out right now, as we're finally able to start assessing what we can. And I got 2 officers on right now, and got the north and southbound lane where they have power lines down, but we still have to try to assess the rest of the town.
What more are you guys seeing? What sort of calls for emergency services are you hearing there in Maurice?
Just starting to get people calling saying there's canopies in the roadways and other various items, tree limbs across the roads and stuff like that. And my advice to them is this: if you're in a safe spot, stay where you at now. Let the emergency personnel get out once daylight hits, and let us do our job so everyone can stay safe.
All right, Police Chief Guy Nairn there in the village of Maurice with that message: stay off the roads, not the time to be out there sightseeing. Chief, we appreciate your time. Stay safe.
Thank you.
And Marcel, we're probably going to have more messages like that in the days ahead. You know, it's tempting. First bit of daylight to try to see what's going on and what's happened from Hurricane Delta, but got to let these guys and girls men and women do their thing.
And to hear him say that there are power lines down both north and southbound on Johnston Street is a reality check, a major thoroughfare in Lafayette. And he's talking about there along the portion in Maurice and what he's seeing in his area, but there could be so much more of the same that we're seeing all around Acadiana, not only in Lafayette, but other areas as well. And it's dark. There's no power, and people, this is not the time for your safety, for the safety of those you love. They want you to come home. Let the emergency responders do what they do. Let them take care of it. We will get images. We will show you what you need to see. We will update you on what's happening. Just stay at home, stay put, don't go out right now.
And it might seem calm for a moment, and that's what
Right.
we've been seeing here. We're not too far away from Maurice, but yeah, it's pretty calm for a moment, and then Rob gets on the air, and it starts
All
to
things
swirl
change.
up outside, and you know, we are just hearing those gusts. We're in a lull right now, and we've been in for a few minutes, and I know that as the storm is moving more inland, we're going to see fewer and fewer of those big gusts, but it's still a possibility in the night. In the hours moving ahead.
And it sounds repetitive to say, don't go out, stay home. You know, we say it over and over and over again, but clearly that phone call that people are out sightseeing in the village of Maurice is the reason why we continue to say, don't do it. You know, our job and why we're here right now is to do our part to communicate to the masses of what they need to know about what's going on and keeping you safe. And that's why we're here. So when we say it and we sound like a broken record, it's for a reason. We know that there's someone who's listening who's debating whether they should or should not. And at this point, you should not.
And you just don't want to stretch emergency services too thin. You heard the chief there in the village of Maurice. He's got 2 officers on duty. They've got a job to do, and it shouldn't have to be to police people out sightseeing. So now let's head farther west. Chris Welty has been set up out in Calcasieu Parish. He's joining us live in Sulfur from his hotel. I'm not sure if he was able to get outside at all or what the conditions are like. So let's go to him now live. Hey, Chris.
Hey all, we're here in the Comfort Suites in Sulfur. I want you to take a look with me. We're going to take a short walk out the door. We're not going to go too far for you, but I do want you to just see. Now the wind has calmed down just a little bit, but it's still quite powerful out here. You can see that rain still just whipping sideways, especially when looking into the light right here, and you can see how those palm trees are still blowing, and we see a lot of those pine trees in the background just whipping. I know it's really hard to see right now. We're using our cell phone. We're having some trouble getting a good cell service and internet connection to bring you live reports, but we can see that there's a little bit of debris that blew into the pool right here as well. But earlier I brought you a story from the Gilmar Acres neighborhood here in Sulfur. We spoke with Lauren DePriest and her husband Jonathan. We've been following their story since Hurricane Laura. While we were at their house shooting our story earlier this morning, there was a big pine tree that cracked in the driveway, and the family said, hey, look, we think that it's best that y'all get back on the road just because the wind was whipping so hard. They were like, you really need to get back to your safe spot. So we did. I just got a message from the DePriest family. They say that half the tree fell into the road, the one that they were concerned about falling while we were there reporting. And as far as power, they still have power at their house, but some of their neighbors right down the road are without power. In their driveway, they had a basketball goal that was laying down, and they have a boat, and they said that that went moving, and her husband's truck is now sort of rocking back and forth, and they said that the situation where they are is horrible, and they're just about 10, 11 minutes up the road from where we are here at the Comfort Suites right off of I-10 here in Sulfur. And they said that they've been hearing a lot of debris hitting their house. Once again, that's a major concern for so many people here in Southwest Louisiana who have stayed and have been hunkering down because there's just piles of debris left over from Hurricane Laura. We heard from Mayor Nick Hunter several weeks ago saying that crews were picking up nearly 50,000 cubic yards of debris in Lake Charles alone, and that was per day. But crews had to halt their operations because of Hurricane Delta. A lot of that big equipment was moved out of the area. But back here at the Comfort Suites, there's a lot of crews on standby waiting. There's linemen here, there's crews with Dish TV. We saw AT&T crews here as well. They're ready once Hurricane Delta pushes through this area. They're ready to get back to work and restore whatever they need to. Very surprisingly, we still have power at our hotel. The power has trickled on and off a little bit, but for the most part it has held very steady, and we haven't lost electricity just yet, which is definitely some good news here. But we showed you the conditions outside. there were so many people still on the road, and a lot of people were stopping here at our hotel asking if there was any rooms available. The hotel is completely booked, it's sold out. But instead of turning people away, in true Louisiana fashion, they welcome people in. The hotel said, look, stay here, hunker down. This is a safe spot for you to be right now. It's not safe to be on the road, although every once in a while there is a little bit of a wall in the wind and the rain. It's still really intense, so it's definitely not smart to be out on the road. So people, they're just hunkering down right now. But I do want to show you some video from earlier today that we shot in that Gilmore Acres neighborhood, where neighbors there, they're concerned about flooding. But the neighborhood, they're taking it amongst themselves. They went out and they were clearing storm drains, but so many areas throughout southwest Louisiana, there's debris blocking those drains, blocking ditches. So there is a real concern about flooding in these neighborhoods. Throughout the evening, we've had alerts on our cell phones saying that there's a flash flood warning. Make sure that you stay in a safe spot. So people, they're just hunkering down. But take a listen to what Jonathan DePriest had to say about their operations and what they're doing in their neighborhood.
The neighborhood did a big sweep yesterday and made sure we cleaned all the ones that were there. And each person that's in each corner of the neighborhood is checking the drains they have in their area.
Stand by. And we're going to continue monitoring the conditions here in Sulfur. We'll try to bring you live coverage as much as possible. Of course, we're relying on technology and cell service and internet. And if any of these towers go down, that means our equipment goes down. We also have a satellite phone that the station provided us with. We were trying to fire that up to phone into the station, but even that satellite phone wasn't able to connect to be able to bring you the latest of what's happening here in Sulfur right now. But once again, we'll take another quick peek outside this door and just show you the wind and the rain. And this is what people across Acadiana are experiencing right now as Hurricane Delta pushes through the area. Once again, we're going to continue monitoring this. We'll bring you the very latest as we can do so and do so safely. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Chris, for that update from Sulfur. Right now, joining us by phone is Vermilion Parish Sheriff Charles Guillory. Sheriff Guillory, thank you so much for being with us. Tell us, we know that there were just some strong rain bands that have gone through northern parts of Acadiana, including Vermilion Parish, within the past hour or two. How are things there now?
Right now, I've got home about an hour ago. Of course, we have no electricity. That's been out since 6 o'clock this afternoon. The wind bands, the rain bands has been terrible. The roads, some roads are being reported that they were closed, but those only are in the line areas, lower line areas right now. The wind pretty much patrol is hunkered down. I think the public could not being on the roadways. Like I said, I came back about an hour ago and I did not see one vehicle on the road. And I mostly rode around Parker area. Electricity is being out in many areas at the present time. I talked to dispatch about 15 minutes ago, and Vilpatch still had electricity, so that's a good thing. And they may be out now. From what I understand, I looked at the radar, and I think the outage storm's about to get here, and I'm in my patrol car, and the wind gust, it's approximately 50 to 60 miles an hour, and the rain continues, and I'm hoping it lets up, in about another hour or two. Then we'll get a better assessment at that time.
Sheriff, to hear that those rain bands are coming through and you're not hearing about people being out on the roadway, that is such a good thing that people are hearing the warnings and staying put wherever they are. Have you gotten any reports of any significant damage at this point? Are there any calls coming in to the 911 system? You may not be able to respond right now, but things that you'll have to hit the ground running once it's safe with in the next few hours or even into tomorrow.
No, we didn't get. The only call we had received was there was one tree. This is earlier, like 6:30 or 7 o'clock. One tree did fall across the road near Vilpatch. Patrol went out there. They called the police there, and they removed the tree quickly. But at this point, no. We're just waiting for it to quiet down, then we'll get an assessment. Even the sheriff's office, we've been preparing. Of course, that's the key. Prepare for the worst and hope for the best. So we do have chainsaws, and as with Hurricane Laura, we get to work right away. And the thing is to get the damage assessments done quickly and try to get the roadways clear and make it safe, actually.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sheriff. To hear that at this point there aren't any major reports of damage in your parish, you prepare for the worst and hope for the best. And we hope that that continues over the next few hours as we are dealing with this storm and the high winds that will be approaching your area soon. We hope to get another good report as we talk to you after those assessments are done in the hours to come in Evangeline Parish. Thank you so much for joining us. Evangeline Parish Sheriff Charles Guillory on the phone telling us no major damage reported in Evangeline at this point. There was a downed tree earlier when things were safe. He says they went out, took care of that, moved that tree off of a roadway near Ville Platte. He says he was just coming in about an hour ago and noticed that there was no one out in his patrol car. He was out assessing, and that's good to hear that at least in Evangeline Parish things are okay right now. We know they're still dealing with some rains there that he mentioned, with some high winds to come through that parish, and right now a good report from Evangeline. We hope that that continues into tomorrow. Jim?
Let's head out live, continue our team coverage. Katie Easter joins us live in Jennings, where I can see the winds have picked up a bit since we last talked to you. Katie?
I spoke way too soon, Marcel, because the winds have came back. Now, luckily for us, the rains are not here. Like I said earlier, that moisture we're seeing is really just it coming down from the trees, but the winds are definitely back up. And now we're also seeing this. We're starting to see some flash flooding on some of the streets here in Jennings. Now, this water is actually starting to recede, and people have been driving back and forth through it. But of course, my advice and a lot of other advice, including any 911 officials or emergency officials, will tell you, turn around, don't drown. So there's this one. I've seen other streets like this all throughout Jennings. We've also seen power lines down and trees down in streets. So now is not the time to come driving around at all. Stay inside if you can. I'm tripping over myself. I'm sorry. And also another large portion here of Jennings has lost power. Last hour or so, we actually heard a boom. The sky turned into blue and green lights. I can't say it's cool, but it definitely lit up the sky for a hot minute there. And then all these people over here lost power. A resident already came out and said she heard the same thing, saw it too, and that's when her power went. Live in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
Sounds like a transformer blowing there in Jennings. We'll just give you another perspective of just how strong Delta's winds have been here in Acadiana. Look at that. This is in a subdivision in the Judice and Ridge area. That's a fountain in the middle.
Yes.
Kind of looks like more like a hose that's been turned on and just let loose. Tonight, that fountain spraying water like an out-of-control hose. As you can see, just going everywhere. Again, this video coming to us from the Judice and Ridge area, courtesy of Chris Ozan.
Thank you so much to everyone who has sent us videos and pictures of what you're seeing. It looks like that was shot from a very safe place, that coming in from that area. So thanks to Chris for sending that to us. See if it's dark right now, so there's really not much that you're going to see at this point. We're going to show you some video that we took here behind TV3. Our marketing director was out earlier just to give us an idea of what we haven't been out of the studio since we got here.
Yeah.
We have been hearing it. We have not been able to see it. That's the coulee that runs right along the back border of the TV3 studios here, and that was earlier today. I can't imagine what it looks like now as the winds were picking up and the rains were falling pretty consistently here at TV3. That's the tower that's above our heads, actually, here at the studio. And we talked about it earlier. We know what KPLC saw during Laura at their studios and their towers and all of that demolished. And we're grateful at this point. We are very safe here. We hear the winds, but everything in our structure and that tower that you see above head, they make sure that all of that is able to sustain this type of weather, because we want to be in our studio. That's the this is ground zero
Yeah.
for us, but
And-
we do have a plan if we should need to
And,
evacuate.
and if it does get to that point, yeah, there is that plan in place, and that's what happened out at KPLC.
Mhm.
Luckily, they evacuated the station before Hurricane Laura even came in, and then we saw the destruction afterward at the TV station there in Lake Charles. The tower came down right on the studio. So yeah, if there is a threshold that our engineers are aware of, and if it were to ever get to that point, there would be a plan in place for the safety.
And even
of
now,
everybody.
speaking of KPLC, they're not back in their studio,
No.
obviously, but they are broadcasting through Delta. I'm kind of reliving what they had to do during Laura once they did leave, and now doing it all over again with this storm system. So hats off to them for being committed to their community and still broadcasting despite all they have been through over the past 6 weeks.
And the loss they've gone through as well. So many people on staff there had their homes destroyed and saw
Right.
some major damage to their homes as well. Curfews again remain in effect across Acadiana. No reason to go out right now, everybody. If you live in these areas, please respect those curfews unless you absolutely have to. And in that case, we're talking essential workers. If you work at the hospitals, if you work for the police and fire stations, obviously those folks have a job to do. They're allowed to be out on the roads, but everybody else, just give it some time. Give it some time. We have some hurricane days here, and we have luckily a weekend that this is falling on, so a lot of people don't have work commitments until Monday, and even then I'm sure there will be some assessment about moving
And that
forward.
is good to hear you say, Jim. Yes, that's a reality. Not only are we at a weekend, but we're also going to be dealing with some decent weather, some nice weather. You know, when we are at the peak of hurricane season in August and September, it's hot.
Yeah,
But tomorrow is going to be sunny and it's going to be cooler and
yeah.
so much work to be done. At least Mother Nature is now going to cooperate and help us in the recovery and relief efforts. A good day tomorrow. Just stay put, chill out now overnight into the early morning hours. No need, even though those curfews will be lifted as of morning hours tomorrow. Just stay where you are and let the first responders and those who need to respond get to do what they do best.
Let's head outside now. Andrew Clay joins us live outside the KETC studios with a closer look at the conditions. Andrew, seems like a bit of a lull right now. What are you seeing out there?
Hey guys, we are now finally back outside the KTC studio. We have been off this shot for a little more than an hour. We deemed it was not safe to be out here with the wind and the tower was moving around, and just for safety precautions, we went inside for the last hour or so, but we came back out and the debris in our back parking lot is just immense. We didn't have the debris before we left. There are a lot of trees, limbs down, but here's a case that the top of the air conditioning unit on one of our live trucks blew off. It was just some of the damage that we have in our back porch. We still don't see power anywhere around us, nor do we really expect power to be back on with the wind still blowing. And honestly, it's still pretty gusty back here. We haven't had the real big gusts since we've been out here, but it is still blowing pretty heavily out here. So we're gonna try to show you some of the damage around our building here the rest of this evening. In front of our building, across the street, there is a Chevron gas station that has some significant damage. So we're gonna try to go get some shots of that here coming up. But like I said, we were inside, it just wasn't quite safe, but we are now back outside and we are seeing some damage in our own parking lot. Again, most of it is just tree branches, but we have some other things going on. So we're gonna try to get some of that here documented and be back with you in just a little bit. Jim, Marcel?
Thank you, Andrew. You know, here we are at the top of the 10 o'clock hour when we would typically be coming on air with you on a Friday evening for our standard 10 o'clock newscast, and we've been here for the past 8 hours or so through this storm. A Friday night at 10 o'clock, as Andrew mentioned, things starting to calm down, seemingly just a little bit, but those gusts are still out there in significant gusts as well.
And you have to wonder where what we were seeing just an hour ago, where that is right now, of course, impacting other parts of Acadiana. Everybody, our coverage is going to continue throughout the night. We're going to check back in with our field reporters out there as long as it's safe to do so. But first, for the latest on tracking Hurricane Delta and what the conditions are like for people across Acadiana, not just here in Lafayette where we had those conditions kind of come and go. Elsewhere, those conditions still lasting throughout the night. Let's check in now with with Chief Meteorologist Rob Perillo. Hey, Rob.
Hey, Jim, Marcel, thanks. And again, strong winds continuing across the area. This is estimated winds based on that high-resolution rapid refresh model. And before I get into this, I just pulled off some of the rain reports. And if we can go to Max 2, we have the latest Doppler estimated rainfall. And again, you can see this area in blue right here showing better than 10 inches of rain. And I got some official rain gauge reports here. 14.34 inches 5 miles east of Moss Bluff. So that is right here, just east of the northeast of Lake Charles. 15.01 northwest of Iowa. So we're right, we're right over here. Right over here, yeah. In Iowa, 13.24, 2 miles east-northeast of Lake Charles. The LeBeau settlement, the LeBleu settlement, Calcasieu Parish, 15.29. This is a fast-moving hurricane. 15 inches of rain on the northwest side of the storm. Unbelievable. 13.12 west-northwest of Iowa, 15.68. 5 miles east-northeast of Lake Charles in Calcasieu Parish at English Bayou at Pujol Road. Reported a storm total there. Gauge by Boys Village Road in Iowa, 16.31 inches. And the winner tonight at the gauge at the Packing House Road reported 17.02 inches of rainfall. So nearly 1.5 feet of rain, and it all came in about I got my phone here as a remote. Sorry, I need my remote as a remote. But that's incredible on the northwest side of a hurricane that is moving at 15 miles an hour. And that's what the models indicated. And that's exactly what we saw here with respect to the heavy rainfall. Again, matching 10 to 14 inches of rain in this area, and then we had a few hot spots approaching 1.5 feet. So let's go back to the Max 1 just to kind of where I left it off on the last cast. I wanted to talk wind gusts. They are gradually abating, and that's going to continue, but we're still going to see some gusts in the 70-mile-an-hour range. Anywhere you see some of this magenta showing up, that corresponds to up to 74-mile-per-hour winds. Still some strong winds on the backside of this storm system as well, we think, as we move forward with time. Again, seeing still some 60s over by DeQuincy and Lake Charles, still some 50s going on. So all the debris that's out there is going to be flapping around for a while as well. And again, finally, the storm system beginning to lift out. The winds begin to abate most areas of Acadiana by 2 o'clock in the morning. But notice on the backside here, as we get up toward the DeRidder area, there's still some 60s and 70s showing up. And they will gradually diminish as the storm continues to weaken, but still some gusty winds through the wee morning hours overnight tonight through early tomorrow morning. And then tomorrow during the day, the winds certainly calming down. These are wind gusts, not sustained winds. They will be calming down, and it'll be a nice day tomorrow. Temperatures in the 70s. Power outages continuing across the northern parishes. Bradley was telling me, he had a friend of his report, power outages on the North Shore Lake Pontchartrain. So widespread effects of this storm from the Texas border all the way over off to the east as well, over toward the Mississippi border. Rainfall, we're done with that, thank goodness, for our friends off to the west, but flash flooding will continue. You're going to see high water on roadways here for the next several hours, probably all night long, but will improve toward tomorrow morning. So that again makes the argument, do not get out on the roads and do not drive in water because you can't see the road, you can't see the markings, you can't see the ditches, you can't see the debris in the roads, and you can wind up with a flat tire in a hurry or something more serious if you wind up in a ditch. And again, still the threat of 8 to 10 inches of rain across northeastern Louisiana going into Mississippi as we move forward through tomorrow night. Again, the storm surge is up there. It's going to stay up for several days more, so we don't know the inundation levels yet until we get first-hand reports and some rain, some flood information on some of the gauges and the buoys down here. And unfortunately, fresh water failed roughly around 7 o'clock this evening, but it was up at 9 feet, so we assume at least 9 feet of water got into Vermilion, Chaffalay Bay, and down through Timberleer Bay as well. But fortunately, hopefully that is over with. But nonetheless, water inundation levels likely. Creole over toward Grand Chenier as we go down. Here's Grand Chenier again hit directly with this storm. Creole hit directly with this storm just nearly 6 weeks after Laura did its deed across the area as well. And the same inundation levels pretty much over through Pecan Island as well. So more thatch on the roadways. It's a mess, and it takes days to clear those roads. And for people to get back down here, the water probably going to be just as high or close to that, probably 7 or 8 feet over toward Intercoastal City, more than likely. And as we go farther to the east over toward the Avery Island area, Sippermore Point, certainly high water up through potentially up through the Lydia area. We'll see after we get the reports tomorrow. But nonetheless, big inundations across much of coastal Acadiana, even down into St. Mary Parish. We won't know what reports we get over here, but we'll eventually get reports coming in on that as well. So that's what's going to be coming in tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a very busy news day as we start culling the information. The light of day comes out and people can actually survey the damage that this storm has done. That's why it really stinks when you have these nighttime storms. You want a hurricane to come in at 9 o'clock in the morning and be done with by the afternoon, but that was not the case with this one as well. The one that comes to mind was kind of Hurricane Lily. That came in mainly during the morning and midday hours, and I can remember we got some really good video and a lot more damage video in before it got dark, and this one we just didn't have that luxury at this time. Still very strong winds, as Katie was reporting over in Jennings. Your highest winds are going to be in St. Landry Parish, northern Acadia Parish, northern Jeff Davis Parish, and then certainly into Calcasieu Parish and Beauregard Parish, where we continue to see those rain bands wrapping around, still rooted in part of the backside of that hurricane that is still a Category 1 storm, so still damaging winds. And that's the difference between a tropical storm and a hurricane. A hurricane does damage. A strong tropical storm will do some heavy damage as well, but it looks like the worst of the winds are over with, pardon me, along the I-10 corridor, and as you get farther to the north, still some strong, robust winds here, but not as strong as perhaps what they were over on the I-10 corridor. But nonetheless, we could still see gusts in the 80 to 85 mile per hour range, especially as we get into Vermilion Parish here, just west of Ville Platte. It looks like some pretty intense structure on this storm right here. In fact, we'll kind of zoom in and give you, hopefully we were going to zoom in, but that didn't happen. I just hit the home button. That did not help us out. So we'll get back to where I was, and we'll get back to that and get to the radar in just a bit. Also, the system gets a little balky after I've been abusing it all night long, which we have been doing. So that's what you get. But this cell right here across Vermilion Parish looking quite intense west of the Ville Platte area toward Mamou, but moving off to the north. So that is the good news, but still strong winds, Turkey Creek, Chico State Park area, and then moving up further to the north as we get into portions of Voiles Parish as well. Again, Pine Prairie is where we're seeing that strongest action right now, and there it's probably 70, 80 mile an hour wind gusts with this activity that we're seeing in the Pine Prairie area. And then back to the west over toward Oberlin, still some strong cells, still some very gusty winds along Highway 165 up through Oakdale and back to the northwest over toward Elizabeth as well. You can see farther to the south, it's awfully quiet, not much showing up on the radar, and that makes us feel better flood-wise. Again, the surge notwithstanding, because all these areas in darker shades of green, these all have water in them now, all ocean water. And again, we had flooding reported in around the Delcombe Canal area, in around Delcombe, and then likely through all of these coastal marshy areas that are typically have water, but not 8 or 9 feet of water. They usually have 6 inches to a foot or two of water in them. And again, all quiet in Lafayette, and we haven't noticed much more than about a 40 mile an hour gust in the last half hour or so here at the station. So that gives us a good point of reference, but still northern portions of Acadiana still under the gun with respect to strong and damaging winds. Bring you up to speed the 10 o'clock situation on the storm as we look at the satellite imagery and the enhanced imagery here. Does not look like anything like a real hurricane at all. You see no symmetry going on. But that doesn't mean you're not going to have damaging winds. I mean, you're not going to have symmetrical damaging winds around the storm, but there are going to be pockets where the winds are going to be damaging. You can see the enhancement on the satellite imagery on some of those heavier rain bands moving into Mississippi. That's where the action is going to be in the hours ahead. Down to a 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm, 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, and by tomorrow evening at this time, it will just be a remnant low, maybe a tropical depression at worst. So that is the good news with respect to the storm. Again, tracking it, latest high-resolution rapid refresh model in, and this is the ring right here. These two closed lines of equal pressure. This is where the strongest winds are continuing right now. Notice exactly what we've been saying all night long. Get outside of that outer ring, and then the winds are dying down, and that's what we're seeing as we move forward in time. Again, this ring will slowly kind of weaken with time as well, but you can see that heavy rainfall moving up toward Natchez, Vicksburg, and then points farther to the north and east. But winds dying down, still a few tropical rain showers or misty drizzles. You know how it is, 1,000% humidity in the wake of a hurricane, but then drier air finally coming in tomorrow morning, and the sun will come up again, and we'll have to start all over again, cleaning up after yet another hurricane striking the Louisiana coastline in just an order of matter of weeks. Historically, this has happened in the past. There was a year, I can't remember the year, back in the 1800s, where 7 hurricanes hit southern Louisiana, 7 or 3 hurricanes hit southern Louisiana in a 7-week time span. So you can't really say, well, it's just climate change and we're seeing more storms. Storms happen. Climate change is certainly involved with the storm formations, the rapid intensifications, the slowing down of storms, and the adding to the heavy rainfall of these storms. But what we are seeing is that there's a lot of randomness to Mother Nature. But since I started about climate, I like to talk about climate as well. Climate may also extend the season beyond the first week of October. For the first 32 years I did weather here, there was not one hurricane past October 2nd. We've had one October 3rd. That was Hurricane Hilda back in 1964. We had Lily in 02. We've had storms threaten us. We had Juan in 85. That was a Halloween November 1st storm. It struck southeast Louisiana, but we did have some effects here. But we might see our tropical season expand. And what we're also noticing, and we observe better as well, we're noticing more of these little storms that are popping up a little bit more frequently. That's because we observe better. But the proof is we're seeing these rapid intensification cycles more frequently in more hurricanes. We're not seeing any more number of hurricanes, even though we have a lot of names this year. The long-term trend is not for more storms. The long-term trend, though, is showing us that storms are getting more intense and getting more intense more quickly. The ocean is warmer, so you're going to have more fuel for the fire. But also in the same vein, we're going to have stronger El Niños, which in some years will mitigate and reduce, will increase the shear and mitigate and reduce the number of storms we see. So we're going to see the same amount of storms as we move forward in the next 30, 50, 100 years, but we're also going to see more intense storms, more slower moving storms, and for us at our latitude, that means more flooding storms in the years ahead. Guys, I'm off my soapbox. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There's
a lot of factors.
I want to talk about that because it has come up.
Yeah.
People were asking about that on social media, and I did want to talk about that given that the main threats of the storm are beginning to diminish across the area.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Rob. We'll check back in with you and Bradley coming up in just a little bit. But first, we want to head out and take a survey of Acadiana, where in places that it is safe to do so right now. Again, here in Lafayette, we're not feeling so many impacts right now, at least for that past half hour. So let's check in on points outside of Lafayette, Marcel.
That's right. Our Levi Ismail standing by now to give us an update from Iberia Parish. Levi.
Hey guys, so I'm outside of the airport authority here in New Iberia, and you know, as with any airport, there's not much to try and block the wind. We're pretty much exposed to the elements here, and so we've been feeling the full force of some of those winds, some of the sustained winds and the gusts of wind that has just been blowing things over from what we've seen. And just on the other side of that building right there, we saw some of that damage as well. But we're outside right now just to give people an idea as to why they shouldn't be outside, because these winds at any moment can start picking up just like they are right now. And once you add some of that rain into the equation, well, now if you're trying to drive, it's already an issue. People might get the wrong impression once they go out thinking that the radar is showing that the hurricane has already passed the area. But the fact of the matter is, I'm standing in this wind right now and I'm struggling to stay up. And just like that, we are struggling to stay up. But the fact is that if you're trying to drive, going from place to place, it still is not safe. We're outside right now, but we could just as well go back inside for shelter, which is our crutch. But if you're out there in the elements, there really is no crutch for you. You could fall into some sort of issue, and trying to get out of that will be a problem. And so just keep that in mind. No matter what the radar might be showing, just know that right now it's still not safe to go outside. Just keep that in mind. And for now, we will update you as soon as we have any more information as to what some of the road closures look like. I know when we were driving in, we saw a lot of debris on the road still, and so people need to keep that in mind as well. When you're driving, you may not see it until it's absolutely too late. So for now, stay inside, stay bunkered down, keep yourself in some shelter. Reporting, Levi Ismail, reporting, Levi Ismail, back to you guys.
All righty, thank you, Levi. Levi here with us from Nashville, getting ready to call out his home call letters there for his station at home. Thank you for what you're doing for us here in South Louisiana, Levi. Also moving on from Iberia Parish, now heading up north to St. Landry Parish.
And that's where we find our Iman Boyd with a look at the conditions in Opelousas. Iman.
The conditions here in Opelousas have changed dramatically. We're still at our safe spot here at the Holiday Inn in Opelousas off of the service road. And some of the shingles are falling off of the roof. And as you can see, it is extremely dark because we believe that the power is out throughout the city. The power went out here at the Holiday Inn about 40 minutes ago, and crews are still trying to work to restore the power here. We'll continue our coverage here in Opelousas. In Opelousas, Iman Boyd, KTC TV3.
We hear in that video from Iman that the winds are still very high in St. Landry Parish as those outer rain bands of Hurricane Delta are moving through northern parts of Acadiana and into central Louisiana. We know that those strong winds are still happening there as well. And continuing, we're going to take a look at some video now. This was a kind of an iconic site after Hurricane Laura, if you will. I guess there's the Capital One Tower there in Lake Charles, and we saw the windows blown out during Laura, and there they are boarded up during Hurricane Delta.
Yeah, we even had a story a few weeks back about the blown out windows that had scattered the city, and some folks were picking up those pieces, quite literally. I think that's what their effort was called, picking up the pieces and making jewelry out of those blown out windows, and trying to, I think, go to a good cause and help some survivors of Hurricane Laura. The power outages continue across Acadiana. We have a look at why those transformers just popping. I think this is some nighttime video, but you can see that green light just popping as the transformers are blowing. This video coming from Iberia Parish. Our thanks to Zach Milton, who sent that in. And one thing that we're not quite hearing in that video is the sound those transformers make. It's pretty jarring if you've ever been around a transformer that's blown. Then quick, we have some videos submitted tonight from Beth Ann Bonin of a tree that's falling from the strength of the storm. I'm not sure if we're seeing the video. Oh, here we go. Wow. Yeah, that tree just came down with the winds, and you can hear Beth Ann Bonin there commenting about what she was seeing. Again, as long as it's safe to do so, folks, keep these videos coming. But if you're putting yourself in harm's way, don't do that. We've got crews that are able to do that for us.
Absolutely. Let's head over to Lake Arthur now for some video. There we see the winds and rains whipping that was happening earlier today. That looks like a gas station where our crew there had probably taken some shelter in Lake Arthur. Heavy winds, heavy rains. We knew that was what was passing through. And there's the visual and a little audio of it as well as you hear a few natural sounds back there in the background of that wind passing through that area earlier today.
And the wind will continue to be a story into the overnight hours, and it is going to continue to bring down some trees. Think about it. Just because a tree hasn't fallen just yet doesn't mean that it's not just one gust away from coming down. And here you see some of the casualties of those high winds in Opelousas. These trees coming down. These photos again sent in from St. Landry Parish from some of the viewers. And then more images coming in tonight from Lake Charles that was just so hard hit. Just 6 weeks ago, this was around dusk. Again, Hurricane Delta made landfall at around 6 o'clock tonight. This video was still light out, so before sunset. So just as or before the storm was coming on shore, not too far away. Again, the storm made landfall over in Creole in Cameron Parish, so not too far away from Calcasieu Parish there.
And we'll go on now to the Lake Charles Civic Center as well. Here's another look at that wind and rain and just how intense it was. That's probably around the same time of day as that video we just showed you just a second ago that Jim spoke about. This is at the Lake Charles Civic Center. You know, that area, we saw it during Laura, and we're looking at it again as Hurricane Delta proving to be damaging to an area that's already heavily damaged from the storm that it experienced just a matter of weeks ago. Looking now to video from Lafayette Parish. We talked about those transformers, and there's another one. This one doesn't have any audio with it as either, and we know that what you see, imagine what that sounds like. It sounds like fireworks going off. That's probably the most general description of what it sounds like when a transformer blows, one that's near you. This is off of East Marshall in Lafayette earlier this evening, a transformer, blowing in that area.
Earlier today, Marcel, when we were coming into work around noon or so when we got in, I was thinking, you know, kind of a great day for ducks out there. I think we have to adjust that now with this next viewer submitted video. Great day for cats.
Cat napping,
cat
for
napping,
sure. I'm sure there were lots of people across Acadiana who would look at that cat. I mean, just as peaceful as it can be, laying there comfortable. It's a breeze outside.
Juxtaposed to the conditions just, you know, a few feet away. That cat nap underneath the carport. I actually saw a few requests on social media. People wanted to see the cat nap video again and again.
It is relaxing to look at. You know, even though we're working to see the cat, it's like, oh yeah, there is a chance to relax.
Not even a cat
hurricane
person,
coverage.
and I enjoyed that video. Let's keep going with the animal theme here. We saw this video from Gaydon or a little bit earlier before the storm hit. Those cattle know what's going on. They have that instinct to get out of harm's way, and just we're doing just that in Gaydon ahead of Hurricane Delta, as Delta was still approaching the Louisiana coastline. And then farther west over in Texas, we have some pretty good video here of the rain and wind in Galveston, right on the water there. So I hope no one's in that camper, but you know, they might have been putting themselves in somewhat of harm's way, but Texas was outside of the major impacts from Hurricane Delta, but still nonetheless, again, you don't have to be in that cone. You don't have to be immediately in harm's way. These systems are so massive that the impacts are still felt all along the Gulf Coast there.
Coming back here to Louisiana, Pecan Island, you know, a heavy hit area from this storm right there down in Vermilion Parish, in lower Vermilion Parish, and that's some video from earlier today. I believe that's from one of the cameras that we were calling up earlier as it was still daylight outside, and who knows what that looks like now. I think there's a roadway back there, a crossing into Pecan Island, but you can't see it now, and couldn't see it then, and I'm sure you can't see it now as well. We're going to go to Abbeville now, staying in Vermilion Parish. There's this tree we keep showing you. As the wind blew, tree fell down. Simply put, the strength of the winds go ahead and taking out that tree there in Abbeville.
I like this next video. Well, I mean, don't like it. It's great video. I hate to see what happens in the video, but let this hold and play for about 10 seconds. This is on St. Patrick Street in the St. Streets. Keep your eye as the camera comes back to the right. You know, the person filming this obviously knew something was about to go on. They heard that. And boom, that tree came down right on top of a power line, probably knocking out power for that whole neighborhood in that area. This coming to us, I believe, from Samantha Crockett over on St. Patrick Street there in the St. Streets in Lafayette. And more trees down. This next video coming to us from the Broadmoor neighborhood, Broadmoor Boulevard. People actually got to work after these trees came down. The conditions they thought not so bad, probably live right in that area, and they got to work trying to clear that debris up. Just some of the work that's going to have to be happening all across Acadiana happening tonight there on Broadmoor Boulevard. More work like that will be happening across Acadiana over the next few days.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be hear the buzzing of chainsaws around Acadiana over for the next couple days, at least throughout the weekend, as you mentioned, as folks are taking care of business like we see there in Broadmoor, neighbors helping neighbors while it's safe outside to do so. We're going to head over to some video from Jennings, I believe, getting some perspective again from the Jennings area. Kind of, you know, at this stage, good to see, and we're seeing a lot of things that look the same. This was when Hurricane Delta was moving inland and the rain was still an issue. We know rain has subsided for southern portions of Acadiana and southwest Louisiana. We know up north in St. Landry, Evangeline, northern Acadia parishes, and into central Louisiana that they are still dealing with rain in those areas. The storm has not cleared all of Acadiana yet. That's coming in the next couple hours or so, but this was at the height of the storm there in Jennings when the rains were still in that area.
And really across Acadiana, the message is to stay inside. We've heard from several municipalities tonight really wanting us to stress this point, drive this point home. Don't be out there. Don't violate these curfews that are in effect. We did talk to the police chief in the village of Maurice, saying that they've been seeing people violating curfew. They only have 2 police officers on duty in the village of Maurice. They have their work cut out for them. And a lot of these places in the more rural areas of Acadiana, their police departments aren't as large as some of the other municipalities. They've got a smaller force. They still have a police force, enough to handle the work that comes up on any other typical day. But this is not a typical day, not a typical night with Hurricane Delta and all the damage that's left behind. We don't want to stretch those first responders thin. So follow the guidance, follow the advice. These curfews that are in effect, you're seeing them there on your screen. Follow those warnings, and above all, don't go out sightseeing tomorrow. There will be plenty of time to get to work and help our neighbors out, but we would just really need the first responders to get out there, start working to restore power and all of that work that needs to be done over the next few days and weeks.
You know, as we deal with these power outages around Acadiana, there's always some things that we say about what to do in times of a power outage. If your power is out, you can keep up with us on the KATC News app or live streaming on your mobile devices. And if you're at home and you're thinking about, you know, you've got an ice chest or your refrigerator is still cool and you maybe midnight's coming up. I know hurricane snacking is happening all over the place. If you're planning on cooking something, make sure that if you have a thermometer, go ahead and make sure that food didn't spoil, and do your best to do everything you can to keep folks in your family that you are hunkered down with for Delta as safe and as well as possible.
Power outages really scattered all across the state. We've been watching this power outage map. I hope we've refreshed it because the colors have been changing throughout the day. When we started the day, most of this map was blue, indicating that there really weren't too many power outages to report. Tonight, that number is now up to 379,000, at least 379,000 power outages. Not all utility companies report their power outages to this service, but this is really the best insight that we can get about how widespread power outages are across the state. Again, the latest number to report, 379,000 at least across Louisiana. At the beginning of the day, Marcel, that number was just in the few thousands, and presumably those few thousand people that were without power this morning might have been in Baton Rouge with the weather that had moved in, but probably largely from Hurricane Laura just 6 weeks ago.
And to look at that map and to look at the Florida parishes there on the eastern side of the state, you know, they weren't in the direct cone as the cone, you know, kind of defines where things are going to be most intense during a hurricane. But if you look at it there, you know, even without the direct impact into more northern parts of the state and farther east, there you see it. The effects are being widespread all across Louisiana. Like you said, that map changing hour by hour and becoming more and more widespread and more colorful even at this 10 o'clock hour. We're going to join our Chris Welty now, who is joining us live from Sulfur. Chris been spending a lot of time in southwest Louisiana. He was hunkered down in Lake Charles during Hurricane Laura, now back in that area again as we continue to cover Hurricane Delta. Chris, bring us up to speed on what's happening there in Sulfur.
Hey Marcel, it seems like things are finally starting to calm down a little bit here in the Sulfur area. And as you can imagine, a lot of people, they're just exhausted. They're fatigued from, of course, Hurricane Laura, and they're fatigued from having to prepare for Hurricane Delta, but I do want to step out of frame, and you can see that here at the Comfort Suites here in Sulfur, the hotel is booked. So there were a lot of people that were coming in during the height of the storm looking to seek shelter, but now they're starting to get some rest. They're staying here in the lobby right now to try and get a little bit of sleep if possible, and trying to just make themselves comfortable. Fortunately here at the hotel, we did not lose power, which is definitely some good news. The hotel here, they have a little snack marketplace here, so people were able to heat up some ramen noodles, their soup, so they were able to get a hot meal when everything else is closed. So definitely some good news, but so many people, they're going to be dealing with this damage for weeks to come. As you know, the cleanup process has been a slow one, but a steady one following Hurricane Laura. And now with Hurricane Delta, people are just anxious for daybreak to be able to go out and just see what that damage exactly is. Now, I've been keeping up with the DePriest family. They live here in Sulfur. They're about 11 minutes away from where we're staying. And they told me that there was a big pine tree in the front yard. It snapped, it fell into the road, it did not fall on their house, so that's some good news. During Hurricane Laura, they actually lost 6 trees at their home, and none of them fell on their home. So someone, higher power, God is definitely watching over that family, so some good news there. But they were telling me that they had a lot of debris hitting the back of their home. They could hear it just pounding for quite a bit. They had a boat parked in their driveway. They said that moved. They had a basketball goal that was also laying down, and that had shifted. And even their truck that was parked in the driveway was starting to move around from those intense winds that we were feeling from Hurricane Delta for a bit. But once again, things are starting to calm down here in the Sulfur area. Some good news. We're still experiencing some rain, but it looks like, from just judging from the view out front, it does seem like that wind has died down. So some slightly good news, and everyone here just anxious for daybreak to begin the cleanup process yet again. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
All right, Chris, thanks. A lot of anxious people across Acadiana tonight. Joining us on the phone tonight, we have the Scott Fire Chief, Chad Saunier. Chief, thanks so much. You had a Facebook post that caught our attention just a few hours ago. Can you fill our audience in on that?
Yeah, it's just during the height of the storm, we had a lot of people, for whatever reason, driving up and down roads, and we had a couple of incidents where a tree fell on various cars out as a result of high water and was stranded, and we had to go rescue, both incidents, or several incidents, but on both types.
So you've had some rescues in Scott tonight.
Correct. We've had several rescues. Some with trees falling on houses, some, like I said, some with vehicles, after the curfew, and a couple other little incidents.
Mm-hmm. Is everybody okay? Are you able to tell us how everybody's doing in those incidents?
Yeah, it looks like everybody's doing good as far as the rescues. Mm-hmm. We were able to bring several people to the shelter in Lafayette, or to a place to be picked up, either or. And it looks like they were fine. And that's pretty much it. I mean, we had one with minor injuries from the tree falling on the car, but minor injuries.
Okay, good to hear. But the bottom line, you're running into people who are out there on the roads and don't necessarily need to be out there, huh?
Correct. The problem we're having is we having to pick these people up after and bring them somewhere where somebody can come pick them up, and we taking the firefighters and police officers, where they could be responding to an actual emergency, a legitimate emergency.
And how widespread would you say the damage is in Scott? I know across Acadiana we've been getting these damage reports.
Yeah, we're getting several trees fell, some on houses, some just breaking gas lines throughout Scott, but majority of it was wind damage.
Okay. Any warnings or anything people need to know other than stay off the roads?
No, just we tell people to keep off the roads, and in the morning, daylight when it's safer, assess it, because we still have a little. We'd hate for somebody to be out there trying to do a damage assessment of the house and get hit by some kind of flying debris. Mm-hmm. Even though it may seem like it's over, just keep in the house until everything's at daylight. You can get a good look at your house.
All right. All right. Scott Fire Chief Chad Saunier. Chief, thanks so much. You all stay safe tonight.
Thank you.
All right. And again, that's the Scott Fire Chief informing us that there have been several rescues in the city of Scott tonight and several incidents with trees falling on houses and cars. The chief saying relatively minor injuries, Marcel, so some good news in one of those cases where a tree fell on a car.
And here we go, another municipality, first Maurice and now Scott, where emergency officials are telling us, hey, we're seeing people out and about. And that's not what we want at this hour.
Yeah, the Facebook post from Chief Saunier that caught our attention, it said, your ignorance is jeopardizing the safety of my firefighters. So really just, it may seem repetitive at this point, but that's what we're hearing from people, the first responders. The big problem that they're running into right now is other people out on the roads jeopardizing the safety of first responders. They have a job to do. They can't be distracted at this point. So we're going to keep driving home that message, and hopefully people will stop violating these curfews that are going on right now. They're issued for a reason. We're all anxious to get out there as soon as dawn breaks to see what the damage is, but we just got to be patient as well.
In a reality, what's out there now will be out there when the sun rises tomorrow. So it's not like you're going to miss anything. You know, we are a very curious society. We want to see, we want to be the first to take pictures and post on social media of things that are going on. And there's time for that. It's just not right now. Right now, it's a matter of safety. Those things that are out there now will be there for the next few hours. And once the sun rises and things are, you can actually see, then okay, maybe. But even then, it's still priority to keep yourselves safe and out of the way so that emergency responders and utility crews and those who need to get to work and get to the business of getting us back to where we were pre-storm can actually do that. We just don't need to be in the way right now.
Absolutely. And speaking of the utility crews that you mentioned, Marcel, we know that LUS has been staging its crews over at the Cajun Dome really for their own safety and the safety of the trucks. They don't want any of those trucks to be damaged. And it's not just LUS trucks right now that are being housed inside the Cajun Dome. We know that there are a number of different utility companies that have pledged to help out, and they've stepped up to the plate. They've come to Acadiana with their bucket trucks as well. In previous reporting over the course of the recovery from Hurricane Laura, we've talked with these utility companies from out of town. They don't consider themselves heroes by any means, but a lot of people look at the work that these men and women do as very heroic. They leave their families for extended periods of time, and they lend a hand, but at the same time, the folks here in Lafayette, they do the same.
Absolutely.
For our neighbors to the east, to the west, to the north.
Give and take. That's what it's all about. You know, Jim, one of the unfortunate realities of hurricanes, especially we saw this after Hurricane Laura just a few weeks ago, that generators become hazardous. And after Laura, there were 9 deaths from generators, and that is not what we want after Delta. We know so many people are using generators right now. It's what we do. We plug them in. We power things up in our homes to make us as comfortable as possible as we're dealing with this. We're going to go ahead and give you some tips and things to remember as the night continues and we go into the early morning hours of tomorrow. If you are using a generator, never use a generator inside your home or garage. That will create carbon monoxide and poisoning, which is one of the silent killers we know of people. Generators should be kept dry and at least 20 feet away from your home. Move it away from the structure. Never plug a portable generator directly into a wall outlet. That can be dangerous for both you, your neighbors, and electricians as they get back out there and they're working to restore power in the area. And finally, turn off your generator and let it cool before you refuel that device. Again, those are just some tips. You know, we want to do everything we can to make sure that everyone is safe. And yes, generators, they have their place, but they also are very dangerous. And those are just some tips we hope that you will take heed of as we continue into the next few hours when those generators will be in use all across Acadiana.
I remember the number 9, the number of people who have died from carbon monoxide poisoning. That stuck out to me. I believe the death toll related to Hurricane Laura was either 22 or 24, but still just a large number of the fatalities came in the aftermath of the storm from carbon monoxide poisoning. There were members of a family in Lake Charles that all died because of carbon monoxide poisoning. So, you know, in the days ahead, that could be the silent killer, carbon monoxide poisoning. Keep those tips in mind, and if you have a question about generator safety, reach out, ask for help, make sure you're doing everything correctly because it's just too big a risk to take. Lives are at stake with that. Let's head out to Baton Rouge now, take a look at some of the conditions we saw there earlier today. Again, we woke up to these headlines and these images from Baton Rouge and we thought, what? Baton Rouge was way too far east. Well, they weren't expecting all of this, but just that goes to show you how widespread these bands associated with tropical systems can be. But Baton Rouge had a lot of street flooding there, a lot of cars that drove into those flooded streets and got stuck. You got to remember, I always hear Daniel Phillips's voice in my head whenever I see a flooded street. I don't want to be a news story. I don't want Daniel to yell at me.
Because that's what he was so frustrated.
Oh, that gets him going.
It really does, because it's just so unnecessary. And I think that's where Daniel's frustration came in a few years ago.
Yeah, do you see the water? Just stop.
All right, just turn around, don't drown. You know, it's cliche, but it's factual. Why risk it? Is it really that important? And then wherever you were trying to go anyway, you're gonna be late, because if you get stuck, you're stuck. So just turn around and head a different direction. You know, as power is out all across Acadiana, we want to remind you that you can listen to us streaming at KATC.com. We're also on the radio at 960 AM. That's the AM band. We are on at 105.1 as well, FM. You can hear KATC as you are listening without power. If you are listening over the radio and are listening on a device right now and need to switch over, there you go. Those are your options for radio coverage where we are.
And throughout the night, we've been checking in with our crews and will continue to do so across Acadiana in the aftermath of Hurricane Delta. We're now moving into that stage of the storm, the aftermath of the storm. Katie Easter has been in Jeff Davis Parish tonight, where we've seen the conditions really range from a lull, really not much activity, to high winds and rain. Let's check in now, head out live to Jennings and join Katie and see what we're experiencing out there right now. Hey, Katie.
Well, things are definitely picking back up here in Jennings. Of course, I'm crossing my arms because it actually got a lot colder over the night. You can kind of tell the precipitation, or the, well, I guess rain, is back in the air. But we're actually right out here, and the winds have been knocking these trees down all night. You can see right behind me, this was actually a huge branch up here. Now, I don't want to get too close because you might not see this, but actually this power line right here is kind of leaning, and I am not trying to be in the crosshairs if this thing decides, hey, let's come out just like that tree did over there. But this is what you're seeing all across town. You're seeing branches in the road. You're seeing branches stuck in power lines. You're seeing power lines in the road. And then you're seeing big trees all across the roads like this, just blocking them completely. And now while we've been standing here, I keep hearing pops. And I know we've heard these pops from transformers blowing. We've seen the sky turn blue and green from people losing their power after a transformer blowing out. But in the last few minutes, I have heard pops. And it's kind of scary. You know, I don't think those are transformers blowing, but I think those are people's shingles flying off still. That's how strong these winds got again. For a minute, I was a little bit excited because I thought things were definitely calm down here in Jennings. I thought the wind had gone. I thought the rain had gone, but you can see the rain around me. You can hear the wind around me. It picked back up. Live in Jennings, Katie Easter, KTC TV3.
And we heard that would happen, you know, calm, and then not calm anymore, and that's exactly what Katie is saying is happening in Jennings.
Yeah, it's been a little more active, more so than not, out in Jennings. I think maybe the 2 out of the 3 times we've checked in with her throughout the night, it's been windy, it's been rainy, a lot of precip out there. Katie's been ready for it throughout the night. But here in Lafayette, it's been calm. At least it's quieter.
Yes.
For the better part of an hour, I'd say. That it just goes to show you, the conditions are just dynamic and changing really wherever you are in Acadiana. But Hurricane Delta is just having such a broad impact on such a broad area all across our viewing area. I think our lights just kind of flickered.
They did flicker
a little bit. So those outages, and they do continue, widespread outages across the state. I know we were checking in with Andrew Clay. He was outside in our backyard a little earlier, and just while he was on the air, saw the lights up and down Erast Landry just go out.
Yeah, a lot of that happening. People say 1 minute it's on, the next minute it's off. And as things move out of the area, we know that northern parts of Acadiana are still dealing with some strong bands, rain bands. And Katie mentioned that, it's raining again. And Rob and Bradley have talked about how sometimes you get these pop-up showers on the backside of the storm, and that could be what's happening with what Katie's experiencing there in Jeff Davis Parish. Rob's moving to the weather wall So I think Rob's got some information for us and some updates on Hurricane Delta. Rob.
Yeah, well, new information. I dropped the tie because I saw Hummel look so good without a tie. I had to go with that air tie. Oh, air tie. I like that. They are much cooler than the regular ties, I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, what Katie's experiencing, we still have the backside of this storm. Just in the last hour, there were still gusts well into the 60s over toward Lake Charles. Much of Lafayette on southeastward has calmed down, but we still have this broad circulation where we're still seeing the wind gusts, still some very heavy rainfall. Strongest winds in Acadiana, if we're going to call out parishes, we'll go St. Landry, certainly Avoyelles, Evangeline, part of Acadia, certainly as we get into western Acadia and then into Jeff Davis Parish, certainly as we get into Allen, Beauregard, and Calcasieu Parish, and still some pretty gusty winds down toward Cameron as well. But this whole mess is finally lifting out. But we just had updates on the flood warnings that are ongoing across the area. This is the areas that had a lot of water during the course of the afternoon and evening. As I called out earlier, better than a foot of rain quite common in Calcasieu Parish from Eyewall back through Lake Charles and the Moss Bluff area, and we're probably going to see more rain gauge readings in that foot range as you go farther north and east, exactly as the models modeled it, which you know, just in the last 2 days, Bradley and I were just talking off camera on how incredible and how good the modeling has become, especially if you look at the right models and interpret those models correctly, and they really gave us a lowdown on what this was showing, and the European, the GFS model, all the models did really well. So a success from a model standpoint and from a forecast standpoint, not so good if you have to live with the manifestations of this hurricane indeed. Still some strong rain bands though across from Lake Charles area on northward where the winds are not saying uncle yet. Still gusts up to the 55 to 65 mile an hour range just before 10 o'clock tonight, gusting in the 70s at the Lake Charles Airport. So we know there is some wind dynamics here, strong rain gradient to no rain gradient. So this is real dynamics. It almost acts like what we would call in the meteorological world a wake low, where we have a low level jet coming in behind this hurricane. But hurricane's got jet-like winds anyway. It manufactures its own dynamics for sure. You can see still heavy rainfall up in Rapides Parish, but most of the Acadiana parishes, the flood threat is over with, other than the water that's up. It's got to run into the coulees and bayous, and that's going to take a while. So again, as Jim and Marcel were stressing, do not get out on the road. I know it's a Friday night. I know the game is probably, NBA game is probably over or very close to it, and there's nothing else to do but wait until daylight tomorrow. But stay off the roads. Do yourself a favor. Do law enforcement a favor. And again, just stay home until the roads get cleared, and that's going to be during the day tomorrow. And again, thanks to all the crews that are going to be out there later on tonight maybe, or wait until tomorrow morning to clear the roads. It's going to be a long haul. And again, as we get into the southeastern parishes of Acadiana, nice and quiet. Lafayette, all is quiet. But even though the radar is not showing anything, you know when you have a tropical system, you're going to have those misty drizzles where the radar's not showing anything, and you're still going to get quite wet just by standing outside for a bit because, one, the humidity's pegged near 100%, and two, you still have the spits that are coming out of that hurricane and decaying hurricane as it continues to move along. Again, you can see where the heaviest rainfall, northern portions of Acadiana, Rapides Parish on northward. Strong winds more than likely in Avoyelles Parish for our friends up here in Avoyelles. Gusts to 70, maybe up to 80, still possible. So that's what we continue to watch during the course of this late night hour, and we'll continue to watch into the wee morning hours of our Saturday morning. Here's a satellite imagery presentation of Hurricane Delta, or its last vestiges, maybe on its last legs, hopefully downgraded to below a hurricane soon. It continues to move off to the northeast, so that is certainly great news for all of us as it continues to move away. The bad news is it happened. It happened again in areas that certainly didn't need another hurricane to move on in. Now Cat 1, 75 mile per hour winds. This is still the 10 o'clock bulletin. We'll see if they give us another position update at 11. They do hourly as the storm approaches, usually makes landfall, but now I'm not sure sure if that's going to be the case as we move forward overnight tonight. The guys on the hurricane and gals at the Hurricane Center need a break as well. Still down to it'll be a bare minimum tropical storm by tomorrow morning, a tropical depression by tomorrow afternoon and evening, and then just a remnant low thereafter. But guess what? All this rain is heading up into the Tennessee River Valley with time. And as we take a look at this, and this is what we've been pointing out and using as a pretty good forecast guide, the three lines here that we have, these are lines of equal pressure that show lower and lower pressure. This is where the center of storm is right now. We'll call it right over Turkey Creek at this point. And again, as that circle moves away, the winds are dying down, and we have not heard one gust here at the station that's been over 30 or 35 in the last hour or so. So that is good news. We still see action on the backside of this storm system, so we'll take a look at the wind gusts once again. But by tomorrow morning, lingering clouds, maybe some sprinkles, but by tomorrow afternoon, we think sunshine and temperatures in the upper 70s to lower 80s into the afternoon. Should be a very nice one going into tomorrow night, and then feeling a little bit cooler for sure as we get into tomorrow night as well. So here are the current wind forecast gusts. Let's move it 1 hour forward and get to the midnight time frame. And again, you can see generally, and this is what we're seeing on the observing sites, most of the wind gusts in the 45 to 50 mile an hour range, maybe 55. Still some hot spots, still some 60 showing up again on that northwestern, western side of the storm, and then by the core of the remnant of the storm as we get up into Avoyles Parish. Marksville still showing 60s, the same at the Simsport area. Lafayette still could see gusts to about 50 or so up for the next hour or two, but I think overall we're going to start to see the winds really calming down across the area, but still notice as we get into western Louisiana, still some pretty strong gusts, but the threat of damaging winds is improving. Exception northern parishes right now. Just give it another couple of hours and it looks like conditions will continue to gradually improve with time, and that is good news for all of us. The threat of additional power outages diminishing as the yellow and the oranges move away from us, so that is good news. Graph model, by the way, did an excellent job 3 days out on this storm, although it did call for wind gusts that were much higher than what we saw, but was a good forecast to plan off of, because we could have easily seen this thing go sideways, the storm become a Cat 4 in the Western Gulf, and then come in as a 3 or 3.5. Fortunately, this came in as a 2 and a disorganized 2, but certainly a messy Category 2, as all hurricanes are messy. And again, that heavy rainfall threat continues to move further and further away with every model run we look at, and that is great news for all of us. Again, just enough rain to keep the roads wet and keep it slick out there, at least through tonight, but tomorrow drier conditions await us all. And again, we'll see how far that storm surge penetrates. Guess what I'm going to be doing on my days off, guys? Heading, well, I don't know if I can go tomorrow, maybe Sunday, go down, check some of those high water areas, and may not be able to get down there until next weekend. So that's what we do as meteorologists. We forecast, we stay with you during the storm, and then we go back and assess the storm for our own edification and interest, but also it helps build a better forecast in the future, because we know how each storm is going to react differently, and every storm acts differently, so it helps build us a database of understanding these storms. Again, a lot of water over the roadways down across Cameron, Vermilion Parish. All these areas are inundated with water right now. I can guarantee you on that. And all the way down through the Thiel area, through Boston, Avery Island, kind of that right now, still an island. Water up by Delcombe, but we're showing 3 feet, so that is good news. That bodes well for a good part of Delcombe. I haven't gotten any reports of how much flooding in the Delcombe area per se. I don't think we had a whole lot. We haven't had a whole lot of reports that I've heard of, but then again, I've been on this key wall for most of the night, so I have not been able to stay up to date online. But nonetheless, certainly some big water in the coastal parishes that it will still be there tomorrow, but gradually go down in the days ahead as that water slowly percolates into the ground and slowly percolates and moves back to the south, back into the Gulf of Mexico. So that's where we stand right now, guys. The worst part of the storm in central Louisiana now, still gusty winds, northern parishes, I-10 parishes settling down, with the exception of the same darn area that has been hurt so hard over the last several weeks. It's like Mother Nature saying, wait, I'm going to give you one more little reminder of who's in charge here. And again, that'll be moving on out, though, know, in the next few hours, and things will be quieting down for all as we get deeper and deeper into the night. Marcel,
At
Jim?
the sound of those words of things will be calming down, I just took a deep breath and let it
Yeah,
go slowly.
yeah.
It's good
Right.
to hear, Rob.
Right.
Yeah, and at least, Rob, like you said, cooler temperatures tomorrow. It's not like a typical hurricane where the days after it's just it's
Hot,
thick air,
muggy.
it's hot out there. So we have that break, but also the fact that it's going to be sunny and people will be able to survey the damage and get nothing weather-wise is going to impede first responders and getting out there and getting to work. Well, here we are, everybody, close to 11 o'clock on a Friday. We'd be in the midst of Friday night football right now, but we already did that last night for
those games
the
are
games
moved
were
up.
moved up.
This week, and now here we are in the midst of the storm. Friday night football happened earlier this week, and we're moving on now to, I missed that, what he said in IFB, Jim, sorry. Alex Cortez sent us a picture of his hurricane watch party. That's how you do it. They've been watching us since we signed on earlier this afternoon. They wanted to tell us to lighten up a bit. There we are over there on their monitor at home. Well, we do look pretty serious at that moment. That must have been at the height.
It's those screen grabs. You just never know with those.
You really do. That's one of the most dangerous things about this day and age. You never know what those freeze frames will look like.
Well, and speaking of some other younger fans watching TV at home wanting to be a part of the coverage as well, here we have this video, or this photo, I should say, sent in by Amy Menard, I believe was her name. Amy Menard sent us this photo of her daughter who might be a budding meteorologist one day. A lot of people out there, I remember Bradley talking about this during the last storm, just kind of, growing up in Louisiana, and, weather has such a big impact on your life, and it really becomes such an interest that could lead to a career. So maybe Amy Menard's daughter there is a case like that.
Will be working for us one day. We'll probably both still be here, working here when she's a meteorologist in the weather lab.
We'll still be here for sure. So everybody, we are moving on into really the aftermath of Hurricane Delta as the storm continues to move north and northeast across Louisiana, but the impacts here, it's been the better part of an hour since we've really felt and heard any big wind gusts in Lafayette. But throughout the night, we will be continuing to check in on our crews who are out there and really are our eyes and our ears. They have a much better vantage point of what we can tell you from in here and what the radar can tell you. To see it with their own eyes and ears is really something much different.
It really is. They're all safe tonight. We have safe places, as we call them, for all of them to go into. No matter what parish they're in, no matter what area they're covering, we have established places for them to be and out of harm's way. And then in most cases, they're around emergency responders. Fire stations are one of the places that we go, and our hotel. They're different. It just depends on the area that we're in. But they are safe, and as soon as things are safe for them, they get to go back out and get the visuals and update us on what they're seeing in those specific areas as well.
Yeah, Jordan Lippincott, she was out with the Rain Volunteer Fire Department, and while she was on a Facebook Live updating everybody about the conditions, a roof actually blew off an adjacent building, a building right next door to the Volunteer Fire Department. And when she was live on air with us here, we started to hear that noise, which you think of sheet metal just kind of blowing around in the wind, and it was apparently the firefighters trying to secure the roof of that building. So their work getting started even before they could really get outside of the fire station. They were there right on scene outside the building to secure that sheet metal from roof that had blown off from the winds from Delta.
And we know Chris Welty's on standby, but before we go to him, we want to remind you that we are getting reports from different municipalities about people out sightseeing, and that is not the thing to do at this hour. Emergency officials are saying stay at home. We can't do our work in the event of a big emergency because we're dealing with these little bitty things of people just out and about on the roadways. Again, stay inside tomorrow morning. That's why they put curfews in place, so you won't be out in the midst of all of this. It's dark. You don't know what you're driving into at this hour. Down power lines are not toys. They're not anything to play with if there's standing water in some areas. Just stay at home, wait until sunrise, wait until things are safer to go out safely and get a look at the damage around your area and your neighborhood.
Well, let's check in with some of the hardest hit areas from Hurricane Laura, also taking a major hit tonight from Hurricane Delta. Chris Welty joins us live, continuing our team coverage from Sulfur tonight. Hey, Chris.
Hey Jim, Marcel, things are so much better here in Sulfur right now. I definitely want to show you this though, but you can see just a little bit of sheet metal. It looks like part of the awning from the Chevron across the street may have blown over here to the Comfort Suites side yard, but we'll take a little walk over this way and we'll show you up here on the second story of the hotel. You might be able to see that window. They have some pink towels that are lining right there. And earlier we heard from the hotel staff that they were experiencing a few leaks, some water getting in, but nothing major here at the Comfort Suites. So definitely some good news, but they put those towels against the window right there to absorb that water. Now, during our previous live shot, we did show you that there were a lot of people that were starting to fall asleep, catch up on some rest following the storm. They were hunkering down here. The hotel is sold out, but people were still allowed to come in and stay in the lobby because this is a safe spot. But now that the wind and rain has died down, some people are taking their chances and getting back on the road, which is not advised right now. We do understand people have places to go, but with it being dark right now, you might not be able to see any type of debris in the road or down power lines or anything like that. I know the Calcasieu Parish Sheriff's Office, they're really advising people not to get on the road, to wait until daybreak where you can actually see what's around you and survey that damage as well. But here where we are in Sulfur, fortunately power did not go out, and it looks like a lot of the businesses around here for the most part still have power. So some good news. So hopefully that means the recovery process will not be as long. I know this area, they were hit really hard during Hurricane Laura, and it's evident. We can see that the signs are busted and blown out. And Blake, if we can, we'll swing back around a little bit this way and we'll show you. But there's just so much damage that was here already before Hurricane Delta, just like this sign for the hotel. That was blown out and busted out yesterday whenever we got here. So that was left over from Hurricane Laura. We were closely watching some of these light posts that were swaying back and forth. Our news unit, parking was tight here, but our news unit was underneath one of these lamp posts that was swaying back and forth, and we kept an eye on it. Of course, nothing we can do if that would have fallen. Thank God for insurance, but we didn't have to use that, thankfully, so some good news there. But we are starting to get some cell service back. Earlier during the height of the storm, we lost cell service, so it was really hard to communicate with y'all back here at the station. And we also had a sat phone that we were struggling with getting a connection to communicate with y'all to even just do a phone interview. So we're glad that this is passing over. It wasn't as bad riding it out here in Sulfur, but of course, it's going to be getting into those neighborhoods where there are piles of debris that was left behind, and seeing what more damage people are dealing with now from Hurricane Delta. I know we've been talking about the Debris family all night. They live about 10-11 minutes away from here in Sulfur. They had a tree fall today during Hurricane Delta. It did not fall on their house, but their neighborhood's so tight-knit. They were out there cleaning out the storm drains and trying to prevent any type of street flooding. But a lot of neighbors that were staying behind, they had their chainsaws ready. They were ready to go once the storm passed, so they could go out, clear the streets, help neighbors. And that's what it's all about here in South Louisiana, neighbors helping neighbors. And I was just looking over to my left, in the parking lot right here, there's a lot of 18-wheelers that were parked during the height of the storm as well. They have since left this area. They're getting back on the road. But once again, emergency officials, they're asking you to stay in place, to not get on the roads until daylight, where it's much safer to do so. For now, live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KTC TV3.
All right, Chris Welty there in Sulfur, able to get out of the Hotel Marcella as we've been watching throughout the night. Just for the safety of everybody, all the guests inside the hotel, they've been wanting to keep those doors closed, and we've been following their rules. I think the last shot, maybe about an hour ago, Chris was able to get outside by the pool area there.
And we were just asking our news director about the rest of our reporters who are out in the field, and one of the things that we're running into is, you know, that with loss of power, they have lost some battery power on some of their equipment, and now it's just time for them to reassess as things are calming down as well. So we hope to get back to most of our reporters who are out in the field in the next hour or so. If that does not happen, don't worry. The GMA crew will be here in just a little while, and things will be coming in minute by minute. But we're hoping to get, and because things change. As we saw, Chris was inside for so long, and then he peeked out of the door at that swimming pool that you mentioned, and now he's back outside again because conditions have improved in that area. So we'd like to see how much we could get in from other places of those reporters who are out in the field. Still at this hour, they're out there in their safe places. If things have changed in those areas, to give us a better assessment of what's going on in Acadiana right now.
And I think just by looking at the reports that we've had so far throughout the night, like Katy Easter and Jennings, that location really sticks out to me with the conditions just being fine one minute, and then the wind whipping up, the rain coming down the next, and also in Acadia Parish. So I wouldn't be too surprised if tomorrow we're following up in those areas in Acadia and Jeff Davis Parish with some of the more serious reports of storm damage.
And also it'll be interesting to see, we have Iman Boyd and Seth Lewis up in St. Landry Parish, and you know, for the earlier part of the night we were spending our time in southern parts of Acadiana because they were being hit first by the storm, but as those strong squalls started to move in later as nighttime happened in St. Landry and Evangeline Parish, it'll be interesting to see how things are there. They're on the backside of the storm, the last to get those strong winds and rains. Things clearing up just a little bit. I got some information from folks up in St. Landry, some family members who are still there, and they said it was scary, but things are starting to calm down. So that's good. It'll be interesting to see how things are there as well.
Yeah. Earlier tonight we did speak on the phone. Marcel, you spoke with Lafayette Mayor President Josh Guillory. Harrison, if you're in the booth, I think if you want to pull up that Lafayette911.org again, that's something that stuck out to us in the newsroom. It's a resource I don't know that everybody quite knows about in Lafayette, but if, say, you see a fire truck go by, you're feeling nosy, you want to know what's going on, you can go to Lafayette911.org, and it shows you some of the calls that first responders are out on. Now we're pulling this up because for those of us who look at this website on an almost daily basis, you might go there and you might see 3 calls. There are dozens of calls right now in the city of Lafayette, all across Lafayette. I'm just kind of looking at them. I can zoom in on my computer, you know, car accidents, traffic signal malfunctions, but the majority of them are road hazards and wire hazards, and that's something that you just don't want to be out on the roads. We've promised a lot of the first responders that we've talked to tonight that we would really drive that point home to you at home. Don't go out there on the road. And Lafayette, this is just one example of why you don't want to do that. It's just so widespread. All these hazards out there that you could really get yourself hurt, you can get other people hurt. First responders have a lot of work ahead of them. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long couple days to get all this taken care of, get everything back to at least some sense of normalcy.
Yeah, it'll, like you said, long road ahead, but they're here. They're on standby. They're ready to go. They're ready to do what they do and help get things back to normal. We just have to do our part in helping them so that they can get to work. And you're right, you know, of all the calls we've talked to tonight, and we had state officials on the phone, local officials, mayors and sheriffs, and from all over Acadiana, and the message to people who live in those areas is the same. You know, you keep yourself safe and let us do the work of getting things back up and running across Acadiana.
We also spoke on the phone with Ville Platte Mayor Jennifer Vidrine. She's always very interesting, great person to talk to on the phone, and very dynamic in her messaging. And something she said to us tonight was, you know, we got to check on our neighbors. We got to call your elderly neighbors. They might need some help. And I think that message really is a resounding message that we could all take to heart here in Acadiana, and really check in on everybody. You know, with the power outages that are so widespread, chances are we all know someone who is without power, might need some help with food, might need some help getting around. So let's all try to do that. Check in on everybody.
You know,
too.
we're living in a time right now that things are, let's just call it contentious for
Yeah.
lots of reasons. So much has been going on in Lafayette and in this state and in this nation as a whole. And in lots of ways, we're so divided for so many reasons. But a time like now is the time to put all of that aside. We know things will pick up and we'll get back to the business of elections and all that stuff. But as we are here in South Louisiana, we're dealing with a disaster. As you mentioned, neighbor help neighbor. Check on, if you drive by and you're able to, and you're in a truck and you see someone struggling who needs a little help, just stop, say hello. Wear your mask, of course. Let's not forget that COVID-19 we're still in the midst of that. We're still dealing with that, and people are still getting sick from COVID. You know, the numbers have decreased, of course, but why bother, you know, anyway, that's a whole nother thing. But even COVID as well, you know, let's just do what we can to come together and get this work done and make life easier for someone who may be in need in the midst of this storm and this pandemic.
Yeah, here we are a little after 11 o'clock. Again, we are continuing to track Hurricane Delta. We'll be checking in with our crews out there in the field as we are able to do so. Again, with the storm, some of them are having power and connectivity issues because there are widespread power outages, and just, you know, some insight to how the news that gets on the air. I know, like growing up, you'd always see the big news trucks going by with their big masts, and quite frankly, that's just not how it happens in this day and age. You literally go live with your cell phone nearby, and that's enough. And in some cases, there's a little backpack, but it's just really reliant on having good cell service, and that's what we're waiting on to really check in with a lot of the crews who are out there. And as the storm moves out, they're able to get, you know, out and about from where they've been kind of held up, you know, with first responders under canopies near buildings, but with the wind threat and the rain threat, not so much of an issue. They'll be able to at least step outside a little bit more, all while being safe as well. And they're going to be our first set of eyes before the sun comes up.
They really are going to be, even though it's dark outside, they'll send back to us what they can, when they can, of course. You know, power line safety tips, you're looking at those there. There's so many things to still be mindful of. We think, oh, the storm's out of here and we can all breathe a sigh of relief, but so much to be worried about, including power lines, as you see there. Assume they're all live. Don't try and pick one up or drive over it, you know, all that kinds of stuff. And we talked about generator safety earlier, and just even in the use of appliances and electric tools to pick up and clean up after this storm. You got to be mindful of that. You know, emergency rooms often say after storms, when people are getting to the business of doing it, they see more people coming in from just little accidents. So safety first during the storm, safety first after the storm as well. There's some power line outages and things to remember as we're dealing with that. I think you have a call over there.
I do. I have Mary Laurent with Slimco on the phone. If we can talk to you real quick. Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hey, Mary, how's everything going with Slimco? What can you tell us about power outages across the state?
Well, what I can tell you, I'm not sure about all across the state, but for us, we have about a little over 80,000 who are without power. And our main system, our main thing that we need to kind of let you know about tonight is that the servers that handle our smart hub and our outage management system were damaged during the storm. So for right now, until we can get that repaired, which they're working on that now, the only way to get through to us to report an outage is through the phone line. So you can't do it through our smart hub app.
Right.
However, that's okay, because the first thing we do after any storm is restore power to the feeders first anyway. So it's okay. It'll take a little while for people to get through, and we understand that they're going to be aggravated and do appreciate people's patience, but I can promise you this is not going to change or stop anything that we would normally have done from the get-go anyway, because it doesn't pay us at all to go to someone's home if we don't. So we have to get all those feeders on first, just like every other utility company does, and we're going to be doing that first thing, and then from there, by that time, the Smart Hub app and all of that will be back up and running, and people can report their outage that way in addition to the phone lines.
Gotcha. And Mary, you had mentioned 80,000 people without power. Are the conditions calm enough yet in the Slimco service area for crews to be out there yet? Is the work underway just yet?
It is not underway just yet, but that's something that they hope to get done soon. But if not, the absolute latest it will get done. It'll get started at daybreak at the absolute latest.
What are some of the conditions that you wait for before sending crews out there? Obviously, winds. You wouldn't want to be out there with high winds. Is there
Correct.
a threshold that you look for?
Typically, it's anywhere around 30 miles an hour, and right now we're still having gusts above that. And what we have to remember is if we can't put a man up on a pole on his hooks or in a bucket when the winds get too high. So even with the gusts, I know it seems calm and then it gets gusty, and then it seems calm and it gets gusty, so on and so forth. But we have to make sure that it's going to be safe, not for just a little while, but safe long term for them to work. Because if you got to change a pole, if you got to unwrap wire from trees, that all takes a while. So we need to make sure that the winds are consistently below the 30-mile threshold.
Below that mark, yeah. And talk to me a little bit about, and our audience, about some of the assistance that y'all have received. I would imagine there are so many utility companies across the state right now that were still working to help out after Hurricane Laura, and now this.
Correct. And a very interesting thing for people to kind of get to know. We already have on hand an additional 260 men. They're parked at our Karen Crow location, which is where we used to be located. And they're already here. They're in hotels and they're waiting to get started. But what happens is all the utility companies along the coast that are anywhere in the cone of where a storm is going to hit, they all go on ahead and contract with workers from out of state. And then once the storm comes through and you're not going to need them, you release them and then they go to where the need is greatest. So I imagine our number of 260 right now is going to swell to many, many more because every utility company wants to get the job done as quickly as they can. So they go on ahead and they bring in all these wonderful people from out of the area so that they can get the power restored as quickly as possible.
Okay, some important work that's going to be done in the hours and days and weeks ahead. Mary Laurent with Slimco, thank you so much for your time. Stay safe.
Thank you. You do the same.
All right, thank you, Mary. And again, 80,000 Slimco customers without power. Their hub, they have sort of a smart hub that you're typically able to report outages with. That system is down. They're working to get that back online. But right now, if you do have a Slimco outage, your best bet is to call Slimco to report it. Make sure they're aware of it.
That's right. Mary giving some key information and just allowing us a little insight into what happens with these crews and when they get. We know about the winds, but there's so many other factors that go into when they can go out and get started with their work. And the wind gusts, she mentioned that they're still over 30 miles an hour in many areas. And we hear, oh, it's calm now. The winds have calmed down, but the gusts are still there, and it's just not safe at this point. She said at the latest tomorrow morning at sunbreak. So that's something for us to anticipate in the next few hours.
And that work will get underway. Again, everybody, here we are a little after 11:15 this Friday night as we continue to cover Hurricane Delta. We are able to check in with more of our crews who are able to kind of get out of, maybe where they were inside buildings and under canopies because the conditions are improving a bit, but the wind does continue to be a story tonight. Let's get a check of the latest conditions from Iberia Parish. Levi Ismail has joined us for our coverage there in New Iberia. Levi, what are you seeing?
Well, it may not sound like it and it may not look like it from the side of these flags here as they start whipping around, but this is not the same type of strong winds that we've been expecting for the past couple of days or for the past few hours here. I mean, the winds that we're seeing now, this is very tame compared to much earlier, but the thing is, every once in a while you'll get a strong gust of wind pushing you in one direction or the other, and this is something that many people need to be aware of. As soon as they start stepping outside of their homes, they may get the false impression that there's not as much of an issue anymore because we've seen the storm kind of pass over this area and now it's gone much further north. But fact of the matter is, a lot of that debris, a lot of that, the tree limbs from earlier, that's still on the roads, and people have to be cognizant of that if they're trying to leave wherever they are and go somewhere else. Right now, you need to stay in place and stay in shelter until you can at least get to a point where we can see the damage and we can see the debris on the roads. Right now, it's very dark where we are. Just on the other side of us over here, there are very few lights, and so trying to leave this area would be very detrimental for us. It's something that I don't think a lot of people are focusing on right now. They may just see that the radar and think that, you know what, it's safe to go out. But we're right here experiencing some of the winds for ourselves, and we can tell you that the wind speeds they're not quite what they were before, but it's still very dangerous in terms of some of the strong gusts of wind that we're getting every once in a while. You'll feel it once you step outside. The sustained winds are still pretty high, a lot more of an issue than people would like to think. So just keep that in mind, just like that. The strong gusts of wind, they will push you or even your car if you're driving from one side of the road to the other, and that could be very dangerous if you are trying to leave your home right now. So stay in place. Of course, we will keep you updated here from the Airport Authority, and we'll have updates as soon as we can. For now, reporting, Levi Ismail, back to you.
All right, Levi, thanks so much. And in his report, Marcel just seemed a little calm there, and then all of a sudden the gust just picked right up, just how dynamic it still is out there. We've been for the better part of maybe 2 hours now in Lafayette, not hearing those big gusts, but just not too far away there in Iberia Parish, they still have them. Yeah, they're still out there indeed. It's eerie in some ways to know 1 minute here, the next minute gone, or even for a extensive lapse of time that you don't hear anything, and then you get a quick reminder of what just happened here and what's still here in Acadiana. Our crews, Levi, joining us from Nashville. Our company sends in people to help us deal with storms. We have some producers and reporters, and Travis Guillory back with us. He's asleep right now because he was on earlier today, but back with us from Oklahoma. Welcome back home. His second storm. He was here for Laura. Back again. We didn't think we'd see him so quickly. Quick turnaround for him. It's almost like he didn't leave. But that's a part of storm coverage, just like LUS and all these other utility companies get crews to come in and help them. We get crews to come in and help us as well. So Levi and his photographer there, one of those crews who came in to make sure we get everywhere covered as best we can as we're dealing with this type situation. And Acadiana helps them out too. I think every reporter that has come from our parent company and our sister stations, they're always kind of amazed at the hospitality. They're like, I had so much gumbo, and we're like, bring some. Right, we're missing out. That's one thing about being that we don't deal with the wind and the rain when we're in studio, but we also don't get the benefits of hot meals and that kind of thing from the people of Acadiana who are so gracious to help and take care of our teams out in the field. And that gracious spirit will continue in the days ahead with all that work that needs to be done. And one of the really hot spots with Delta, and unfortunately it's been a hot spot since Hurricane Laura, is Sulfur, Louisiana. Chris Welty and his photojournalist Blake Blanchard, they've had their share of experiences out there. They rode out Hurricane Laura, and now here they are for Hurricane Delta. Hey Chris, how are things going so far out there?
Hey Jim, Marcel, things have really calmed down here in Sulfur, but we decided since it has been a little bit quiet now, we would try and get back on the road and just safely explore. Now, we really didn't go very far from our hotel. We are just on the other side of the interstate, and our hotel has power. But once we crossed over, it's pitch black out here, and we occasionally see cars like this one just passing and sightseeing on the road. But of course, emergency officials, they're asking you to stay off the road right now because it's just not safe to be on the road. Right now, we're at the Exxon gas station, which is right off of I-10 in front of the Lowe's here in Sulfur. And this awning was ripped off. You can see how it was just peeled off, and in the distance you might be able to see, I know it's hard because it's so dark right now, there's an ice machine that is flipped over on its side. Now, last night when we got into Sulfur around midnight, this gas station was still open. On our ride in, Blake and I had realized we left our case of water in our personal vehicle and didn't bring it into the news unit, so we stopped here. They did have water available, so we got a case here at the gas station. So it's just incredible to see that just shortly 12 or 24 hours later, I should say, that they had this extent of damage here at the gas station, and they didn't see that during Hurricane Laura. And I want to show you this as well. So we're right on the corner here, but just the power of Mother Nature. This is a street light that blew off from the huge street light that blew off the pole right there. So It's just incredible seeing the power of Mother Nature, even with a Category 2 storm. As we are going to continue just surveying some of this damage, but it is so dark, so we are going to be extremely careful on the roads right now. And at our hotel, I know we mentioned it during our previous live shot, some people that were hunkering down in the hotel lobby, now that it's calming down, they're getting back on the road and trying to get to their homes or wherever. That's just a little bit better than being here right now in Sulfur at this point. But once again, we're going to continue monitoring this, and we're going to get back. We're going to get back on the road, but for now, we're going to send things back to you in the studio.
Alrighty, thank you, Chris. You know, picking up that street light, that is perspective for us there, as just what the winds of this storm did there in that area in southwest Louisiana. Yet again, we saw similar back 6 weeks ago. I say it like it's so long ago. It really
right.
Not
it's been
that
a long
ago.
6 weeks, but
it has. It's felt like it's been a while, but it's only been 6 weeks. You know, it's weird, but there's Chris there in Sulfur with Blake and doing what they did for us just a few weeks ago, and back at it again, bringing us the aftermath of what went on in that area.
Yeah, Hurricane Laura, I was talking to Blake. We went to New Orleans in preparation for Hurricane Sally, which ended up, luckily, you know, for at least New Orleans and Louisiana, going farther east. Not lucky for them over there. But anyway, we were in New Orleans, and Blake had mentioned how Hurricane Laura was his first big storm out there. You know, Blake's a young guy right out of college, and you know, really ambitious. And I'm in New Orleans with him, and he's like, okay, this is what we got to do. This, and this. And you know, now he's on his third or fourth
So quickly,
storm.
how you learn. You know,
He's a veteran.
Yeah, when I started reporting here, Katrina and Rita were my welcome to hurricane coverage, and it's. You do it once, and then you've mastered it because you've got to move so quickly and keep up with what's going on, and you learn the dynamics of doing it when you're covering storm systems like these.
Well, the damage is just really widespread across the state. That's evident by the power outages. It's not just out in Calcasieu Parish and Jeff Davis, but also Acadia, Lafayette, Vermilion, Iberia. We will be checking in with our crews throughout the night. But first, we do want to check in on some of the damage in Lafayette, and we don't have to go too far to see that, Marcel.
No, we don't. Our Andrew Clay standing by just outside of the news station here at KATC with an update on damage. Andrew.
Hey guys, we are now out front here at the KATC studio, and a few hours ago the storm was just whipping out here, and you could just really feel those 80-mile-an-hour gusts. It's certainly calmed down since, but I did want to show you some of the damage that we sustained here. This is a branch that broke off a tree. Now, we were watching this branch break from inside our break room, which is just over there. During the storm, but what I really wanted to show you out here is what happened across the street. We'll see if our photog Stacy wants to come over here with me. Now let's walk here to the end of our driveway, and you can see the damage to this awning. And we've been watching this throughout the night, where this awning has just been ripping back off the top there, the sheet metal. If you listen closely, you can actually hear the metal still peeling back, as this piece right here is just kind of flapping in the breeze. You can see this big chunk falling down around the pump. That's not the pump that's down. If you look closely, you can still see the pump standing. That is just some metal that's fallen down around the pump. But as you can see, the sheet metal is just peeled the whole way back off here. It's hanging on about halfway through there. And now you can also see we have some power back here on ERAS Landry. Now that half of ERAS Landry down there, that half is still dark, but we have power here right at the station. It looks like the first place to have power, and on the other side of Bertrand, you can see power for as far as we can see. Now, one other piece of damage I want to draw your attention to, some superficial damage, but it's going to strike home here to KATC, where this sign here has stood for a very, very long time. You can see the lid here on this sign is peeled back, but it's just some pretty superficial damage. But it's just a sign of what Lafayette went through here tonight when the winds really whipped through with, we felt maybe gusts in that 80-mile-an-hour range. And Rob's trained ear hearing that stuff, but we weren't out here for a long time because we deemed it was not safe with our tower. After what happened to KPLC, I think we're certainly sensitive to the idea that that tower could come down in a hurricane. and we certainly wanted to play safe. So you can see the damage here is limited here around the KATC studio. You see some cars. We're going to have one passes right here. Cars are out. It's important to follow your municipality's guidelines and whether or not you're allowed to be out or you have a curfew or not. Remember, it's safest to survey your damage in the morning. There's no need to be out here right now checking on the damage. Wait till the morning. Wait till there's light. There are still some gusts that kicking up, knocking some branches down that could still injure you. So important to just wait it out until the morning to check out and survey your damage then. But as here at the KTC studio, we survived it pretty well. But and we hope you did the same. Jim, Marcel, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Andrew. Yeah, it was really just kind of jarring to see just the gas station across the street, Marcel. I heard you guys talking about it earlier, but I didn't.
And you were like, hey, is that the Chevron?
Yeah.
Yep, right across the street from the
Bradley
studio.
said that they were kind of watching in real time just from the break room. We have a window out there, just seeing it being ripped off the canopy there. So the damage we've now seen out in Calcasieu Parish, Lafayette, Iberia, but we're also getting some perspective up in St. Landry Parish as well.
That's right. Iman Boyd and Seth Lewis are there taking care of coverage in the in St. Landry Parish for us. Here's what they have seen in the last little bit.
Hey guys, the lights are still out at the Holiday Inn where we are sheltering in place. As you can hear, the winds are very strong in Opelousas right now, and we spoke with Mayor Julius Alcindor a few minutes ago, and he was saying that for people, the biggest message he wanted to get out is for people to be safe. Stay inside. It is not safe to be outside as of right now. There are reports of power lines being down, street lights being down, debris in places. We've already seen a roof come off of an apartment complex here in Opelousas, so it is not safe to be outside, especially while it is dark. Stay inside, take care of your own, take care of your family. Let Opelousas and the mayor's office and DOTD and everyone else assess the roads, assess the damage before moving out and about, because it is still an unstable situation, of course, here in Opelousas. But for now, in Opelousas, Seth Lewis, KTC TV3.
And the winds picking up are still going there in St. Landry Parish. As we've been seeing, though, the conditions are improving across Acadiana. But again, just the wind event is really what's been the lingering impact from Hurricane Delta.
Yeah, with this heavy wind, some down power lines all throughout Acadiana, we know that's what we're going to see in so many places. And with down power lines, there's a need for staying safe. Consider all down power lines as active lines. You don't want to touch them. You don't want to go near them. Just leave them where they are and go the other way. Stay away from them if at all possible.
Yeah, and that's one of the big reasons why so many first responders are reaching out to us and just wanting us to really drive that point home to everybody to stay inside. It's just way too dangerous. We've been looking at Lafayette911.org throughout the night, and just so many dozens of calls out there that first responders are going to have to respond to. And a large portion of those are for down wires and live wires that are just too dangerous, and roads are too dangerous to pass. But those locations out there on Lafayette911.org, you just want to leave that work to first responders and don't go out, don't sightsee. Some of the first responders we've heard from, they actually caught our attention on social media as well. I think it was the Scott Fire Chief who put something out there saying your ignorance to people who are out just joyriding and taking a look at all the sites and trying to sightsee. He says your ignorance is jeopardizing the safety of my firefighters. They have a work to do, and a lot of the damage is in a lot of rural areas in Acadiana Parish where first responders they're stretched thin as it is. Mm-hmm. And we're just gonna have to be very patient and let them do their work.
Yeah, we are going to go ahead. Rob's on the wall, and I just saw he and Bradley both peeking up at a radar over there, taking a look at where things stand now. So let's get an update on Delta. What's the latest with the storm, Rob? Who's it affecting at this point, and what's to come in the next few hours?
Right, well, we just saw Seth Lewis doing that look live coming at us from Opelousas, and that was just came in not too long ago. So still some strong and gusty winds coming up across St. Landry Parish. But again, we're gaining more latitude with the storm, and that is certainly good news as we think that the worst of this storm is pretty much over with for most of Acadiana. Still strong winds in the northern parishes of Acadiana, but that will be improving with time. But the last vestige of this storm on the backside of this storm, still showing some dynamic winds here across Calcasieu all the way up through Beauregard and Vernon Parish. There's probably still ongoing damage and still some very heavy rainfall and additional flooding possible here, but the rest of Acadiana doing very well. It'll be interesting to see. Now we are going to be watching this as it moves eastward overnight tonight, if this translates to an increase in wind gustiness, but in general the winds have settled down to about 30 or 35, no higher than that gust in Lafayette, and on southeastward it's lower, but back to the north and west we still have some strong winds, 40 to 50, but nothing compared to what we saw just 4 or 5 hours ago when things were really cooking. Now we have widespread flood warnings going that are going to go for a while through the overnight hours from all the heavy rain that fell primarily along the center of the storm and northwest of the storm, as we talked about a little bit earlier, remarked about how this storm was kind of a lopsided storm where all the rainfall projections were on the north and the northwestern side of the storm, and that's certainly how it panned out. And again, we still have some of these strong rain bands here that are likely still producing wind gusts up to 50 to 60, maybe even a little bit higher on the backside of this hurricane that is still officially a hurricane, but I don't want to say that yet. I haven't looked at the 11 o'clock advisory if there was an 11 o'clock advisory coming down, but you can see down all the way down to the south it's just high humidity, some misty drizzles out there that are kind of going sideways. Not a good hair night for the rest of us. And again, in Lafayette things are certainly quieting down for sure, but don't want to be overly flippant because I know the heartache. I've been a severe weather victim. I know what it's like and what a lot of folks are going to be going through. One, sleeping without air conditioning tonight, even though it's not too hot out there, it's still uncomfortable with the kind of humidity that we have. You're already thinking about all the things that you have to do that have to go into place to rebuild what you need to rebuild and clean up. We just have a long weekend ahead, but at least the weather will be cooperative. Again, you can see those strong rain bands still going on across Beauregard Parish down through into Vernon Parish down into Beauregard Parish and then through Rapides. And again, still some strong winds up here across Senla, but the damaging winds are gradually going to abate. Still strong winds in Evangeline Parish and St. Landry Parish. Even though we don't see any rain here, we saw what it was in Lafayette. We were still getting gusts in the 80-mile-an-hour range for sure, 80 to 85, and we were displaced from all the rainfall. We were about 10 miles south of where the rain was, so you can kind of pretty much estimate based on that it's still gusting and still gusting really well on Highway 190 and up on I-49 farther to the north and west. Satellite presentation, this does not look like, and it doesn't even look like a tropical storm, nevertheless a hurricane here, as again that upper level shear is really doing the dirty work now, pushing most of the convection off, but whatever's left behind that is surviving that, this is that convection that we're seeing that's building over the southwestern part, the western part of the state. That means there's some robustness to this thunderstorm activity, so still the possibility of damaging winds. So we still have the 10 o'clock advisory. I guess the National Hurricane Center is bagged, giving us hourly updates, and we'll just get a new update coming up at 1 a.m., which we will be posting online for sure. Hopefully our coverage will end before that time, but again, the storm roughly somewhere about here by now, pretty much out of the Acadiana area, and this is where we have it modeled, and this looks really good. The high resolution rapid refresh model has done a great job. We call it the HER model, and again showing our temperatures, still gusting winds out of the southwest, but gradually improving as the night wears on, and this pushes off to the north and east, and by tomorrow morning most of us will be nice and quiet. We'll see lingering clouds and then a cloud sun mix into the afternoon with temperatures topping out in the upper 70s to lower 80s. So nice day tomorrow, and then going into tomorrow night, temperatures will be dropping down, we hope, into the 60s. So here we have the gusts over the next several hours. We'll get to midnight and still gusts possible in the 45 to 50 mile an hour range. Notice on that southwest appendage that we've been showing you, those gusts still showing up well, so model really picking up nicely on that. Notice south of I-10 you have mostly 30s and 40s, still a few 50s all the way down through St. Mary, even over to NOLA. So, you know, this is we told you it was going to be a large storm. The wind field, when these storms are collapsing and diminishing, the wind field actually spreads out and spreads the love out, although you don't have a concentrated area with officially 75-mile-an-hour winds anymore. Everybody's seeing 40, 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts through the overnight hours, but all areas will gradually diminish and we'll get out of the red. We'll start to see more yellow, so that's 20 to 30-mile-an-hour winds with a few gusts still to about 30 to 40 overnight tonight. And then by tomorrow, those winds will begin to settle down. Still a little bit of a breeze throughout the day, but not much, with gusts showing no higher than about 19 or 20. And again, power outages, if your power is not out, there's still a good chance. Northern parishes of Acadiana, but things will be settling down. I just talked with Marcel. She was telling me her folks are without power, but they're sleeping, so that's a very good sign. Thanks to Fontenot's for that update. Now, as we take a look at the rainfall, again, no more concerns with respect to heavy rain, although I think we might see a little bit more with that last appendage that we've been watching on the radar late this afternoon, and that storm surge will be assessing how high it came up, but that 7 to 11-foot forecast looked to be pretty rock solid. Jamie Rome at the National Hurricane Center Storm Surge Unit doing an excellent job with respect to that storm and what we are seeing there. So again, those inundations down along the coast will continue overnight tonight through tomorrow. Computer's getting a little sketch on me and is moving fast through every time I click, but we are in much better shape with regard to any more surge coming in, but the water's already up and it's going to stay up for a while. So last look at the radar here for now, and again, the threat of severe weather is greatly diminishing. Still strong winds, northern parishes of Acadiana, but gradually improving as the night continues to wear on, and that's where we are at this point. Guys?
Update. We appreciate that.
No,
Thank you,
that's
Rob.
what I'm here for.
That's good to hear. You know, things are getting better throughout all parts of Acadiana. There we go. 11:40. We can finally say most of Acadiana is in a different situation, a much better situation than they were just even an hour ago.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just were so anxious about the severe weather threat because it was downright scary in a lot of parts of Acadiana and parts of the state. And just seeing, you know, the reports of damage across Acadiana, it's very widespread. Once the sun comes up tomorrow, for some homeowners and property owners, it's just going to be such a nightmare a few weeks ahead trying to get everything sorted. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. We have been talking throughout the night with a lot of first responders, a lot of different agencies across Acadiana, and each time we get them on the phone, we're asking them what sort of calls are they getting, and really the calls for emergency services have been for trees down, but as far as the agencies that we've talked to, they've had minor injuries to report, so we're hoping and praying that holds up come the morning hours tomorrow, but really that's when the assessment of all these things will really just begin.
Yeah, the assessment process, you know, the storm's moving out and things are calming down, but now the additional work has to be done, and you know, that can't happen for widespread Acadiana until the sun is up tomorrow. Fortunately, it's going to be a nice weather day and cooler temperatures than we normally see in times of a hurricane, and folks can get out there and get it done without weather still being a factor. Sometimes, you know, after a storm, things linger. Storms and outer bands and that kind of thing can linger for hours and days after the storm, and you still can't get the full perspective. But luckily, with this system in and out, tomorrow will bring about the first day of recovery and assessments all over Acadiana and Southwest Louisiana.
And again, the power outages, that's going to be a big story. That's probably really affecting the most widespread impact for people right now is just the hundreds of thousands of people reported without power at least. We've been using that power outage map throughout the day, and it's just an estimate really, but it's the best picture that we can get for the overall view. And I just refreshed on my computer and it's showing 451,000 people without power, at least 451,000. We are aware that not every utility company is listed here, but the sections that you see, those reds and oranges, those are the hardest hit areas. And when I look in and hold my mouse over some of those parishes like Vermilion Parish, 21,000 of about 23,000 customers without power. So Vermilion Parish taking a big power hit. Lafayette, it's about half, 27,000 give or take, about out of 56,000. So, you know, and as you travel further west, farther to the west, you're seeing just the greater proportion of people without power because of Hurricane Delta. And that's really what's going to have an impact. You know, here we are, it's still South Louisiana. It may be October, but it's still warm out. We're at least fortunate that we are going to have some cooler weather relative to other hurricanes tomorrow, so you know people can open up the windows and you know
yes.
it's not going to be as detrimental without air conditioning over the next few days.
Even tonight, you know, Rob mentioned that I called my parents a little while ago. They're up in Opelousas, and we were texting earlier, and they you know sent a message that the power was out, and they were checking on me, you know, and so. Finally, after I hadn't heard from them for a minute, on one of our quick breaks, I called, and my dad's like, "We're asleep." I'm like, "Okay, good." So you're fine, You're settled, you're comfortable. Things have obviously improved there. I'm sure they popped open a window, even though there's no air conditioning running at home, because it is nice. It is somewhat pleasant, considering what it could be and what we see after many storms that we deal with when it's hot and muggy and just nasty. You know how folks said we talked about earlier how older people will say they could smell a storm. We also can feel a storm and the lingering effects of storms here in South Louisiana for so long. But with this storm, it's not the same. Weather conditions are going to be pleasant over the next few hours and into the weekend as well.
And that's going to help all those crews, those hundreds of crews that are on standby tonight, ready to get to work. We know that those bucket trucks have been put over into the Cajun Dome, not just LUS crews, but bucket truck crews from across the country really who have come here to help out because, you know, again, we are just starting to get those damage assessments. And one of those areas where we are getting a sense of the damage tonight is out in Acadia Parish.
That's right. Jordan Lippincott standing by live. She has been bringing us the sights and sounds throughout Hurricane Delta. Jordan, what are you seeing at almost midnight tonight?
Hey Marcel, we are in Scott right now, Cheyenne Drive off Westgate Drive. And as you all can see behind me, there is a fallen tree that completely crushed these two cars right here. This car, I want to say two cars because that's what I can see right now. One of these cars, the blinkers or the lights are still blinking, and then this car right in front here is almost completely covered by the branches. And obviously the wind that we were feeling earlier when I was in Acadia Parish, that passed through Lafayette Parish because we're now in Scott, and this tree came down on these cars. And the power is out, as we've been telling you all, widespread power outages. When I came here, I couldn't even find the tree. I was told there was a fallen tree in the area, but I had to use a lantern to guide myself to find these two cars crushed by these trees. I haven't seen anyone in these apartments. I'm assuming they're maybe trying to get some sleep. I might be disturbing them, but we had to show you all this scene. This tree completely crushing these two vehicles. Widespread power outages throughout Acadiana and including here in Lafayette Parish. I'm going to toss it back to you all live in Scott. Jordan Lippincott, KTC TV3.
Stay in Lafayette Parish for a minute. That's intense there. We also want to show you a problematic tree. Speaking of trees, we know that downed trees are going to be a big issue. This one in Youngsville, a viewer made this sign after 3 drivers crashed into a fallen tree on the Youngsville Highway near the Cart Ranch. Do we have that video?
Yeah, it's coming up
Okay,
shortly.
so I'll go ahead and continue to tell you about it. They watched 3 drivers plow into the tree. Another driver almost hit it. And even the driver of the fire truck, get that, the driver of the fire truck had to slam on the brakes after the fallen tree surprised them on the way to an emergency. The homeowner made the sign to try and help. The homeowner doing what they thought they could do and what they needed to do. There is that tree right there as they wait for first responders to make it to their area so they can get that tree out of the roadway. Again, this is on the Youngsville Highway near the Cart Ranch where several drivers, 3 of them, crashed into this tree that had fallen into the roadway. The homeowner is just doing what they can. They live nearby and they're doing what they can to try and keep people away and call some attention to the fact that there is that huge tree in the middle of the Youngsville Highway.
And we've seen so many videos coming in from viewers tonight showing us those trees falling down. And Rob and Bradley made the point earlier that, you know, just because a tree hasn't fallen down yet, there are still those gusts out there. It could just take, you know, a slight gust to really just, you know, put that tree out and down on the ground. So just be mindful of that. We're not really hearing so much wind in Lafayette, but when we were checking in with reporter Levi Ismail down in Iberia Parish, he was at, you know, the same point at the beginning of his live shot, and then all of a sudden a gust came in. So we're not quite out of the woods just yet. You do have to be aware that those winds still could be a possibility in some spots, and really just got to watch for those falling trees.
We do. You got to watch for trees and down power lines, and that's why it's just best to stay inside at this point. Assume that all power lines are live. Don't try and pick it up or drive over it. If your car touches one, stay inside the car and call for help. You know, at this point, at almost midnight, here we are approaching Saturday, and we're in much better weather conditions than we were just even an hour ago, better yet, several hours ago. And now it's a matter of the weather's gone, but we still have to worry about safety. Safety still a factor, whether it be down trees, down power lines, generator safety. So much to still consider in the hours and the aftermath of Hurricane Delta.
And in the hours ahead, you know, so many people have lost power, may even have power being restored. Do want to keep these things in mind, especially with your refrigeration. You might want to throw away any food that's reached 40 degrees or higher for 2 hours. Toss any food with unusual color or texture. Just take a look at it. You know, use common sense. If it doesn't look edible, don't eat it. Yeah, absolutely. And then also the issue of refrigerated medicine. You want to really check in with your doctors to see, you know, if you did lose any refrigeration, you do have medicine in there. You do want to check with your doctors to make sure it's safe to still use.
Yeah, even as Delta moves out of Acadiana, the threat may not be over just yet. You're asked to stay inside until it's safe. Once things are clear, you know, check around in your neighborhood near you. Make sure that your neighbors are okay. I mean, of course, don't put yourself in danger in doing so, but once things are safe, go ahead and see what has happened around. Go to your neighbor, ask do they need anything. Do not drive on flooded roadways, and stay away from standing water because you never know where that water starts and ends. In some cases, the road may not even appear that there's a ditch there, and then in a matter of seconds, in a split second, you find yourself in a ditch. So go ahead and just stay away from all that. Consider all these new safety factors. We talked about safety before the storm, during the storm, and now safety after the storm.
And let's check in now live out in Sulfur again with Chris Welty. He's been seeing the damage and now being able to move outside of the hotel because the conditions have improved. Let's head out live and join Chris. Chris, what are you seeing?
Hey, Jim, Marcel, we really haven't gone too far from our hotel. We're just on the other side of I-10, and on our hotel side, we have power. On this side of I-10, the majority of businesses do not. But take a look at this. This is just one of the bricks that came off of this building right here that was ripped apart during Hurricane Delta. You can see the bricks that have just crumbled into the parking lot, and it's almost like an explosion. You can see that there's so much debris that has just fallen into this area. Now, we're not sure what's in this suite. Right next door, though, is a massage parlor right there. So there's that. Doesn't look like there's any type of like stucco or I'm sorry, sheetrock or anything like that that has been damaged inside. So it looks like it may just be exterior damage at this building. But we'll take a little walk over this way, and you can see that there's some twisted sheet metal as well right here in the ditch. And this is what we're talking about out here as well, the fact that it's sort of hit or miss. The signs are lit on this building right behind us, but right across the street, that's the Walmart, and it is pitch black aside from those headlights. You might be able to see in the distance, it looks like some type of RV or trailer is tossed over on its side in the parking lot as well. So this is just, once again, a little bit of the damage that we're seeing here in the Sulfur area. But for the most part, we haven't seen too many cars on the road, so that's some good news. First responders, they want you to stay off the road as much as possible. We're not going to go too much further just because it is so dark, and you know, it's really hard to see what exactly is in the road, even with your bright lights on your vehicle. So we want to be smart, we want to be safe as well, and we will just continue seeing what we can see in this area. A lot of roofs damaged, of course. There's a lot of sheet metal twisted in this area, but in some areas it's really hard to tell if it's damage from Hurricane Laura or damage from Hurricane Delta. So this region, they're just dealing with so much. They're going to continue needing our support. I know Lake Charles Mayor Nick Hunter, he has been pleading for people to not forget about this region of the state that has been devastated, and of course so many more people are now feeling the impacts after this storm. So we're hoping that national attention will continue for this region as well, because they are going to need the support and the help of neighbors to continue to recover. Live in Sulfur, Chris Welty, KATC TV3.
All right, and in the aftermath of Hurricane Delta, we're now starting to see road closures. Obviously, as we've been seeing trees down in certain areas, there's some road closures reports that are coming in. We're going to give you those in just a little bit. There they are now. We're not going to read through them one by one. But these are Lafayette Parish road closures, several roads closed already, and we aren't even in daylight hours yet. You know, here we are just approaching midnight, and we're seeing this list of road closures already start to come in through different parts of Acadiana.
Yeah, so that's Lafayette Parish. Cheyenne Circle and Cheyenne Drive stick out to me. That's where we just had Jordan Lippincott reporting live within the hour on that tree or trees that had fallen down on cars in Scott. Earlier in the night, we did speak to the Scott fire chief, who was warning people to just stay off the roads, help him, help you. And he did mention that they had responded to a number of incidents involving fallen trees, including on cars, but at last check, they were reporting just minor injuries in those cases. We hope that holds up throughout the day. But these road closures continue across Acadiana. It's not just Lafayette Parish. These are what we have so far in Iberia Parish. I would guess that this list is in reality just so much longer with the conditions that we've been seeing.
Absolutely going to grow exponentially over the next few hours, especially after daylight hours come in. You can keep rolling through those. St. Martin Parish, we're going to give you what we have at this point, but we know these road closure lists are going to grow, and just once emergency responders and crews get out there and assess the damages, there are going to be lots more road closures around Acadiana until folks can get out there and get to work. That's St. Mary. We showed you Iberia. We're moving on now to St. Landry, and these are just the ones we know of at this point. Again, just at this point, as we approach midnight here on this Friday night into Saturday morning, these are just the road closures that we know of so far as Hurricane Delta has moved out of Acadiana.
And now we want to show you this video that's coming in from, I believe, in Lafayette Parish on Turlings Drive in front of Turlings Catholic High School and St. Genevieve Middle School. This tree blocking the entirety of the road there. It's just one of so many fallen trees that we've seen video of. We know that there are so many more out there, but again, just kind of the reason why, the street lights in many cases, the power is out. So if you're driving, this isn't gonna, you're not gonna see this until you get quite close to it. So just for your own safety and to not jeopardize the response time from first responders who have other issues that they need to respond to, another reminder to just stay off the road.
And in Rain, we're gonna go to Rain now. We showed you the building next to the fire department where Jordan Lippincott was giving us live reports earlier. That's a building off of South Adams. It's located right next to the fire department. We're told no one was injured as that roof was steadily just peeling back off of that building and flying over into the parking lot where the vehicles were parked for the emergency responders and volunteer firefighters there. There's that video you're looking at. That's out of Rain a few hours earlier this evening during Hurricane Delta.
Not gonna be harmed or anything by the weather.
The weather, that we don't have the worst of it. There could be people on the other side of the world having worse weather than we do. So there's no fear.
And right now we're learning more about power outages across Acadiana, including in Lafayette with LUS. According to LUS, about 50,000 customers are without power tonight. LUS says they'll begin restoring power once the winds are below 39 miles per hour. They do have to take some safety precautions for their crews, and that's sort of the threshold for them to really get to work on those thousands of power outages that they need to restore.
We're moving on now. I think we showed you this video earlier tonight. This is from Lake Charles, one of the images that we have been looking at throughout the day of what Hurricane Delta did in that area. That's Lake Charles outside the Civic Center there.
In the aftermath of Hurricane Laura, one of the hardest headlines to report was that growing death toll. You know, in the initial days after the initial hours after the storm, the death toll was quite low, and then in the days it just started to grow, all because of carbon monoxide poisoning. And state officials and first responders cannot stress this enough, to follow the safety protocols when dealing with generators. You know, so many people without power across the state, they're going to be turning to generators, and it's really a matter of life or death if you're not operating these things correctly. I think 9 out of the at least 22 fatalities that are being blamed on Hurricane Laura, 9 out of the 22, or I think it might have been 24, were blamed on carbon monoxide poisoning tied to generators. Marcel, we can't stress that point enough, that you just have to follow some basic safety protocols with generators.
Yeah, you know, as we're approaching midnight right now, we want to go ahead and let you know that we're going to sign off on the air, but we want to assure you that our teams are still out there. They're collecting damage reports and video and working on getting new videos here now that things are becoming a little more safe for us. We're going to come back on air at 6 o'clock in the morning in just a few hours. We still have staff here. We're all still here. They're working around the clock, and we'll continue to work over the next few hours. We will break into programming if we need to. If there is a need, we will come back on the air, or however you're watching us, whether you're listening to us over radio, streaming, or you still have power somewhere in Acadiana and you're actually seeing us on television.
And we do want to let you know as well that we will continue to carry live radar on all of our apps, so you can watch it all night until we're back on the air in the morning. Anywhere you stream KATC News, our digital team is hard at work, busy collecting video and information, and we want to make sure that you are up to date on the very latest from Hurricane Delta. It's been a long night, and there are long days and long weeks ahead for so many, and we thank you, everybody at home, for trusting us to bring you the latest coverage from Hurricane Delta.
And we know Delta may be out of Acadiana. We know the work is not done. We were here with you before the storm, during, and we will be here every step of the way after the storm. For now, we are signing off, everyone. We'll be back on the air in just a few hours, and we'll break into programming if necessary. Get some rest, stay safe out there, stay off of the roads, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
Gusty winds in the 40 to 50 mile. Gusty winds in the 40 to 50 mile an hour on the wake will continue through the next several hours, but should gradually diminish closer to daybreak. Wednesday? What am I on? Travel is discouraged until daybreak due to high water and debris across. What's that? Okay. Okay, let me know when they need me to go. We're rolling. You can start whenever. 3, 2. Good morning, Acadiana. We've been watching the remnants of Hurricane Delta moving across the area, and after the storm produced upwards of 96-mile-an-hour winds in the Lake Charles area, 90-mile-an-hour winds in New Iberia, 75 in Lafayette, and 75 in Opelousas, and many areas in between that. We assure you that although we are off the air right now on regular broadcasting, we do want to assure you that our teams are still out there collecting damage reports and working to get new video for you. We're going to come back on the air at 6 a.m. Saturday morning for a full report on Hurricane Delta, and with the advent of daylight, we'll be able to get better assessment of the damage across the area. Again, we'll have staff here at KETC that will break into regular programming if there is a need. In addition, we'll continue to carry live radar on our apps. You can check that out on KETC.com, our app as well. You can also watch it all night until we're back here on this channel through tomorrow morning, through Saturday morning. Anywhere you stream KETC News, our digital team is also busy collecting video. Oh, I read that wrong. I'm sorry. Shit. Don't ask me to read script.
Hi, Acadiana. I'm Dave Baker. Here's a look at news making headlines today. The DOTD is getting ready to help with flooding issues after Hurricane Delta. The agency